Chen Mo, you think you can just sleep with me and then run away? There is no such cheap thing under heaven. On the grounds of Qingyun Sect, a woman in a flowing green dress spoke coolly, her voice both sultry and imperious. The hem of her long dress swayed lightly, revealing and concealing her slender snow-white legs. Her eyes shone like distant stars, her skin as smooth as carved jade, her presence as radiant as a bright full moon. Though her face was set in cool indifference, she still made others feel as if bathed in a spring breeze. Hearing this voice, Chen Mo could not help but shudder. Dear ancestor, you were the one who drugged me. How did it become me sleeping with you? Chen Mo felt a throbbing headache. Indeed, he had been the one slept with. Yesterday, Luo Qingyao had invited him to admire the moon with her. After a single cup of wine, he had lost all consciousness. When he woke, he had found Luo Qingyao lying naked beside him. How absurd was that? So what if that's the case? Just answer me. Will you take responsibility or not? Luo Qingyao snorted lightly, and a green silk ribbon shot out instantly, winding itself around Chen Mo. A faint, refreshing fragrance wafted from the ribbon, yet Chen Mo had no mind to enjoy it. He tried to pull it away, only to find it glowing with streams of light. In the blink of an eye, it had completely wrapped around him. Isn't that Elder Qingyao and Elder Chen? The voices of Luo Qingyao and Chen Mo quickly drew the attention of many disciples of Qingyun Sect. Why are they fighting? Fighting? It looks more like they are flirting to me. One disciple took a deep breath and said slowly, Did you not hear Elder Qingyao? Elder Chen slept with her, but it seems he does not wish to take responsibility. Elder Chen slept with Elder Qingyao. Upon hearing this, many male disciples felt their faith shatter. You must be joking. Elder Chen and Elder Qingyao. How could that possibly? They simply could not believe it. Luo Qingyao was the youngest great emperor of the Mingyuan realm, peerless in grace, her beauty enough to topple kingdoms. Her suitors were as numerous as the clouds. It could be said that from elders down to the lowest disciples of Qingyun Sect, there was no one who did not long for a taste of her favor. As for Chen Mo, although he held the title of elder, he was the weakest elder in Qingyun Sect, inferior even to most disciples. Aside from being handsome, he was utterly useless. Even that handsome face was maintained only by beauty-preserving pills. After 100 years in the sect, he was still at the foundation establishment realm. If not for the former sect master's kindness, someone like Chen Mo would have been expelled from Qingyun Sect long ago. And now Chen Mo had actually slept with Elder Qingyao. Had anyone else said such a thing, they would never have believed it, but these were Elder Qingyao's own words. No, on what grounds, Elder Chen? Many male disciples were full of question marks, unable to understand where exactly they had lost to him. By the time the green ribbon receded from his face, Chen Mo was already bound to a giant tree in a textbook bondage pose. When Chen Mo opened his eyes, Luo Qingyao's breathtakingly beautiful face appeared right before him. They were so close that he could clearly feel her scorching breath. Run then. Weren't you so good at running? Luo Qingyao's eyes curved as she smiled, one long leg resting on Chen Mo's shoulder, a wickedly playful grin tugging at her lips. Yet at this moment, Chen Mo had no mood to appreciate the view. Remembering Luo Qingyao's ferocity the previous night, his legs trembled. Dear ancestor, please spare me. This body of mine really cannot withstand your ravaging. Forcing out a strained smile, Chen Mo pleaded. That can be arranged. Luo Qingyao hooked her index finger under his chin. Unless you return my lost chastity. Please, I am clearly the victim here, Chen Mo sighed. He had just begun to say, it was obviously you, when Luo Qingyao reached out and covered his mouth. I don't want to hear it. Letting you go is not impossible, unless you become my Dao companion. Luo Qingyao's expression turned utterly serious, eyes like stars locking onto Chen Mo. Wait a moment. Luo Qingyao raised a hand to stop him. The sect master senior brother is looking for me. Think it over and give me your answer tonight. The ribbons binding Chen Mo vanished in an instant. Oh, and let me warn you. Do not even think about running. Otherwise I am... Luo Qingyao twisted back, raised a small clenched fist, and her gaze flicked meaningfully down at a certain part of Chen Mo's body. He felt as if facing a mortal enemy, a chill running down his spine. He could only force a bitter smile. I won't run, I won't run. Only then did Luo Qingyao reveal a satisfied smile before vanishing from sight. Alas, after she left Chen Mo's side and gave a helpless smile. He did not belong to this world. 100 years ago, demonic cultivators plunged the entire Mingyuan realm into chaos. As one of the top powers of the realm, Qingyun Sect had naturally borne the brunt of that righteous versus demonic war. When Chen Mo had just transmigrated into this world, his parents were killed in the war. Seeing how pitiful he was, the former sect master took him in. The old sect master had intended to take him as a disciple, but Chen Mo's aptitude for cultivation was far too poor. Helpless, the old sect master could only keep Chen Mo by his side. Though there was no formal master-disciple bond, his treatment was no different from that of a true disciple. It It was also thanks to the old sect master that Chen Mo had lived to this day and retained his youthful visage. As for Luo Qingyao, she could barely be considered his childhood companion. Unlike Chen Mo, Luo Qingyao had displayed monstrous talent from a young age. Foundation establishment at 8 golden core at 10. Now at merely 100 years of age, she was already a great emperor. To say that Chen Mo did not like Luo Qingyao would have been a lie. He simply felt he was not worthy of her. Even if Luo Qingyao did not despise him, he did not wish to bring her any trouble. If the old sect master were still alive, even if others were dissatisfied, none would dare go against his will. But now that the old sect master had already ascended in death, the rest of the sect would never allow him to become Dao companions with Luo Qingyao. When that time came, it would only place her in a difficult position. Moreover, Chen Mo no longer intended to remain in Qingyun Sect. While the old sect master had lived, although the supreme elders disdained him, they had not dared target him too openly. Now that the old sect master was gone, even with several senior brothers still present, those supreme elders would never allow a useless good-for-nothing to occupy an elder's seat. Rather than endure humiliation, it was better to show some tact and leave on his own, preserving a shred of dignity. Before I go, I should at least say farewell. Chen Mo sighed and headed toward Luoyao Peak. Luoyao Peak was where Luo Qingyao resided. Yesterday, it was there that he had lost his chastity. Meeting is hard, parting is harder. If he said goodbye face-to-face, Chen Mo knew he could not bear it, or leaving a letter would be the best way. By the time he climbed Luoyao Peak, Chen Mo was already drenched in sweat. This body. He shook his head helplessly. Other than looking slightly young, his body was little more than decaying wood. This only further solidified his resolve to leave. Find some deserted place to wait quietly for death. That was the ending he envisioned for himself. Ding detected that the host has broken his state of virginity. System binding in progress. Just as Chen Mo was about to put brush to paper, an extremely excited voice echoed in his mind. What a system! He could hardly believe his own ears and thought he must be hallucinating because his end was near. System binding complete. The mechanical voice forced Chen Mo to accept the truth. 100 years after transmigrating, on the very day his life was about to run out, his golden finger had finally arrived. Only, had it not come a little too late? Chen Mo gazed at the panel before him, his expression somewhat complicated. Host Chen Mo. Identity elder of the Qingyun Sect. Cultivation first level of foundation establishment. Age 100 years. Talent mixed spiritual roots. System, don't you think you've come far too late? Chen Mo voiced his grievance. His lifespan was nearly exhausted. Even with a system, how could it make up for a century of wasted years? There is no helping it. The activation requirements of this system are clearly set. Who told the host to remain chaste for a full century? The system's mechanical voice echoed. Though emotionless, it somehow carried a hint of mockery. Chen Mo was left speechless, so in the end he himself had been the incompetent one. But you only show up now. I've already missed the prime time for cultivation. Chen Mo held his head helpless. From what he knew, systems all required missions to level up. At his current state, what missions could he even perform? To put it bluntly, even self-relief would be difficult for him. Cultivate. With this system here, what need is there for cultivation at all? Does the host know this system's name? What is it? Chen Mo's face was full of curiosity. Heaven and Earth, I Alone, AM Supreme System Cracked Version. Cracked version. Chen Mo instantly straightened his back. If it was a cracked version, his interest was thoroughly piqued. That's right. Everything within this system belongs to the host, and the host may obtain it unconditionally. The system's proud voice resounded. Come, let me see what you can do. Chen Mo could no longer hold himself back. He had long grown weary of a life without strength. As a transmigrator, he too wished, like all transmigrators, to raise his head and shout his defiance at fate. Now had this opportunity finally arrived. Immediately, host's cultivation talent detected as the lowest grade spiritual roots. Initiating implantation of a new talent, divine rank, chaotic spiritual roots. Implantation progress 99. Implantation complete. Host's cultivation detected as first level of foundation establishment. Matching host to the highest cultivation of this world, peerless emperor. Cultivation breakthrough complete. Host's cultivation methods and immortal arts are at a low level, matching the most formidable techniques of this world and auto-cultivating them to completion for the host. Bestowing innate divine ability upon the host, eye of illusory truth. As the system finished its series of operations, Chen Mo felt an inexhaustible surging power fill his body. His once withered organs were like dead wood meeting spring rain. His nearly exhausted blood and qi now flowed through all his meridians like a torrential river. With a light clench of his fist, every inch of his skin underwent a perfect metamorphosis. Bronze-colored skin now brimmed with ancient primal strength. Peerless Emperor. Chen Mo murmured as if in a dream. From first level of foundation establishment directly into the realm of Peerless Emperor. At that level, he could stride sideways across the entire Minyuan realm. System is the upper limit of my cultivation, the Peerless Emperor realm. Chen Mo was curious whether Peerless Emperor was truly the pinnacle of the cultivation system. Of course not. It is merely that the world the host currently resides in can only withstand cultivation at the Peerless Emperor level. Once the host enters other worlds, the system will elevate your cultivation accordingly. The system's voice remained utterly devoid of emotion. So that's how it is. Chen Mo nodded slightly. He did not dwell on matters of other worlds. So long as he could walk sideways across the Minyuan realm, that was enough. It was impossible to be invincible under the heavens, only for some enemy to descend from the sky, right? Innate divine ability. What is that exactly? Chen Mo no longer tangled with the previous topic and instead focused on his divine ability. I have illusory truth for all cultivation methods and immortal arts beneath the heavens. The host need only glance once to cultivate them to perfection and perceive their flaws. Hiss. Chen Mo drew in a sharp breath. This eye of illusory truth was practically a cheat incarnate. System, is there a marketplace? He forcibly suppressed his excitement. With a cracked system, everything in its shop should be his for the taking. Naturally. Host, please take a look. Before Chen Mo, a screen materialized out of thin air. Upon it, immortal arts, cultivation methods, weapons, and pills were all displayed in dazzling abundance. So many. Chen Mo's jaw dropped. He no longer knew how to describe it. All of these can be used directly. Correct. This system is a cracked version. The host need not complete any missions. Host may soar without worry. This system will always be right behind you. Forget it, you'd better stay in front of me. Chen Mo couldn't shake the feeling that something about that wording was off. Very well, this system is going to rest. If the host needs anything, just call for me. Chen Mo glanced at the brush in his hand and in an instant flung it behind him. Leave the sect. Leave what sect? The Qingyun Sect was his home. Luo Qingyao was his Dao partner. Who would dare oppose that? Qingyun Sect Grand Hall. Sect Master Feng Wuchang fixed his gaze ahead, white at his temples, his hair swaying gently in the wind. Senior brother. A cool, clear voice sounded. Feng Wuchang turned, and upon seeing his junior martial sister, felt a headache coming on. She possessed peerless, unparalleled talent, yet had taken a liking to a useless man. Senior brother, regarding the matter I spoke to you about before, how have your discussions gone? Luo Qingyao spoke, her expression cool and distant, completely different from how she was at Chen Mo's side. Feng Wuchang shook his head. Junior sister, for other matters we can all yield to you, but when it comes to you forming a Dao partnership with Chen Mo, we cannot agree. Oh, Luo Qingyao seemed to have long anticipated this answer. She smiled faintly. It's fine. I'm merely informing you, not discussing it with you. Junior sister. Feng Wuchang's headache worsened as he admonished her. You are the youngest emperor in the Minyuan realm, and in the future you may well stand at its very apex. And Chen Mo, after 100 years of cultivation, he is still at the first level of foundation establishment. How could he possibly be worthy of you? Whether he is worthy or not is not for you to decide, but for me to decide. Luo Qingyao spoke with domineering certainty. The world at large only knew Chen Mo as trash. Yet to her, Chen Mo was a unique existence under heaven. When she had first entered the Qingyun Sect, she had already displayed incomparable talent. What followed was endless, monotonous cultivation. Everyone in the sect placed high hopes upon her and cared only for her cultivation results. Only Chen Mo asked whether she was tired, whether she was suffering. When she was injured, it was Chen Mo who carefully applied medicine for her. When cultivation drove her to the brink of collapse, it was Chen Mo who silently kept her company. From then on, her cultivation gained meaning. Knowing that Chen Mo could not cultivate, she cultivated with all her might solely to protect him. Now that she had broken through to the Emperor realm, she finally possessed the ability to protect Chen Mo. Even if the entire world opposed her, she would still form a Dao partnership with him. Very well. Even if all our senior and junior brothers agreed to you and Chen Mo becoming Dao partners, what about Chen Mo himself? Have you considered his feelings? Feng Wuchang slowly walked to the window. Looking back, he said, Chen Mo is merely at the first level of foundation establishment. Do you think he can truly feel at ease being with you? At these words, Luo Qingyao was clearly stunned for a moment, but she still insisted, I believe he can accept me. Moreover, he and I have already consummated our marriage. What? As Luo Qingyao's words fell, Feng Wuchang's pupils contracted, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Wuchang felt a whirlwind of confusion, pointing at Luo Qingyao with trembling fingers. You. What are you saying? You and him. This is madness. Junior sister. He was distraught. A Luo Qingyao had grown up under his watch. In his eyes, only a figure of monumental stature could be worthy of her. And now, although Chen Mo was also someone he had watched grow up, it felt like his own cabbage had been uprooted by a pig. I have made my decision. Luo Qingyao's tone was resolute, leaving no room for reversal. I am here only to inform you, senior brother, that regardless of your agreement, I, Luo Qingyao, have set my sights on Chen Mo. If the sect does not accept him, I will leave Qingyun Sect with him. Feng Wuchang steadied himself. Very well. Junior sister, if you wish to be with Chen Mo, I will not stand in your way. But what about the others? A beauty brings disaster. Although you may not care, have you considered how many people will resent Chen Mo for being with you? Let alone elsewhere, just within Qingyun Sect, many disciples will seek trouble with him. Feng Wuchang's words struck hard, causing Luo Qingyao's heart to tremble. Before she could finish, Feng Wuchang interrupted her. I know you can protect him, but Chen Mo is an elder. If a disciple seeks guidance from him, you can't possibly intervene against the disciples. Feng Wuchang turned to glance at Luo Qingyao, his voice raised slightly. If you accept your assistance, the label of a pretty boy will stick with him for life. Over time, do you think Chen Mo can withstand that? No matter what, I will protect him for life. At worst, I will take him to hide in a place where no one can find us. Luo Qingyao's voice carried a hint of stubbornness. If it were truly as Feng Wuchang said, she wouldn't mind living in seclusion with Chen Mo. Feng Wuchang looked at his junior sister, pinching his forehead and shaking his head. My junior sister, you are thinking too naively. You can protect Chen Mo, but have you considered what if you can't? What do you mean, senior brother? Luo Qingyao raised an eyebrow. Do you remember the Zhixiao sacred land? I remember. She nodded silently, a bad premonition stirring within her. At the time, Master had an agreement with the Lord of the Zhixiao sacred land, intending for you to become a Dao partner with Gu Tianxiao. Initially, it was merely a joke, but now that you have broken through to the emperor level, the Zhixiao sacred land has begun to take this matter seriously. Just a few days ago, they even sent someone to personally visit, preparing to propose on an auspicious date. Luo Qingyao's mind was in chaos. So you all agreed? We naturally did not agree. Feng Wuchang sighed, seemingly bearing immense pressure. Then that's fine. Luo Qingyao breathed a sigh of relief. They won't continue to pester us if we don't agree, right? It's not that simple. Feng Wuchang shook his head, worry etched between his brows. If Master were still here, the Zhixiao sacred land would not force the matter, but now that Master has ascended, the Zhixiao sacred land will definitely find a way to encroach upon our Qingyun Sect. And the best way is to have you become a Dao partner with Gu Tianxiao. You are the only emperor in Qingyun Sect. As long as they hold you, it is equivalent to holding the lifeblood of Qingyun Sect. Luo Qingyao frowned, revealing a hint of grievance. So, senior brother, are you saying that I must become a Dao partner with Gu Tianxiao? No, Feng Wuchang waved his hand. If you are unwilling, we senior brothers will risk our lives to ensure the Zhixiao sacred land does not succeed. But if you become a Dao partner with Chen Mo, given Gu Tianxiao's arrogant disposition, do you think he will let Chen Mo go? If it is to protect you, the senior brothers would naturally be willing, and I believe many disciples of Qingyun Sect would be willing as well. But if it is to protect Chen Mo, even if we brothers are willing, what about the other elders? What about the disciples? After speaking, Feng Wuchang gently patted Luo Qingyao's shoulder. Junior sister, please consider this. Luo Qingyao stood frozen in place. At this moment, even though she was the youngest emperor in the abyssal realm, she felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. She once thought that breaking through to the emperor level would allow her to protect everything. But now she realized that she could protect nothing, not the one she loved nor her sect. Senior brother, I will take my leave first. Luo Qingyao lowered her head, lacking the confidence she once had. The youngest immortal emperor appeared powerless at that moment. After Luo Qingyao left, Feng Wuchang looked up at the sky, a tear slipping from the corner of his eye. Master, I am useless. He spoke, blaming himself for his inadequacy. If he were strong enough, what would he fear from the Zhixiao sacred land? If he were strong enough, even if Luo Qingyao and Chen Mo were together, as long as he supported them, no one would dare oppose. Unfortunately, all of this had to be borne by his beloved junior sister. On Luo Yao Peak, Chen Mo had fully adapted to the power within him, able to summon and release it at will. It appeared no different from before. Qingyao. Chen Mo took a deep breath. He had considered the matter Luo Qingyao asked him to think over. To become a Dao partner with Luo Qingyao. Now he need not feel inferior. Strange, why hasn't she come yet? Until night fell, Luo Qingyao still had not returned to Luo Yao Peak. Although Luo Yao Peak was a certain distance from the Lord's Hall, with Luo Qingyao's cultivation, she could cover that distance in an instant. Ah, she's here. At that moment, Luo Qingyao descended barefoot, her hair cascading like a waterfall, resembling a celestial maiden from the heavens, pure and untouched. However, her expression was somewhat solemn. Qingyao, what is wrong? Chen Mo noticed this detail. Luo Qingyao's demeanor was as different from before as night is from day, seemingly hiding something. It's nothing. Luo Qingyao forced a smile in front of Chen Mo. She did not want to show any emotions. Chen Mo nodded. Since Luo Qingyao did not want to speak, he would not press. By the way, Qingyao, I have made my decision regarding the matter you asked me to consider. Chen Mo then stood up, walking step by step toward Luo Qingyao. I am willing to become a Dao partner with you. As he approached Luo Qingyao, Chen Mo took her hand. Luo Qingyao's expression flashed with a hint of panic. Chen Mo's answer brought her joy, but more so panic. After pondering for a moment, Luo Qingyao withdrew her hand from Chen Mo's grasp, a hint of guilt in her expression. Chen Mo, let's just say that what happened before was a joke between us. I'm sorry. After leaving those words, Luo Qingyao turned to leave, her eyes already brimming with tears. It took immense courage for her to say that. Chen Mo stood there in shock. With his mystical vision, he could see that Luo Qingyao was burdened with unspoken worries. Qingyao, if you have any troubles, feel free to share. I can bear them with you. Chen Mo's words made Luo Qingyao's body tremble slightly. She wanted to turn around and tell Chen Mo that from today onwards, they would be Dao partners. But she couldn't. She couldn't be selfish. Our romantic sentiments shouldn't take precedence over the sect. Now all she could do was enter seclusion and continue her cultivation. Only when she stood at the pinnacle of the underworld realm could she do what she wished. I have no secrets. I simply do not wish to waste time with a useless person. Luo Qingyao held back her tears, speaking coldly, emanating an aura of extreme chill that kept others at bay. Her figure vanished in an instant. Chen Mo shook his head. Stubborn girl, he murmured. If it weren't for the eye of illusion, he would have naturally believed Luo Qingyao's words. However, Chen Mo was not in a hurry. If love is meant to last, would it matter the day-to-day? Luo Qingyao had always been strong-willed. If Chen Mo were to show overwhelming strength now, it would be Luo Qingyao who felt inferior. Accompanying someone is the longest confession of love. Initially, Luo Qingyao had been willing to stay with her. Now, it was her turn to be with Luo Qingyao. Old fellow, thank you for your care over the past century. Rest assured, with me around Qingyun Sect, we'll have no worries. Chen Mo stepped away from Luo Yaofeng. The old sect master Yin Qingyang had treated him well, and he had no choice before. Now he naturally wanted to make Qingyun Sect better. Among the peaks of Qingyun Sect, two were the most unique. One was Luo Qingyao's Luo Yao Peak, and the other was Chen Mo's Piamiao Peak. The other peaks had numerous disciples. In contrast, Piamiao Peak had not a single disciple. Luo Yao Peak had no disciples entirely because Luo Qingyao did not wish to instruct any. Piamiao Peak had no disciples because Chen Mo was unworthy to instruct them. Although Qingyun Sect was currently declining, it was still one of the top powers in the underworld realm and a dominant force in this Qingzhou. The lowest cultivation level among the disciples was already at the golden core stage. The previous Chen Mo was merely a foundation establishment level 1 waste. How could he guide these disciples? At this moment, Chen Mo walked alone on the moss-covered path, chewing on grass. He was pondering how to help Qingyun Sect enhance its strength. In fact, the foundation of Qingyun Sect was not poor. Although there weren't many systematic resources, they had everything necessary. Forget it. Let's just sleep for now. At this moment, in the main hall of Qingyun Sect, Luo Qingyao and Feng Wuchang were looking toward the direction of Piamiao Peak. Senior brother, I am going into seclusion now. Chen Mo, I entrust his care to you. Luo Qingyao spoke indifferently. At her level, the duration of seclusion could be as short as half a year or as long as several decades. Chen Mo's lifespan now depended on elixirs. What she worried about the most was that when she came out of seclusion, Chen Mo would have already passed away. Rest assured, no matter what, Chen Mo is also an elder of Qingyun Sect, and I have watched him grow up. I only oppose you becoming Dao partners with him, not that I dislike him, Feng Wuchang replied earnestly. Luo Qingyao nodded. She still trusted Feng Wuchang on this point. I am just worried about the other senior brothers. Luo Qingyao expressed her concerns. Feng Wuchang would not do such things, but the other elders. I guarantee that as long as I am here, no one will harm Chen Mo in any way. Feng Wuchang took a deep breath. This was a small matter he could manage. Good. Luo Qingyao said nothing more, and her figure vanished from the sect master's hall. Next time she emerged, she hoped to be with Chen Mo, and no one could stop them. Feng Wuchang looked at Luo Qingyao and felt a tinge of sadness. This burden was something he as the senior brother should have borne. And now, senior brother has the junior sister gone into seclusion. At that moment, a young man in gray robes entered from outside the palace. He carried a long sword on his back, his expression serious. Although he looked young, he had already lived for over 1,000 years. He was the 4th elder of Qingyun Sect and the master of Sword Peak Chongxian. Feng Wuchang nodded slightly. Junior sister is really confused to actually be with Chen Mo. A hint of anger was clearly visible on Chongxian's face. He both loved and hated this junior sister. He was pleased with Luo Qingyao's unparalleled talent, which allowed Qingyun Sect to maintain its top-tier position even after the ascension of the old sect master. What he hated was Luo Qingyao's recklessness. This matter is already in the past, let's not mention it again. Moreover, the junior sister has borne enough already. Feng Wuchang waved his hand to stop him. Chongxian clasped his hands behind his back and shifted the topic. Senior brother, why don't we simply expel Chen Mo from the sect to prevent him from disrupting the junior sister's Dao heart? After all, he doesn't have many years left to live. Chang Xian felt indifferent toward Chen Mo, neither liking nor disliking him. However, the matter of his relationship with Luo Qingyao, the more Chang Xian thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing to tear Chen Mo to pieces. Let's not bring this up again in the future. Feng Wuchang shot Chang Xian a displeased glance. No matter what, Chen Mo is a part of Qingyun Sect. Before the master passed, he specifically asked me to take care of Chen Mo. Perhaps in the master's heart he had already regarded Chen Mo as a disciple. But Chang Xian wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Feng Wuchang's glare. Instead of thinking about how to deal with Chen Mo, you might as well go into seclusion. Fourth junior brother, we shouldn't place the entire responsibility of the sect on the junior sister, should we? Feng Wuchang sat down beside a chair in the center of the palace. Your talent is not bad, strive to break through to the emperor level as soon as possible. Chang Xian smiled bitterly. To be honest, senior brother, I am only one step away from becoming an emperor, but this step feels like a chasm. This time out of seclusion is also to find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Chang Xian couldn't understand what the problem was. He was on the path of the sword, had comprehended the way of the sword, and his cultivation was sufficient. Yet he simply couldn't cross that hurdle. As for his technique, Chang Xian had never doubted it, as the Qingyun mixed yuan technique he cultivated was considered a top-tier technique and shouldn't have such obvious flaws. Feng Wuchang expressed his agreement. Merely entering seclusion may backfire, stepping out for a walk is also good. Understood, senior brother. Chang Xian clasped his hands and retreated, ultimately giving up on the idea of dealing with Chen Mo. After all, sometimes he missed that little guy who always followed behind him and called him handsome senior brother incessantly. The next day, Chen Mo suddenly got up. He thought about how to improve Qingyun Sect's strength. Every elder had to impart teachings and resolve doubts for their disciples regularly. He couldn't impart teachings, but resolving doubts shouldn't be too difficult, right? With the eye of illusion, whether disciple or elder, he could see any fatal flaws in their cultivation techniques. As long as he pointed out these issues, how could Qingyun Sect's strength not improve? Having made up his mind, Chen Mo immediately got up and headed towards the master's hall. He needed to inform Feng Wuchang about his intention to give a lecture. After all, without Feng Wuchang's promotion, it was likely that no one would come to listen to him. In the master's hall, Feng Wuchang was dealing with various reports from the Qingyun Sect stewards. Rubbing his temples, Feng Wuchang's expression was exceedingly grim. After Yan Qing had ascended, the other forces in Qingzhou had slowly begun to encroach upon the Qingyun Sect. Some affiliated forces had even severed ties with the Qingyun Sect. Although Feng Wuchang was furious, he felt utterly powerless. Without Luo Qingyao, the other forces would have likely acted against the Qingyun Sect long ago. Just as Feng Wuchang was feeling anxious, a voice came from outside the hall. He looked up and was somewhat surprised to see the newcomer. Junior brother Chen, what brings you here? Feng Wuchang spoke in a flat tone, as Chen Mo usually preferred not to visit the master's hall. Feng Wuchang instinctively thought Chen Mo was here for Luo Qingyao. Senior brother, I recently had a sudden inspiration, and today none of the senior brothers are giving lectures. I would like to give a lecture on Piamiao Peak, and I hope you can help promote it. Chen Mo cupped his hands in a humble gesture. To be honest, he held no grudges against Yan Qingyang's disciples. Although a few were somewhat dissatisfied with him, most were merely disappointed in him. Thus, Chen Mo maintained a sufficient level of respect towards them. Giving a lecture. Feng Wuchang frowned and cast a strange glance at Chen Mo. Could it be that this lad has been driven to madness by setbacks? However, Feng Wuchang did not voice this thought, but instead smiled and said, Junior brother, don't joke with me. You lack the cultivation level, so how can you lecture the disciples? He continued, even if I am willing to promote you, I fear no disciples would be willing to attend. Lecturing is not solely about cultivation. He added, although I have made no achievements in cultivation over the past century, I have seen the myriad facets of the world. Chen Mo murmured, the purpose of giving a lecture is indeed for cultivation. Discussing worldly matters with the disciples is in itself another form of cultivation for them. Chen Mo's words left Feng Wuchang silent for a moment. He stroked his chin, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt there was some truth to Chen Mo's words. All right. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wuchang agreed to Chen Mo's request. After all, Chen Mo had not asked him for anything in years. However, I can't guarantee anyone will come. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Mo waved his hand to Feng Wuchang and then left the master's hall. This little fellow. Feng Wuchang shook his head, suddenly feeling that Chen Mo and Luo Qingyao were quite well matched. It was a pity. Chen Mo's cultivation was a bit lacking. A lecture. Feng Wuchang smiled helplessly. Well, let him do as he wished. Today, all disciples of the Qingyun Sect were in an uproar. Elder Chen Mo will be giving a lecture on Piamiao Peak. When many disciples heard this news, they thought they had misheard. Elder Chen Mo giving a lecture. They could hardly fathom how these two terms were connected. Who didn't know that Chen Mo was the most useless elder in the Qingyun Sect? Not as good as the old ones, not as good as the young ones. Now he was actually being told he would give a lecture. No way, I have to go see this. I'm too curious about what kind of earth-shattering path Elder Chen Mo will talk about. Earth-shattering path. It might just be a little path in the woods. To Feng Wuchang's surprise, Chen Mo's lecture received a very good response. However, no one went to learn. They all came to see Chen Mo make a fool of himself. On the sword peak, a young man dressed in white with fair skin was practicing his swordplay. He slashed out, shattering a massive rock before him. The young man did not show any signs of joy. Instead, his face was solemn. So close, always so close. He pondered, what exactly is the problem? The young man was utterly puzzled. Senior brother, bye. Senior brother, bye. Just then a girl came running from a distance, dressed in loose robes with her hair tied up high, a playful beauty. On. Bai Lu paused his movements, a gentle look appearing in his eyes as he reached out to pat the girl's head. What brings you here? Oh. Amon seized Bai Lu's hand and mischievously said, want to hear some explosive news. Uncle Chun from Piaomiao Peak is giving a lecture today. Do you want to go listen? Oh. Bai Lu dug at his ears. Did I hear that right? Uncle Chun is giving a lecture. Yes. I only just found out. I heard many disciples from other peaks have already gone. Forget it. Bai Lu flicked Amon on the forehead. Instead of this, we might as well focus on our cultivation. Amon pouted and blinked her eyes. Don't you want to see what makes Uncle Chun so special? What could be so special? Everyone in the sect knows that Uncle Chun is the one with the lowest cultivation level. Bai Lu scoffed as he thought it more practical to practice swordplay than to listen to Chen Mo's lecture. Amon pouted, looking somewhat disappointed with pleading eyes, but Aunt Qingyao really likes him. Just think about it, even someone as exceptional as our master Aunt Qingyao doesn't fancy him, but chooses to like the unqualified Uncle Chun. Aren't you curious? Bai Lu stroked his chin and glanced at the sword in his hand. All right, since I haven't made any progress in my cultivation, I'll accompany you to take a look. Thank you, senior brother. Amon's eyes instantly widened as she lightly tapped her toes against Bai Lu's lips. Then let's go. Bai Lu's face instantly turned beet red as he allowed Amon to pull him towards Piaomiao Peak. On Piaomiao Peak outside the wooden hut, Chen Mo looked at the numerous disciples and felt somewhat dazed. In his impression, Piaomiao Peak had never been this lively. Not bad, not bad. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. These disciples were quite eager to learn. They were teachable. Chen Mo did not immediately start the lecture. It was still early, and some disciples had yet to arrive. Remarkably, all the disciples present were remarkably well-behaved, quietly sitting outside the wooden hut, without anyone mocking Chen Mo. They looked at the smile on Chen Mo's face, feeling somewhat perplexed. After a while, Amon and Bai Lu also arrived. Senior brother Bai. Senior brother Bai. The disciples who had already arrived greeted Bai Lu, their gazes strange. That Elder Chen's lecture, and Bai Lu was actually coming too. Bai Lu nodded in response, bringing Amon to sit in the front row. Uncle, when does the lecture start? After waiting for a moment, Amon propped her face on her hands, feeling a bit impatient. Chen Mo looked at the sky. Those who should have come were present, and those who did not were out of luck. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo smiled and said, I didn't expect such a large audience for my first lecture. I am quite pleased. Chen Mo's shameless words sparked a silent laughter battle among all the disciples. Surely they can't really think they came here to attend a lecture. No. They simply wanted to make things difficult for Chen Mo. Of course, they wouldn't say it out loud. Everyone was looking at Chen Mo with mischievous smiles. It is a great disrespect to strike at a master uncle. However, asking for guidance on techniques from a master uncle should not be too much to ask. After all, he initiated the lecture. This was the thought of the majority of the disciples. Of course, a man and Bai Lu were the exceptions. At this moment, a man was staring curiously at Chen Mo with her big watery eyes. He is handsome indeed, but she still couldn't understand why Master Qingyao liked him so much. All right, enough of the nonsense, let's begin the lecture. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Chen Mo cleared his throat. Lecture? What does he know? He only knows how to answer questions. But he can't just dive right into that. Fortunately, he hadn't forgotten what he learned in his past life. All the disciples immediately quieted down, focusing intently on Chen Mo. At the beginning of man, nature is inherently good. Beware and strive diligently. After reciting the three-character classic, Chen Mo took a sip of tea beside him. To his surprise, not a single disciple was asleep. Instead, they all wore expressions of contemplation. Indeed, those who can cultivate are not simple beings. Chen Mo smirked and tentatively asked, so do you have any insights? The disciples exchanged blank stares, their eyes remarkably clear. They felt what Chen Mo said sounded profound and lofty, but it was utterly useless for their cultivation. They didn't even know how to make things difficult for Chen Mo. Elder, I have doubts. At this moment, a disciple with a puzzled expression clearly had been listening earnestly. Speak. Chen Mo became interested. Could it be that a disciple could actually learn something from the three-character classic? Earlier you mentioned that dogs do not bark. Nature is transformed. Does that mean that as long as the dog doesn't bark, there are no desires in that aspect? But the disciple scratched his head. Even though my family's dog doesn't bark, it often goes to the neighboring village to find female dogs. Huh. This disciple's remark sparked uproarious laughter. What a talent. Even Chen Mo was stunned. He didn't expect this disciple's mind to be so lively. What are you laughing at? Isn't that what Master Chen meant? The disciple's face instantly flushed red. What Master Chen meant is that if a person is not disciplined, their character will change drastically. At this moment, a sweet and charming voice rang out. The speaker was none other than a man. Chen Mo's eyes lit up, understanding why the teacher liked outstanding students. Very good, very good. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. What is your name? Replying to Master Uncle, I am a man, and my master is Changxian. A man giggled and proactively introduced her background. So you're a disciple of the fourth senior brother? No wonder you have such insight. Chen Mo's eyes flickered. A man, besides what you just mentioned, do you have any other insights? A man stroked her chin, her eyes slightly curved. What Master Uncle mentioned about man being inherently good while referring to ordinary people, I believe it also applies in the cultivation world. When everyone begins their cultivation, they all have a heart directed towards the Tao. Oh, it's just that the people they encounter and the forces they join vary, with some becoming righteous sects and others turning to demonic cultivation. I think Master Uncle's true intention is to tell us to work hard in Qingyun Sect and not to become practitioners of the demonic path. A man's explanation not only conquered all the disciples, but also impressed Chen Mo. Impressive. Chen Mo secretly thought to himself, vowing that he was merely at a loss for words during the three-character classic lecture. At this moment, a man shone brilliantly in Bai Lu's eyes. The way the other disciples looked at Chen Mo also grew more respectful. So it turns out Elder Chen's purpose in lecturing was to impart this understanding to them. Although their cultivation was low, Elder Chen's character was worthy of their admiration. No, wait. Soon a disciple awoke as if from a dream. They came here to make things difficult for Chen Mo. How could they be swayed by his profound teachings? A disciple suddenly realized, almost having been brainwashed by Chen Mo into correcting their misguided ways. Wait a minute, Elder, although what you said makes sense, it doesn't help with our cultivation. This statement caused the disciples to awaken completely. Yes, you promised to lecture, but what you've discussed isn't the Tao. Increasingly, more voices of rebuttal emerged. Chen Mo smiled mysteriously, waiting for their rebuttals. All right, since you want to hear the Tao, this elder shall explain what the Tao truly is. Chen Mo set down his teacup, assuming a profound expression. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. After reciting the three-character classic, Chen Mo naturally would not let go of Laozi's Tao Te Ching. After finishing the Tao Te Ching, all the disciples fell into silence once again. Compared to the earlier discussion on man being inherently good, this seemed much more substantial. Moreover, it was quite profound. Seeing all the contemplative disciples, Chen Mo smiled in satisfaction. Go and comprehend, the Tao Te Ching is not so easy to grasp. In their confusion, it was the moment for Chen Mo to showcase his talents. This elder Chen has some substance. The more the disciples thought about it, the more they felt that what Chen Mo said was impressive. Even though they couldn't understand or grasp it, it didn't stop them from feeling it was remarkable. Senior brother, did you understand? A man also confused asked Bai Lu. Bai Lu first nodded, then shook his head. The Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2. 3 gives birth to all things. He seemed to grasp it, yet couldn't hold on to it. He felt that after understanding what Chen Mo said, his swordsmanship and cultivation would experience a tremendous breakthrough. Master Uncle, what exactly is this Tao? Bai Lu cupped his hands, humbly inquiring. At this moment, Chen Mo was not seen as an elder without cultivation in his eyes, but rather as a beacon of light in the darkness. Finally, it's here. Chen Mo internally rejoiced. He had been waiting for these disciples' inquiries. Ahem. Chen Mo cleared his throat. The so-called Tao is quite troublesome to explain. How about this? You demonstrate your immortal arts and techniques for me. Then I can explain it to you better. Bai Lu's hopes, which had risen with great difficulty, were instantly dashed. Guiding techniques and immortal arts, not even his master Changxian knew where his problem lay, and Chen Mo. The other disciples exchanged glances. Could it be that Elder Chen doesn't even know what he's talking about? Whispered one disciple. Chen Mo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. These disciples were quite clever. He looked at Bai Lu, who he recognized as the chief disciple of the Sword Peak. Bai Lu, if this master uncle's guess is correct, you are just one step away from breaking through to the golden immortal realm, but that step has always been insurmountable, hasn't it? Bai Lu's pupils constricted. How did he know? This matter was known only to Changxian and a man. In the skies above the misty peak, Feng Wuchang appeared here after finishing his matters. He was mainly worried that some reckless disciples might accidentally kill Chen Mo, which would make it difficult to explain to Luo Qingyao. Of course, He also feared that Chen Mo might speak nonsense, leading the disciples to go astray. However, upon arriving, he was astonished. The scene seemed harmonious, with no disciple showing disrespect towards Chen Mo. There were, but none of them took action. The disciples of Qingyun Sect were quite polite. Bored Feng Wuchang concealed himself in the void, quietly observing below. Bai Lu was shocked by Chen Mo's words. The nearby Amon also shook her head, swearing that she hadn't told anyone about this matter. If you trust my words, then display your techniques and swordsmanship. Chen Mo looked at Bai Lu with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding disciples cast disdainful glances at Chen Mo. The goodwill that had just been established vanished in an instant. Why should senior brother Bai Lu be guided by him? Is it because of his foundation establishment at the first level? What a joke. Senior brother Bai Lu is the chief of the Sword Peak and a pillar of our Qingyun Sect. How could he possibly be guided by him? The disciples whispered among themselves, not holding back their contempt. It was just that Chen Mo was somewhat oblivious. If he could truly guide someone in cultivation, would he still be at the foundation establishment, first level? Feng Wuchang in the void sighed, holding his forehead. This Chen Mo had truly become addicted to expounding the Tao. Bai Lu was also quite conflicted. He was certain that Chen Mo was unaware of his nearly breaking through to the golden, immortal realm. However, this was simply too absurd. To be guided at the foundation establishment, first level. The more he listened, the more impossible it seemed. After pondering for a moment, Bai Lu took a deep breath. He would take a gamble, as there was nothing to lose. Then thank you, Master Uncle, for the guidance. Bai Lu slightly bowed. Oh, what's wrong with senior brother Bai? Could it be that he really believes Elder Chen? The disciples discussed among themselves, but they only dared to speak softly. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Bai Lu silently circulated his technique, and an overwhelming force surged upward, reaching the peak of the celestial, immortal realm. No one noticed the golden light flickering in Chen Mo's pupils. The technique is fine, Chen Mo silently remarked, as Bai Lu had already mastered the Xianyang heart technique to perfection. What about the swordsmanship? Display your swordsmanship. Chen Mo appeared inscrutable. The disciples in front narrowed their eyes, as if he really understands anything. Bai Lu nodded, and a green sword materialized in his hand. Qingyu's sword technique. He spoke, slashing out, and the sword light behind him transformed into a crescent moon, the shimmering brilliance seemingly capable of slaying anyone. Senior brother Bai Lu has become even stronger. The disciples widened their eyes. Bai Lu's swordsmanship had grown increasingly enchanting. No wonder he was the chief of Sword Peak. Given time, he might surpass Chongxian. Under the gaze of the void, Chen Mo quickly discovered the reason why Bai Lu could not break through to the Golden Immortal. Bai Lu's swordsmanship and techniques were already perfected, yet he had never grasped the Tao. Bai Lu, let me ask you, do you know the conditions to break through to the Golden Immortal? Chen Mo stood up, his gaze fixed on Bai Lu. For some reason, Bai Lu felt an intense sense of pressure from Chen Mo today. To break through to the Golden Immortal, one must walk out their own Tao. Bai Lu spoke softly, his expression somewhat confused, as he did not know what his Tao was. That's right, but it is to comprehend the Tao. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction, pretending to be profound. The disciples below pointed at Chen Mo, who did not know this stuff. I think Elder Chen is just pretending to understand, feigning profundity, when in fact he knows nothing. The crowd muttered quietly. But do you know why you cannot comprehend the Tao? Chen Mo naturally heard these voices, but he did not pay them any mind. Let the bullets fly for a bit, then they would know whether it was an empty gun or not. Shaking his head, Bai Lu felt somewhat disappointed. Disciple does not know. Please enlighten me, Master Uncle. If you do not know how to comprehend your own sword Tao, you might as well ask your heart. Your heart. Bai Lu seemed to understand, but was still confused. Exactly, ask yourself why you wield a sword. Oh, what is the meaning of wielding a sword? Chen Mo pointed to his heart. Bai Lu's comprehension was not poor. With just a little prompting, he could walk out his own Tao. What nonsense is this? A disciple was bewildered, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Mo. Wait a moment, look at senior brother Bai. Finally, someone noticed Bai Lu's actions. Bai Lu closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged with sword intent raging around him. Could it be that Elder Chen can truly help senior brother Bai? A tremor ran through their hearts, and the disciples' pupils constricted. At this moment, Bai Lu continuously asked himself why he practiced swordsmanship. He felt that if he could clarify this question, he would be able to comprehend the sword Tao. In his mind, images flickered continuously. He remembered the day when his village was suddenly invaded by demonic cultivators, and all the elders in the village perished at the hands of those demons. Just as the demonic cultivators prepared to kill him, a sword light pierced through the void instantly, slaying the demon in front of him, blood splattering onto his face. The one who acted was none other than Chongxian. He was brought back to the Qingyun Sect by Chongxian and accepted as a disciple. From that day on, he began practicing swordsmanship, imitating Chongxian. He hoped that one day, when faced with such a situation, he could protect the people he wanted to safeguard with the sword in his hand. Thus, the purpose of his sword practice was to protect. Bai Lu opened his eyes, excitement spreading across his face. Master Uncle, I've understood. It is protection. The purpose of my sword practice is to protect everything I wish to safeguard. Bai Lu spoke excitedly as sword intent howled around him, the Tao rhythm gradually descending from the heavens. Congratulations, you have found your own Tao. Now you should break through to the golden immortal. Chen Mo gave Bai Lu a thumbs up. Bai Lu rose, cupping his hands, and knelt straight before Chen Mo. Disciple Bai Lu, thank you for the guidance, Master Uncle. Chen Mo helped him up. Here, break through to the golden immortal. Yes. Bai Lu stood up, circulating his technique as the rhythm of the sword descended from the heavens. Moments later, golden light filled the space above him. Bai Lu slowly ascended, allowing the golden light to enter his body. As the golden light dissipated, Bai Lu had already become a cultivator of the golden immortal realm. At this moment, all the disciples were dumbfounded. He broke through. Senior brother Bai broke through. Their gazes towards Chen Mo completely changed from disdain to respect. With just a few words, Bai Lu comprehended the Tao and broke through to the golden immortal realm. Who was it that said Elder Chen was pretending to be profound? Step forward. The disciples immediately displayed a dramatic change of attitude. No one dared to show Chen Mo any disrespect anymore. What if he was at the foundation establishment, first level? As long as he could guide their cultivation, Chen Mo was the most impressive elder. At the Great Hall. Elder, I also have some questions regarding cultivation that I would like to ask you. Master Uncle, look at me first. You used to carry me when I was a child. Hidden in the void, Feng Wuchang was also deeply shocked by this scene. This kid. Feng Wuchang frowned tightly, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his pupils as he tried to see through Chen Mo. Feng Wuchang's brow furrowed even more deeply. Foundation establishment stage 1, yet he was able to help Bai Lu break through to the golden immortal with just a few words. Not to mention Chen Mo, even if an emperor came, it wouldn't be possible so quickly. Could it be that this kid has been pretending all along? Feng Wuchang quickly dismissed this thought. Who could pretend for 100 years? If Chen Mo had shown this ability earlier, even with a low cultivation level, no one would dare to look down on him. Why then should he endure a century of ridicule? Unable to comprehend, Feng Wuchang simply decided not to think about it anymore. It was a good thing for Qingyun Sect that Chen Mo had this ability and was willing to guide his disciples. Moreover, everyone has their own secrets. Chen Mo looked at the many disciples' expressions of admiration and eagerness to learn, revealing a satisfied demeanor. Elder Chen, please guide me. Elder Chen, look here, I love you. Whether they were female or male disciples, they all crazily fawned over Chen Mo. At this moment, they had completely forgotten that Chen Mo was only at foundation establishment stage 1. A teacher is not necessarily inferior to their disciples. A man saw Chen Mo help Bai Lu break through, and her big eyes were filled with admiration for him. Senior Uncle, a man raised her hand innocently. I feel like there's something wrong with my cultivation lately. Could you help me take a look? Chen Mo looked down at the obedient man. All right, please demonstrate your technique for me. A man stood up and began to operate her technique. Under the void, Chen Mo quickly discerned a man's shortcomings. This little girl had decent talent, but she was a bit too lazy. Her technique was full of flaws. Chen Mo quickly pointed out the problems. Thank you, Senior Uncle. A man was excited. What Chen Mo said was exactly aligned with her confusions. Little girl, it's best to go out and experience more. Only in battle can you better perfect your technique. Understood. A man stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit shy. However, she really didn't want to engage in fighting and killing. Spending every day with senior brother Bai Lu was just fine. Bai Lu shook his head with a smile, affectionately patting a man's head. Chen Mo looked at Bai Lu and a man reminiscing about his past with Luo Qingyao. Only he was now in a man's position. No, he was not as good as a man. And Luo Qingyao was now in Bai Lu's position. Elder Chen, it's unfair. Why do you only guide the disciples of the Sword Peak? We want guidance too. At this moment, a disciple complained, perhaps feeling that a man's hand-raising had earned her Chen Mo's guidance, and everyone raised their hands in unison. Don't worry, since you all came today to support this elder, I won't let you down, and I guarantee that you will all gain something from this. Chen Mo was not stingy at all. It could be seen as repaying the kind deeds of the old sect master. Chen Mo patiently pointed out each disciple's shortcomings in their techniques and martial skills. Disciples who could enter the Qingyun Sect were among the top in Qingzhou. Chen Mo only needed to provide a few pointers, and these disciples would immediately grasp it. Feng Wuchang had an odd expression, considering that all of Chen Mo's talents were focused on teaching. As night fell and the sun set, all the disciples who came to listen to the lecture at Piamiao Peak were finished. Elder Chen, when will your next lecture be? I want to bring all the disciples from our Moyu Peak. That's right, I also want to bring all the disciples from our Shaozhu Peak. All the disciples asked reluctantly, while they were also very grateful that they attended Chen Mo's lecture. A week from now. Chen Mo thought for a moment and nodded. He had to leave some face for the other senior brothers. If he lectured every day, it would overshadow the other senior brothers. All right, we will definitely come back in 7 days. All the disciples spoke, their tone filled with reluctance. In truth, it was also more guilt, as they had previously mocked Chen Mo. All right, today's lecture ends here. Go back and cultivate well. Chen Mo looked at the sky and felt refreshed. After 100 years, he had never felt so useful. Okay, goodbye, Elder Chen. Take care, Elder Chen. Senior uncle, we will take our leave now. Bai Lu clasped his hands, looking very much like a dashing young man. Senior uncle, we will come again, next time he. A man waved her hand, her admiration for Chen Mo almost surpassing that for Chongxian. Go on. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Suddenly he frowned and looked up at the void above. A terrifying aura was approaching Piaomiao, Peak seemingly filled with anger. Bai Lu and the others who were about to leave also sensed this aura and looked up in unison. Chen Mo, get out here. An old, deep voice roared, and an old man looking frail and with a sullen expression appeared in the sky. It's the Grand Elder. Why has the Grand Elder come here? All the disciples stopped in their tracks, looking seriously at the elder in the sky, who was one of the Grand Elders of Qingyun Sect, Lin Wei. In the void, the hidden Feng Wuchang's face changed drastically. This old guy actually came out of seclusion. Feng Wuchang murmured. He roughly understood why Lin Wei had come. After all, Lin Wei had always advocated the marriage between Luo Qingyao and Gu Tianxiao. Chen Mo was not afraid at all, calmly looking at Lin Wei. Senior uncle, what brings you to Piaomiao Peak? He spoke indifferently. If anyone wanted him to leave Qingyun Sect, it would definitely be Lin Wei. Lin Wei was currently bewildered. In his impression, Piaomiao Peak was a place where not a single bird would poop, so why were there so many disciples here today? But he didn't have time to think about that. As suppressing his anger, he coldly questioned, I ask you, have you done something disgraceful with Qingyao? Chen Mo frowned, so this was the reason he had come. He calmly replied, please be careful with your words, senior uncle. My feelings with Qingyao are mutual, it is not something disgraceful. Moreover, Chen Mo changed the subject. What we do seems to have nothing to do with you, senior uncle. Chen Mo's words made all the disciples hold their breath. Elder Chen, are you really that tough? Daring to speak to the Grand Elder like this? You're courting death. The disciples were somewhat worried. Although Chen Mo was an excellent teacher, his cultivation was still too low. If Lin Wei became unhappy, he might slap Chen Mo to death. Even if they wanted to help, they couldn't. Lin Wei was also taken aback by Chen Mo's words. When did Chen Mo dare to refute him? Perhaps feeling provoked, Lin Wei's anger flared even more. You are audacious to speak to me like this. It seems your master is gone and no one taught you how to behave. In that case, today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Lin Wei's face revealed a murderous intent. Chen Mo's relationship with Luo Qingyao had completely disrupted his plans. Now only by completely eliminating Chen Mo could the plan possibly continue. Lin Wei's eagle-like eyes fixed on Chen Mo. This is bad, Elder Chen is in danger. Many disciples felt a wave of anxiety for Chen Mo. Bai Lu exchanged glances with a man, then slightly moved closer to Chen Mo. Elder Chen Shishu is an elder of the Qingyun Sect. If you want to kill him, shouldn't you at least inform the sect master? He's just a waste, just kill him. Even if Feng Wuchang is here, I wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Lin Wei snorted coldly, his dark gaze turned to Bai Lu. Kid, step aside, or don't blame me for being rude. Lin Wei recognized Bai Lu as the chief of the Sword Peak. Had it been any other disciple, they would have been slapped to death by him already. Don't you think the elder's actions are excessive? If you want to kill Chen Shishu, shouldn't there be a reason? Do you think you can kill a sect elder just because you are a supreme elder? Bai Lu did not back down, questioning word by word. Exactly, the supreme elder has gone too far. Elder Chen and Elder Qingyao are in love. What does it have to do with him? Moreover, it was Elder Qingyao who took the initiative and even drugged him. What wrong has Elder Chen done? Many disciples whispered among themselves, and no one thought Chen Mo was unworthy of Qingyao anymore. What if his cultivation is not high? Chen Mo's teachings are exceptional. Luo Qingyao is a top combat force to elevate the sect. Chen Mo can enhance the overall strength. These two are a match made in heaven. Hearing the discussions around him, Lin Wei was bewildered. When did Chen Mo gain so many disciples defending him? Sharp-tongued brat. Lin Wei glared at Bai Lu, his face dark as night. Today I will kill Chen Mo, and I want to see who can stop me. A terrifying aura erupted from Lin Wei. The unique aura of a celestial master spread out, and under the pressure all disciples trembled, some even collapsing to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure. Bai Lu felt immensely uncomfortable at this moment. Nevertheless, he drew his sword. If the elder wants to kill Chen Shishu, then don't blame the disciple for being disrespectful. Struggling to suppress his discomfort, Bai Lu pointed his sword directly at Lin Wei. A small act of kindness deserves a great return. Chen Mo looked at Bai Lu in surprise. This kid truly exceeded his expectations, proving his efforts were not in vain. However, how could such matters be allowed for the younger generation to resolve? He placed his hand on Bai Lu's shoulder. Step back, Shu can handle this himself. Chen Mo spoke gently. Bai Lu turned back, and the instant Chen Mo's hand rested on his shoulder, he felt the oppressive feeling from Lin Wei vanish, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Chen Mo pulled Bai Lu behind him, his eyes locked onto Lin Wei. Lin Wei, if you want to kill me, then come. At least you have some responsibility. Since that's the case, I'll grant your wish. Lin Wei snorted coldly, slapping down in the void, causing the space to tremble and a fierce wind to rise. It's over, O Elder Chen is in danger. Many disciples secretly spoke. They wanted to help, but found themselves unable to move under Lin Wei's pressure. Bai Lu and a man were closest to Chen Mo, but were also immobilized. In the void, Feng Wuchang's expression changed. Just as he was about to make a move, a ray of sword light descended before Chen Mo. Fourth Shitty. Feng Wuchang felt relieved with Changxian. Here, Chen Mo was safe. When Chen Mo sensed this sword light, he was also taken aback. Master, Bai Lu and a man's voices broke the silence. Many disciples opened their eyes to see a sword shimmering with light before Chen Mo blocking Lin Wei's attack. Elder Shu is getting old. Why is he still so irritable? A lazy, contemptuous voice came forth. Changxian appeared before Chen Mo, calmly gazing at Lin Wei. Elder Chang, that's great. Elder Chen is saved. The disciples breathed a deep sigh of relief. Changxian, second only to Luo Qingyao in combat power within Qingyun Sect, with him present, Lin Wei could not harm Chen Mo. Master, fourth Shixiang. Chen Mo, Bai Lu, and a man spoke simultaneously. Changxian cast a casual glance at Chen Mo, slightly nodding. How you broke through? Suddenly he noticed Bai Lu's expression change. Bai Lu had broken through to Golden Immortal. To report to Master, the disciple managed to break through to Golden Immortal thanks to Chen Shu. Bai Lu was also a bit excited. Is that so? Changxian looked at Chen Mo in surprise, not expecting the one who helped Bai Lu break through would be Chen Mo. Master, let me tell you, Chen Shu is very impressive. Not only did he help Shixiang break through, but he also pointed out the shortcomings of all the disciples. A man mischievously chimed in, wildly praising Chen Mo. Oh, Changxian looked deeply at Chen Mo. His junior brother actually had such abilities, truly hidden talent. Changxian, you should be aware of the matters between Chen Mo and Qingyao. For the sake of Qingyun Sect, I advise you not to interfere with me. During their casual conversation, Lin Wei spoke angrily, not anticipating Changxian would take action personally. Didn't Changxian hold Chen Mo in disdain? The matters between Chen Mo and Qingyao are our family affairs, no need for Shu to worry. Shu should rest and recuperate. Changxian stated lightly. He had objections to this matter, but that didn't mean he would allow others to kill Chen Mo. In other words, they could criticize Chen Mo, but others could not. No matter how Chen Mo was, he was still their junior brother, even though he had not formally apprenticed. Yet subconsciously they all regarded Chen Mo as their little junior brother, just that this little junior brother was a bit of a waste. Now it seemed he was no longer a waste. Are you certain about this? Lin Wei's anger was still unresolved on his face. Do you know what kind of trouble this will bring to Qingyun Sect if this matter spreads? We brothers will bear all consequences ourselves. If Shu is afraid, feel free to withdraw from the Qingyun Sect. Changxian spoke coldly, too tired to waste words. Lin Wei, ambitious as he was, had coveted the position of sect master ever since Yin Qingyang's ascension. Who would have thought the position would ultimately fall to Feng Wuchang? Although he had not done anything outrageous over the years, everyone knew Lin Wei had long had his eye on the position of sect master. Naturally, Changxian would not give him a good expression. You, Lin Wei's face turned ashen. Fine. What a Changxian, what a sword peak master, so arrogant. I want to see what ability you have to speak such haughty words. Lin Wei was wary of Changxian, but that did not mean he feared him. You can come and try. Changxian smiled nonchalantly, his sword pointing at Lin Wei, showcasing the essence of a sword immortal. Feng Wuchang, hiding behind the clouds, knew he could no longer remain hidden. If Changxian accidentally killed Lin Wei, it would be a huge loss for Qingyun Sect. The terrifying aura of Lin Wei and Changxian erupted. Above the misty peak, the atmosphere was unbearably oppressive. Under the pressure of the two, it felt as if everything was about to be destroyed. Fourth senior brother is not far from the Emperor realm. Chen Mo had been paying close attention to Changxian, and under the illusory eye, he quickly discovered Changxian's problem. The swordsmanship is fine, but the main issue lies in the deviation in Changxian's practice of the Qian Kun Hunyuanju. I need to find an opportunity to guide him later. Stop. Just as the two were about to strike, Feng Wuchang finally appeared. Greetings, Sect Master. All the disciples bowed, as Feng Wuchang, though not the strongest of Qingyun Sect, was undoubtedly the most suitable to be the Sect Master. Senior brother, Changxian and Chen Mo spoke simultaneously. What makes you so angry, Uncle Master? Feng Wuchang feigned ignorance and inquired of Lin Wei, but in truth he was well aware of Lin Wei's hidden motives. Feng Wuchang, you should know better than I do. Lin Wei said coldly, for it was Feng Wuchang's excessive indulgence of Chen Mo that led to this situation with Luo Qingyao. Are you referring to the matter with Qingyao? Feng Wuchang pretended to be unaware. Of course, Lin Wei replied coldly. Qingyu's feelings are her own freedom. Uncle Master, you seem to be meddling a bit too much. Feng Wuchang narrowed his eyes at Lin Wei. Lin Wei's expression darkened. It's easy for you to say, do you not know that Luo Qingyao has an engagement with the Zhixiao, sacred land? Now that he is involved with Chen Mo, how do we explain this to the Zhixiao, sacred land? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo furrowed his brow. He understood why Luo Qingyao had suddenly gone back on her word, as she surely did not want to drag him into this. Foolish girl. Chen Mo felt a pang of heartache. Luo Qingyao was bearing too much. As I said that day, as long as Qingyao does not wish it, no one can force her. And moreover, Feng Wuchang snorted coldly. When did the matters of Qingyun Sect require an explanation to the Zhixiao sacred land? Uncle Master, are you so concerned about this matter because you have reached some kind of agreement with the Zhixiao sacred land? Feng Wuchang's tone was calm, yet it placed immense pressure on Lin Wei. Lin Wei's face visibly showed a moment of panic, but he quickly concealed it. I'm only considering what's best for Qingyun Sect. Why should the sect master pin such a label on me? Since the sect master is so resolute, then I will see how you face the Zhixiao sacred land. You need not worry about that, Uncle Master. What you should do now is enter seclusion. After all, your lifespan is not long, is it? Feng Wuchang spoke sarcastically, for Qingyun Sect Lin Wei was always a hidden danger. However, killing him now would inevitably provoke the dissatisfaction of the other elders. This was also why he needed to intervene and stop Changxian. Oomph. Lin Wei snorted coldly, realizing he couldn't kill Chen Mo today. He flew away. As Lin Wei departed, the disciples finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank you both, senior brothers, for your assistance. Chen Mo smiled as he stepped forward and bowed to Feng Wuchang and Changxian. I should be the one thanking you. Changxian's attitude toward Chen Mo improved significantly. After all, Chen Mo had enabled Bai Lu to break through, which in some aspects made him superior. You kid, you hide pretty deep. Feng Wuchang observed Chen Mo with curiosity, having seen Chen Mo's guidance to the disciples just now. He accurately pointed out each disciple's flaws. Such skill was something he couldn't help but admire. I've just had a sudden epiphany. Chen Mo humbly smiled. He couldn't just tell Feng Wuchang he had a cheat. Feng Wuchang did not press further, and instead reminded him, Junior brother, you should avoid leaving the sect if you don't have to. I fear that old guy Lin Wei might take action against you. If it were up to me, senior brother, you should let me kill him directly. That would avoid so much trouble. Changxian said domineeringly, his eyes revealing a killing intent. Moreover, this old man is not of right mind. I truly fear he may do something detrimental to our Qingyun Sect. There's no rush. Feng Wuchang shook his head. Lin Wei is after all a supreme elder, and he has many supporters. If we were to kill him, it would likely incite a riot. This is what Feng Wuchang is worried about. To kill him is not the right time. Changxian could only nod if Feng Wuchang, after all, was the sect master and had to consider far more than he did. Senior brother, you need not worry. Chen Mo simply nodded in response, then continued to ask, Senior brother, what is the situation regarding the engagement between Qingyao and the Zhixiao sacred land? Why was I unaware of it? Feng Wuchang and Changxian exchanged glances and no longer concealed the truth. Actually, this was a joke between the master and the leader of the Zhixiao sacred land back then. Initially, the Zhixiao sacred land did not take it seriously, but after Qingyao broke through to the emperor realm, they became restless. They wish for Qingyao to marry their holy son Gu Tianxiao. To put it bluntly, they want to annex our Qingyun sect. Feng Wuchang murmured, fearing to put pressure on Chen Mo. He consoled, but you need not worry, with us here we will not let the Zhixiao sacred land succeed. That's right, junior brother, you need not worry about this matter. If the Zhixiao sacred land wants to marry Qingyao, they will have to step over our dead bodies first. At this moment, Changxian also expressed his stance. Compared to the Zhixiao sacred land, it wouldn't be impossible for Luo Qingyao to become Chen Mo's partner. Chen Mo nodded, his eyes sharp. If the Zhixiao sacred land dared to force the issue, he suggested they be removed from the list of allies. As for Luo Qingyao, when she emerged from seclusion, he would definitely let her know that he now had the ability to protect her. Alright, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave first. Changxian had intended to leave the sect to break through to the emperor realm, but unexpectedly encountered Lin Wei attacking Chen Mo. Be careful outside. Feng Wuchang knew what Changxian intended to do and reminded him. Fourth senior brother. Just as Changxian turned, Chen Mo called out to him. Changxian turned his head, looking at Chen Mo in confusion. What is it, junior brother? Fourth senior brother, you are going out this time to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough, right? That's right. There is something I wonder whether I should say or not. Junior brother, you can speak freely. Changxian raised an eyebrow, still wanting to hear what Chen Mo had to say. If fourth senior brother, your cultivation issue is not resolved, you might never step into the emperor realm in this lifetime. As soon as Chen Mo's words fell, everyone went silent. Bai Lu a man Feng Wuchang, and all the disciples widened their eyes in shock. Could it be that Chen Mo could even guide the elders? If that were the case, it would be truly against the heavens. Chang Xian looked serious. Are you saying that I have a problem with my cultivation? It's not the method, it's that you have deviated in your practice, senior brother. Chen Mo spoke confidently. Chang Xian's brows furrowed. Even more, he began to doubt if Chen Mo was just talking nonsense. After all, he had already perfected the Qingyun Hunyuan Gong. How could he have gone astray? The many disciples and Feng Wuchang raised their brows. Chen Mo, isn't what you said a bit too absolute? After all, Chang Xian is at the pinnacle of the immortal venerable realm, just a step away from becoming an emperor. How could one not be aware of the problems in their own cultivation? Yet Chen Mo was able to clearly point out their issues earlier. Now it couldn't be said recklessly. For a moment, no one knew whether to trust Chen Mo. A hint of offense appeared on Chang Xian's face. The Qingyun Hunyuan Gong is an ancient technique passed down through generations. I have already cultivated it to perfection. How could there be a problem? Junior brother, could it be that you are mistaken? After pondering for a moment, Chang Xian's voice softened considerably. After all, he was the junior brother. Chen Mo merely smiled indifferently. What you said is not wrong. The Qingyun Hunyuan Gong is indeed an excellent technique, and you have cultivated it to perfection. But the problem is, you have cultivated it to perfection too much. Chang Xian's expression froze. What do you mean, junior brother? At this moment, all the disciples, including Feng Wuchang, dared not speak. They all felt a glimmer of hope. If Chen Mo could truly identify Chang Xian's problems correctly, it would signify the emergence of the second emperor of the Qingyun Sect. Chen Mo spoke calmly, explaining the Qingyun Hunyuan Gong with Qingyun as the form and Hunyuan as the essence. This technique requires constructing a stable, balanced, and all-encompassing small world of Qingyun within the body. Thus, senior brother, over the years you have been relentlessly pursuing the neutral and harmonious flow of spiritual power, the perfect balance of yin and yang, and the even development of the 5 elemental attributes, striving to make your small Qingyun flawless and indestructible. Chang Xian's pupils slightly contracted. Chen Mo had accurately pinpointed his cultivation journey. He struggled to calm his emotions. Could it be wrong? Chen Mo shook his head, speaking with conviction. The essence of the Qingyun Hunyuan Gong is not in the Qingyun, but in the Hunyuan. Senior brother, in your excessive pursuit of the perfection of the small world of Qingyun, within you have neglected the existence of chaos. Chang Xian was already swayed by Chen Mo's words, setting aside his inner pride. Could you elaborate a bit more, junior brother? Then I shall speak plainly. Chen Mo stroked his chin. What you need to do now, senior brother, is not to maintain the small world of Qingyun within you, but to have the courage to break the perfection. Only by scattering all the yin and yang of the 5 elements in your small world can chaos be reformed. At that time, senior brother, you will naturally be able to break through to the emperor realm. Chen Mo's words were bold, guiding Chang Xian to abandon his technique. With a slight misstep, he could lose all his cultivation. Elder Chen, is this really true? Breaking apart the small world within. All the disciples were dumbfounded. At this moment, they could not discern whether what Chen Mo said was true or false. Junior brother, is this a bit too risky? Feng Wuchang also spoke up, knowing that Chen Mo would not harm Chang Xian, yet still feeling uneasy. No, it's not dangerous. Before Chen Mo could speak, Chang Xian interrupted Feng Wuchang. At this moment, Chang Xian felt as if struck by lightning. The confusion in his gaze vanished, replaced by an astonishing clarity. He displayed an expression of enlightenment. So that's how it is. Chang Xian seemed as if he had lost his spirit. All these years I have been wrong. No wonder I couldn't break through to the emperor realm. With his voice halted, Chang Xian returned to his former demeanor, and his gaze towards Chen Mo transformed completely, like a devotee encountering a saint. He deeply bowed. Thank you, junior brother, for your guidance. This kindness, senior brother, will never forget. You are too polite, senior brother. Chen Mo hurriedly helped him up. I am also part of the Qingyun Sect. It is my duty to strengthen the Qingyun Sect. As long as you can break through to the emperor realm, that's all that matters. Hearing Chen Mo's noble words, Chang Xian felt a twinge of guilt. How could he still want Feng Wuchang to expel Chen Mo from the sect? Truly, it was shameful. Feng Wuchang, Bai Lu, and a man, all the disciples were shocked at this moment. Chen Mo at the Foundation Establishment First Layer was guiding the immortal venerable realm. Moreover, seeing Chang Xian's demeanor, it seemed he had gained some insight. In other words, did Chen Mo help Chang Xian find the opportunity to break through? Elder Chen is truly amazing. Could it be that Elder Chen is the legendary innate preaching saint body? Although his cultivation is lacking, he can discern the subtleties of any technique or martial art in the world. The disciples speculated one after another. In their hearts, Chen Mo was no longer a burden, but a lucky charm that could continuously advance the Qingyun Sect. Master brother, I will retreat first. I am confident that this time I will definitely break through to the Emperor realm. Junior brother, great kindness is unspoken. Once I break through to the Emperor realm, I will find you to celebrate with wine. Chang Xian felt the restless energy within him and couldn't wait to retreat. All right, senior brother, go ahead, and I wish you a swift breakthrough to the Emperor realm. Chen Mo slightly bowed while Feng Wuchang was even more excited. Emperor. As long as Chang Xian breaks through to the Emperor realm, the pressure on the Qingyun Sect would be greatly reduced. At the same time, he also felt a strange emotion arise within. His cultivation has not improved in a long time. Feng Wuchang set aside his position as the sect leader and looked at Chen Mo somewhat awkwardly. Junior brother. Senior brother, feel free to speak. Chen Mo understood Feng Wuchang's meaning. Besides, he was already prepared to give some guidance to Feng Wuchang and the others. Senior brother has been eager to break through these years, but has been unable to progress. I wonder if junior brother could help me find the cause. Of course, no problem. Chen Mo nodded, and after a moment of thought, he slowly said, Master brother, how about this? You gather the other 4 senior brothers and come to my Piaomiao Peak. I will take a look at each of you in turn. With this ability, Chen Mo would naturally not forget the other 4 senior brothers. As for the other elders and the supreme elder, that could wait. He had to take care of his own people first. All right, junior brother, you are very considerate. Feng Wuchang nodded excitedly. It was fortunate that he had not made a big mistake. Otherwise, how could Chang Xian break through to the Emperor realm? How could they progress? Feng Wuchang hurriedly left Piaomiao Peak. It's getting late. You all should go back and cultivate. Chen Mo dismissed all the disciples. Bai Lu and a man also said goodbye to Chen Mo. On Lin Yuan Peak, Lin Wei stormed back into his cave, dwelling furious. Chen Mo, Feng Wuchang, Chang Xian. He slammed his hand on the table in front of him, causing it to shatter instantly. Just wait, I will make you all die. Lin Wei's face was as dark as if it could drip water. Chen Mo's actions had completely wrecked his plans. Now, even if Luo Qingyao and Gu Tianxiao were to marry, the Zixiao sacred land would definitely not let him off. It was his fault for not keeping a close eye on Luo Qingyao, allowing her to have relations with Chen Mo. Mainly, Lin Wei had not expected that Luo Qingyao, an empress, would lower herself to have relations with a waste. Moreover, using drugs. No matter, Feng Wuchang and the others won't speak of it. Since that's the case, I will pretend I don't know. Everything will be dealt with once I secure the position of the sect leader. In the main hall of the sect leader, 4 figures appeared, their faces filled with confusion. They had been in seclusion when suddenly summoned by Feng Wuchang to this grand hall. Senior brother, why have you called us here? At that moment, a man in his 50s with an ancient visage spoke up. His unremarkable gray robe added a sense of seriousness to his presence. The man was Mo Tsang, the second disciple of Yin Qingyang. He was exceptional in both alchemy and weapon forging, a unique presence even in the entire Qingzhou, and also the master of the Mou peak of the Qingyun Sect. I have called you here to share a piece of good news. Feng Wuchang suppressed the excitement within him. What good news? You're being so mysterious about it. A gruff voice interrupted, belonging to Man Shan, the 3rd disciple of Yin Qingyang. He had a robust build and bare arms, exuding an aura of volatility. Feng Wuchang glanced at Man Shan. Chang Xian is about to break through to the Emperor realm. At the sound of this, all 4 turned their gazes toward Feng Wuchang. Is what you say true, senior brother? Is 4th senior brother really about to break through? The one who spoke was Situ Shao, the 5th disciple of Yin Qingyang, who held a folding fan and exuded an elegant demeanor. A hint of envy appeared on his handsome face. After the little junior sister, 4th senior brother also steps into the Emperor realm. Truly, the old is not as good as the young. Situ Shao looked troubled as he put away his fan. But this is too fast. Not long ago, senior brother Chang mentioned that it would be a while before breaking through to the Emperor realm. What do you mean? That's right, 4th senior brother said the same to me before. It seems he's not being honest. Another voice chimed in to agree with Situ Shao as he waved a jade flute, a strand of hair falling across his cheek, revealing a hint of complaint. This person was Xiao Yang, the 6th disciple of Yin Qingyang. Feng Wuchang smiled calmly. This is the second matter I wanted to discuss with you. Do you know who pointed Chang Xian in the direction of breaking through to the Emperor realm? Feng Wuchang built suspense. Who? The 4 looked at each other in confusion. Could it be the little junior sister? Or perhaps it's the spirit of the master? Situ Shao and Xiao Yang spoke one after another, contemplating for a moment. Both felt it was unlikely. The little junior sister was in seclusion. As for Yin Qingyang, he should have crossed into the spirit world, otherwise he definitely would not have allowed Luo Qingyao to meet Chen Mo. Chen Mo. Feng Wuchang no longer concealed it, slowly uttering 2 words. Huh. The 4 looked at Feng Wuchang in unison, momentarily bewildered. That's right, it is Chen Mo. Feng Wuchang knew the 4 were skeptical and spoke emphatically. Wait. I'm a bit confused. Song interrupted Feng Wuchang with a wave of his hand. Are you saying the Chen Mo we know? Exactly. Feng Wuchang nodded. Manshan, you mean that little junior brother with no talent for cultivation guided Chang Xian to break through to the emperor realm? Situ Xiao, you mean the little junior brother who has been cultivating for 100 years and is still at the foundation establishment stage guiding fourth senior brother to break through? Xiao Yang, you're saying that the little junior brother who relies on longevity pills to sustain his life guided fourth senior brother to find the opportunity for breaking through to the emperor realm. The expressions on the four faces were utterly fascinating, revealing their disbelief. I know you won't believe it, but it is the truth. Feng Wuchang continued to explain this matter I witnessed with my own eyes. Not only that the little junior brother lectured today, pointing out the flaws in all the disciples' cultivation methods. Wow, Xiao Yang exclaimed in shock. I thought fourth senior brother was hiding well, but it turns out the little junior brother is the true hidden master. However, if the little junior brother has such capabilities, why has he remained hidden for 100 years? Situ Xiao looked puzzled. If he had shown his abilities earlier, he wouldn't have had to endure 100 years of ridicule. Do you think it's because the little junior brother and the little junior sister had something going on, and then the little junior sister shared half of her talent with the little junior brother? Manshan expressed his opinion. It's not impossible. Song spoke seriously. Alright, why worry about that? If it's true, isn't it better? It shows that the little junior brother and the little junior sister are a perfect match. Situ Xiao stretched lazily, looking nonchalant. Everyone has their own secrets, and let's not dwell on it too much. Feng Wuchang interjected, halting the discussion among the group. The purpose of calling you here is to have you all go to the Miao Miao Peak together to share the problems you encounter in your training and see if the little junior brother can solve them. Let's go, we'll set off right away. I'm really curious how the little junior brother will guide us. Xiao Yang and Situ Xiao were already eager, especially since they had encountered some problems in their recent training. With a mix of skepticism, the four followed Feng Wuchang towards the direction of Miao Miao Peak. Although night had fallen, many disciples were still present atop Miao Miao Peak. Having witnessed Chen Mo guiding by Lu and Chang Xian, they were now curious whether Chen Mo could point out the flaws in each person's cultivation methods perfectly at Miao Miao Peak. Look, the sect leader has arrived. An elder Manshan and elder Xiao are here too. Moments later, the figures of Feng Wuchang and the others landed atop Miao Miao Peak. The many disciples gazed at the scene, feeling it was rather strange. This lecture was clearly meant for the disciples, yet it had turned into a class for the elders. Wow, when did Miao Miao Peak become so lively? Xiao Yang murmured as he looked at the multitude of disciples present. Once upon a time, Miao Miao Peak would hardly see any disciples aside from themselves. It seems the little junior brother truly has some skill. Situ Xiao waved his fan, letting the wind tousle his hair. He felt happy for Chen Mo, realizing he had finally found his place in the Qingyun Sect. The once useless boy had finally carved out a space for himself in the Qingyun Sect through his own efforts. I greet all my senior brothers. Although Chen Mo was inside the house, he sensed several familiar presences. He quickly walked out to greet them. In the Qingyun Sect, there were 8 people who treated him well. The old sect leader Yan Qingyang had already ascended, while Luo Qingyao and Chang Xian were in seclusion. The remaining 5 were all present at Miao Miao Peak today. Even if they had come before, it was rare for all of them to appear at Miao Miao Peak at once. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. They were his current ties. Without Feng Wuchang and the others bearing the pressure for him, perhaps he would have already perished before the system arrived. Little junior brother, it's been a long time. Everyone smiled as they looked at Chen Mo. Although they sometimes appeared serious, they had never looked down on Chen Mo from the bottom of their hearts. Even Chang Xian was merely sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. All right, little junior brother, the next part is up to you. Feng Wuchang quickly got to the point. If successful today, the strength of the Qingyun Sect would increase significantly. All right, senior brother, you go first. Chen Mo nodded. The others were indifferent to the presence of disciples around them. Meanwhile, the disciples atop the Miao Miao Peak held their breath, quietly watching as Chen Mo guided Feng Wuchang and the others. Feng Wuchang nodded. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of a mortal sovereign, but he had remained stagnant for years. This was not only a problem with his cultivation method, but also due to the immense pressure he faced after becoming the sect leader. After Yan Qingyang's ascension, he had to bear this responsibility. Feng Wuchang practiced the Wan Lu Gui Zhongju. The aura of embracing all rivers perfectly matched Feng Wuchang's disposition. Senior brother, there is nothing wrong with your cultivation method. The main issue lies in your state of mind. State of mind. Feng Wuchang's eyes widened. Exactly, senior brother. Because you are under pressure and eager to become stronger, the more you desire it, the more likely you are to stagnate. What you need to do is to calm your mind, not put too much pressure on yourself, and only then can you progress. Chen Mo spoke lightly. As the sect leader and also the senior brother, Feng Wuchang indeed felt a lot of pressure. I see now. Feng Wuchang suddenly realized that the reason he had been stuck was himself. Senior brother, you don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. Although other forces are eyeing the Qingyun Sect, they ultimately dare not go too far. Emote Song and the others looked at Feng Wuchang with concern. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Feng Wuchang smiled calmly. It seemed that after returning this time, he should retreat and focus on his cultivation. Second senior brother, it's your turn. Emote Song nodded. He specialized in alchemy and weaponry, and his cultivation was only at the Immortal Emperor level. His cultivation method was the Dai Wen Tianju, which could be perfectly applied to both alchemy and weapon crafting. Chen Mo observed the technique Emote Song displayed and found nothing wrong. The reason for his slow progress was that Emote Song had focused all his energy on alchemy and weaponry, which was also why his skills in these areas were unparalleled. Second senior brother, there is not much guidance I can provide you regarding your cultivation. As for alchemy, Chen Mo produced a book of alchemical techniques containing methods for tens of thousands of rare elixirs, which he had obtained from the system shop. This 9 turns chaos elixir technique is something I stumbled upon by chance. Its principles directly point to the essence of alchemy and align with what you cultivate. I intended to give it to you earlier, but since you often retreat into seclusion, it was delayed. Chen Mo handed the 9 turns chaos elixir technique to Emote Song. Emote Song took the book and a hint of uncontrollable joy appeared on his serious face. Deluo Wu Dao Dan San Sheng Dan Chaos Butian Dan. The methods for these elixirs have long been lost. Emote Song's hands trembled slightly. Junior brother, this is too precious. Chen Mo waved his hand to stop him. Although this elixir technique is excellent, you know that my talent for cultivation is limited. Keeping this technique in my hands would only be a waste. Giving it to you will allow its full potential to be realized, thereby enhancing the strength of our Qingyun Sect. What Chen Mo said was true. Although he was highly skilled, he did not know how to refine elixirs. Moreover, if it weren't for Emote Song often crafting elixirs for him over the years, he would have long since met his end. In that case, thank you, junior brother. Emote Song's face was serious, but his throat felt a bit tight. Manshan, Si2 Xiao and Xiao Yang observed this, and their inner doubts vanished. All right, senior brother, stop being so pretentious. Manshan, who was impulsive and straightforward, interjected. Junior brother, come quick and see me. Manshan pointed at himself impatiently. Chen Mo smiled helplessly. His third senior brother was still as impatient as ever. Manshan practiced the unyielding body technique. At the same time, Manshan was also the strongest physical cultivator of the Qingyun Sect. Although he was at the early stage of Immortal Sovereign, mid-level Immortal Sovereigns generally did not dare to take his attacks heed. Third senior brother, your unyielding body technique may seem indestructible, but that is merely the surface. The true essence of unyielding is not about being indestructible, but about being endlessly renewed. Chen Mo gazed at Manshan. Manshan's expression turned serious. Chen Mo was right. He lacked the power of renewal and would not easily sustain injuries, but once injured it would lead to permanent damage. Senior brother, for your upcoming training, I hope you cultivate from within. Only by perfectly merging your vitality and cultivation method can you advance further. All right, I will heed your advice. At this moment, Manshan trusted Chen Mo completely. Even if Chen Mo told him to abandon his cultivation, he would not hesitate. Fifth senior brother, it's your turn. Chen Mo looked at Si2 Xiao, who was stunningly beautiful, and spoke softly. Si2 Xiao's bright eyes stared at Chen Mo, causing him to blush slightly. Though there are some changes, junior brother, you are still so reserved. Si2 Xiao teased. Chen Mo felt somewhat speechless. Mainly Si2 Xiao was just too beautiful, stunning, even for a man. All right, senior brother, please stop teasing me. Oh, let's get started. Chen Mo composed himself and spoke slowly. Si2 Xiao put away his smile, and his expression became extremely serious. As he practiced the Qianji Wan, Yanju, Si2 Xiao's peak Immortal Emperor cultivation was also revealed. Under the gaze of the illusory eye, Chen Mo quickly pointed out Si2 Xiao's issues. Next, sixth senior brother. As Chen Mo fixed his gaze on Xiao Yang, a peculiar look crossed his eyes. Xiao Yang was the person he was most familiar with besides Luo Qingyao. Xiao Yang was about 100 years older than him. Previously, Xiao Yang often took him to secretly observe other senior sisters bathing. Every time, he was the one getting beaten. Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow at that moment. Junior brother, please guide me. Chen Mo always felt that what Xiao Yang said was not as simple as it seemed. After all, Xiao Yang introduced himself externally, as I am Xiao Yang, the Xiao of flute, and Yang is the one for sun. Senior brother, please demonstrate your technique. Chen Mo stopped overthinking and gestured for Xiao Yang to proceed. Xiao Yang practiced his technique. He had loved the flute since childhood, so he pursued a path of melody with the flute as his weapon. The Xiaoyao Rumeng Ju. When the sound of the flute resonated, opponents would suffer a soul attack and enter a dream. At present, he was only at the early stage of Immortal Emperor, but if he broke through to the Great Emperor, a single tune would annihilate all beings, shaking the heavens and earth beneath his flute. Sixth senior brother, your flute, when played for the world and for all beings, has there ever been a melody that was played for yourself? Chen Mo quickly identified the issue. Inquire within and merge with the mortal world, play a tune for yourself, only then can you ascend to the pinnacle of melody. Chen Mo felt that his words might be somewhat biased, and added, of course, when I say merge with the mortal world, I don't mean to indulge in debauchery. Rest assured I understand. Xiao Yang waved his hand, and Chen Mo's words awakened the dreamer. Feng Wuchang and the others all reaped great benefits. The disciples of Piaomiao Peak quietly watched everything unfold. Chen Mo accurately guided each elder's issues. At that moment, Chen Mo was the innate preaching holy body of the Qingyun Sect. Thank you, junior brother. We have gained a lot. I will go into seclusion now. After I come out, we'll drink together. Mo Tsang and the others were already eager. With Chen Mo's guidance, the problems that had troubled them for years were finally resolved. This time in seclusion, they would surely make great progress. All right, junior brother, next time I come out of seclusion, I will take you to. Xiao Yang winked at Chen Mo, suddenly remembering Chen Mo's relationship with Luo Qingyao, and he immediately stopped speaking. If Luo Qingyao were to find out, she might just skin him alive. In any case, you understand me. Haha. Chen Mo smiled bitterly. His sixth senior brother had not changed this quirk over the years. After Mo Tsang and the others left Piaomiao Peak, Feng Wuchang cast a worried glance at Chen Mo. Big senior brother, what's wrong? Chen Mo noticed Feng Wuchang's expression. Junior brother, after I go into seclusion, I will have Dong Tianqing act as the sect leader. Although Dong Tianqing won't target you, you must be careful. I fear Lin Wei might take the opportunity to strike at you. Feng Wuchang solemnly warned, handing a token to Chen Mo. If you encounter danger, you can crush the token, and I will come out immediately. Don't worry, senior brother. I will be extra cautious. Besides, Lin Wei shouldn't dare to act against me in the short term. To reassure Feng Wuchang, Chen Mo accepted the token. Remember, if you sense something amiss, crush the token immediately. Feng Wuchang reiterated. Also, after we go into seclusion, do not instruct any disciples or elders outside our 4 peaks. To avoid unnecessary trouble. Feng Wuchang's concerns were not unfounded. The Qingyun Sect is essentially divided into the inner sect and the outer sect. The inner sect consists of the disciples from the 4 peaks, Mou Peak, Shaozhu Peak, Jin Peak, and Luo Shui Peak. Those who enter these 4 peaks are all exceptionally gifted, and they are absolutely loyal to Qingyun Sect. Moreover, these disciples are taught by their senior brothers. The outer sect, however, includes both inner disciples and outer disciples. The elders of the outer sect are taught by the disciples of the supreme elders. Those not of our clan will inevitably have different hearts. Feng Wuchang only trusted the disciples of the 4 peaks and a few of their senior brothers. Only they are strong. Only then can Qingyun Sect truly be strong. Don't worry, senior brother. I know what to do. Chen Mo calmly replied. He wasn't foolish. He understood the danger of raising a tiger. Before going into seclusion, I will instruct the disciples of the 4 peaks to come to Piaomiao Peak for your guidance, but they must not reveal this matter. Chen Mo and Feng Wuchang did not deliberately avoid the disciples of Piaomiao Peak during their conversation. These disciples understood the seriousness of the situation and quickly cupped their fists, saying, "Sect leader, please rest assured we will not let this matter spread." After everything was explained, Feng Wuchang flew away from Piaomiao Peak. Meanwhile, a message appeared in the identity tokens of all disciples from the 4 peaks. No one is allowed to divulge anything about Chen Mo. If discovered, their cultivation will be crippled, and they will be expelled from Qingyun Sect. The disciples of the 4 sects were not foolish. They naturally knew who to be close to. In the main hall of the sect leader, an elderly man with a head full of white hair and thick eyebrows was discussing matters with Feng Wuchang. The old man was Dong Tianqing, the supreme elder of Qingyun Sect. Dong Tianqing has always maintained a neutral stance in Qingyun Sect. Master uncle, after I go into seclusion, you will temporarily act as the sect leader, Feng Wuchang said coldly, looking at Dong Tianqing. Dong Tianqing hunched over, his murky eyes scanning. Rest assured, with me here the sect will not face any upheaval. Also keep an eye on Chen Mo. Do not let any elders go to Piaomiao Peak, especially Lin Wei. Feng Wuchang's voice turned colder. If I come out of seclusion and find that something has happened to Chen Mo, you know Qingyo's temper. Dong Tianxing's expression changed, and he quickly waved his hand. You can focus on your seclusion. The safety of that young lad is entrusted to me. During your seclusion, you will have the final say in all sect matters, but one thing you must fulfill: any requests Chen Mo has. On this day in Qingyun Sect, a message spread: sect leader Feng Wuchang has gone into seclusion, and the position of sect leader is temporarily acted by Supreme Elder Dong Tianqing. The disciples of the 4 peaks were already aware of this. As for the inner and outer disciples, they were all curious whether something had gone wrong within the sect. After all, the upper echelons of Qingyun Sect had never been very harmonious. Whether Feng Wuchang's seclusion was for a breakthrough or a power shift, Of course all this had nothing to do with them. In a cave, Lin Wei naturally learned of this news. Feng Wuchang, what kind of trick are you playing? Lin Wei closed his eyes, lost in thought. Feng Wuchang hadn't secluded himself for a long time, and yet he chose this moment to do so. Are you trying to lure the snake out of its hole? Lin Wei murmured. He couldn't believe that Feng Wuchang, who had made no progress, would go into seclusion at this time. Moreover, it coincided with his plan to take action against Chen Mo. This was indeed a good opportunity to eliminate Chen Mo. But the cunning Lin Wei pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to give up. If it truly was Feng Wuchang's ploy to lure him out, it would be disastrous. Now it all depended on when the Zixiao sacred land would strike against Qingyun Sect. The second day after Feng Wuchang and the others went into seclusion. Since Mo Tsang and the others were all in seclusion, all the disciples of the four sects who were stuck in their cultivation went to Piaomiao Peak. Chen Mo became lost in himself amidst the calls of Junior Uncle. Although they agreed to hold a sermon once a week, he generously provided guidance to all disciples without reservation. Chen Mo's reputation for preaching as a natural talent spread across the four peaks. Dong Tianxing had been paying attention to the movements at Piaomiao Peak. Seeing so many disciples running to Piaomiao Peak each day, he was curious. However, when he used his divine sense to probe, he found that these disciples were just chatting and laughing with Chen Mo. This was all Chen Mo's doing. He knew Dong Tianxing would probe, so he prepared in advance. With his cultivation, it was too easy to show Dong Tianxing what he wanted him to see. Dong Tianxing shook his head. It seems that Feng Wuchang is afraid he would be bored and specifically instructed these disciples to accompany him. Dong Tianxing murmured he couldn't understand why Feng Wuchang was so concerned about a mere waste. In the following days, Chen Mo continued to guide the disciples. Finally, all the disciples in the sect were instructed. Piaomiao Peak returned to its previous tranquility. Chen Mo lay on a tree inexplicably, missing Luo Qingyao. With a thought, he instantly appeared at Luoyao Peak. At the mountainside of Luoyao Peak, there was a cave. Chen Mo quietly looked at the cave. He had already found the most suitable cultivation method for Luo Qingyao, and once she emerged, he could give it to her. At Piaomiao Peak, a man and a female disciple named Ning Qianqian were cautiously entering the small wooden house where Chen Mo resided. A man, is this really appropriate? Ning Qianqian whispered, her pretty face flushing slightly. Although Chen Shishu is older, he is still a young man full of vigor. A man replied, her hair tied up high, carrying a completely blue sword on her back. We're not doing anything wrong. It's late. We should be careful not to disturb Chen Shishu's rest. A man responded softly, her loose Taoist robe making her appear childlike. All right. Ning Qianqian mustered her courage and gently tugged at a man's sleeve. Pushing open the door, the room contained only a table and a tidy bed. Huh, no one here. A man raised her voice, her footsteps becoming louder. Strange, where could Chen Shishu be at this hour? A man wondered aloud. Phew, you scared me. Ning Qianqian sighed with relief. If someone discovered us, they might think we had some ulterior motives against Chen Shishu. A man sat down by the table, habitually picking up the teacup and downing the tea in one gulp. A man. You. Ning Qianqian pointed at the teacup in a man's hand, her eyes wide. A man quickly realized and hurriedly bowed to the teacup. Ba, please don't blame me, Shishu. Let's go, a man. If Chen Shishu comes back, it would be hard to explain. Ning Qianqian's voice remained soft, as if they were committing some grave sin. What a pity. A man shook her head, revealing a pill in her hand. I wanted to personally give this pill to Chen Shishu. She displayed a proud expression. This pill was stolen from Shishu Mo Tsang. Let's go, we can give it to Chen Shishu when we return. Ning Qianqian urged. All right. A man waved her hand, pondering for a moment before gently placing the pill in a prominent spot on the table. Chen Shishu, I'm going out for training. You must bless. Wish me a safe return. She said. This pill is a longevity pill. I hope by the time I return you can still guide me. Ba. After speaking, a man sincerely bowed to the teacup once more. A man, Ning Qianqian expressed her confusion, but respected her. What kind of Taoist disciple goes around all day saying, Ba? Let's go. Shaking her head, Ning Qianqian pulled a man along and pushed the door open to leave. Thanks to Chen Mo's guidance, a man made significant progress. Remembering that Chen Mo had encouraged her to train more, she obediently decided to go out for training. To thank Chen Mo, she specifically went to Mou Peak to steal a longevity pill for him. But since Chen Mo was not there, she could only leave it on the table. A man, where are we going? Ning Qianqian initially wanted to enter seclusion, but to accompany her good friend, the two decided to go together. To the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Oh, isn't it too dangerous for just the two of us? Ning Qianqian felt a bit nervous. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range was home to shape-shifting beasts, ferocious wild creatures, and evil cultivators, not to mention disciples from other sects. Don't worry, we are disciples of Qingyun Sect. A man waved her hand. Besides, how can we improve without training? But, Ning Qianqian hesitated. Generally, they trained under the supervision of elders and rarely ventured out on their own. No more, but let's go. A man pointed her sword through the void, and the blade behind her instantly flew out. Let's go. Pulling Ning Qianqian along, the two stepped onto the sword, transforming into a streak of light disappearing from Piaomiao Peak. Chen Mo had dozed off at Luoyao Peak. By the time he returned to Piaomiao Peak, it was already quite late. He pushed open the wooden house, furrowing his brows. He sniffed the air. This is the scent of a woman. Chen Mo rubbed his nose. Having been influenced by his senior brother, he was extremely sensitive to such scents. Noticing the pill quietly resting on the table, Chen Mo picked it up gently. This pill was naturally very familiar to him. The longevity pill. He didn't know how many he had consumed. Who gave this? Chen Mo wondered. Usually the only ones who gave him pills were Luo Qingyao and Mo Tsong, but both were in seclusion now, so it clearly wasn't them. In the palm of Chen Mo's hand, the laws of time began to spin. In an instant, the scene from earlier flashed through his mind. So it was this little girl. Chen Mo's lips curled slightly. She's still quite considerate. A man's character was indeed likable. Not only was she perceptive, but she also respected her elders and loved the young. Chen Mo wasn't worried about a man going out for training. Although the Qingyun Sect had weakened somewhat in recent years, it was still one of the three top factions in Qingzhou. Moreover, a man in Ning Qianqian's attire was also that of the Qingyun Sect, making it unlikely for ordinary people to dare to act against them. Chen Mo felt somewhat regretful that a man was not his disciple. This time at the inter-sect competition, I'll see if there are any good talents to bring back to Piaomiao Peak to keep me company in my old age. Chen Mo made up his mind. Before that, he needed to make some modifications to Piaomiao Peak. Chen Mo proposed a few top-tier spirit veins to the system. With a wave of his hand, the spirit veins scattered around Piaomiao Peak. As one of the main peaks of Qingyun Sect, Piaomiao Peak's spiritual energy far exceeded that of the outside world. After adding a few spirit veins, the spiritual energy became even more abundant, floating in the air like white mist. The dragon shadows of the spirit veins floated in the void. Not bad, not bad. Chen Mo took a deep breath, appearing extremely satisfied. After a moment of thought, he shielded the perception from the outside world. Thus from the outside, Piaomiao Peak appeared no different than usual. Only upon entering could one feel the overwhelming spiritual energy. In Qingyun Sect, just a moment ago, everyone sensed this spiritual energy. Scanning with his divine sense, he found no anomalies. After finishing everything, Chen Mo stretched lazily, lying on the wooden house looking up at the night sky. Unintentionally, Chen Mo thought of a question. What is the origin of the system that can freely grant him invincible power? Ding, don't worry, host, this system won't harm you. The system's mechanical voice seemed to echo Chen Mo's thoughts. I'm just curious why you chose me. Chen Mo spoke lightly. Aside from being a transmigrator, he had no extraordinary qualities. Transmigration was considered a miraculous event in his past life. But in this realm of cultivation, it was quite normal. Qingzhou was not lacking in powerful beings reincarnating, and Chen Mo was not one of them. In his past life, he was merely an ordinary person, unremarkable. When the time is right, the host will understand. After saying this, the system fell silent. Perhaps only by leaving the Mingyuan realm can I uncover the truth. Chen Mo sighed, no longer dwelling on it. For now, the system was entirely beneficial to him, with no drawbacks. The Wanshou mountain range. A man descended gracefully on his sword. Qianqian, we have arrived. Excitement flickered in a man's demeanor, as this was his first time venturing out alone for training. Basking in the sun, Ning Qianqian felt a shiver at the roar of the beasts. Unlike a man, I am merely a pill cultivator at the combined body stage. You must protect me. Pulling on Ning Qianqian's sleeve, she appeared a bit flustered. As a pill cultivator, she was not adept at combat. If it weren't for her close bond with a man, she wouldn't have come. Don't worry. A man sheathed his sword, wrapping an arm around Ning Qianqian's slender waist, speaking with an air of confidence. I will definitely protect you. Don't wear such a long face. Give me a smile. Ning Qianqian laughed at a man's antics, her heart feeling much more at ease. The Wanshou mountain range was the largest training ground in Qingzhou. Every day, many individuals, especially those rogue cultivators, fought against death in the Wanshou mountain range. The striking beauty of a man and Ning Qianqian drew considerable attention within the mountains. Many rogue cultivators eyed the two with peculiar looks. However, upon seeing their robes, they discreetly withdrew their gazes. Disciples of the Qingyun Sect, not to be trifled with. On the surface, they appeared to be just two female disciples, but who knew what powerful protectors stood behind them? Look, or I'll dig out your eyes. Feeling the scrutiny, a man made a fierce expression, revealing her tiger teeth. Ugh! The numerous rogue cultivators hurriedly averted their eyes. A man, your fierce look is so cute. Once they were away from the rogue cultivators, Ning Qianqian laughed, unaware that others might think a man was a brutish person. My senior brother told me that when out in the world one must be fierce, otherwise others won't dare to provoke us. A man murmured, nodding her chin, and added, especially as female disciples. All right, Qianqian, stick close to me. I'm going to find a great demon to practice against. Coincidentally, the inner Dan of a great demon can help you refine pills. A man certainly wouldn't forget the purpose of her training excursion. However, the beasts at the outskirts of Wanshou mountain range were too weak for proper training. Don't worry, I'll try my best not to hold you back. Ning Qianqian nodded seriously. Although her cultivation was somewhat weaker, it was only in comparison to the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. In the Wanshou mountain range, as long as they did not provoke the few great demons at its depths, they could pretty much roam freely. Unless they went too far, those great demons wouldn't seek trouble with them. Ultimately, this Wanshou mountain range was merely a training ground for disciples of various sects. Shortly after, a man and Ning Qianqian entered the Wanshou mountain range. Above the Wanshou mountain range, 3 figures soared on swords. The grayish-white robes bore the insignia of a small black sword. 2 men and 1 woman. The leading figure was an old man with yellow hair. The man and woman behind him appeared to be his junior disciples. Xiao Zheyan ran, we have arrived, you may enter, I will wait for you here. The old man halted his sword in midair. Yes, master. The 2 nodded and leapt down, landing outside the Wanshou mountain range. The old man then closed his eyes to rest. Disciples of the Qingyun Sect. The rogue cultivators at the outskirts noticed the 2, their pupils narrowing. Today the Wanshou mountain range is indeed lively, first the Qingyun Sect, then the Qingyun Sect. Could it be that there are some significant opportunities at play? If that's the case, then it will be quite a spectacle. The Qingyun Sect is one of the 3 major sects, while the Qingyun Sect has been growing ever stronger in recent years, second only to the Qingyun Sect, making it the 4th major sect in Qingzhou. We can't wait to see what sparks will fly between the disciples of the 2 sects. The rogue cultivators' eyes shone with excitement. They lacked the qualification to compete for opportunities, but were eager to witness the action. Feng Zhe frowned upon hearing the voices. He pointed with his finger like a sword. In an instant, the hair of the rogue cultivator who spoke earlier fell away. Please remember, we of the Qingyun Sect are the 3rd sect. Yes. Yes, the 3rd sect, the Qingyun Sect, is the 3rd sect. The earlier speaker was already drenched in sweat. The other rogue cultivators hastily averted their gazes, fearing trouble would come their way. Blind fools. Feng Zhe snorted, as the Qingyun Sect had indeed been the 3rd major sect, but that was no longer the case. It was only a matter of time before the Qingyun Sect replaced the Qingyun Sect. These lowly rogue cultivators understand nothing, senior brother, do not be angry. Hui Yinran affectionately linked her arm with Feng Zhe's. Feng Zhe took the opportunity to embrace Hui Yinran. Junior sister, don't worry, I have already learned the whereabouts of the Crimson Flame Lion. Once I obtain its inner Dan and combine it with the 7-star herb to refine the 7-star pill, I can surely extend Uncle's life. Thank you, senior brother. Hui Yinran rested her head on Feng Zhe's shoulder, her expression melancholic. There is no need for us to say much between us. A greedy glint flickered in Feng Zhe's eyes. Hui Yinran had stunned everyone upon entering the sect. Unfortunately, Hui Yinran was very cautious. While her words were sweet, her actions were anything but honest, never giving him an opportunity. He hoped that after this he could win Hui Yinran over, making his journey with her worthwhile. Deep within the Wanshou mountain range, a cave filled with corpses lay in utter darkness. These damned disciples of the major sects. A hoarse and angry voice echoed within the silent cave. Accompanying it were 3 pairs of eyes glowing like lanterns. In the endless darkness, the 3 pairs of eyes shone like flickering candle flames. Our demon clan is currently weak. It is unwise to offend them. Notify the clans to be cautious. As the words fell, an overwhelming darkness followed. What is going on? Why are there only insignificant minor demons? A man casually stowed away a demon Dan, the blade of her sword, already stained with blood. A man, I feel something is off. Ning Qianqian frowned tightly. Do you not think the Wanshou mountain range is unusually quiet? It is a bit strange. A man clapped her hands, soon adopting a nonchalant expression. Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps the demons just don't want to come out today. Come on, let's venture deeper. A man pointed ahead where thick mist enveloped the area, and a surge of demonic aura filled the air. A man, maybe we should just forget it. The atmosphere felt eerie. Ning Qianqian shivered. They had already ventured quite far in. Deeper within, the great demons they would encounter were mostly above the combined body stage. Oh, come on. I'm here with you. A man patted her chest, full of confidence. Moments later, ahead in the mist, a golden light flickered. The golden light pierced through the mist, appearing directly in front of a man and Ning Qianqian. What is that? A man exclaimed in surprise. A man, it's the 7-star herb, the 7-star herb. Ning Qianqian pointed at the golden light, breathless. 7-star herb. The 7-star herb is the primary material for refining the 7-star pill, Ning Qianqian explained. If refined into the 7-star pill for Uncle Chen, it could extend his life by several decades. Ning Qianqian added. A man's eyes brightened. Qian, wait here for me. I'll go retrieve the 7-star herb. Drink up then. A man rolled up his sleeves, pretended to spit into his hands, and skillfully rubbed them together before drawing his sword from behind, excitedly heading towards the shimmering golden light. Wait. Ning Qian hurriedly grabbed a man. What now? A man asked in confusion. If you go like this, are you seeking death? Ning Qian responded, as the 7 stars grass was guarded by an 8th realm great demon. An 8th realm great demon. A man exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Ning Qian nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. I see. A man turned his gaze, tapping his chin with his finger as he counted on his fingers. An 8th realm great demon, and I am a tribulation transcendence cultivator. So, the advantage is mine. A man quickly reached a conclusion, rushing towards the 7 stars grass with great enthusiasm. A man. Ning Qian tried to hold him back, but it was too late. Stamping her foot, Ning Qian had no choice but to follow a man. Is this the 7 stars grass? Soon a man arrived at the location of the 7 stars grass, curiously examining it. So ugly. A man looked disdainfully, having never seen such an ugly spiritual herb, its entire body a foul yellow, crooked, and emanating a terrible stench. Indeed, it is the 7 stars grass. Ning Qian was exceedingly excited regarding the 7 stars grass before her, as if it were a treasure. Crouching down, Ning Qian carefully dug out the 7 stars grass. Just as she prepared to collect it, a wave of intense heat surged from behind her. Damn humans, let go of my grass. An enraged voice echoed, raising the temperature of the entire space. Ning Qian and a man turned around simultaneously. A man towering 10 feet tall with a mane like a raging lion was glaring at them with fiery eyes. A man, that's the great demon guarding the 7 stars grass, the blazing lion. Ning Qian spoke with a trembling voice. A man's brows furrowed, the usual mischief replaced by a hint of seriousness. Qian, find a place to hide. Leave it to me. He protected Ning Qian behind him. Be careful. Ning Qian didn't argue, knowing she would only be a burden to a man here. With the 7 stars grass in hand, Ning Qian flew away. Looking for death, the transformed blazing lion's eyes flared with flames as its body moved, lunging towards Ning Qian. Incredibly fast. Whooshed. Just as she flew out, a streak of sword light came from behind. The blazing lion had to stop, crossing its arms defensively in front of its chest. The sword light struck its hands, sparks flying. You big fool, your opponent is me, your aunt. A man swung his sword again, and a blue rain of blades descended from the heavens. Divine ability rainfall, celestial sword. I will devour you. With the 7 stars grass taken, the blazing lion was furious. However, the person before it had an exceptional spiritual root. If it could eat her, it could break through. Want to eat my aunt? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? A man snorted coldly. The blue sword rain poured down like a torrential downpour, while the blazing lion exhaled fierce flames. In an instant, the sword rain collided with the fire, a massive cloud of smoke instantly spreading in the surroundings. As the smoke dissipated, the blazing lion vanished. A man did not dare to be careless. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her back. A man quickly turned around. The blazing lion transformed back to its original form, charging towards her at an incredible speed, its sharp claws aimed at her. A man horizontally held her sword to block sparks flying. The tremendous impact sent her flying, forcing her to swallow the coppery taste rising in her throat as she quickly stabilized her form. Lightly touching her toes, a man stood in midair. Her fingers glided across the sword's body, a sword to ascend. The corner of her mouth twitched, her beautiful face showing seriousness. The sword light gathered like stars, transforming into a single point, overwhelming sword intent filling the air. A sword fell. The blazing lion seemed to sense the unusual nature of this strike, and a blood-red inner core flew from its mouth, radiating a gruesome light. The starry sword light collided with the demon core, and brilliant radiance erupted between heaven and earth. Boom! As the light faded, blood began to drip from the blazing lion's body. A man was covered in sweat on her forehead. If you want to eat my aunt just based on you. A man struck again with her sword. The blazing lion had no strength to resist, and ultimately fell beneath this strike. Clapping her hands, a man pierced the blazing lion's body, its blood-red inner core glimmering. Using this blazing lion's inner core to refine the 7 stars pill should yield excellent quality. A man spoke excitedly. With a wave of her sleeve, the inner core floated into her hand. Senior brother, the blazing lion was killed by her. The 7 stars grass is also missing. At this moment, a pretentious voice came from behind a man. A man turned around, sizing up Hui Yanran and Feng Zhe, people from the Qingyun Sect. A man frowned, slightly unwilling to stir up trouble. She turned to leave. Stop! Hui Yanran urgently chided. Return my inner core. Yours, oi. A man looked at Hui Yanran as if she were an idiot, chuckling lightly. You blazing lion was killed by me. Why should I say the inner core is yours? I don't care, give me back my inner core. Hua Yinran spoke, domineeringly moving to snatch the inner core from a man's hand. A man narrowed her eyes as she didn't seek trouble, but that didn't mean she was afraid. With a twist of her wrist, she struck towards Hua Yinran. Hua Yinran was only at the combined body stage. How could she be a man's opponent? She was knocked back by a palm strike, blood spurting from her mouth. Fong Zhe stepped forward to catch Hua Yinran. Senior brother. Hua Yinran looked at Fong Zhe with a wronged expression. Yinran, what happened? An elderly voice followed, belonging to Fong Zhe and Hua Yanran's master Yuan Dapio. Yuan Dapio had been outside when he suddenly sensed Hua Yanran's chaotic aura and, fearing something might happen, came to check. Master, they from Qingyun Sect are bullying our Qingyun Sect, stealing my blazing lion's inner core. Hua Yinran pretended to cough, looking pitiful. A man observed Yuan Dapio and Fong Zhe secretly feeling that things were not looking good. Clutching the inner core tightly, a man gathered her courage, saying, "This blazing lion was killed by me and the inner core rightfully belongs to me. Can you have some dignity?" Impudent. Yuan Dapio scolded. Has the Qingyun Sect not taught you not to insult others at will? A powerful aura descended, and a man immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. She glared at Yuan Dapio with indignation. She never expected Yuan Dapio to be this shameless. I will say this once, hand over the inner core, or I will have to teach you a lesson on behalf of the Qingyun Sect. Yuan Dapio's voice was icy, carrying a significant killing intent. Anyway, a war with the Qingyun Sect was inevitable, and he didn't mind igniting the fuse. Impossible, a man spoke stubbornly. This inner core could be used to refine the 7 stars pill to save Chen Mo's life. She would absolutely not give it to Yuan Dapio. Yuan Dapio's eyes flickered with cold light. Shall Zhe take action to cripple her, leave her with 1 life? Yes, master. Fong Zhe cupped his hands, fully unleashing his great ascension, true immortal cultivation. This is bad. A man's expression changed. She was no match for one Fong Zhe, let alone the looming threat of Yuan Dapio. Qianqian, hurry and go, the farther the better. In the final moments, a man conveyed a message to Ning Qianqian over a distance of 1,000 miles. It was better for one person to die than for 2. As long as Ning Qianqian could escape, she would still have a chance for revenge. At last, Fong Zhe's sword light descended. A man fought with all her might, but the gap in their cultivation was like a vast ocean. In an instant, a sword mark appeared on a man's chest. The inner pill in her hand slipped away. It's the inner pill. Hua Yinran grasped it from afar, and it instantly flew into her hands. Looking at a man, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. Senior brother, you cripple her cultivation, and then hand her over to me. Hua Yinran spoke, coldly looking at a man with a mocking gaze. Good. Fong Zhe nodded indulgently, and once again a sword slashed out. A man closed her eyes as she no longer had the strength to resist. Unfortunately, she could not witness her master becoming an emperor. She could not see her senior brother breaking through to a mortal sovereign either. Nor could she deliver the 7 stars pill to Uncle Chen. Crack. With the sound of her dantian shattering, a man's cultivation began to slowly dissipate. A man gritted her teeth, the immense pain causing her to sweat profusely, yet she remained stubbornly silent. Finally, she could no longer hold on. She collapsed to the ground with a thud. The sword in her hand dimmed significantly. At sword peak, no one noticed that a man's soul pearl had already shattered. Before a man fainted, she saw Hua Yinran walking towards her step by step. You little whore, quite resilient. Hua Yinran smiled mockingly and slowly drew out her hairpin. You are so beautiful, there must be many who like you. If I ruin your looks, I wonder if they will still like you. Hua Yanran's expression turned vicious as she plunged the hairpin fiercely into a man's face, pulling it hard, causing blood to spatter. When Ning Qianqian received a man's message, she suddenly became restless. She hurried towards a man's location. Oh! Seeing Hua Yanran's hairpin swipe across her cheek, Ning Qianqian screamed. Then she quickly covered her mouth, unable to stop the tears from flowing down. A man. Trembling, Ning Qianqian spoke, understanding that she could not go out. If she did, her fate would be no different from a man's. At that time, no one would be left to seek revenge. Ning Qianqian pressed her mouth tightly, afraid to make a sound. Silently, she took out a projection stone, recording the appearances of Hua Yinran, Fong Zhe, and Yuan Dapio. Now you look even better. After repeatedly slashing a man's face dozens of times, Hua Yinran nodded in satisfaction. Hua Yinran initially intended to kill a man, but considering her current situation, she would only be devoured by countless beasts. All right, senior brother master, let us go. As she turned, Hua Yinran restored her previous gentle demeanor. It's a pity. The 7 stars grass is gone. Shaking her head regretfully, Hua Yanran's eyes glimmered with tears. Father, your daughter is unfilial. There should still be 7 stars grass in the Beast Mountain. I will accompany you to search for it. Fong Zhe gently stroked Hua Yanran's hair, speaking softly. All right. Thank you, senior brother. Wiping away the tears from her eyes, Hua Yanran's face radiated happiness. Let's go. Yuan de Biao waved his big hand, taking Hui Yanran and Feng Zhe away. After confirming they had gone far, Ning Qianqian hurried to a man's side. A man. Ning Qianqian's voice trembled, tears falling continuously, washing away the blood on a man's face. Hold on, I will bring you back to the sect. Ning Qianqian quickly took out a pill and gave it to a man. Moments later, a man opened her eyes. Everything before her was blurry, and she could vaguely feel blood dripping from her face. Qianqian, am I going to die? A man reached out to hold Ning Qianqian's hand, but found she had no strength at all. Ning Qianqian grasped the man's hand. A man, you won't die. I will take you back to the sect. The sect will definitely have a way. Hold on. Ning Qianqian could no longer hold back her tears. At that moment, she hated her low cultivation, watching a man suffer humiliation helplessly. But, I am so tired, I just want to sleep. A man's voice was weak, lacking any strength. You can't sleep. Think about senior brother Bai Lu. Think about elder Changxian. Ning Qianqian grew increasingly anxious, hoping to reach Qingyun Sect as soon as possible. A man's eyes closed again, slipping into unconsciousness. Sensing a man still had breath, Ning Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief and hurried towards Qingyun Sect. Ning Qianqian felt as if the journey was incredibly long. Finally, the outlines of several palaces appeared before her. Ning Qianqian headed straight for the main hall of the sect leader. What happened? Isn't that a man? And Ning Qianqian? Why is a man injured? Many disciples from the Four Peaks noticed the situation. Their faces changed dramatically. Although they were not disciples of the same peak, the Four Peaks were essentially one family. The disciples of each peak had a good relationship. Seeing a man so severely injured, these disciples hurried towards the main hall of the sect leader. Qianqian, what happened? A disciple inquired, seeing the injuries on a man's face, feeling their rage rise. Who was it that was so ruthless, not only crippling a man's cultivation, but also disfiguring her? There's no time to explain. Hurry to Sword Peak and find senior brother Bai Lu. I will take a man to the main hall of the sect leader. Ning Qianqian wiped away her tears. All right. These disciples did not dare to delay, quickly heading towards Sword Peak. Finally, Ning Qianqian brought a man to the main hall of the sect leader. Sect leader. Ning Qianqian called out. Dong Tianxing heard the voice and pushed open the door of the hall. He saw Ning Qianqian tearful and cradling a man kneeling before the hall. Sect leader, please save a man. Ning Qianqian pleaded. Dong Tianxing saw a man and his pupils constricted, his expression changing drastically. He quickly stepped forward, channeling a breath of energy into a man's body. No, her Dantian is destroyed. A creation pill must be refined, and within the sect, only Mo Tsang can refine the creation pill. But Mo Tsang is currently in closed-door training. I will go find my master right away. Ning Qianqian quickly spoke, believing that to save a man, Mo Tsang would not blame her. By the time Mo Tsang exits his training, it will be too late. The creation pill is extremely difficult to refine, I'm afraid. Dong Tianxing shook his head, fearing that even if her cultivation could be restored, a man would still become a cripple. Moreover, the injuries on her face would also require a restorative pill. The restorative pill is equally difficult to refine. By the way, who could be so ruthless? Dong Tianxing suddenly inquired. It was Qingyun Sect. Ning Qianqian recalled Hui Yanran's cruel methods, and tears fell once again. Qingyun Sect. Dong Tianxing frowned. How could you offend someone from Qingyun Sect? Instinctively, Dong Tianxing felt it was a man and Ning Qianqian's fault. Misty Peak. Chen Mo was teaching the disciples. Sitting at the front was Bai Lu, who listened intently to Chen Mo's words. Master Chen, senior brother Bai Lu, something terrible has happened. A man is injured. At that moment, an urgent voice pierced through. What? Chen Mo and Bai Lu's expressions instantly stiffened. Where? Bai Lu asked anxiously. In the main hall, the sect leader's hall. Bai Lu's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Today's teaching ends here, Chen Mo said, his expression also changing as he vanished from Misty Peak. The remaining disciples looked at each other in confusion. I must be seeing things. Master Chen can travel through space. You must have seen correctly because we saw it too. Many disciples rubbed their eyes. Spatial traversal was a technique that only those at the greatest Senshin true immortal level could perform. But Chen Mo, wasn't he just at the Foundation Establishment, first level? Forget about this, let's go check the sect leader's hall first. All the disciples from Misty Peak hurried towards the sect leader's hall simultaneously. In the sect leader's hall, a man and I were fighting the fiery lion, intending to seize its inner core. Ning Qianqian recounted the truth to Dong Tianxing in detail. Damn Qingyun Sect, they are too overbearing. Sect leader, we can't swallow this anger. Many disciples around heard this voice and were filled with righteous indignation. Qingyun Sect has never been a sect that fears trouble. Be quiet. Dong Tianxing's expression darkened. This matter could be discussed later. The main priority now was to save a man. Seeing Dong Tianxing's attitude, Ning Qianqian's heart instantly sank. Dong Tianqing was not prepared to take revenge at all. Remember, the truth of this matter must not be disclosed. If anyone asks, just say a man was injured while fighting a beast. Dong Tianxing's gaze swept around, finally settling on Ning Qianqian. The current Qingyun Sect could not withstand turmoil. Why should we just let Qingyun Sect bully us like this? Exactly, is it not allowed for Qingyun Sect to retaliate against such excesses from Qingyun Sect? Many disciples showed discontent at these words. Ning Qianqian looked up at Dong Tianqing and said, sorry to trouble the sect leader, but I will take a man away. Ning Qianqian picked up a man. She didn't know who to look for. Suddenly a figure flashed in her mind. Master Chen, yes, Master Chen must have a way. Ning Qianqian wiped her tears. Qianqian, we will help you. Some disciples stepped forward to assist Ning Qianqian. Enough. At that moment, Dong Tianqing shouted angrily. Do you all not regard me, your sect leader, in your eyes? Dong Tianxing's face darkened further, put her down immediately. Sect leader. Watching disciples being humiliated by an enemy sect and remaining silent, is this the kind of sect leader you are? The usually gentle Ning Qianqian's gaze showed a hint of resolve. How dare you, a disciple, act against your sect leader? Come take her to the cliff of reflection for a month of facing the wall. Dong Tianqing displayed the unique authority of his position over the disciples of the sect. Sect leader. The disciples from the Four Peaks looked grim and hurriedly clasped their hands and said sternly, if the sect leader wants to punish, then punish us all together, otherwise it will be hard to silence the mouths of the masses. All right. I see you all have truly become foolish from cultivation. Dong Tianqing felt his authority was being belittled, his voice turning icy. Since you all wish for it, I will grant you. Take them all down. Dong Tianqing commanded. The surrounding disciples looked at each other in confusion. What does my word as sect leader not carry weight? Dong Tianqing glanced disdainfully. We daren't. The 5 disciples finally came to their senses. After all, when Feng Wuchang was in seclusion, he once said that seeing Dong Tianqing was like seeing him. Let's leave first, we'll discuss this matter later. One disciple winked at Ning Qianqian. I want to take a man away. Ning Qianqian clutched a man and walked step by step towards the exit of the sect leader's hall. Take her down. Dong Tianqing shouted angrily, absolutely not allowing Ning Qianqian to take a man away. If Changxian found out about this matter, Qingyun Sect would surely go to war with Qingyun Sect. Dong Tianqing did not want such a thing to happen. Stop. Just as the disciple hesitated and was about to act, a voice filled with rage came from the heavens. Man. Bai Lu looked at a man in Ning Qianqian's arms, instantly losing his reason, his anger surging to the top of his head. Chen Mo's figure also descended from the heavens, but at this moment few noticed him. Chen Mo looked at a man's state, and boundless anger arose within him. This disciple who had delivered pills to him was now in a state of complete loss, and was insulted like this. Chen Mo's anger was no less than Bai Lu's. Senior brother, Bai Lu, Master Chen. Ning Qianqian saw Bai Lu and Chen Mo arrive, and could no longer hold back her tears. Qianqian, what happened? Bai Lu suppressed his anger as he caressed a man's cheek. Senior brother. Ning Qianqian was about to speak when Dong Tianqing behind her interrupted. Bai Lu, calm down first, if our urgent task is to save a man. Subsequently, many disciples from Misty Peak rushed over. The disciples from the Four Peaks had basically gathered in the sect leader's hall. Who is so ruthless? All the disciples felt a tightness in their hearts, and then anger ignited. Bai Lu stared at Dong Tianqing. When he arrived, he happened to see Dong Tianqing intending to let someone act against a man. How can the sect leader ask me to remain calm? If I hadn't arrived in time, were you planning to take Qianqian down and conceal this matter? He questioned word by word. What? The many disciples who arrived looked at Dong Tianqing. Was this still a sect leader? You. Feeling the gazes of the many disciples, Dong Tianxing's expression stiffened. Bai Lu. At that moment, Chen Mo walked over quickly. Don't rush, save a man first. Bai Lu trusted Chen Mo very much now, and he handed a man over to Chen Mo. Chen Mo, a man's dantian is shattered and needs a creation pill. Dong Tianqing reminded. Chen Mo had already obtained a creation pill from the system. Creation pill? How could you have a creation pill? Dong Tianxing's expression changed slightly. A creation pill? How could a waste like Chen Mo possess such a thing? Chen Mo ignored Dong Tianqing. He quickly administered the creation pill to a man and Ning Qianqian, and Bai Lu finally calmed down a bit. However, after taking the creation pill, a man still lay unconscious with no signs of recovery in her dantian. Master, what is happening? Ning Qianqian and Bai Lu simultaneously asked. The one who acted was too ruthless. Not only did they ruin a man's dantian, but they also shattered her spiritual spring. Now any pills are useless. Chen Mo shook his head, his expression grave. He had just inquired the system, and even though the system shop contained all things in the world, there was nothing capable of reshaping a man's dantian and spiritual spring. Chen Mo's words caused everyone's hearts to leap into their throats except for Dong Tianqing. Uncle Master, what should we do? Bai Lu and Ning Qianqian looked at Chen Mo with anxiety. A terrifying sword intent floated around Bai Lu, and the killing intent could not be contained. His pupils turned increasingly crimson. Calm down. Chen Mo placed his hand on Bai Lu's shoulder. A wave of energy flowed into Bai Lu's body, restoring calmness to his gaze. I will find a way. Chen Mo gave Bai Lu a reassuring look. System, is there any way to restore a man's dantian? Chen Mo asked inwardly. Ding, there is a person in Yinzhou known as the medical sage. Only she can save this girl. The system's cold voice echoed. Chen Mo felt much more at ease as long as someone could save her. He turned his gaze to Bai Lu. The urgent matter is to ensure a man's life. Afterwards, I will personally go to Yinzhou to find the medical sage. She can help a man restore her dantian. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Dong Tianxing cast a disdainful glance at him. It was easy for Chen Mo to say, Yinzhou is far from Qingzhou, and how could a waste like Chen Mo reach Yinzhou? In Chen Mo's hand, the 3 lives pill appeared. As soon as the 3 lives pill emerged, everyone felt a sense of endless vitality. 3 lives pill. Dong Tianxing's fiery gaze turned towards Chen Mo. First the creation pill, now the 3 lives pill. How could Chen Mo possess such valuable items? As the 3 lives pill was consumed, the visible injuries on a man's face began to heal. A man! Ning Qianqian exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. A man is safe. Oh, she will wake up after resting a bit. Chen Mo reassured Bai Lu and Ning Qianqian with a confident look. Qianqian, what exactly happened? Why is a man so severely injured? Chen Mo began to inquire while all the disciples who had arrived focused their attention on Ning Qianqian. Chen Mo, this is not the time to consider those things. What we should do now is let a man rest. Just as Ning Qianqian was about to speak, Dong Tianxing interrupted. Ning Qianqian shot a resentful glance at Dong Tianxing. Qianqian, continue speaking. Don't worry, I'm here. Chen Mo ignored Dong Tianxing. Ning Qianqian nodded, taking out a projection stone, revealing the scene within the Beast Mountain range. In an instant, everyone witnessed the process of a man being injured until they saw Hua Yanran continuously slashing a man's face, and the disciples could no longer restrain themselves. Qingyun Sect. All the disciples clenched their fists. Not only did the Qingyun Sect bully the weak, but they also acted so ruthlessly. Bai Lu's eyes turned red, and the killing intent was difficult to control. Chen Mo, this matter is indeed the fault of the Qingyun Sect, but now is not the time for revenge. Dong Tianxing sighed and advised. If they were to go to war with the Qingyun Sect, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Hep. Chen Mo let out a cold laugh. If our disciples are humiliated like this, and we endure it, then it would truly be the beginning of the end for Qingyun Sect. Uncle Master, we can understand your fear, but please do not obstruct us. Chen Mo cast a cold gaze at Dong Tianxing. Well said. If this grudge is not avenged, how can Qingyun Sect recruit disciples in the future? All the disciples spoke up in unison. Once a sect loses its fighting spirit, it is the beginning of its demise. Despite the current decline of the Qingyun Sect, it was not yet time for destruction. Dong Tianxing's expression darkened. He did not expect Chen Mo to have such a significant influence. Bai Lu. Chen Mo ignored Dong Tianxing and called out to Bai Lu. Uncle Master. Bai Lu looked at Chen Mo and nodded solemnly. Do you want to avenge a man? This grudge must be avenged. Then come with me. Our Uncle Master will take you to kill. Chen Mo's voice turned cold. Uncle Master, we also wish to go and avenge a man. More and more disciples spoke up. For a man's revenge. The voices shook the heavens, igniting the disciples' fighting spirit. Be quiet. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly uncontrollable, Dong Tianxing shouted angrily. Do you still regard me as your sect leader? Sect leader. Chen Mo cast a cold glance at him. Dong Tianxing, our Qingyun Sect does not have such a cowardly leader. You? Impudent. Dong Tianxing at the realm of a mortal sovereign pressed down towards Chen Mo. Bai Lu's gaze shifted as he was about to step in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo held him back, and at that moment an aura of peak immortal sovereign emanated from him instantly, suppressing Dong Tianxing. Dong Tianxing took 2 steps back. Peak immortal sovereign. A hint of shock appeared in his eyes. Chen Mo is at the peak of a mortal sovereign. Wasn't he just at Foundation Establishment? How could he be at the peak of a mortal sovereign? Uncle Master Chen. So terrifying. All the disciples also turned their gaze to Chen Mo. Earlier they had seen him use spatial traversal and always thought he was a great ascendant, never realizing he was actually at the peak of a mortal sovereign. Chen Mo, you are hiding quite deep. Dong Tianxing looked at Chen Mo with apprehension, no longer possessing the authority of a sect leader. Chen Mo did not respond, merely speaking quietly. Uncle Master, do not forget how the Qingyun Sect became one of the 3 major sects of Qingzhou. It is based on our fighting spirit, the unity of our disciples, and the courage to face any enemy. Chen Mo turned his head, staring directly at Dong Tianxing. I know you are considering Qingyun Sect, and you fear revenge, but do not obstruct these disciples lest you dampen their spirits. Qianqian, stay here and take good care of a man. Bai Lu, let's go. Chen Mo instructed, and then took Bai Lu away. Uncle Master, take us with you. A disciple volunteered to go. No need, you all should focus on your training, Bai Lu, and I will suffice. Chen Mo looked at these disciples with appreciation, leading Bai Lu toward the Beast Mountain range. Chen Mo hide so deeply. After Chen Mo left, Dong Tianqing clenched his fists and murmured. As he thought about Chen Mo's earlier words, his fists gradually relaxed. He sighed and looked at the disciples in front of him. He remembered his past when he too was fearless and full of fighting spirit. He recalled the companions he once fought alongside. Perhaps some had fallen in battle, but without a doubt, everyone was filled with fighting spirit. Why does one become more fearful as they grow older? Perhaps Chen Mo was right. Endless forbearance would only lead to the decline of Qingyun Sect. In an instant, Dong Tianqing seemed to age a few years. Now his cultivation was inferior to Chen Mo, Chongxian, and Luo Qingyao. Even this fighting spirit could not compare. All right, all of you go back and train well. Remember what Uncle Master Chen said today, you must possess fighting spirit. Dong Tianqing spoke softly. Qian, take good care of a man. Dong Tianqing waved his hand and walked into the main hall alone. Once Feng Wuchang exits his seclusion, perhaps he should venture out as well. With Chen Mo, Chongxian, Luo Qingyao, Feng Wuchang, Bai Lu, and others, the Qingyun Sect will be safe. Deep within the Beast Mountain range, Yuan Dabiao led Feng Zhe and Hui Yanran in a continuous search. As a celestial sovereign, wherever Yuan Dabiao passed, all demons would retreat. Relying on Yuan Dabiao, Feng Yi and Hui Yanran acted arrogantly. Whenever they encountered demons, they would slay them, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake piled high like mountains. Master, this 7-star grass is so hard to find. Hui Yanran's eyes showed a hint of fatigue. Don't worry, even if I have to turn the Beast Mountain range upside down, I will help you find the 7-star grass. Yuan Dabiao spoke confidently, but upon seeing the overwhelming demonic aura deep within, a glimmer of caution flashed in his eyes. The great demons deep in the Beast Mountain range are no simple matter. Let's go. With the identity of the Qingyun Sect behind him, Yuan Dabiao felt significantly more confident. The great demons of the Beast Mountain range were originally driven into this place by cultivators, so they feared the existence of such powerful sects. Thank you, Master. Hui Yanran's pupils sparkled with delight. Linking arms with Feng Zhe, the three soared forward on their swords. I am the third elder of the Qingyun Sect here in the Beast Mountain range solely to obtain the 7-star grass with no intention of offense. I ask all demons to retreat. Yuan Dabiao's voice echoed throughout the Beast Mountain range. So imposing. The scattered cultivators outside looked on with envy. This is the privilege of sect disciples. They must compete fiercely for resources, and a moment's carelessness could lead to their utter destruction. These sect disciples are escorted by their elders. This is the difference. As the voice echoed, the Beast Mountain range fell into complete silence. Hui Yanran and Feng Zhe exchanged glances, pride evident on their faces. This is the Qingyun Sect, soon to surpass the Qingyun Sect. Deep within the Beast Mountain range, damn the Qingyun Sect, and that old man taking my grandson's inner core and still being so arrogant. With this declaration, a man with a red face and sharp fangs towering at 5 meters emerged, his enormous pupils flickering with endless flames. As he stepped out of the darkness, each step made the pitch black cave tremble. Third brother, calm down. Another pair of eyes like bronze bells appeared, accompanied by a voice that was ominously deep. Calm down. You dare threaten me after killing my grandson. How can I remain calm, big brother? The red lion's authority radiated, flames enveloping his body. After all, they are from the Qingyun Sect. A moment's carelessness could destroy the thousands of years of cultivation we've built up together. From the darkness, the 2 pairs of eyes opened simultaneously, advising the red lion. Big brother, second brother, don't stop me. I must confront that arrogant fellow. Even if I die, I'll make sure they go down with me. The red lion ignored their advice and stepped out of the Beast Mountain range. The demons crawled as if overwhelmed by a pressure from their bloodline. What's going on? Why is the red lion among the 3 demons moving? Is he preparing to confront that old man from the Qingyun Sect? The demons whispered. Typically, the 3 demons did not reveal themselves easily. Today, it is a rare fortune to see the red lion. It would be nice to teach those arrogant human cultivators a lesson. Within the cave, the other 2 pairs of eyes flickered like lanterns in the wind. Big brother, what should we do? No rush, that fellow is on par with third brother. He can't gain any advantage. But what if the Qingyun Sect cultivators arrive? Then we run away. The 7-star grass, it's the 7-star grass. Yuan Dabiao leading Feng Zhe and Hui Yanran finally found the 7-star grass. Xiao Zhe, go get the 7-star grass. Once we have it, we should leave. Even he felt the pressure deep within the Beast Mountain range at this moment. The demonic aura was too heavy. There were definitely existences within that he could not contend with. Yes. Feng Zhe clasped his hands, instantly flying down. Just as he prepared to collect the 7-star grass, several fireballs fell from the sky. Be careful. Yuan Dabio's expression changed, and with a wave of his sleeve the world seemed to turn upside down as a violent wind rose, and the dark light clashed with the fireballs. The ground was instantly blasted into deep craters. My seven-star grass. Hui Yanren's face changed dramatically. The collision had instantly shattered the seven-star grass. Who? Yuan Dabiao roared in anger. These demon beasts truly feared nothing. Knowing they were from the Qingyun Sect, they still dared to attack. Boom. There was no response, and what awaited him was yet another torrent of fireballs. The surrounding space trembled, and the temperature soared rapidly. Seeking death. Yuan Dabiao was unafraid, striking out with his palm, causing the space to shatter as the dark light stirred up the dust from the ground. At the moment of collision, the resulting shockwave quickly turned the surroundings into a desolate wasteland. The hidden demon beast had no time to escape and fell instantly under the explosive aftermath. As the flames dissipated, the figure of the red lion emerged from the residual light. Sensing the intense heat radiating from the red lion, Yuan Dabio's eyes glimmered with a hint of caution. The strength of this red lion was not beneath his own. Who are you, demon? How dare you attack someone from the Qingyun Sect? Yuan Dabiao threatened with his words, invoking the name of the Qingyun Sect. You killed my grandson and took his inner core, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. Even if you are from the Qingyun Sect today, I will make you pay the price. There must be some misunderstanding here. Your grandson, the Flame Lion, died at the hands of disciples from the Qingyun Sect. If anything, you should thank us as we avenged your grandson by killing the Qingyun Sect's people. Hui Yanran explained, a hint of pride appearing on her face. The red lion took a step forward. Heavenly Wing Lion King's demon-breaking fist. With a roar, he had already lost interest in explanations since his grandson was dead. The fist, wrapped in scorching flames, transformed into the illusion of a mighty lion charging towards Yuan Dabiao and the others. Stubborn and ignorant, do you really think I fear you? Yuan Dabiao snorted coldly, forming hand seals as a massive dark shield instantly materialized before him. The fist collided violently with the shield, producing a deafening roar, and the shockwave swept out, sending Feng Zhe and Hua Yanran flying backward. The red lion did not hold back. Roaring, it charged again, its body resembling a burning mountain. Oh, wherever it passed, the air seemed to ignite. Yuan Dabiao was completely unafraid. Xianing's sword technique. His hands rapidly formed seals, and before him a massive sword illusion emerged, drawing in the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. With a single sword slash, it cut through the air. The red lion also struck out with a punch. Its physical strength had already reached the peak, and naturally, it would not fear this sword. Yuan Dabio's sword struck the red lion's fist as if it struck against black iron. Moments later, both bodies were sent flying backwards. You cannot harm me. How about we end this matter here? Yuan Dabiao cautiously proposed. The red lion's pupils spun wildly. Yuan Dabiao was strong, and continuing the fight would yield no advantage for him. However, even if he died, he would ensure Yuan Dabiao paid with him. You wish? The red lion angrily retorted. Just as the red lion and Yuan Dabiao prepared to strike again, two figures slowly descended from the heavens. Chen Mo and Bai Lu appeared in the sky above. The red lion and Yuan Dabiao were both startled. Since neither Chen Mo nor Bai Lu wore the Qingyun Sect's robes, Yuan Dabiao and the others did not recognize them. The red lion sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Mo, feeling as if his life was at stake. Yuan Dabiao felt similarly. Chen Mo's presence far exceeded his likely belonging to a pinnacle existence of an immortal lord. Fellow Taoist, why don't we join forces to slay this monstrosity? How about the demon's inner core goes to you? Yuan Dabiao cupped his hands, his gaze tinged with respect. The red lion's mind focused, glancing fearfully at Chen Mo. A murderous intent radiated from Chen Mo. Deep within the myriad beast mountain range, the two great demons contemplated their brotherhood. Just as he intended to assist the red lion, he suddenly halted. Not good run. Big brother, what's wrong? The leading great demon's eyes reflected fear. A more terrifying presence had arrived. Though unseen, the overwhelming aura it exuded left him with no will to resist. The two arrived in haste and departed just as quickly. In the midst of tension, Chen Mo calmly stated, Bai Lu kill. Understood. Bai Lu nodded. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Yuan Dabiao cupped his hands. Feng Zhe and Hui Yanran were equally exhilarated. At that moment, they suddenly saw Bai Lu's sword light descending upon them. Not good, it's coming for us. Feng Zhe and Hui Yanran's faces changed drastically. They hurriedly countered, trying to fend off Bai Lu's assault. However, the gap in cultivation was too vast. In a single exchange, Feng Zhe and Hui Yanran were sent flying. What do you mean, fellow Taoist? Yuan Dabiao's smile vanished, his gaze darkening as he looked at Chen Mo. You injure my Qingyun Sect disciples, yet you ask me what I mean. Chen Mo sneered. Bai Lu continue. Bai Lu soared down, his killing intent enveloping Feng Zhe and Hui Yanran. Are you from the Qingyun Sect? Yuan de Biao's eyes filled with confusion. He recognized all the elders of the Qingyun sect with such strength and surely did not know Chen Mo. Chen Mo ignored him, simply watching Bai Lu. Bai Lu's strikes were ruthless, his sword intent sweeping the immortal techniques, surging like a rainbow. Master, save us. Hui Yanran and Feng Zhe could only place their hopes on Yuan de Biao. Damn it, I want to save too. Yuan de Biao felt helpless. Chen Mo's aura enveloped him, and with the slightest misstep, he could be easily obliterated by Chen Mo. Fellow Taoist, this must be a misunderstanding. Our Qingyun sect is willing to compensate. Yuan de Biao no longer displayed his previous arrogance. Chen Mo remained silent. Bai Lu kill the men outright, and for the women cripple their cultivation and take them back to the Qingyun sect. Bai Lu nodded. With a single sword strike, Feng Zhe's expression changed drastically. Suddenly feeling a chill around his neck, his head was severed. Looking at Hui Yanran, a glance was enough for her to kneel immediately. Please spare me. I am willing to serve you like a beast. In response, Bai Lu delivered a furious sword strike. It was this malicious woman who not only crippled a man's cultivation, but also ruined her beauty. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. With her cultivation crippled, Hui Yanran lay on the ground in agony, her face deathly pale. Fellow Taoists, do you not fear igniting a war between our sects? Seeing his disciples dead or captured, Yuan de Biao could only threaten. I give you a chance to send a message to the Qingyun sect. The killer is Chen Mo of the Qingyun sect. If war is to be declared, so be it. Yuan de Biao crushed the sound transmission jade talisman in his hand. Since it had come to this, he wanted to see what confidence the Qingyun sect had to start a war with his Qingyun sect. We shall see. Yuan de Biao coldly snorted and prepared to fly away. Did I allow you to leave? Chen Mo, seeing that Yuan de Biao had completed his transmission, instantly struck out with a palm. Yuan de Biao felt the great Daos force crushing down upon him from the heavens and earth, rendering him utterly unable to resist. How dare he? Yuan de Biao's pupils contracted. The Qingyun sect was willing to kill him, an elder, for a single disciple. After that palm strike, Yuan de Biao's soul dissipated into the world. The Red Lion, witnessing Chen Mo's method, immediately prostrated on the ground. Such overwhelming power, if directed at him, would surely lead to his demise in no time. Bai Lu also looked at Chen Mo. Although Chen Mo had previously forced Dong Tianqing back, he believed Chen Mo's strength was merely that of an immortal lord. Now it appeared that even compared to Chang Xian, Chen Mo's power was not to be underestimated. Bai Lu, take her away. Hui Yanran, seeing her master killed in an instant, felt her spirit collapse, engulfed in despair. She never expected that merely killing a disciple of the Qingyun sect would lead to such calamity. Wasn't it said that the Qingyun sect dared not go to war with the Qingyun sect? Bai Lu stepped forward, slapped Hui Yanran unconscious, and then carried her away like a dead pig. The Red Lion kept his head down, not daring to look up, fearing to attract Chen Mo's attention. At that moment, Chen Mo's gaze fell upon him. The Red Lion's heart sank. He was discovered. You should accompany me to Yizhou. After returning from Yizhou, I will release you. Chen Mo spoke lightly. The journey to Yizhou was long. If he were alone, it would not matter, but he certainly intended to take a man along. The Red Lion was indeed a good choice. Yes, thank you, Senior. Though the Red Lion was reluctant, he did not dare to resist. Being a mount for such an existence was acceptable to him, certainly better than facing death. Transforming into his true form, the Red Lion flew towards Chen Mo. The three of them, one lion and two humans, headed in the direction of the Qingyun sect. Chen Mo noticed Bai Lu's killing intent had yet to dissipate, and smiled as he spoke. Bai Lu, my senior uncle's strength is limited and cannot annihilate the Qingyun sect for a man's revenge. Your talent far surpasses that of my senior uncle. Work hard in your cultivation and strive for the day when the Qingyun sect stands at the pinnacle of the underworld realm. Chen Mo could have directly wiped out the Qingyun sect, but doing so would be detrimental to the Qingyun sect's disciples' cultivation. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's killing intent diminished significantly. Thank you, senior uncle. Taking a deep breath, Bai Lu cupped his hands in response. I must also thank you, senior uncle, for your intervention or otherwise. Bai Lu did not continue, as Chang Xian and the other senior uncles were all in seclusion, while Dong Tianqing, despite his strength, lacked any guts. If it weren't for Chen Mo, he could never have avenged a man. By the time Chang Xian emerged from seclusion, Hui Yanran and Feng Zhe would have already returned to the Qingyun sect, making revenge practically impossible. However, this matter was not over yet. He had noted the Qingyun sect. Chen Mo looked at Bai Lu with satisfaction. This lad had good talent and character, and he could certainly support the Qingyun sect's banner in the future. Deep within the myriad beast mountain range, the two great demons felt the power of Chen Mo's palm and trembled in fear. With that strike, the entire myriad beast mountain range shook. Big brother, what should we do? Second brother has been captured. What else can we do? Just let it be. But it's fortunate that the esteemed elder did not take second brother's life, and I sense that being that elder's mount is an honor for him. Above the Beast Mountain range, numerous wandering cultivators watched as Bai Lu carried Hua Yin away, displaying strange expressions. Isn't that a disciple of the Qingyun Sect? What happened to them now? I possess a divine ability known as the listening wind ear. Do you remember those two Qingyun Sect disciples? They were injured by the Qingyun Sect disciples, and now the Qingyun Sect has come for revenge, killing two members of the Qingyun Sect, one of whom was even an elder. The Qingyun Sect is so ruthless. It seems that a war between the Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect is imminent. Qingzhou, it's going to be lively. Qingyun Sect, Sword Peak. A man woke up in a familiar environment, a hint of confusion flashing across her face. Am I still alive? A man, you finally woke up. Ning Qianqian brought in a basin of water, and upon seeing a man awake excitedly, put down the water and quickly ran to her side. Qianqian, I'm not dead. A man touched her cheek, puzzled. Wait, my face, wasn't it disfigured? Stop talking nonsense. Ning Qianqian sat on the edge of the bed, holding a man's hand. A man, it was Master Chen who saved you, but your cultivation level. It's fine as long as I'm alive, isn't that good? A man stretched lazily, her optimism shining through. She thought she was going to die, but unexpectedly she was still alive. Rest assured, Master Chen said he has a way to help you restore your dantian. Ning Qianqian comforted her. By the way, Master Chen and senior brother Bai Lu have already gone to the Beast Mountain range to avenge you. I believe they will return soon. Master Chen, this is too dangerous. A man expressed her concern as the elder of the Qingyun Sect was very powerful. You don't know, do you? Ning Qianqian sighed. Master Chen has always been pretending. His strength is incredible. Even the supreme elder Dong Tianxing is not his opponent. He will definitely kill those three to avenge you. Huh? A man was a bit stunned. Are you saying the supreme elder is not Master Chen's opponent? Exactly, Ning Qianqian nodded vigorously. Originally, the supreme elder feared engaging in war with the Qingyun Sect and did not want to avenge you, but Master Chen intimidated the supreme elder. They have already gone to the Beast Mountain range with senior brother Bai. So you don't need to worry, your cultivation will surely be restored. Oh, it's fine. A man comforted herself. Even if I can't recover, it doesn't matter as long as I can still be with you and senior brother Bai Lu. Although she said this, Ning Qianqian still noticed the fleeting sadness in a man's eyes. Ning Qianqian felt a pang of heartache. To be honest, she was unsure if a man could restore her cultivation. But she trusted Chen Mo, especially when he intimidated Dong Tianxing like a god descending from the heavens. All right, Qianqian, accompany me outside for a walk. I feel so tired. A man smiled brightly. Okay. Ning Qianqian carefully supported a man as they headed out of the room. On Sword Peak, many disciples were practicing their swordsmanship. At the moment a man walked out, all the disciples paused their actions. Their expressions were filled with joy. A man, you're awake. How are you? Are you okay? Everyone rushed over to comfort a man. Thank you all for your concern, I'm fine. A man felt a surge of emotion, tears shimmering in her eyes. This was the feeling of home. A man, rest assured, senior brother Bai and Master Chen have gone to the Beast Mountain range. They will surely bring back the heads of those three beasts to honor you. Hey, can you not speak? Our man is perfectly fine. What do you mean by honor? Ning Qianqian shot a glare at the speaker, eliciting laughter from everyone. Gradually, disciples from Mou Peak, Shaozhu Peak, and Luo Shui Peak kept arriving. Upon seeing a man safe and sound, they all offered sincere smiles. A man, junior sister, it's so good that you're fine. Thank you all for your concern. I'm doing well. A man gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Roar. At that moment, a majestic lion's roar echoed from above Sword Peak. What is that? All the disciples looked up, gazing at the red lion, or rather at Chen Mo and Bai Lu on the red lion. It's Master Chen and senior brother Bai. They've returned. All the disciples were incredibly excited, waving at Chen Mo and Bai Lu. The red lion landed on the ground, stirring up a whirlwind. Although it did not release its aura, all the disciples could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the red lion. Master Chen, senior brother Bai. All the disciples greeted Chen Mo and Bai Lu. Chen Mo and Bai Lu nodded. A man. When Bai Lu saw a man, he could no longer contain himself, running over to hug her. I'm so glad you're okay. A man slowly put her hand on Bai Lu's back, tears uncontrollably falling. Senior brother, I thought I would never see you again. Seeing this, many disciples retreated behind Chen Mo, leaving the stage to Bai Lu and a man. Ahem. At this moment, Chen Mo cleared his throat. Bai Lu and a man's faces turned slightly red. Thank you, master. A man stuck out her tongue playfully. It's nothing. Chen Mo waved his hand, addressing the red lion. Spit her out. The red lion nodded and spat Hoi Yan out from its mouth. Upon seeing Hoi Yan's face, all the disciples glared at her in anger. It's this wretched person who harmed a man. Master Chen, tear her to shreds. Chen Mo waved his hand, signaling the disciples to be quiet. A man, we want to leave her to you to deal with. Chen Mo slowly spoke. In cultivation, it is essential for one's thoughts to be clear. If a man did not handle Hua Yin personally, it might lead to inner demons. A man looked at Hua Yin, her expression growing cold. She walked step by step toward Hua Yin. A ray of light flew from Chen Mo's hand, causing Hua Yin to awaken instantly. When Hua Yin saw a man, fear appeared in her eyes. Let me go, please let me go. I was wrong. Hua Yin clung to a man's leg, crying out, I want dare again. Please let me go. A man did not respond, slowly taking out a hairpin and fiercely stabbing it into Hua Yin's cheek. Hua Yin immediately screamed in pain, blood quickly staining a man's hand. A man did not stop stabbing Hua Yin's cheek like a madwoman. Only when Hua Yin fainted did a man gradually release her grip, with a bit of blood staining her face. Ning Qianqian stepped forward, holding a man's hand with concern. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect coldly watched Hua Yin. A man's actions were not wrong, it was merely a case of tit for tat. Bai Lu, throw her to feed the spirit beasts, Chen Mo commanded. Bai Lu picked up Hua Yin and headed toward the back mountain. Someone like Hua Yin deserves such a fate. A man, prepare yourself and wait for me here. I'm going to the sect master's hall, then I'll take you to Yinzhou. Thank you, master. A man bowed to Chen Mo. After taking revenge on Hua Yin, she felt refreshed and her mood improved significantly. In the main hall of the sect leader, Chen Mo found Dong Tianxing. The people from the Qingyun Sect have already been killed. I must take a man to Yinzhou immediately. Before we go, I will visit the Qingyun Sect. During this time, I trouble you, master uncle, to watch over the disciples and prevent them from going out alone for training. Chen Mo instructed Dong Tianxing to intimidate the Qingyun Sect a little before they left. As long as the disciples do not venture out, the Qingyun Sect would not dare to start a war easily. Perhaps seeing the bloodthirst of many disciples reminded Dong Tianxing of his own glorious years. There's no need to take risks. Dong Tianxing turned his head, blood surging within him, and said, you can just go to Yinzhou directly. The Qingyun Sect is in my hands. Chen Mo regarded him with newfound respect. This old fellow was not entirely foolish. Although a bit timid, he at least knew to return to the right path. That works too. Chen Mo tossed Wind Wuchang's token to Dong Tianxing, saying, if anything happens, just crush the token and senior brother Wind will come out. Upon receiving the token, Dong Tianxing felt as if he were dreaming. Chen Mo, who had been a useless person for a century, had in an instant become a peak existence of the immortal sovereign. He did not know why Chen Mo had been hiding all these years. But it did not matter. His lifelong efforts were all in the Qingyun Sect. He had no ambitions, unlike Lin Wei, who coveted the position of sect leader. The Qingyun Sect was his everything. Thus he did not care what Chen Mo's hidden motives were, as long as Chen Mo posed no threat to the sect. After receiving a response, Chen Mo returned to the Sword Peak. To be safe, he added a trace of his aura at the center of the protective formation of the sect. If the Qingyun Sect attacked the protective formation, this aura would allow him to respond promptly. With his strength, a trace of aura could save the day. At Sword Peak, all disciples were sizing up the Red Lion. Even though the Red Lion was lying on the ground, they still felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Yet this Red Lion was easily subdued by Chen Mo. One should know that to tame a beast of this level, one must possess significantly greater strength. The Red Lion dared not make the slightest move. From the moment it entered the Qingyun Sect, it sensed several powerful auras. Moreover, Chen Mo was still present. If it angered these disciples, and Chen Mo struck it, it would be a loss it could not afford. Only after Chen Mo arrived did the Red Lion rise. A man, let's go. Chen Mo spoke. A man reluctantly glanced back at Bai Lu and Ning Qianqian. Master uncle, let me go with you. You focus on your training. Don't worry, I will bring you back an identical a man. Chen Mo shook his head with a wry smile, thinking Bai Lu is truly a romantic. After pondering for a moment, Bai Lu nodded and respectfully knelt on the ground. Thank you, master uncle. Training well is the greatest gratitude you can offer me. Chen Mo lifted Bai Lu with his spiritual energy and then sat a man behind the Red Lion. The Red Lion roared and headed towards Yinzhou. Senior brother Qianqian, take care. A man waved goodbye, having never ventured this far from the Qingyun Sect before. Only after seeing the Red Lion's figure grow smaller did Bai Lu reluctantly withdraw his gaze. The path of cultivation was still long, as starting today, he had a new goal: to annihilate the Qingyun Sect. Even though this goal seemed quite distant for him now. The distance between Yinzhou and Qinzhou was vast, separated by a whole empire continent in between. Each continent's territory was extremely expansive, stretching over millions of miles. This was also why Chen Mo wanted to tame the Red Lion. For him, this distance was nothing. But with a man along, one careless move could lead to being torn apart by spatial turbulence. Master uncle, you are so strong, why did you hide before? On the way, a man curiously asked Chen Mo. It wasn't intentional to hide, Chen Mo replied sincerely. Then why? A man continued to inquire. Because The main character always appears last. A man. But upon reflection, Chen Mo did indeed resemble a main character. Most elders of the sect were in seclusion, and the acting sect leader obstructed him. In a critical moment, Chen Mo stepped up and killed those from the Qingyun Sect. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed a bit main character-like. Taking a bite of the spiritual fruit in his hand, a man chuckled. I finally understand why Master Aunt Qingyao likes you. Why, oi? Chen Mo looked at a man with interest, anticipating the answer he was thinking of. A man gave Chen Mo a quirky glance, but did not answer. You guess. Because you're handsome. A man shook her finger. No, because Master Uncle, you're shameless. Chen Mo coughed slightly. This little girl had a sharp tongue. Who did she learn it from? The Red Lion was also taken aback by a man's words. Indeed, these disciples from great sects were pampered. If an ordinary person said such a thing to Chen Mo, he would have slapped them down long ago. A man was quite talkative, making the journey not too boring. Half a month later, the two finally arrived at the moon continent. A man's big eyes sparkled. The journey had left her somewhat fatigued. Master Uncle, have we reached Yanzhou? Not yet. Chen Mo shook his head. We just arrived at the moon continent. Yanzhou is still ahead. Moon continent? A man asked curiously, having never traveled this far before. Shall we continue on? The Red Lion raised its head to inquire. Let's rest for a bit. Chen Mo, upholding the virtues of respecting the elderly and loving the young, decided not to treat the Red Lion like a beast of burden, as he was not a capitalist. Furthermore, the Red Lion was not compensated. Finally, we can rest. A man stretched lazily, looking tired. Let's go into the city. Chen Mo waved his hand. Yea, we're going into the city. A man exclaimed excitedly, bouncing into Linen City. Linen City did not seem particularly developed in the moon continent. The buildings inside the city were quite simple, but there were many stalls by the streets selling all kinds of delicacies. To prevent panic, Chen Mo specifically had the Red Lion transform into human form, though its appearance was slightly different. Master Uncle, I want to eat 5 spice buns. Master Uncle, I want to eat roasted rabbit, although it's very cute. All the way, a man was a culinary enthusiast. Chen Mo shook his head. Perhaps being crippled was not entirely a bad thing for a man, as experiencing the mundane world was also a form of cultivation. A man's gluttonous appetite had made Chen Mo and the Red Lion feel hungry. The Red Lion could eat humans, but with Chen Mo present, it naturally dared not act brazenly, and besides, the cultivators of the moon continent would absolutely not allow such a situation to occur. As for roasted rabbit, it was a good substitute. A man was also very generous. She bought a lot, even though Chen Mo was the one paying. Little did they know, the moment the Red Lion entered the city, it had already attracted attention. Recently, Linen City had not been very peaceful, with frequent occurrences of great demons eating people. Linen City is under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun Sect. Recently, the major cities affiliated with the Qingyun Sect have not been peaceful, with frequent disappearances and gruesome deaths, as if their very essence and blood have been completely drained. Only a desiccated corpse remains. Despite the Qingyun Sect dispatching more disciples for protection, the situation has not improved. The moment Chen Mo entered the city, he had already drawn attention specifically from the Red Lion. At the Yulai, and when Chen Mo and the others entered, there were not many patrons inside. At the counter stood a man and a woman, both with sickly pale complexions. Innkeeper, do you have any rooms available? Chen Mo approached the front desk and spoke quietly. The male innkeeper wore a smile, but his expression suddenly changed upon seeing the Red Lion. Yes. No, he stammered. Chen Mo frowned slightly, but still smiled, saying, Innkeeper, do you have rooms or not? The female innkeeper gently pinched the male innkeeper and smiled, saying, We do have rooms available, esteemed guest. How many do you require? 3 superior rooms, Chen Mo replied calmly. Without further thought, Chen Mo stated plainly. The Red Lion glanced at him, and Chen Mo regarded him as a person. The two, one man and one lion, ascended the stairs. The male innkeeper glanced at the female innkeeper and said, If I'm not mistaken, that was a great demon. You're courting death. What if you get eaten? The female innkeeper muttered quietly, You stay here, I will go find the city lord. The male innkeeper nodded deeply and sneaked away from the inn. At the city lord's mansion, under the dim yellow light, city Lord Xia Ningtian sat cross-legged, frantically absorbing the spiritual power of heaven and earth, which shimmered with a blood-red glow. Xia Ningtian's gaze was gradually turning blood-red as well. Meanwhile, everyone else in the city lord's mansion was in a deep sleep, each face reflecting extreme pain. The people of Linen are still too weak, Xia Ningtian muttered. He was a steward of the Qingyun Sect. Over the years, the Qingyun Sect had transformed from a small sect to the top power in the southern wasteland of the moon continent, relying on the absorption of human blood. Yet with the Immortal Tao Alliance present, the Qingyun Sect could only hide, and rumors of demons eating people began to spread. In reality, all of this was orchestrated by the Qingyun Sect. When the male innkeeper arrived at the Yulai, and he couldn't help but shiver. Something feels off, he thought, looking toward the city lord's mansion where a dim, ominous light flickered. He knocked on the door and waited for a moment, but no one came to answer. What's going on? Is no one here? The male innkeeper felt puzzled. Logically, there should be someone on duty at this hour. Forget it, I'll come back tomorrow if this feels really eerie. Seeing no one respond, the male innkeeper turned to leave, feeling discomfort by the city lord's mansion. Where are you going? As he turned, he bumped into a blood-red face staring at him in a strange manner. The male innkeeper was so startled that he fell to the ground. City lord, it's you. You scared me. The male innkeeper wiped the sweat from his forehead and then bowed as he stood up. What brings you to my mansion? Xiaoning Tian asked darkly. City lord, today a great demon came to my inn, and I specifically came to inform you. I didn't dare disturb the great demon. They are currently resting in my inn along with one man and one woman. Understood, you may return. Do not alarm the snake in the grass. Xiaoning Tian's expression was peculiar as he revealed a smile. Tomorrow I will send someone to capture the great demon. Yes, the male innkeeper bowed, then I shall take my leave. As the male innkeeper turned to leave, Xiaoning Tian placed a hand on his head. The male innkeeper's blood visibly dissipated before his eyes. City lord. You. The male innkeeper turned his head incredulous as he looked at Xiaoning Tian. There is no great demon. Everything is my doing. Xiaoning Tian took a deep breath, and the male innkeeper was already a desiccated corpse. However, at least someone will take the blame. At the Yulai, and the female innkeeper waited for a long time, but did not see the male innkeeper return, feeling a sense of doubt. How strange, the city lord's mansion isn't too far. Why is he taking so long to come back? No, I need to check it out. The female innkeeper headed outside the inn. Innkeeper. The moment she saw the male innkeeper, the female innkeeper covered her mouth, tears streaming down uncontrollably. In just a short while, the male innkeeper had already become a desiccated corpse. Damn great demon. With a low growl, she hurried toward the city lord's mansion. Inside the city lord's mansion, Xiaoning Tian was already aware of the female innkeeper's arrival. The female innkeeper was the witness, and the great demon from the Yulai Inn was the sacrificial victim. Everything was under his control. The next day, Chen Mo and the others stepped out of their room. Good morning, Master Uncle. Good morning, Big Lion. A man had clearly slept well last night, happily greeting Chen Mo and the Red Lion. Good morning, girl. Chen Mo was also in a good mood. He had slept well and hadn't felt so relaxed in a long time, except for the time with Luo Qingyao, although he felt a bit weak the next day. The Red Lion also nodded lightly. Master Uncle, let's go, we're heading to Yazhou. A man waved her hand, suddenly feeling that going out for a walk was quite nice. This mundane world is even more interesting than the cultivation realm. Wait a moment. Just as she was about to head downstairs, Chen Mo frowned. The Red Lion seemed to sense something as well and exchanged glances with Chen Mo. What's wrong? A man turned her head, puzzled. We are surrounded. Chen Mo smiled faintly, not expecting that upon arriving at the moon continent they would encounter such a situation. It was uncertain whether it was their misfortune or the misfortune of those below. A man's eyes widened. No way, what wrong did we do for our accommodation? Let's go out and see, that will clarify everything. Chen Mo smiled leisurely, leading a man and the Red Lion down the stairs. Outside the Yulai Inn, Xiaoning Tian, accompanied by numerous disciples of the Qingyun Sect, surrounded the Yulai Inn tightly. Beside him, the female innkeeper looked on with tears, her gaze filled with hatred as she stared inside. Outside the encirclement, the citizens of Linen City had already gathered. What's going on? Why is the Yulai Inn surrounded? And is that the female innkeeper from Yulai Inn? Don't you know? The great demon who entered the city yesterday is staying at the Yulai Inn and has killed the male innkeeper of Yulai Inn. The male innkeeper's manner of death is identical to those previous cultivators. So the great demon who entered the city yesterday is the killer. Exactly. This great demon entered Linen City along with that man and woman. It seems that this man and woman are the real culprits behind the scenes. Heaven has eyes, they have finally been discovered, and the deceased can now rest in peace. I hope City Lord Xia can successfully slay the great demon and restore peace to Linen City. The surrounding citizens were in an uproar filled with resentment towards the Red Lion. Xiaoning Tian, hearing their words, smirked. Truly a group of foolish people, no wonder they could only serve as their sustenance. In the gaze of the onlookers, Chen Mo, a man, and Hong Shi stepped forward. They are coming out, all the townsfolk exclaimed with immense excitement. Kill them. In an instant, vegetables, fruits, and rotten eggs flew toward Chen Mo and his companions. Hong Shi frowned, opening his massive maw, swallowing everything in one gulp. This beast devours people in such a manner. Please, City Lord, take action and slay this monster. Please, City Lord, take action and slay this monster. The voices of the townsfolk transformed into a raging inferno, their pleading gazes directed at Xiaoning Tian. What do you mean by that? A man with a fiery temper clenched her fists and glared at the surrounding townsfolk. This girl is traveling with a great demon. She must be a bad person. City Lord, kill them to honor the many spirits of linen. Xiaoning Tian waved his hand, and in an instant all voices ceased. Did you clearly see that last night it was this great demon who killed your husband? Xiaoning Tian turned to the female shopkeeper and asked. Replying to the city lord, it was indeed this demon who killed my husband. I witnessed it with my own eyes. His death was no different from that of the others before him. The female shopkeeper had already conspired with Xiaoning Tian on her response last night. This city lord is aware now. Xiaoning Tian nodded. He looked down at Chen Mo and his companions. You audacious fiend, you have killed many of my Qingyun Sect's disciples. Not only do you hide, but you dare to commit murder under my very nose. If I do not slay you on behalf of the Qingyun Sect today, how can I silence the voices of the people? Xiaoning Tian spoke loudly, embodying the image of justice. Disciples of Qingyun Sect, heed my command. Upon his command, all the disciples of Qingyun Sect responded in unison. Here, follow my command, act in the name of justice. The aura around Xiaoning Tian burst forth. Act in the name of justice. Act in the name of justice. The disciples shouted their slogans. You mustn't slander us unfairly. A man's face turned crimson, her fingers trembling with barely contained rage. As cultivators of Qingyun Sect, a prestigious and righteous sect, how could a man accept being labeled as demonic? Last night we remained at the Yulai Inn and did not venture out at all. Nonsense. I saw with my own eyes the beast beside you kill our shopkeeper. If I hadn't fled quickly, I would have surely been devoured by this demon. Remembering the tragic fate of the male shopkeeper, the female shopkeeper mustered her courage to speak. Do not try to quibble. Xiaoning Tian also spoke coldly. A man wanted to argue, but Chen Mo stopped her. Girl, remember this, some people become others' pawns simply because they are foolish. Arguing with such fools is futile. What we need to do is to maintain our true selves and respond to violence with violence. A chilling aura emanated from Chen Mo. With a mere glance, he discerned the strange auras surrounding Xiaoning Tian and the disciples of Qingyun Sect. Meanwhile, these townsfolk had already been blinded by deception. Since you say these people are the ones we killed, then so be it. What can you do about it? Chen Mo spoke coldly. A smirk appeared at the corner of Xiaoning Tian's mouth. He had not expected Chen Mo to agree so readily. Then there is nothing left to say. Kill them. With a command from Xiaoning Tian, a brilliant light radiated from all Qingyun Sect disciples. Xiaoning Tian was but a golden core cultivator, while these disciples were merely at foundation establishment. Chen Mo did not need to take action at all. In 3 seconds I will make them disappear, Chen Mo said casually. All right. At this moment Hong Shi was also seething with rage. Although he was a killer, this was the law of the cultivation world, and being wronged only fueled his anger. Moreover, he hadn't eaten anyone in a long time. You all perish before this lion. Filled with fury, Hong Shi opened his massive maw, and in an instant all the Qingyun Sect disciples who had attacked were uncontrollably drawn into his mouth. The smile on Xiaoning Tian's face vanished, replaced by a look of sheer terror. The surrounding townsfolk were equally stunned. This great demon had become strong enough that even Qingyun Sect could not handle it. After devouring numerous disciples of Qingyun Sect, Chen Mo turned his gaze towards Xiaoning Tian. Xiaoning Tian's face was filled with terror. Demon indiscriminately killing the innocent as Qingyun Sect will not let you go. He persisted in his bravado, but what awaited him was only the gaping maw of Hong Shi. Xiaoning Tian was dead. The female shopkeeper trembled as she knelt on the ground. The surrounding townsfolk looked on in fear and trepidation at Chen Mo and his companions. However, Chen Mo, a man, and Hong Shi paid them no mind and headed outside Linen City. Let me offer you a piece of advice. The gods in your eyes may not be noble. They could very well be the demons that destroy you. Chen Mo murmured. These people were merely townsfolk, but he would not meddle further. A reminder was the greatest act of kindness he could offer. What do you mean? Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, many townsfolk looked at each other in confusion. Could it be? They naturally thought of Qingyun Sect, whom they regarded as gods. Could it be that all of this was a plot orchestrated by Qingyun Sect? Do not listen to his nonsense. Just as the crowd was in doubt, the female shopkeeper summoned her courage. If it were truly the doing of Qingyun Sect, Linen City would have been littered with corpses long ago. All the townsfolk instantly awakened to reality. Indeed, Linen City has always belonged to Qingyun Sect. If it were Qingyun Sect, could we still be alive today? Moreover, many disciples of Qingyun Sect had also died. Is it possible that Qingyun Sect would kill its own disciples? The townsfolk spoke, and all doubts vanished in an instant. However, they did not dare to publicly condemn Chen Mo and his companions. A bunch of fools. Chen Mo shook his head. Those who feign sleep cannot be awakened. These people deserve to die. Hong Shi transformed into his true form, carrying a man and Chen Mo as they flew away from Linen City. Master Uncle, is the mastermind really Zetian Sect? A man filled with doubt wondered why Zetian Sect would not simply kill everyone in Linen City. The appearance of a single cockroach indicates that the darkness is infested with them. Chen Mo explained Xia Ning Tian, being a member of Zetian Sect, is an evil cultivator. Zetian Sect is not far from being evil itself. But it should be easy for them to kill these townsfolk. Why the secrecy? A man continued to inquire. Because of the existence of the Immortal Alliance. Immortal Alliance. A man still did not understand. What is that? A coalition formed by the top forces of Moon Continent intended to restrain various sects on the continent and prevent cultivators from indiscriminately killing the innocent. I see. A man understood and innocently asked, Master Uncle, should we not interfere? Should we destroy Zetian Sect? Girl, today I shall teach you a lesson. Chen Mo patted a man's head. All things are destined. When we are outside, the most taboo thing is to meddle in others' affairs. All right. A man nodded thoughtfully, still feeling a bit reluctant. But these common folks are innocent. Should we really let them be drained of their blood by the Zetian Sect? Chen Mo shook his head helplessly. To these common folks, the Zetian Sect is like a deity. Even if we tell them the truth, they still won't believe us. Aren't the people of Linen City the best example? Chen Mo lay down, resting his hands behind his head. Moreover, with the existence of the Xiandao Alliance in Yuezhou, the people of the Alliance are not fools. But what if the people of the Xiandao Alliance are truly fools? A man scratched his head. Chen Mo shot him a glance. When we are out, follow my lead. We are heading to Yazhou. Okay. A man swayed her legs, not dwelling on it. The common folks from earlier were quite annoying. She shouldn't have pitied them. As the trees wished for calm, the winds would not cease. At the moment of the Zetian Sect's demise in Linen City, the female manager of the Yulai Inn was indignant. She rode a swift horse, hastening towards the Zetian Sect. She wanted the three of Chen Mo to pay a price. A day later, the female manager finally arrived at the Zetian Sect. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, looking at the sacred staircase that was very high, yet she felt no fear. With a sincere heart, she climbed step by step. As long as she rang the great bell outside the Zetian Sect, she could summon the sect's members to deal with the demons. Finally, the great bell at the Zetian Sect's gate was drawing closer to her. At that moment, her consciousness began to blur. With the last of her strength, she struck the great bell. Dong! The sacred sound of the bell echoed like the voice of the Tao throughout the Zetian Sect. All disciples of the Zetian Sect looked up in confusion. What's going on? Are we under attack? After a moment, 5 figures appeared out of thin air at the Zetian Sect's gate. The leader was none other than the sect master Jin Xingyan. The other 4 were elders. Sect master, this person has no cultivation. She should be one of the surrounding common folks, spoke an elder at the nascent soul stage. Jin Xingyan's expression grew serious as his hand slowly approached the female manager's head. He probed with his divine sense. Soon the scenes of Linen City appeared vividly in his mind. As all the memories were explored, the female manager's vitality gradually diminished. Even as she fantasized about avenging her husband, she would never suspect that the deity she trusted was the true culprit leading her husband to hell. Jin Xingyan's face became increasingly grim. Sect master, what's wrong? Noticing Jin Xingyan's expression, an elder inquired. All the people of Linen City have been killed. Jin Xingyan's voice was icy, radiating with anger. What? All the elders' expressions changed drastically. Was it the people of the Xiandao Alliance? No, it was a man and a woman along with a great demon. Jin Xingyan shook his head. From the strength of this great demon, it is at least at the nascent soul stage. Jin Xingyan's expression turned serious. He wasn't particularly worried about the Red Lion, rather he was most concerned about Chen Mo. For someone to have the Red Lion follow him wholeheartedly, Chen Mo's strength must far exceed that of the Red Lion. Could it be that our plan has been discovered? The elders were puzzled. No. Jin Xingyan waved his hand. These 3 are not locals of Yuezhou. They must have just coincidentally crossed paths. Sect master, we must kill these 3 if otherwise. It could be detrimental to the Zetian Sect. The elders expressed their concerns, realizing that these 3 must have learned of everything the Zetian Sect has done. Jin Xingyan fell into deep thought, took a deep breath, and sneered, send people to Linen City and slaughter all the common folks. Oh, the elders were taken aback. Sect master, that's too risky. Rest assured I have my own measures. Just do as I say. Jin Xingyan was confident. The Xiandao Alliance was investigating this matter. Just right, let them clash with Chen Mo. Regardless of who wins, it would benefit the Zetian Sect. If the Xiandao Alliance cannot defeat these 3, they will certainly shift all their attention to them, leaving no time to care for the Zetian Sect. If they could slay Chen Mo and the others, it would clear the Zetian Sect of suspicion. Remember, when you go to Linen, leave no traces, clean up thoroughly. At that moment, Jin Xingyan's pupils turned pitch black. It truly came without effort. Understood. The elders no longer asked questions, transforming into shadows cloaked in black robes and disappearing from the Zetian Sect. Jin Xinjian's lips curled into a smile as he turned to leave. Moments later, he entered a pitch-black room. Pushing open the door of formation, I appeared. Xiandao Alliance. Take your time investigating. He threw a letter in his hand, and the moment it touched the formation, I had ignited, fiercely vanishing in an instant. At the speed of that great demon, it should have already reached the territory of the Xiandao Alliance. Everything is just right. In Linen City, while many common folks still fantasized about the Qingyun Sect eliminating demons, 4 figures in black had already set up formations throughout the entire Linen City. In an instant, all the common folks in Linen City were drained of their blood, and Linen City turned into a dead city. Chen Mo was still unaware he had intended to keep to himself, but the Qingyun Sect did not plan to let them go. The moment the Xiandao Alliance received Jin Xinjian's message, they immediately dispatched people to intercept Chen Mo. The great demon harming common folks was absolutely not permitted by the Xiandao Alliance. At this moment, 2 figures flew out from the Xiandao Alliance. A man and a woman. The man appeared rebellious and unruly, seeming to be around 30 years old. The woman had a cold beauty, exuding an air of arrogance. Yin, don't worry, this time we'll carry out this mission together, and I will protect you well. No need, don't follow me, we'll act separately. Xiaoyan turned her head, pressing her sword against Yin Hao's chest. Yin Hao immediately raised his hands, cautiously moving Xiaoyan's sword away. Yin, don't be so agitated. My grandfather has already discussed with your grandfather. Once this matter is over, our families will be joined in marriage. Get lost, don't annoy me. Xiaoyan shot a cold glance at Yin Hao, forcing him back with her sword before soaring into the sky. Yin Hao's smile instantly vanished. Huh, how shameless. If it weren't for the Tianling Lotus, I wouldn't care about you at all. Yin Hao spoke coldly. The Tianling Lotus was a rare treasure. As long as he obtained the Tianling Lotus and found a suitable inner Dan, he could refine the Tianling Pill. The Tianling Pill had a great chance of allowing his grandfather to break through to the peak of the immortal sovereign. At that time, the Yin family's strength would surpass the Xiao family, and Xiao Yin would be at his mercy. Thinking of this, Yin Hao suddenly remembered something. He pulled out 3 portraits from his hand, depicting Chen Mo, a man, and the red lion. This great demon, I wonder if it fits. Yin Hao then turned his gaze to a man. This girl seems to be quite good-looking. Just right, I'm tired of those courtesans, this time I'll indulge a bit. Yin Hao put away the portraits and flew away from the Xiandao Alliance. Outside the Celestial Path Alliance, Xiao Yin held a portrait racing through the void. According to the news from the Celestial Path Alliance, the Great Demon had already entered their territory. The Great Demon was formidable, and Xiao Yin dared not be careless. Although she was a genius of the Celestial Path Alliance, she did not take such a great demon lightly. Gripping the sword in her hand, Xiao Yin headed towards the direction of the Qingyun Sect. Finally, 3 figures appeared before her. What a terrifying great demon. At the moment Xiao Yin saw the red lion, her pupils constricted. The message from the Qingyun Sect indicated that this great demon was at the nascent soul stage, yet it seemed its power far exceeded that. It was at least at the void refinement stage. However, she was not too afraid, as she was a cultivator at the integration stage herself. Moreover, this was the territory of the Celestial Path Alliance, and if things went wrong, she could shatter her identity token. Master Uncle, there is someone ahead. A man also noticed Xiao Yin and reminded Chen Mo, who was lying down. Alas! Chen Mo sighed. Master Uncle, what's wrong? A man stared wide-eyed. Why the sigh? It seems someone doesn't want to let us go. Chen Mo slowly spoke, standing up to watch Xiao Yin. Although this woman was well hidden, the faint killing intent was still sensed by him. A man scratched her head. Master Uncle, are you saying this person is from the Qingyun Sect? Not from the Qingyun Sect. Chen Mo shook his head, not bothered. Let's go and take a look. This person carries the aura of a heavenly spirit treasure. At that moment, the red lion suddenly spoke, its gaze somewhat fervent. Oh. Chen Mo became interested. What do you want it? Although I don't know what kind of heavenly spirit treasure it is, if I obtain it, I should be able to progress further. The red lion swallowed hard. Understood, if the opportunity arises, I will get it for you. Chen Mo spoke nonchalantly, and if possible, he wouldn't mind helping the red lion obtain this heavenly spirit treasure. Thank you. Although he knew it was just empty promises, the red lion still felt quite satisfied. Ignoring Xiao Yin, the red lion headed straight forward. Stop. Xiao Yin gathered her courage and displayed the Celestial Path Alliance token. What is it? Chen Mo pretended not to know and inquired. I received notice that you slaughtered innocents, causing great suffering in Linen City. Please cooperate and come with me to the Celestial Path Alliance for investigation. Xiao Yin spoke coldly, yet her heart was incredibly tense. Just the red lion was troublesome enough, and now there was also an unknown man. Holding the token, she would shatter it at the first sign of trouble. Hey, you must be mistaken. A man said with a displeased expression, we only killed those from the Qingyun Sect, never innocent people. Whether I'm mistaken or not, you will know once you come with me. If you are truly innocent, the Celestial Path Alliance will naturally let you go. Among the three, the only one who could see through the situation was a man, and her voice naturally became louder. Sorry. At that moment, Chen Mo spoke. Xiao Yan frowned, unsure of Chen Mo's intentions. I previously said that you Celestial Path Alliance are not foolish, yet it seems you are a group of brainless people after all. What do you mean by that? Xiao Yan's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Someone actually dared to say the Celestial Path Alliance lacked intelligence. Moreover, what did she mean by saying the case in Linen City was simple? I am not obliged to tell you. Chen Mo's gaze held a hint of mockery. Step aside, do not waste our time. I advise you to think carefully. If the incident in Linen City truly was not your doing, the Celestial Path Alliance will certainly restore your innocence. If you leave now, the nature of the matter will change, and the Celestial Path Alliance will directly pursue you. Chen Mo's words caused Xiao Yan to hesitate. Upon careful thought, this matter indeed seemed strange. If it was truly Chen Mo and his companions, why would they dare to brazenly pass through the Celestial Path Alliance? Chen Mo looked at Xiao Yan as if she were an idiot. If you think the Celestial Path Alliance has the ability to kill us, feel free to try. We are leaving. Chen Mo no longer paid attention to Xiao Yan. The Celestial Path Alliance, to put it nicely, was the strongest force in the entire Moon continent. To put it less nicely, they were merely pawns of a few top forces. Even the most elite forces of the Moon continent did not intimidate him. How could he fear the Celestial Path Alliance? Xiao Yan intended to strike directly, but Chen Mo's calmness instilled fear within her. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan put aside her pride. The matter in Linen City was extremely important. As long as she resolved it, the Xiao family's position in the Celestial Path Alliance would surpass that of the Yin family. By then she would not have to marry Yan Hao. I, as a junior, unintentionally offended you earlier. May I ask the senior to inform me about the situation in Linen City? Perhaps the senior could provide some guidance as well. Xiao Yan was flexible, bowing slightly to request Chen Mo. I can tell you, but we must make a deal first. Chen Mo said calmly. The reason for talking so long with Xiao Yan was for the heavenly spirit treasure on her body. What deal? Please speak plainly, senior. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment, unsure of what Chen Mo had set his sights on. Could it be her body? Indeed, as her thoughts settled, she saw Chen Mo point at her body. Xiao Yan's face instantly flushed. Chen Mo looked like a gentleman, but who knew he was actually a lecher? I want the heavenly spirit treasure on you. Chen Mo's words left Xiao Yan momentarily stunned. It turned out he was not interested in her body. Wait. No, Xiao Yan suddenly realized, her vigilant gaze fixed on Chen Mo. How did he know? This heavenly spirit lotus was a treasure of the Xiao family, and to prevent it from being coveted by others, her grandfather had used some means to seal it within her body. Ordinary people would never discern it. Yet Chen Mo, with just one glance, recognized the heavenly spirit lotus within her. What kind of person was he? What are you saying, senior? I am unaware of such matters. Xiao Yan quickly concealed her anxious emotions, forcing a smile to mask her confusion. Since you are unwilling, then there is nothing more to say. Chen Mo was unconcerned. Wait. Just as Chen Mo prepared to leave, Xiao Yan spoke to stop him. Since you know there is a treasure within me, you must also understand its value. Do you think it is worth just one piece of information? The heavenly spirit lotus was left to her by her grandfather for her breakthrough to the immortal sovereign, but she was confident that even without the heavenly spirit lotus, she could still achieve that. If Chen Mo's conditions could move her, she could completely accept the deal. If I truly wanted it, you wouldn't be standing here talking to me now. Chen Mo played with his hair. To you it is a treasure, but to me it is no different from weeds. Since you do not wish to trade, then I take my leave. Xiao Yan stood frozen in place. This was not at all how she imagined the script would unfold. Wasn't she supposed to casually set the terms? As she watched Chen Mo and the others about to leave, Xiao Yan hurriedly said, I can offer you the heavenly lotus in my body, but besides revealing the truth about Linen City, you must also agree to two of my conditions. Chen Mo did not even turn his head. However, the speed of the red lion's flight slowed slightly. A man holding the red lion's ear noticed the longing expression on the red lion's face and said to Chen Mo, Master, why not just agree to her? The red lion casually raised an eyebrow at a man, as if to say, you are my ancestor. Chen Mo ordered the red lion to stop. For this girl Sake, I will give you a chance. Speak, what are the conditions? Xiao Yan, what does it mean to be given a chance? Is the heavenly lotus a common existence? Suppressing her anger, she smiled and said, Thank you, senior. First, I hope you can help me once, no matter who the enemy is. As Xiao Yan stated this condition, she kept her gaze fixed on Chen Mo's eyes, wanting to see if this condition would evoke any reaction from him. This condition was quite difficult. Sure. However, she felt disappointed as Chen Mo answered decisively. Now tell me your second condition. For the second condition, I hope you can tell me which faction you belong to. Xiao Yan curiously scrutinized Chen Mo. The Immortal Dao Alliance, being the strongest faction in the entire Yuezhou, encompassed various top-tier forces. Yet no one had ever seen Chen Mo, which was quite strange. I am not from Yuezhou. You wouldn't know even if I told you, Chen Mo calmly replied. An outsider, huh? Xiaoyan frowned slightly. If that were the case, the tragedy of Linen City was indeed not caused by Chen Mo. Rather, someone had deliberately framed him, aiming to set up a confrontation between the Immortal Dao Alliance and Chen Mo. All right, I have agreed to both conditions. Next, I will tell you the truth about Linen City. Chen Mo knew with a flick of his toe that after they left, the Zetian sect would undoubtedly annihilate all the citizens of Linen City. Due to fearing his strength, the Zetian sect would definitely smear them with false accusations. Please speak plainly, senior. Xiaoyan listened intently. This was very important to her. You can find out for yourself at the Zetian sect. Are you saying that all of this was orchestrated by the Zetian sect? Xiaoyan's expression changed. Although the Zetian sect was not particularly strong, they had always been a reputable sect. To think that all of this was a self-directed act by the Zetian sect was shocking. She found it hard to believe. Exactly. A beam of light from Chen Mo's finger entered Xiaoyan's forehead. In an instant, a scene appeared in her mind. She saw the blood energy emanating from Xia Ningtian. She witnessed the Red Lion devouring numerous disciples of the Zetian sect. She saw the citizens of Linen City questioning Chen Mo, but not a single citizen had died at the hands of him and his companions. The images kept shifting until they disappeared after Chen Mo and the others left the territory of the Zetian sect. Damn Zetian sect daring to deceive the heavens. Xiaoyan clenched her fists, her face filled with anger. Although Linen City was not large, there were at least hundreds of thousands of citizens. The Zetian sect using the blood of these citizens as an offering was no different from beasts. Thank you, senior. I will report this to the Alliance Master and have them send someone to annihilate the Zetian sect. Xiaoyan said, cupping her hands. Chen Mo slightly nodded. This was not his concern. His goal was the heavenly lotus within Xiaoyan. Now for the first condition, who do you want me to deal with? I haven't thought it through yet. Xiaoyan shook her head, somewhat hesitant. Chen Mo furrowed his brow. I don't have time to wait for you to decide. If that's the case, let's change the conditions. Xiaoyan felt conflicted. Chen Mo's strength was undoubtedly formidable, and a single opportunity for him to act could turn the tide of many matters. She didn't want to waste this opportunity lightly. After pondering for a moment, she cupped her hands and said, how about this, senior? It's getting late today, and you are not in a hurry to travel. If you don't mind, you can stay at my Xiao family for the night. At most 3 days. If I haven't thought it through by then, this condition will be void. 1 day, I can only stay for 1 day, and you must give me the heavenly lotus first. Chen Mo extended a finger. This? Xiaoyan hesitated. If the heavenly lotus was handed over to Chen Mo, everything would be out of her control. Seeing Xiaoyan hesitate, Chen Mo slowly reached out towards her. Xiaoyan's expression changed, feeling the heavenly lotus in her body uncontrollably flying out. Moments later, it reached Chen Mo's hand. Xiaoyan cast a wary glance at Chen Mo, recalling his earlier words, if I wanted it, you wouldn't be able to stand here and talk to me. Rest assured, I never go back on my word. If I promise to wait for you 1 day, it will be 1 day. Chen Mo gave Xiaoyan a reassuring look, then tossed the heavenly lotus to the Red Lion. Xiaoyan was stunned, her mouth agape. This was the heavenly lotus, something that even immortal sovereigns found beneficial, and Chen Mo casually threw it to his mouth. Thank you, haha. The Red Lion did not expect Chen Mo to be so generous. Let's go, lead the way. Chen Mo acted as though he had just accomplished something trivial. Oh, sure. Please, senior, this way. Xiaoyan came to her senses, realizing that something considered a treasure by the Xiao family was nothing in the presence of such a powerful figure as Chen Mo. Chen Mo followed Xiaoyan. Sister, did the Immortal Dao Alliance just send you alone for such a dangerous task? A man curiously looked at Xiaoyan, blinking. Ugh. Xiaoyan felt a bit embarrassed. She hadn't anticipated how strong Chen Mo and the Red Lion would be. Actually, there is one other person with me, but I didn't want to deal with him, so I came alone. So she had to explain. Oh. A man did not say much more, while Chen Mo closed his eyes to rest. By the way, man, what are you going to Yenzhou for? Seeing the atmosphere turn slightly cold, Xiaoyan took the initiative to ask. We. A man almost blurted out, but suddenly remembered Chen Mo's words, don't trust anyone. Thus she cunningly smiled and said, because I was too bored, I asked my master to take me to Yenzhou for a break. I heard that the feng shui there is quite good. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo opened his eyes. This girl finally showed some cleverness. Xiaoyan naturally did not believe a man's words, but she would not pry further. Their relationship was merely transactional. After Chen Mo and the others walked far away, a figure not far behind them revealed a dark and gloomy gaze. The heavenly lotus, I didn't expect it to be with Xiaoyan. Yanhao's expression was extremely grim. This wretch, I have been pursuing her for so long, without her telling me about this matter. And she so easily gave the heavenly lotus to that person. Yanhao's pupils spun wildly. It seems the real culprit behind the tragedy in Linen City is not these two. However, moments later, a charming smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xiaoyan, don't blame me. Yin Hao gazed at Chen Mo and the others as they departed, his expression growing increasingly somber. The heavenly spirit lotus had been devoured by that vile creature. After a moment, a smile crept onto his lips. But it doesn't matter. Coincidentally, the alchemy of the heavenly spirit pill requires the inner core of a great demon, Yin Hao murmured. Even though the heavenly spirit lotus had been absorbed, the vitality and inner core of a great demon would still yield good results. Yin Hao turned and flew back to the Immortal Dao Alliance. He needed to reach the alliance before Xiaoyan. Once the alliance learned that the matter in Linen City had nothing to do with Chen Mo and his companions, capturing them would become troublesome. Mingyue City, the main city of the Immortal Dao Alliance, where the Shao clan reigns supreme. The Shao clan is also a pillar within the alliance. Senior, we are approaching my Shao clan now. You can rest here tonight, and once I return from the Qingyun Sect, I will tell you the conditions. Xiaoyan leaped down from the back of the red lion, which landed beside her. We will not be going to the Shao clan, Chen Mo remarked, glancing at Mingyue City, which was significantly more magnificent than Linen City, with many cultivators within. We will stay in Mingyue City tonight. You can come find me directly tomorrow, Chen Mo stated. It was merely a transaction, and he did not want to owe the Shao clan a favor. All right, Xiaoyan agreed without pressing further, leading Chen Mo and the others into the city. Chen Mo found an inn not far from the Shao clan. After bidding farewell to Chen Mo, Xiaoyan headed toward the Shao clan. Marshal Uncle, why aren't we going to stay at the Shao clan? After Xiaoyan left, a man questioned in confusion. Our relationship with her is merely a transaction. If we stay at the Shao clan, we will owe her a favor, Chen Mo explained with a smile. Sometimes the Qingyun Sect was overly protective of its disciples. Upon returning to the Shao clan, Xiaoyan immediately sought out Xiaolin, the clan leader. Grandfather, Xiaoyan, didn't you go to capture the great demon in Linen? Xiaolin inquired, a bit surprised that she had returned so soon. Grandfather, let me tell you, the incident in Linen City was not caused by a great demon at all. It was orchestrated by the Qingyun Sect, using the blood of the common people for their cultivation. Xiaoyan clenched her fists, her hatred for the Qingyun Sect reaching a peak. Are you certain? Xiaolin also sensed the seriousness of the situation and asked. Yes. Xiaoyan nodded, transmitting the images of Chen Mo that had entered her mind to Xiaolin. Damn the Qingyun Sect, they dare to toy with the Immortal Dao Alliance. Xiaolin slammed his hand on the table, his expression exceedingly grim. Wait here, I will head to the Immortal Dao Alliance immediately. Xiaolin stood up. The Qingyun Sect had become an evil cult, and that was absolutely intolerable. Grandfather, wait a moment. Xiaoyan called, her expression somewhat hesitant. What is it? Xiaolin noticed her reluctance and asked. Grandfather, I exchanged the heavenly spirit lotus within me for assistance from that senior. Although her voice was small, Xiaolin heard her and turned pale, exclaiming, what did you say? Grandfather, you must believe me. Even without the heavenly spirit lotus, I can still break through to the immortal sovereign realm. Xiaoyan quickly knelt and explained, moreover, that senior promised to help me regardless of who the enemy is. You foolish girl. Xiaolin was so angry that his hands trembled. The heavenly spirit lotus is a rare and innate treasure. How could you give it away so easily, eh? Where are they? I will accompany you to retrieve the heavenly spirit lotus, Xiaolin quickly stated. Grandfather, please trust me. That senior is exceptionally strong, and he doesn't even care for the heavenly spirit lotus. When I offered it to him, he didn't even glance at it, and simply threw it to his mount. This transaction is not a loss for us, Xiaoyan quickly explained, standing up to grasp Xiaolin's arm. Just trust me this once. You mean the heavenly spirit lotus has already been consumed? Xiaolin's expression darkened further as he pointed at Xiaoyan, saying, alas, how naive can you be? You believe everything others say. No, that's not it, Xiaoyan insisted. That senior is truly formidable, grandfather. He recognized the heavenly spirit lotus sealed within me at first glance. Seeing that the event had already occurred, Xiaolin had no other options and sighed. In any case, you should take me to see him. We must ascertain whether he is a hidden master. All right. Xiaolin calmed down, realizing that if what Xiaoyan said was true, then that person's strength was certainly beyond his own. Thus the transaction might not be a loss after all. Good, Xiaoyan nodded deeply. I can take you to meet that senior, but grandfather, you must remain calm and not offend him easily. I understand, Xiaolin nodded. Let's go, take me to see him. The two headed toward the outskirts of the Shao clan. At that moment, however, 4 unexpected guests arrived outside Mingyue City. Among them was Yin Hao, with Yin Hui, the head of the Yin family, standing to his right. Yin Hao, the Shao clan has always been upright. Are you sure they are colluding with the great demon? At this moment, an elderly man in a brown Taoist robe spoke up. He was the Grand Elder of the Immortal Dao Alliance, Shangwan Yunlong. To the Grand Elder, this is what I witnessed with my own eyes. If I am not mistaken, the great demon is currently in the Shao clan. Yin Hao bowed his head as he spoke, a sly smile forming on his lips. This shouldn't be the case. The Shao clan has been a diligent member of the Immortal Tao Alliance for many years. How could they suddenly collude with a great demon? Another figure spoke up. It was the second elder of the Immortal Tao Alliance in Lan. And Brother Shangwan, brother, whether there is collusion or not, we will find out. I believe that Howard would never lie. Yan Hui spoke, coldly, a chill emanating from his gaze. He had initially hoped to gain the heavenly spirit lotus through a marriage alliance between Yin Hao and Xiao Yin, but unexpectedly, it had been given to someone else. Now, regardless of whether the great demon was righteous or evil, he would kill the great demon. All right, Shangwan Yunlong and Enlon exchanged glances, both doubting that Xiao Yin would commit such an act. The four entered Mingwei City, quickly attracting the attention of many cultivators. That is, Yin Hui, the head of the Yin family, along with the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Immortal Tao Alliance. Why have they come to Mingwei City? Moreover, judging by their direction, they seem to be heading to the Shao clan. What happened? All the cultivators were immensely curious. Since the Shao clan was present, nothing had ever occurred, so the people from the Immortal Tao Alliance rarely came. Now that the Grand Elder and Second Elder had personally arrived, could it be that something significant was about to happen? Let's go, we should take a look too. The cultivators followed in the footsteps of Yan Hao and the others, fearing that if they truly sought trouble with the Shao clan, it would be dangerous for them. Shao family. Xiao Lin and Xiao Yin had just exited. Suddenly, they felt three powerful auras descending upon the Shao family. Yin Hui and his three companions were already hovering in the void. Behind them, many cultivators from Mingwei City followed. Xiao Lin had a bad premonition, especially upon seeing Yin Hui's grim expression, which confirmed his inner thoughts. He instinctively shielded Xiao Yin behind him. Xiao, brother, you truly are old and confused. We have been friends for many years, yet I never thought you could do such a thing. Yin Hui was the first to speak, displaying a heartbroken expression. Xiao Lin furrowed his brows. What are you saying, Yin brother? I don't understand. Yin Hui shook his head. Since you don't understand, let me speak plainly. Your granddaughter has colluded with the fiends who caused chaos in Linen City. You are aware of this, right? Yin Hui's words instantly stirred up a commotion. What? The Shao family colluded with fiends? Is that true? The Shao family has been diligent over the years. How could they collude with fiends? The people around began to murmur, their gazes all directed at Shangwan Yunlong and Enlon. No wonder two elders from the Tao Alliance came personally to Mingwei City. Yin brother, do not slander us without evidence. Hearing the murmurs around him, Xiao Lin's expression darkened, and he also sensed a hint of conspiracy. Slander. Yin Hui chuckled coldly. Howard saw Xiao Yin bringing that fiend into Mingwei City with his own eyes. How can that be false? Indeed, Xiao Lao, I have known Yin Yin since childhood. Watching her fall into temptation pains me greatly, but in the face of righteousness, I can only report to the Tao Alliance and leave it to the alliance leader to handle. Yin Hao also chimed in, instantly elevating himself to a lofty position while displaying a pained expression. Yin Hao, you were talking nonsense. Xiao Yin spoke coldly. Xiao Yin, do you dare say you did not bring that fiend into Mingwei City? Yin Hao pressed fiercely, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yin. I did. Xiao Yin did not evade in the slightest. Elders, did you hear that? Xiao Yin admitted it herself. Yin Hao's lips curled into a smirk, quickly reporting to Shangwan Yunlong. And Enlon, I hope the two elders will take action to capture the fiend to demonstrate the might of our Tao Alliance. Shangwan Yunlong and Enlon exchanged glances. They were not foolish and did not want to be used as pawns. They then inquired, Xiao Yin, explain why you brought the fiend back to Mingwei City. Elder Xiao Yin answered honestly, the incident in Linen City has hidden truths. It was entirely orchestrated by the people of Qingyun Sect. Elders, do not listen to her nonsense. Whether it was that fiend or not, capturing it will reveal the truth. Yin Hao, fearing exposure, immediately stoked the flames. In my opinion, the Shao family must have engaged in some unspeakable dealings with that fiend. Elders, do not make it difficult for us. Hand over the fiend. If Xiao Yan's claims are true, we will restore the Shao family's innocence. The fiend is not in the Shao family at all. Xiao Yan responded. Whether it is or not, we will find out by searching. Yin Hui said coldly, immediately flying towards the Shao family. Yin Hui, you are going too far. Xiao Lin could no longer contain himself. His Shao family was at least a prominent family. If Yin Hui was allowed to enter and search, they would no longer be able to show their faces in the future. He struck out with his palm, forcing Yin Hui back. Elders, do you see this? The Shao family does not allow us to enter, which surely indicates they are guilty. I asked the two elders to join me to subdue Xiao Lin first, and then slay the fiend. Yin Hui had been waiting for this moment, almost unable to suppress the smile on his face. Taking this opportunity not only allowed him to slay the fiend and obtain the fiend's blood nurtured by the heavenly spirit lotus, but also to strike the Shao family. Even if he could not destroy the Shao family, he aimed to severely injure them. Xiao Yan, I will ask you one more time, where is the fiend? Shangwan Yunlong and Enlon also did not want to waste time and immediately pressed Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Xiao Lin stopped and flew in front of Xiao Yan. Shangwan brother, Enlon brother, what is it? Do you not believe my Xiao family? Xiao Lin's face was extremely grim. It is not that we do not believe you, but this matter is of great importance, and we must get to the bottom of it. If your Xiao family is innocent, why not hand over the fiend? Shangguan Yunlong and Enlon squinted as if attempting to see through Xiao Lin. Is it possible that the Xiao family truly has colluded with the fiend? If not, why are they reluctant to hand over the fiend? The cultivators of Mingwei City could not help but doubt the Xiao family, as their behavior was too unusual. Hearing the discussions around them, Yan Hui and Yan Hao exchanged glances, both grandfather and grandson smiling darkly. Not far from the Xiao family in an inn, Chen Mo sensed several auras and looked towards the red lion beside him. Go handle it, is that all right? No problem. The red lion appeared somewhat excited. After consuming the heavenly spirit lotus, its cultivation had advanced further, and it was now a mid-stage great fiend, eager to showcase its power. Go. Chen Mo waved his hand. The red fiend exited the inn. Master uncle, I want to watch. Amon poked her head out from the side. A battle of this level would surely be thrilling. Let's go. Dragging Amon along, Chen Mo flew to the top of the inn just in time to see the situation outside the Xiao family. There is no other choice. We must take action ourselves. Shangguan Yunlong and Enlon saw that Xiao Yan was still unwilling to hand over the fiend and could only believe Yan's words. The two flew down, instantly attacking Xiao Lin. Yan Hui also struck at the same time. Roar. Just as the three were about to strike, a lion's roar that shook the heavens echoed from not far away. Moments later, the red lion transformed into human form, blocking the path of Xiao Yan and Xiao Lin. A great fiend, indeed a great fiend. The Xiao family has truly colluded with a great fiend. Many cultivators saw this and retreated. Their gazes towards the Xiao family also changed. Grandfather elders, this beast slaughtered Linen City. Yan Hao was somewhat agitated. I said Xiao Yan had colluded with the great fiend. Shangguan Yunlong and Enlon looked at the red lion. You are the great fiend who slaughtered Linen City. A bunch of fools. This lion does not bother to explain to you. The red lion's expression was arrogant, its massive form exuding an aura of dominance. Shangguan Yunlong and Enlan's expressions darkened immensely, and they shouted angrily, daring fiend, slaughtering Linen City and still daring to insult us. Do you think our Dao alliance is a mere decoration? Whether it is decoration or not will be known in a trial. The red lion's face changed, instantly turning into a red-faced, tusked creature, a terrifying aura emanating from it. Seeking death. Shangguan Yunlong and Enlon exchanged glances, and in an instant they attacked the red lion. The red lion showed no fear. With a roar, it charged toward Shangguan Yunlong and Enlon, its fists striking simultaneously. Boom! The terrifying sound of collision echoed across the sky. Shangguan Yunlong and Enlon were forced to retreat. The red lion also staggered slightly. This great demon is formidable, those around remarked, their pupils constricting as they stared intently at the red lion. Both Shangguan Yunlong and Enlon were mid-stage immortal sovereigns, yet the red lion was able to face them both without losing any ground. They exchanged glances, their expressions changing. Before the two could react, the red lion grinned and shot forward like a cannonball, throwing a punch that shook the space around it, causing Mingwei City to sway precariously. Crimson Moon Wheel. Shangguan Yunlong formed a seal with his hands, an intricate glow radiating from his body as a brilliant moon appeared behind him, launching the wheel of Dao toward the red lion, imbued with chilling light. Primal Chaos, 10,000 Ancient Fist. Enlon unleashed a terrifying aura that erupted at this moment, a force of destruction swirling from the center of his fist. A golden fist shadow fell from the heavens. Before it landed, the ground had already begun to shatter wildly. The red lion, undaunted, roared at the sky, and in an instant a massive lion phantom appeared behind it, bathed in flames. Imperial Descent Lion Flame. A voice filled with dominance echoed as towering flames erupted toward the sky, gradually converging and madly absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. In a mere moment, it transformed into a colossal fireball. It surged toward the attacks of Shangguan Yunlong and Enlon, where three terrifying powers collided, sending overwhelming shockwaves spreading outward. Xiao Lin and Yan Hu's expressions changed as they quickly deployed shields to protect Xiao Yan and Yan Hao. Damn it, how can this beast be so powerful? Yan Hao's face was extremely grim. He had thought killing the red lion would be an easy task, yet it turned out to be so difficult. Grandfather. Yan Hao looked at Yan Hui. Yan Hu's expression was serious. Even he felt a sense of dread from such a level of attack. The waves from the collision dispersed. The buildings behind Shangguan Yunlong and Enlon had been completely destroyed, and a massive pit had formed at the location of the red lion. Their faces darkened. They had not expected the situation to be so troublesome. Brother Shangguan, brother, and I will assist you. Yan Hui spoke, then turned his gaze to Xiao Lin, sneering. Brother Xiao, if you still have a shred of reason, I advise you to join forces and slay this demon. Otherwise, prepare to face the consequences. He stood at a commanding height, threatening Shaolin. Yet inwardly, he smirked, planning to deal with the great demon before heading to the Shao family. Grandfather, don't listen to him, we can stand firm. Xiaoyan hurried to persuade. Shaolin took a deep breath. The Yin family was too aggressive, and he could no longer tolerate it. Yin Hui, you have schemed to wrongfully accuse my Shao family. I will not share the skies with you. As for the matter of linen, I have stated before that my Shao family has not violated any agreements of the Immortal Tao Alliance. I believe that justice resides in the hearts of the people. Shaolin's voice was deep, resonating in the ears of every cultivator in Mingwe City. I find this matter suspicious. The incident in linen may not have been caused by this demon. With its strength, if it truly sought to prey on the common folk, even the Qingyun Sect would have been obliterated by now. Shaolin's words awakened many around him. Moreover, if this demon truly needed blood and qi to cultivate, it could easily slaughter those sects. Why would it bother with the insignificant blood and qi of the common people? Shangguan Yunlong and Enlon also sensed something was amiss. However, the arrow was on the bowstring and could not be retracted. If they retreated now, the Immortal Tao Alliance would be criticized. Their respective factions would also be ridiculed by the world. The two launched their attacks again, pushing the power of their blood to the extreme. Yin Hui descended, intending to assist Shangguan Yunlong and Enlon in slaying the Red Lion. Yin Hui, your opponent is me. At that moment, Shaolin also flew up to confront Yin Hui. Shaolin, have you lost your mind? Yin Hui's expression changed dramatically, not expecting Shaolin to dare attack. Was he not afraid of jumping into the Yellow River and being unable to cleanse himself? I am indeed mad. Shaolin paid no heed and relentlessly struck at Yin Hui with his fists. The cultivators of Mingwe City were left somewhat dumbfounded by this situation. Had Shaolin not acted, perhaps the Shao family could have remained uninvolved after slaying the great demon. But now that he had intervened, he would surely be judged by the Immortal Tao Alliance as complicit with the great demon. Shaolin's actions were utterly irrational. Good. Yin Hui laughed coldly. You still dare to say your Shao family has not colluded with the great demon? Shaolin remained silent, merely continuing to clash with Yin Hui in the skies. He was not good with words, but that did not mean he could allow the Yin family to wrongfully accuse him without action. The scene descended into chaos. The battle among the five caused Mingwe City to sway precariously. The Red Lion faced two opponents, not falling behind, yet gaining no advantage, while Shaolin and Yin Hui were evenly matched. As the situation stalemated, a sacred voice rang out from above. Stop! Everyone looked up to see a white-robed man bathed in divine light approaching on the wind, his complexion fair. That was... Everyone narrowed their eyes. The leader of the Immortal Tao Alliance, He Qinshuang. He actually came in person. Everyone inhaled sharply. He Qinshuang, the leader of the Immortal Tao Alliance, was also the holy son of Qinshan's sacred land, a peak immortal sovereign. Qinshan's sacred land was, after all, the foremost force in the moon continent. We meet the alliance leader. Shangguan Yunlong and Lan Shaolin and Yin Hui quickly ceased their attacks, bowing slightly. The radiance of He Qinshuang was too dazzling, making them unable to raise their heads before him. The Red Lion also gazed at He Qinshuang, feeling a sense of fear from his aura. Alliance leader, you came just in time. The Shao family colludes with the great demon, causing chaos in the moon continent. I implore the alliance leader to take action against this demon. Yin Hao, seeing He Qinshuang, was extremely excited. With He Qinshuang present, this great demon would not stir up much trouble. Shut up. He Qinshuang's fingertips sparkled with light, and Yin Hao was instantly flung away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Are you teaching me how to do my job? I would not dare. Yin Hao knelt hastily, his face turning extremely pale with fear. Yin Hui felt a tremor in his heart upon seeing his grandson injured, but dared not show any sign of discontent. Regarding the linen incident, I have already investigated clearly. It was caused by the Qingyun Sect and has nothing to do with this demon, much less with the Shao family. All of you retreat. He Qinshuang murmured. Yes. Shangguan Yunlong and Enlon clasped their hands and stepped back. They had already guessed the outcome. If it had truly been the Red Lions doing it, would not have entered Mingwe City and thrown itself into the net. Damn it, how is this possible? Yin Hui and Yin Hao's expressions were extremely grim. Without the Immortal Tao Alliance, they were simply no match for this demon. How could they even discuss the Tianling Lotus? What about the one behind you? Why do I not see their traces? He Qinshuang's gaze turned to the Red Lion as he inquired. He Qinshuang's words struck like thunder in a calm sky. Was there someone behind the Red Lion? Everyone was stunned by He Qinshuang's words. If the Red Lion was already strong, then what kind of power did the person behind him possess? He must be on the same level as He Qinshuang. The Red Lion turned his head and took a deep breath. He Qinshuang was no longer someone he could handle. Hey, Master Uncle, I've been looking for you. Amon was munching on a candied hawthorn, wearing a look of amusement. This Red Lion, whenever given a task, it's either a storm or a rain. Chen Mo grumbled, saying that the red lion was too weak and needed to improve. Amon twitched his lips. Weak? Really? Let's go. Chen Mo pulled Amon and stepped through the void towards the Shao family. In the silent space, the sound of Amon chewing on the candied hawthorn was particularly jarring. Everyone turned around. At the moment they saw Chen Mo, they were all surprised. This is the person behind the red lion. So young. Which powerful faction's young master is this? Senior. When Xiao Yan saw Chen Mo approach, she breathed a sigh of relief. If He Qinshuang valued him so highly, Chen Mo's strength must not be inferior to He Qinshuang. Red Lion stepped back. Chen Mo spoke, his tone calm, yet resonating in everyone's minds. Yes. The Red Lion bowed and stepped back to Chen Mo's side. I am He Qinshuang, the leader of the Immortal Tao Alliance. May I ask how to address you, friend? He Qinshuang smiled and cupped his hands towards Chen Mo. Just a visitor, nothing noteworthy. Chen Mo replied, indifferently, realizing that there were still some wise individuals in the Immortal Tao Alliance. Visitor. Many cultivators frowned upon hearing Chen Mo's words. In other words, the master of the Red Lion was not from the Moon Continent, but rather a powerful being who enjoyed traveling the world. I see. He Qinshuang nodded lightly, chuckling. My Immortal Tao Alliance did not ascertain the truth of the matter and disturbed you. I hope you won't take offense. It's nothing. Chen Mo waved his hand. This matter does not concern your Immortal Tao Alliance, but them. Chen Mo pointed at Yan Hui and Yin Hao. Yan Hui and Yin Hao's spirits tightened. They had kicked a metal plate this time. They were not even a match for a Red Lion, and now there was an unknown master of the Red Lion. Senior, I didn't know you had nothing to do with Linen City. I hope you will forgive me. Yin Hao said, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead as he hurriedly defended himself. Did you not know, or do you have ulterior motives? Chen Mo chuckled, turning his gaze toward Xiao Yan. As for the last condition, how about I kill them for you? This casual remark plunged everyone into deep silence. This person, was he so arrogant? Even in front of He Qinshuang, he still wanted to kill the Yin family. Shangwan Yunlong and Enlon also looked extremely grim. Chen Mo's actions were somewhat disrespectful. After all, the Yin family was a pillar of the Immortal Tao Alliance, yet Chen Mo spoke of killing as if it were nothing. What would that mean for the Heavenly Alliance? Xiao Yan clenched her fists and exchanged glances with Xiao Lin, seeing Xiao Lin nod in agreement. The Yin family was unkind, so they shouldn't blame him for being unjust. Xiao Yan looked up at He Qinshuang. Alliance Master, the Yin family wronged my Xiao family and nearly caused our demise. The matters to follow are between my Xiao family and the Yin family, and I hope the Alliance Master will not interfere. I sincerely request this. Xiao Yan spoke earnestly. The onlookers wore expressions of intrigue. Was the Xiao family about to settle accounts with the Yin family? But that made sense. If it were them, they would also seek justice. Especially now that the Xiao family had a powerful being behind them. He Qinshuang expressionlessly nodded. This is a grievance between your two families and has nothing to do with the Immortal Tao Alliance. Saying this, He Qinshuang stepped aside, and Shangwan Yunlong and Enlon exchanged glances before following He Qinshuang to one side. Senior, please take care of it. Run. At this moment, Yan Hui had only one thought, which was to flee. The farther he ran, the better. Without the Immortal Tao Alliance's intervention, he was undoubtedly doomed. Xiao Lin, the Red Lion, and an unknown powerful Chen Mo. He saw no hope of survival. As for Yin Hao, he was merely a grandson, so it didn't matter whether he lived or died. At worst, after escaping the Moon Continent, he would find another woman, and in time, he would have a house full of children and grandchildren. After all, with his status as an immortal sovereign, as long as he kept his eyes open, there was nowhere he couldn't go. In an instant, Yan Hui had already plotted out his escape route. With a swift step, he instantly flew towards the sky. Grandpa. Yin Hao felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The grandfather who used to dote on him the most had now abandoned him to flee. Thinking of escaping, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Chen Mo made his move. A small light flickered at his fingertip. With a gentle flick, the light shot out like a needle. In an instant, it pierced into Yan Hui's body, and everyone saw Yan Hui suddenly halt, his entire being radiating with dazzling light. As the light faded, Yan Hui's figure vanished from the world, leaving only a mist of blood. So terrifying. Everyone's eyes widened. To wipe out an immortal sovereign with a snap of the fingers. What kind of terrifying being was this? Even He Qinshuang dared not claim to kill so easily. The crowd inadvertently cast their gazes towards He Qinshuang. Indeed, He Qinshuang's face was equally grave. Chen Mo's strength exceeded his imagination. Could it be that this person is an emperor? The term emperor spread through He Qinshuang's mind. At that moment, whether it was Xiao Lin, Shangwan Yunlong, or Enlon, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chen Mo had only sent out the Red Lion at first. Had he acted from the outset, it was unthinkable. Let me give you another condition. They'll kill him too, Chen Mo said, pointing at Yin Hao. Yen Hao, who had been somewhat pleased to see Yen Hui killed by Chen Mo since the old man had abandoned him to escape. But upon hearing that the next one was himself, Yen Hao felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He hurriedly looked at Xiao Yan. Now only Xiao Yan could save him. Yin, please spare me. I shouldn't have been bewitched. I shouldn't have wronged you. Yen Hao pleaded desperately, and upon closer inspection, he realized that his lower region was already wet. Before Xiao Yan could respond, Chen Mo flicked his finger again. In an instant, a blood hole appeared on Yen Hao's forehead, and he slowly collapsed into a pool of blood. Chen Mo waved his hand, and Yen Hao's corpse flew towards the red lion. The red lion bared its teeth and crushed Yen Hao with a single slap. Not eating. Chen Mo looked at the red lion in surprise. He just scared himself and peed. It stinks, the red lion said disdainfully, pinching its nose. It had its own standards for eating people. Haha, you're quite cleanly, aren't you? Amon rolled his eyes at the red lion. The red lion twitched its lips. Had it not been for Chen Mo's presence, it would have. Forget it, it couldn't beat such a second-generation immortal. Thank you, senior. Xiao Lin and Xiao Yan respectfully bowed to Chen Mo. No need for thanks, this was merely a transaction, Chen Mo yawned. The transaction is over, we should take our leave now. Xiao Yan felt a bit disappointed. She should have asked for a few more conditions. Oh, what a pity. We are leaving. Chen Mo spoke calmly, and the red lion instantly transformed into its true form. Leaving just like that? I haven't even had the chance to lie on my soft bed. A man looked at Chen Mo in confusion. Isn't it more comfortable behind me than a soft bed? The red lion spoke, its gaze peculiar. After witnessing Chen Mo's strength time and again, it no longer wished to return to the myriad beast mountain. There is a future only by staying beside Chen Mo. Fellow Taoist, may we meet again by chance. He Qinchuan clasped his hands, as it was always advantageous to befriend a powerhouse like Chen Mo. Farewell. Chen Mo responded with a clasped fist. He gradually disappeared from Mingyue City. Xiao Yan, I leave the matter of the Zetian sect to you. Is that all right? Once Chen Mo had walked far, he Qinchuan inquired. This matter was originally the responsibility of Yen Hao and Xiao Yan, but now that Yen Hao had become fragments, it could only be entrusted to Xiao Yan. In response to the alliance leader, no problem. I will head to the Zetian sect tomorrow. After everyone left, the cultivators of Mingyue City stood stunned, unable to calm their hearts for a long time. With a snap of the fingers, the immortal venerable perished. What kind of strength does this lord of the great demon possess? Claiming to be an outsider, where does he come from, and where is he going? They could not know any of this. Chen Mo, who only had a fleeting acquaintance with Yuezhou, had become a legend in Yuezhou. After departing from Mingyue City, a man felt a bit anxious. Master Uncle, do you think that since you killed those two annoying people, the Immortal Dao Alliance will retaliate against the Shao family? No. Chen Mo shook his head. Why not? A man looked up at Chen Mo. Are you that certain? Because the Immortal Dao Alliance has its concerns. What concerns? A man asked. Chen Mo replied me. Alright, I understand. A man's comprehension abilities suddenly improved greatly. The Immortal Dao Alliance does not believe your relationship with the Shao family, so they have concerns, right? Smart. Chen Mo gave A man a thumbs up. Half a month later, Chen Mo suddenly looked ahead. Yazhou, we have arrived. A man stretched lazily. We finally arrived. Moments later, she suddenly recalled something. By the way, Master Uncle, you have never left the Qingyun Sect. How do you know the way to Yazhou? Tap. Chen Mo lightly tapped A man's head and helplessly said, I told you to read more books, but you didn't listen. Isn't this all written in the books? A man covered her head and pouted. That's because I fall asleep as soon as I start reading. Moreover, cultivating is so exhausting. Who has the mood to read? Chen Mo paused for a moment, as if realizing this was indeed the case. The reason he enjoyed reading about these strange tales and detailed discussions of the nether abyss was entirely because he had too much time. Thus Chen Mo awkwardly rubbed his nose. Let's go, we will head directly to Zishenjia. He hurriedly changed the subject. Zishenjia, located at the southernmost tip of Yazhou. Yazhou was very cold. Upon entering, one could see snowflakes drifting in the sky at any moment. However, with the red lion around, the lion's vital energy melted the snow before it could get close. Although the red lion was not a pure yang body, it had gradually reached this realm, far surpassing a pure yang body. A man felt no coldness at all from it. The next day, they finally arrived at the medical city. Strange, it's snowing everywhere in Yazhou, yet why does Zishenjia seem no different from Qingzhou? A man looked up at the sky, the sunlight falling on her face. At this moment, she felt a bit nervous. Whether she could restore her cultivation depended on this time. To say she was not afraid would be a lie. If she could not cultivate, sooner or later she would grow old and sacrifice herself, and at that time, she would have no words to say goodbye on the white road. Since this is the place of the medical saint, it must be a land rich in spiritual herbs. Chen Mo slowly spoke, seemingly noticing A man's nervousness. He added, what makes Zishenjia so famous in Yazhou, and this city being named after medicine, must mean that this medical saint is not simple. Rest assured, this medical saint will definitely help you restore your dantian. I hope so. A man lay down, still feeling a bit anxious. Entering the medical city, various stalls sprang up. Come and see the solidifying essence pills personally refined by the medical saint. Don't miss out. The rejuvenation pill produced by the medical saint is sure to be a premium product. Are you still worried about the short time? Are you still troubled by weakness and fatigue? Come and check out this powerful pill developed by the medical saint, ensuring your vigor day and night. Without exception, all the vendors selling medicine were using the name of the medical saint. The key point is some people actually fell for it. Forget about the pills. Even the food and drink around were linked to the medical saint. These people are really shameless. A man's eyes widened, expressing disdain. Such inferior claims, and people actually believe them. Hey little girl, what are you saying? Our pills are personally refined by the doctor. A man's words instantly made the surrounding merchants anxious. Is that so? A man hurriedly nodded. Yes, your pills are the most authentic, all refined by the medical saint. Humph. That's more like it. The merchants did not catch the sarcasm in A man's tone and reluctantly let her off. A man stuck her tongue out at Chen Mo. Chen Mo rubbed his forehead. We will rest here in the medical city for the night and head to the mountain to find the medical saint tomorrow. After A man fell asleep, Chen Mo approached the inn's counter. Shopkeeper, I would like to ask you something. Please, sir, go ahead. The shopkeeper, rarely meeting someone as generous as Chen Mo, was extremely courteous. I want to ask, how difficult is it to find the medical saint to help save someone? Very difficult, extremely difficult. It was difficult before, and now it's even more difficult. The shopkeeper curled his lips and shook his head. If the guest wanted to ask the medical saint for help, he would likely be disappointed. How so? Chen Mo asked in surprise. The medical saint's medical skills are superb, and his alchemy skills are unparalleled in the world. Every day, countless people come to visit the medical saint, yet he only sees 3 each day. Those whom the medical saint receives are not judged by power or background, only by fate. The shopkeeper smacked his lips, seeming a bit regretful that he had never met the medical saint. Chen Mo was also secretly shocked. Only seeing 3 people a day and judging by fate was indeed very difficult. If that were not the case, he would have to resort to force. Of course, that was in the past. The shopkeeper continued. Now it is even more difficult. Please elaborate, shopkeeper. You know the Qingyun royal family, right? The shopkeeper spoke cautiously. I know. Chen Mo nodded. Even if he did not know, he had to pretend to know at this moment. The crown prince of the Qingyun royal family, Qiyang, for some unknown reason, has been outside Zishinjia these days, neither seeking to meet the medical saint nor allowing the medical saint to receive others. The shopkeeper cautiously looked outside and made a shushing gesture to Chen Mo. I heard from others that it is because this crown prince has issues in that regard and wants to seek medicine, but due to fate not aligning, the medical saint has not received him. Therefore, the crown prince has been resentful and has been guarding outside Zishinjia. Understood, thank you, shopkeeper. Chen Mo cupped his hands, having learned some information. Don't worry, I know my limits. Chen Mo turned with a smile and then headed upstairs. The shopkeeper fiddled with the abacus, curling his lip, clearly aware that Chen Mo hadn't taken his advice to heart, but it was of no concern to him. A night passed without incident. The next day, Chen Mo instructed Hong Shi and a man to stay at the inn while he went alone to Zhishangyia. Zhishangyia is located to the east of the medical city. About 10 kilometers from the medical city, there is a not-so-wide ancient road that leads straight to Zhishangyia. Although Zhishangyia is guarded by the Qingyun dynasty, countless people still flock there seeking the help of the medical sage. On the ancient road, there were horse-drawn carriages, demon beasts, and various mounts. The visitors included cultivators, merchants, and common folk. The medical sage treats all regardless of status. As they were nearing Zhishangyia, everyone suddenly halted, their gazes filled with indignation as they looked ahead. Several figures clad in golden helmets wielding silver spears stood at the foot of the heavenly ladder. The heavenly ladder leads to the true Zhishangyia. However, the path up the heavenly ladder was being blocked. Halt! No passage ahead, proclaimed the leading captain, his stature tall and voice resonant. Halt! No passage ahead, echoed the 4 guards behind him, their voices silencing the chaotic crowd. You Qingyun dynasty are going too far. This Zhishangyia is the abode of the medical sage. If the sage hasn't spoken, what right do you have to block us? Exactly what right do you have? Let us ascend the heavenly ladder. We want to meet the medical sage. Among the crowd were cultivators whose backing, though not as formidable as the Qingyun dynasty, was still not to be underestimated. Many cultivators voiced their objections, their voices rising in a crescendo. Among the clamor, the leading captain of the Qingyun dynasty slowly drew his sword. The golden holy sword shimmered with dazzling light, reflecting the captain's unyielding face. What right? Just because we are the Qingyun dynasty. The captain pointed his sword at the crowd. The first prince has decreed that anyone who dares to ascend the stairs will be killed without mercy. The 4 guards behind him raised their spears, exuding a chilling, killing intent. You? In an instant, the noisy scene fell into complete silence. Chen Mo at the back of the crowd shook his head slightly as he observed the Qi Tian dynasty's people. The Qi Tian dynasty is truly overbearing. Just a single captain is this tyrannical, one can only imagine what kind of person Qiyang the first prince is. Chen Mo pushed through the crowd step by step towards the entrance of the heavenly ladder. In the deathly quiet scene, his footsteps sounded exceptionally jarring. All eyes turned toward him. Who is this person's subordinate, so bold? Halt! The leading captain pointed his sword at Chen Mo. One more step forward, and you'll be killed without mercy. Get lost, Chen Mo replied calmly. As he uttered the word get lost, the 5 Qi Tian dynasty members felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them, and they couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Who are you? The captain looked at Chen Mo with fear. The onlookers were equally astonished. With just a word, Chen Mo had severely injured 4 members of the Qi Tian dynasty. Ignoring him, Chen Mo stepped onto the heavenly ladder, leaving the crowd with only the sight of his back as he walked away. Quick, inform the first prince. The captain, despite his injuries, spoke slowly. There is a formation here. Our communication jade tubes cannot transmit messages. This is bad. The captain's expression turned grim. If such a terrifying being were to engage in conflict, Qi Yang might not survive. At this moment, he just hoped that Qi Yang would be wise enough not to provoke trouble. At the top of Zhishenya, there was an expanse of land. At the edge ahead, 2 wooden houses stood. Before the wooden houses grew various spiritual herbs, glowing and thriving as they absorbed the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. At the end of the heavenly ladder, there was also a pavilion with a small path between the pavilion and the medicinal field. The path was lined with phoenix trees. The trees were infested with poisonous insects, and spiders the size of humans spun webs exhaling black mist. They completely isolated the pavilion from the medicinal field. At this moment in the pavilion sat a young man in a purple robe wearing a crown with a proud expression. Miss Shermiao, are you really not considering letting me in for a cup of tea? The young man spoke mockingly, his gaze piercing through the black mist toward the medicinal field. In the medicinal field, a woman in a black form-fitting dress, her face veiled in black, was tending to the herbs. The black skirt embroidered with vibrant red flowers accentuated her figure. Even with the veil, one could faintly glimpse her stunning beauty. Hearing the young man's words, the woman paused her actions and spoke in a flat tone. Young Master, Qi has been here for several days. Are you not afraid the Qi Tian dynasty will worry? Don't worry, I am always playful and my family will not be concerned. Qi Yang shrugged nonchalantly, his eyes burning with interest as he gazed at Shermiao. Or is it that Miss Shermiao is worried about me? Since you say I am the first prince of the Qi Tian dynasty, why do you reject me so? Why don't you follow me? When I ascend to the throne, you will be the empress ruling over the world, far better than just tending to this small plot of land. Qi Yang spoke confidently, gesturing grandly. As the first prince of the Qi Tian dynasty, barring any unexpected events, the Qi Tian dynasty would undoubtedly be his in the future. Thank you for your kind offer, young master, but an empress must be a paragon of virtue. I, a mere village girl, would hardly be fit for such a role. You should seek someone else. Shermiao replied, indifferently watering the herbs before turning to head into the wooden house. Qi Yang's expression darkened further. Miss Shermiao, you should think it over. Having another friend is better than having another enemy, don't you think? He glared at Shermiao, his voice seeming to squeeze out from between his teeth. I have no intention of becoming enemies with you, but if you perceive it that way, there's nothing I can do. Shermiao stopped in her tracks, her tone growing colder. Moreover, I must remind you, if you do not leave Zhishenya, you might face a bloody disaster. Ha! Qi Yang laughed maniacally as if he had heard the greatest joke. I will stay right here. I want to see who dares to harm me, who has the courage to harm me. In the entire Yinzhou, there may be those who can injure him, but those who dare to do so are few and far between. His status as the first prince of the Qi Tian dynasty was enough to pressure many proud figures in Yinzhou. I am Chen Mo, here to pay my respects to the medical sage. At this moment, a voice rang out, echoing at the summit of Zhishenya. I am Chen Mo, here to visit the esteemed medicine sage. Chen Mo ignored Qi Yang and walked towards the small path beside the pavilion, his pupils narrowing as he gazed at the black mist. This black mist is extraordinarily formidable, possessing a strong toxicity and a destructive power. If one were to unwittingly fall victim to it, even a celestial master would struggle to endure. Within the medicinal field, no one responded. I am Chen Mo, here to visit the esteemed medicine sage. Chen Mo raised his voice. Hey, who are you? Where are you, Qi and the others? Seeing that Chen Mo ignored him, Qi Yang spoke disdainfully. Chen Mo turned his head, momentarily misjudging Qi Yang's identity. He is the crown prince of the Qi Tian dynasty. Chen Mo paid him no heed, instead focusing on the black mist in front of him as the giant python on the wutong tree flicked its tongue at him, attempting to intimidate him. As Chen Mo continued to ignore him, Qi Yang's expression darkened further. Even those old geezers wouldn't dare to disregard him, let alone someone who appeared younger than him. Hey, are you deaf? I'm asking you, didn't you hear me? Qiyang spoke, sharply stepping closer to Chen Mo. Get lost. Chen Mo shot Qiyang a glance. Merely a major true immortal, he wasn't worth Chen Mo's effort. Qiyang stood frozen, a cruel smile appearing on his face. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. He'll give you one chance to leave now, if not there will be consequences. Before he could finish, Chen Mo stepped forward, and in an instant Qiyang retreated in fear, as if he had seen death. Chen Mo reached out and immediately grasped his neck. Talk any more, and I'll kill you, Chen Mo said coldly. Qiyang's veins bulged, desperately clutching Chen Mo's hand. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Do you know who my grandfather is? Let me tell you, I am the crown prince of the Qi Tian dynasty. My father is Qi Earth, the ruler of the Qi Tian dynasty, and my grandfather is the Grand Emperor. Do you know the price of threatening me? Qiyang enunciated each word, though his throat was grasped, he remained defiant. Chen Mo smiled a bright smile. Loosening his grip, Qiyang fell to the ground. I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, you will die. Ignoring Qiyang again, Chen Mo resumed examining the black mist. You, Qiyang gasped heavily, just as he met Chen Mo's icy gaze. Get lost. Just get lost. Qiyang angrily walked down the heavenly ladder. A bunch of useless fools. Qiyang spat, unable to even guard a heavenly ladder. But it was fine, he would make Chen Mo pay dearly. And there was sure Miao, ungrateful as ever. One day he would make sure Miao submit beneath him. While Chen Mo was studying the black mist, inside the wooden house a clear voice resounded. Young master, please come in. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Mo furrowed his brow. The medicine sage is a woman. Moreover, she is quite young. This indeed caught him off guard. The black mist automatically dispersed, and the giant python and black spider on the wudong tree also slowly retreated. Chen Mo walked in slowly, the spiritual herbs in the medicinal field shining brightly with an abundant supply of natural spiritual energy. The wooden house opened up. A table and 2 chairs flew out with steaming spiritual tea on the table. Then Shi Miao stepped out of the wooden house. Young master, please sit. Shi Miao gestured, and Chen Mo sat down. Shi Miao pushed a cup of tea towards Chen Mo. May I ask how to address you, young master? Chen Mo lifted the spiritual tea and took a sip, nourishing his organs. Good tea. Chen Mo chuckled. I didn't expect the legendary medicine sage to be so young. Then what do you think a medicine sage should look like? Under the veil, Shi Miao's lips curled up. At the very least, one should expect an elderly appearance. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly. One should not judge by appearances. You being so young are also extraordinarily powerful, right? Shi Miao remarked casually, yet it made Chen Mo's heart tremble as he looked up at her. Shi Miao met his gaze. Feeling somewhat presumptuous, Chen Mo slowly averted his eyes. It seems I was short-sighted. No worries, young master, come with me. Shi Miao was not bothered, gently pushing back her chair as she headed into the wooden house. Chen Mo was somewhat dazed. Wait, is it really this direct? Young master Chen, Shi Miao called out again when she noticed Chen Mo's lack of response. All right. Chen Mo collected his unusual expression and followed Shi Miao into the wooden house. Inside the wooden house, there was a wall with various sized compartments, each filled with pills. Gu Yuan Dan. Hui Chun Dan. De Li Wan. Chen Mo's lips twitched as he suddenly recalled the numerous pills he saw upon entering the medical city. Miss Shi Miao, these pills. Chen Mo spoke in astonishment, and Shi Miao smiled lightly. Indeed, they were all crafted by my hand. Ugh. Chen Mo was speechless. He thought they were all counterfeit, yet they were all genuinely crafted by the medicine sage. Miss Shi Miao, may I ask why you have crafted so many pills? For money. The esteemed medicine sage is short on money. Yes. Of course I am short on it. Shi Miao's expression soured, her voice dragging slightly. In this era, making money is challenging. Not only must one avoid deceit, but one must also guard against robbery. Shi Miao shook her head. Thus I can only sell some pills to the Baichao Hall, and they will in turn sell them to merchants. Chen Mo. This Shi Miao is quite intriguing. Moreover, she feels somewhat familiar, causing Chen Mo to recall certain past events. Wait, this is... At this moment, Chen Mo's gaze rested on the topmost compartment. Lu Wei Di Huang Wan. Chen Mo swallowed hard. Miss Shi Miao, this is... Chen Mo pointed at the Lu Wei Di Huang Wan, his face filled with shock. Oh. Shi Miao glanced over and casually said, just a little experiment I worked on made from 6 types of spiritual herbs. What do you also need it? Shi Miao's words relieved Chen Mo. It must be a coincidence. He quickly changed the subject, saying, I don't need it, it's just that the name is somewhat unique. Shi Miao nodded, flipping through the items, unsure of what she was looking for. After a moment, her eyes brightened, and a wooden box appeared in her hand. Young master, let's go, Shi Miao said excitedly while holding the box. Huh. Chen Mo was even more confused. Do you know why I'm here? Well, I have an idea. Shi Miao nodded. Those who come to find me generally want me to save someone. You are healthy, so it's naturally not for yourself, which means you want me to save someone else. You haven't mentioned what conditions I need to meet for you to help save someone. Chen Mo rubbed his nose. I have faith with you, no conditions are needed. Moreover, since you just helped me drive Qiyang away, let's consider it even. Shi Miao's voice was incredibly melodious. Chen Mo didn't think much further and stepped out of the door first, while behind him, Shi Miao's lips curled up. She could finally return. When Qiang descended the mountain, he was filled with anger. Remembering the cold and unfeeling attitude of Shimia and how Chen Mo treated him like an ant, he felt an overwhelming rage. Damn it, I want you all dead. Qiang clenched his fists, his nails embedding into his flesh without him even realizing it. He felt so wronged, he had never suffered such humiliation before. Wherever he went, he was always the center of attention. He had never failed to obtain what he desired. But today he suffered a setback, leaving him deeply affected. Under the Zhisheng cliff, Yu Qi and the others were anxious and uneasy. The crowd around them did not disperse. They wanted to see who dared to attack the Qitian dynasty. It wasn't until Qiang stepped down from Zhisheng cliff that Qi and the others approached him, saying, "Great. Your Highness, are you all right? Are you all useless? Didn't anyone notice someone went up there?" Qiang slapped Yu Qi across the face. Yu Qi forced a bitter smile. "Your Highness, that person is very strong. I am no match for him. You immediately inform my father, let him come here. Just say someone wants to kill me." Qiang said coldly. He had to show the world his mighty father. He wanted everyone to know that Qiang was not to be trifled with. "Yes," Yu Qi replied, "there's a formation here. We cannot inform His Majesty. We must go to the medical city." Qiang, under Yu Qi's escort, left Zhisheng cliff and headed towards the medical city. After they departed, the crowd erupted in excitement. The current monarch of the Qitian dynasty, Qi might very well come to the medical city in person. Let's go. We'll follow them. The crowd's eyes were filled with fervor. The young man who had just attacked Yu Qi and the others surely had an extraordinary background. They wondered if this incident would ignite a conflict between two great powers. Moreover, seeing Qiang's demeanor, it was clear he had also been subdued by that young man. Medical city. Bored in the inn Hongshi, and a man decided to go out for a stroll. With Chen Mo absent, a man completely unleashed her true nature. "This bell is nice. I'll get one for Qian. These sweet and sour chestnuts are good. I'll get some for Qian." A man widened her eyes, dazzled by the array of goods. "And this sword tassel, it would suit senior brother by Lu. He should like it. Let's go with the pink one." A man was shopping feverishly, spending lavishly, while the other vendors looked on with gleaming eyes. "Miss, would you like to take a look at my hairpin? Miss, my headband is also quite nice." These vendors wildly cast olive branches towards a man. Her eyes lit up. "This hairpin is really nice, and this headband is also good. I'll buy it." Hongshi crossed his arms silently, guarding a man with a look of indifference. He couldn't understand why, despite Qingyun Sect lacking for nothing, this girl still loved such mundane items. "Let's go, let's check ahead for more good stuff." A man held a Tonghulu in her left hand and a Baozi in her right. Throughout, Hongshi acted like a bodyguard. As a descendant, he dared not let anything happen to a man. Just then, Qiang entered medical city with Yu Qi and the others casually choosing an inn. They had already informed His Majesty. They just needed to wait in the medical city. Inside the inn, Qiang found a seat by the window. His face was filled with displeasure. Today had been too suffocating, threatened by someone gripping his throat, yet he dared not retaliate. Unintentionally, a graceful figure caught Qiang's eye. His gaze brightened, and he swallowed hard. This woman was not inferior to Shirmiya at all. "Go, let that girl come up to accompany me for a meal." Qiang pointed at one of the guards. Yu Qi followed Qiang's gaze and happened to see a man who was buying things, finally resting his gaze on Hongshi behind her. He frowned and then cupped his hands, saying, "Your Highness, that girl is accompanied by a transformed great demon. It seems her identity is not simple. Before His Majesty arrives, we should avoid trouble." Qiang slammed the table in anger. "Why are we being cautious? Are you all just eating and not doing anything? Go immediately, bring that girl to me." Qiang felt somewhat overwhelmed. As the crown prince of the Qitian dynasty, he couldn't win over the medical saint Shimia, and now he found himself at a loss against an utterly unremarkable girl. Yu Qi looked frustrated but could only nod, saying, "Your Highness, do not be angered. I will go now." Taking a deep breath, Yu Qi headed towards a man's position. "Miss, someone is coming." Hongshi naturally noticed Yu Qi, his expression vigilant, as he quickly shielded a man behind him. "Who are you?" Hongshi spoke coldly. Yu Qi smiled at a man. "Do not be afraid, miss. I am from the Qitian dynasty, and my master requests your presence." Yu Qi introduced himself. In Yinzhou, regardless of which princess it was, upon hearing the name of the Qitian dynasty generally, they would not refuse. Hongshi frowned, looking at a man. "Where is your young master?" A man asked calmly. "Over there." Yu Qi pointed towards the inn where Qiang could be seen by the window. A man turned her head to look at Qiang, who was grinning widely and waving at her as if he were quite charming. A man curled her lips into a polite smile. Sorry, no need. How could such an ugly person have the audacity? Step aside, my lady does not require your services. Hong Shi pushed Yu Qi aside. Upon witnessing this, Qiyang's smile instantly vanished. Damn, it's so ungrateful. He slammed the table, leaping down from the inn with the people of the Qitian dynasty subtly surrounding a man and Hong Shi. Those who had returned from Zhishang Cliff coincidentally witnessed this scene and were momentarily speechless. Qiyang was indeed domineering wherever he went. He caused trouble. The crowd looked at a man, pitying her as they shook their heads. Such a lovely and pure girl to be sullied. A man threw away the Tonghulu and Baozi in her hands, crossing her arms and looking disdainfully at Qiyang. What? Angry because you were rejected? Qiyang smiled wickedly. Do you know who my father is? What? Didn't your mother tell you? A man mocked. Qiyang's smile froze and his tone turned cold. I advise you to think carefully, not just for yourself, but for those behind you. After all, in Yinzhou, no one has dared to defy me, nor is there anyone that the Qitian dynasty cannot track down. Qiyang raised his chin proudly, his tone filled with threat. Fine, go ahead and look for those behind me, who I don't care. A man smiled strangely. Go on. Let's see if you can find Changxian, who is about to break through to the emperor's stage. Or perhaps the youngest emperor in Qingyun Luo Qingyao, or the seemingly unremarkable Chen Mo. Since the lady is so unwilling to give face, then do not blame me for being rough. Qiyang waved his hand, and Yu Qi exchanged glances with the others, reluctantly having to harden their hearts to surround a man and Hong Shi. Ladies, please give us some face, it do not make it difficult for us. Yu Qi thought about cursing. Anyone could see that this great demon was not simple, yet Qiyang, with his head full of rocks, was being reckless. Indeed, serving a powerful force was not an easy task. Amon twirled the braid in front of her as she looked at Qiyang with a mischievous glint. You were the one who started it first. Seeing Amon's frivolous attitude, Qiyang's expression darkened further. Capture her for me, but remember, don't hurt her. If she's damaged, it won't be fun anymore. With the command given, Yu Qi and the others exchanged glances. Gritting their teeth, they charged toward Amon. The onlookers sighed. Amon, a girl who couldn't even harm a chicken. The red lion, though a great demon, seemed to be on the brink of decay, with its black hair turned red, indicating its imminent doom. How could it possibly be a match for the Qi heavenly dynasty? The crowd closed their eyes, unwilling to witness what was to come. Just as one of the guards was about to stab Amon with his spear, a red-furred hand suddenly grasped the spear. The guard looked up to see the red lion staring at him contemptuously. He struggled to pull the spear free, only to find that the red lion remained unmoved. Boss! The guard's pleading gaze turned to Yu Qi. Let's go together. Yu Qi knew the red lion was not easy to deal with, waved his hand, and the four charged at the red lion. Golden sword light shot into the sky, while the red spear radiated a fierce, murderous aura. For beams of light rushed toward the red lion. Qiyang's lips curled into a smile. The red lion slowly released its grip, and the guard who had attacked it was sent flying backwards. Then, crossing its arms, it watched the attacks from Yu Qi and the others with a hint of disdain. Roar! A lion's roar erupted. The entire medical city trembled violently under the force of that thunderous sound wave. The surrounding citizens quickly covered their ears, but still felt their souls rattling. Before Yu Qi and the others could get close to the red lion, they were scattered by the immense roar. The four were sent flying back, their clothes tattered. Wow, what a terrifying great demon. Those who had just worried about Amon gulped, realizing how strong this great demon was. Their earlier fears were unwarranted. Wait a minute. The crowd felt puzzled. Although there was a medical sage in the medical city, cultivators were few and their overall strength was relatively weak. But today, why were there so many experts? First a mysterious young man, and now this great demon who seemed to be centered around this girl. What was her background? The crowd slowly turned their gazes to Qiyang, who was now frozen in place. His previous arrogance vanished. Is the Qi heavenly dynasty really this insignificant? Anyone could treat them like playthings. The crowd's expression was strange. Today, the grand prince of the Qi heavenly dynasty had completely become a clown. What now? Should we kill them? The red lion inquired. Strip him of his clothes. A person like him must be a disaster to others. Amon pointed at Qiyang. The red lion nodded and walked step by step toward Qiyang. Qiyang, terrified, kept retreating. Don't come near me. I am the grand prince of the Qi heavenly dynasty. My father is Qi of the Qi heavenly dynasty. My grandfather is the supreme emperor of the Qi heavenly dynasty. If you harm me, my Qi heavenly dynasty will not let you off. What nonsense are you babbling? The red lion roared angrily, having been in a bad mood while accompanying Amon. Encountering this spoiled brat only further fueled his rage. Go tell my heavenly winged lion king to break the magic. The red lion roared and threw a punch, sending Qiyang flying 50 or 60 meters away. The red lion pulled back the punch, not taking Qiyang's life. After all, given his arrogance, the Qi heavenly dynasty was certainly no ordinary force, and he was unsure if Chen Mo could match it. In any case, it's best to leave a line in everything. As long as Qi Yang's life wasn't in danger, everything could be negotiated. However, since he acted for Amon, Chen Mo would definitely not blame him. Qi Yang crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Before he could recover, the red lion was already beside him. Flames spewed from its mouth, instantly incinerating Qi Yang's clothes and singeing his hair, leaving only a strange odor. The crowd quickly looked at Qi Yang, who wriggled on the ground like a worm. Everyone showed a look of disdain. Is that it, eh? Still want to find your aunt? You might as well go back to your mother and suckle until you grow up. Amon also wore a look of disdain and then left with the red lion. Qi Yang felt a burning sensation on his face. His image of valiance had vanished. The fire from the red lion was not deadly, but it was highly humiliating. It was as if his dignity was being ground into the dirt. Your Highness, are you all right? Yu Qi and the others rushed over, and upon seeing the red lion leave, they breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, that great demon held back otherwise. Enough of the nonsense, hurry up and get me some clothes. Qi Yang shouted angrily, a bunch of useless fools, I don't know why I keep you around. He secretly vowed that after returning, he would make his father find him new guards. Yu Qi and the others could only suffer in silence. Damn it, wasn't it? Because you love to stir up trouble. A knife is above a woman. The medical sage happened to be in the Qi Heavenly Dynasty to buy medicine, and Qi Yang saw him and chased him all the way here. If it weren't for his lecherous heart, how could he have encountered such a situation? Of course, Yu Qi and the others could only complain inwardly, as they still needed to eat. Keep a close eye on them. When my father arrives, I want them to pay the price. After putting on his clothes, Qi Yang glared fiercely at the red lion and Amon. Especially when he touched the part of his head that had been burned clean, his anger deepened. Yes. Yu Qi cupped his hands, and after sending Qi Yang to the inn, headed alone to the inn where Amon and the red lion were. The onlookers were in a flurry of discussion. Qi Yang was waiting for Qi, and when Qi arrived, this matter would definitely not end here. Qi was an emperor, and even in the entire Yinzhou, he was certainly a top existence. Moments later, outside the medical city, two terrifying auras descended from the heavens. The leading figure, dressed in a dragon robe, was surrounded by illusory golden dragons. Standing there, he seemed to merge with the heavens and the earth. Behind him stood a man in golden armor, exuding a murderous intent. He was the marshal of the Qi Heavenly Dynasty, Duan Shuang. Your Majesty, we have arrived. Duan Shuang bowed and spoke. Contact Yang and the others. Qi nodded, his voice somewhat cold. Who didn't know that Qi Yang was the Grand Prince of the Qi Heavenly Dynasty, yet today, he was humiliated in this medical city. Understood. Inside the tavern, Yu Qi received the news. Your Highness, the Marshal has sent word that His Majesty and the others have arrived and are asking us to go out to greet them. What? Uncle Shuang also came. Qi Yang immediately stood up, excitement written all over his face. Finally, they had arrived. He could take his revenge. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go greet my father and Uncle Shuang. Yes. Yu Qi and the others nodded and quickly headed toward the outside of the medical city. Qi has come. Inside the tavern, everyone exchanged glances. This was the first time an emperor had come to the medical city, and it was none other than the ruler of the Qi Heavenly Dynasty, Qi. No one knew what kind of storm this would stir. Inside the tavern, everyone followed Qi Yang and the others as they departed. In the medical city, more and more people took notice of the imposing figures of Qi and his companion. This is Qi, the emperor of the Qi Heavenly Dynasty and Grand Marshal Duan Shuang. If that great demon and that girl are alone, they are in grave danger. Everyone murmured as just the presence of Qi instilled a sense of fear within them. This was the oppressive aura of authority. I pay my respects to Father and to Uncle Duan. We pay our respects to Your Majesty and to the Marshal. Qi Yang, Yu Qi, and the others quickly knelt down in reverence. At the moment Qi laid eyes on Qi Yang, a flicker of anger flashed in his gaze. Who did this? His voice carried the weight of the Tao, compelling worship. Before Qi Yang could speak, Duan Shuang glared with fury. Bold Yu Qi, you were tasked with protecting the crown prince, and this is how you fulfill that duty. Duan Shuang's face turned grim. Qi Yang represented the stature of the Qi Heavenly Dynasty and the future emperor, and every hair on his body reflected the dignity of the dynasty. Now he had become a baldy. Moreover, it seemed as if he had been burned. Yu Qi and the others immediately lowered their heads, their faces filled with bitterness. We deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Yu Qi repeatedly responded, his voice faltering. That great demon is very strong. We are no match for it. Since you are so incapable, I shall deem you useless. Duan Shuang's eyes narrowed slightly. Should Yu Qi and the others perish in battle, no one would blame them, even if Qi Yang were to lose his cultivation. In reality, Yu Qi and the others were unscathed, while it was Qi Yang who had lost his hair, tarnishing the dignity of the Qi Heavenly Dynasty. Therefore, Yu Qi and the others had to die. Duan Shuang's fingertips glowed with power. Yu Qi and the others turned pale, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Marshal, spare us. Your Majesty, spare us. Qi said nothing. Such worthless beings deserve to die. Just as Duan Shuang was about to strike, Qi stopped him with a gesture. This matter does not concern them. Upon Qi words, Yu Qi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Duan Shuang withdrew the light in his hand. Since your Majesty has spoken, I shall spare your lives. Hurry and thank your Majesty. Duan Shuang coldly added, remember, if there is a next time, I will not show mercy. Thank you, your Majesty is invincible. Duan Shuang and the others quickly knelt in gratitude, blood seeping from their foreheads. Next time. There will be no next time. Yu Qi felt bitterness in his heart, but dared not speak. He would rather go to the battlefield than serve as a bodyguard for such a foolish prince. Causing trouble everywhere, even if they were not killed by others, they would be killed by their own. It would be more straightforward to go to the battlefield. So domineering, the surrounding crowd murmured. A grand marshal is so overbearing, one can only imagine the kind of existence Qi is as the emperor. Where is that great demon? Take me there immediately. Duan Shuang waved his hand, and Yu Qi and the others instantly stood up. Rest assured, Marshal, the great demon and that girl are in a tavern within the medical city. I will lead you there right away. Yu Qi stood up to respond, and above in the sky the group hurriedly made their way towards the tavern where a man and the Red Lion were located. Inside the medical city, everyone looked up, feeling the sky darken ominously. There was a vague sense of an impending storm. Merchants packed up their stalls, and everyone surged into the crowd. Today a spectacle was about to unfold. The Red Lion also sensed the terrifying pressure sweeping in. This is bad, he thought, his heart trembling. That little brat had brought someone here, and they were quite powerful. He hurriedly found a man. Miss, a man, we must leave now. Huh? Why? A man was currently checking the items she had just purchased. The person behind that boy has arrived, and they are very strong. I am no match for them. We must find Elder Chen, the Red Lion said, his expression slightly anxious. Let's go. A man also sensed the gravity of the situation. She quickly packed her things and rushed towards the tavern's exit. Just outside the tavern, Qi and the others had just arrived. Your Majesty, Grand Marshal, the great demon is right inside this tavern. Yu Qi pointed towards the tavern where a man and the Red Lion were. Duan Shuang slowly rose into the air. He raised his hand, and gradually a massive sphere of light appeared at his fingertips. The sphere descended. The space shattered, and the wood that constituted the tavern instantly splintered into pieces. As everything dissipated, the figures of the Red Lion and a man emerged. Before the Red Lion, flames transformed into a shield protecting a man and himself within. Your Majesty, Grand Marshal, it is indeed that great demon and this girl. Yu Qi quickly interjected. Duan Shuang stepped forward. Bold demon, you have harmed the eldest prince of the Qi heavenly dynasty. Do you know your crime? His voice bore authority, pressing down upon the Red Lion. Pa, what do you think you are trying to make Lord Lion admit guilt? The Red Lion's temper flared, flames swirling in his pupils. Qi remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the Red Lion. He recognized those with status from the Yanzhou. A great demon of such strength could not be nameless. He then looked at a man, his brow furrowing. He did not recognize this girl, either, leaving only one possibility: this great demon and this girl were not from Yanzhou. In that case, there was no need to worry about anything. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. In Yanzhou, the Qi heavenly dynasty need not fear any power. Duan Shuang, kill. With a command from Qi, Duan Shuang nodded, his cold aura erupting. The silver spear materialized with ripples forming in the void. As the spear tip pointed, the chill emanating from it seemed capable of freezing the very air. Demon, be punished. Duan Shuang raised the long spear. With a thrust, an ice dragon was conjured, its roar shaking the heavens as a formidable ice dragon descended upon the Red Lion. Seeing there was no escape, the Red Lion glanced at a man. Miss, a man, hide behind me. He could only do his best to protect a man. Calculating the time, Chen Mo should be back soon, and they were not without hope. Sky Wing Lion King breaks the demon. The Red Lion gazed at the incoming ice dragon. Flames slowly drifted from his pupils, settling in his hand. With a punch, the flames transformed into a mighty lion, blinding to behold. The roar of the lion clashed with the dragon's roar. Boom! The clash between the lion and the ice dragon instantly stirred up clouds of smoke, the surrounding temperature fluctuating between extreme heat and extreme cold. As the aftermath dissipated, the flames on the Red Lion vanished, and the ice dragon above the sky slowly shattered. This great demon is quite powerful. The onlookers' gazes sharpened. As the Grand Marshal of the Qi heavenly dynasty, Duan Shuang had fought countless battles and was immensely powerful, yet now he was blocked by a great demon. One can only imagine how terrifying this great demon is. Yu Qi and Qi Yang's expressions were equally grim. Had the great demon not held back, they might have already perished. Compared to everyone else, Duan Shuang remained expressionless. He flipped the long spear in his hand, Cultivation is difficult, yet you must act against the heavens. Today I shall act on behalf of the heavens, slaying demons and vanquishing evil. Ha! What are you to presume to act on behalf of the heavens? The red lion scoffed, his face full of disdain. What he truly feared was Qi. Duan Shuang fell silent. With a flick of her wrist, the silver spear in her hand seemed to be coated with a layer of ice, and a chilling aura swept through the air, making the temperature plummet. Light of annihilation. Duan Shuang's fingertip traced along the spear's body, and a beam of light shot towards the heavens. In an instant, the sky turned an incredibly deep blue, as if a rift had been torn open. Mysterious and profound patterns appeared in the heavens. Soon after, a dazzling light seemed to traverse time and space, illuminating the red lion. At that moment, snow began to fall from the sky. Before the light arrived, the ground was already encased in ice. Hiss! The crowd couldn't help but shiver. A Duan Shuang strike was terrifying. So cold. A man also rubbed her hands together, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward Qiyang. If she had killed Qiyang earlier, perhaps none of this would have happened. Qiyang met a man's gaze with a smile, as if to say, "My father Qi." The red lion also sensed a bit of pressure, flames erupting all over its body, wrapping around a man, making her feel much more comfortable. Flame of the Emperor's fire. The red lion instantly transformed into its true form, its body resembling a small mountain. With a roar, the previously frozen ground melted away. A ball of fire appeared in its mouth. As the flames spewed forth, the crowd watched as the fire grew larger, transforming into a massive fireball. The fireball collided with Duan Shuang's light of annihilation. The flames were frozen, then melted, repeating this cycle. Ultimately, the two terrifying forces intertwined, forming a sphere that resembled chaos. Duan's son pressed forward, thrusting the silver spear once more. Boom! As this final surge of power joined in, the gigantic chaos sphere exploded, and rain poured down, cleansing the battered ground. The red lion's massive body collapsed to the ground. "Hey, are you okay? Senior." A man stepped forward, her face filled with worry. The red lion propped itself up, blood trickling from its crimson fur. "A man, you should go first. Find Elder Chen, or I can hold on." The red lion spoke slowly, its eyes filled with a determination akin to facing death as it looked at Duan Shuang. A man understood. She knew that her presence would only burden the red lion. She nodded firmly. "Hang in there, my uncle will definitely be able to save you." "Okay." The red lion coughed, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Duan Shuang's strength was not only above its own, but also incredibly fierce. It was simply no match. A man ran toward the outskirts of the medical city. Trying to run. Qi sneered. "Merely a mortal, how could one think to escape from him?" It was simply wishful thinking. "Father, don't harm her. I want to take her back to the palace as a servant, as a concubine," Qiyang cruelly stated. Qi he nodded. With a wave of his hand, the space surrounding a man was instantly sealed. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not move. "Let her go. If you have any grievances, come at me, the Lion Lord." The red lion panicked, but could die, but a man absolutely could not be harmed. "Rest assured, it's your turn next," Duan Shuang coldly declared. "Demonic beast, perish." She lifted her spear, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the red lion. The onlookers shook their heads at the situation. Indeed, the Qi heavenly dynasty was not to be provoked. Even a powerful demon like this, having offended someone from the Qi heavenly dynasty, was destined to die. What a pity. One could only wonder about the forces behind this woman and the great demon. As the crowd pondered, Duan Shuang had already thrust her spear. It was a strike far more terrifying than the previous light of annihilation. The red lion closed its eyes. At this moment, it was too weak to fight. It couldn't even withstand Duan Shuang, let alone face Qi. However, after a moment, it still didn't feel the loss of life. It opened its eyes and saw a beam of light descending from the void, blocking Duan Shuang's strike. Duan Shuang, Qi, Qiyang, and all present focused their gazes. Who dares to obstruct the Qi heavenly dynasty? Duan Shuang looked up at the void, but saw no one. "Hey, what's going on with you all?" At that moment, a disdainful voice echoed between heaven and earth. "Elder, uncle." The red lion and a man exclaimed in joy. "Chen Mo, you finally arrived." Accompanied by the excited voices of a man and the red lion, two figures descended from the sky. It was Chen Mo and Shi Miao, who had come from Zhishanya. That is the medical sage. And who is this young man? Is he the one behind this great demon? The people of the medical city were clearly taken aback upon seeing Shi Miao, while they overlooked Chen Mo. Wait, this young man is the one who attacked Qiyang and the others at Zhishanya, isn't he? Someone recognized Chen Mo's identity, their eyes widening in shock. What a coincidence. They were still wondering why there were two groups bold enough to attack the Qi Tian dynasty today, only to realize they were one and the same. Compared to the people around him, Qi Yang's gaze was already filled with killing intent. His eyes narrowed into slits as he gritted his teeth and said, "Father, it is this person who nearly killed me at Zhishanya." Qiyang pointed at Chen Mo, hating him even more than the great demon. To Chen Mo, it was a real insult. Duan Shuang snorted coldly. Perfect, we can kill them together and save time. Chen Mo had not glanced at anyone from the Qi Tian dynasty the entire time. With his eyelids slightly trembling, he solemnly asked, "What is going on here?" The Red Lion's spirit tensed, thinking it was his troublemaking that had upset Chen Mo. He lowered his head, feeling guilty, and said, "Please forgive me, Senior. Uncle Sure, please don't blame the Red Lion, Senior." A man quickly interjected. The moment Chen Mo arrived, the restraint from Qi had vanished. She stepped closer to Chen Mo and said, "Uncle Sure, it was I who urged the Red Lion Senior to act. Please do not blame him." "Senior, do not blame Miss Man. It was this young man who wanted to tease her." The Red Lion continued to explain. "What are you talking about?" Hearing their words, Chen Mo was utterly bewildered. "A man, Red Lion, so Uncle Sure, you aren't blaming us for causing you trouble?" A man tentatively inquired. "No." Chen Mo shook his head helplessly, saying, "Red Lion, just tell me, why didn't you directly kill this young man and his minions? If I hadn't arrived in time, wouldn't you have died for nothing?" Changing the subject, Chen Mo instructed, "Remember, we can die, but we must ensure the enemy accompanies us in death first. That way, even if their allies seek revenge, they will not see it coming. Understood?" A man and the Red Lion exchanged glances and nodded in confusion. Got it. It turned out they were blamed for not killing Qiyang. The people around them twitched at Chen Mo's grand philosophy. They couldn't imagine how crazy the Qi Tian dynasty would become if the Red Lion had killed Qiyang. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Qi and Duan Shuang's expressions grew increasingly grim. "Bold rebel, how dare you disrespect my Qi Tian dynasty? Today I shall use your head to establish the might of my dynasty." Duan Shuang shouted angrily, unleashing a peaked celestial lord's aura that chilled the air around them. "Ice dragon annihilates the world." Duan Shuang's voice was sharp as a terrifying light radiated from the spear in his hand, transforming into a colossal ice dragon that soared toward the heavens. The heavens shattered, intricate and mysterious ice patterns swirling in the sky, and in a moment the ice dragon opened its blood-red eyes and descended. Underneath the immense body of the ice dragon, the figures of Chen Mo and the others appeared as insignificant as ants. Duan Shuang just now didn't use all his strength. The onlookers felt their souls tremble at the sight of this terrifying strike. But no one knew if Chen Mo could withstand it. The crowd couldn't help but turn their gazes toward Chen Mo. In their shocked eyes, Chen Mo extended a single finger. "I can't believe it. Is this young man out of his mind, thinking he can block Duan Shuang's attack with just one finger? Is he so disrespectful to Duan Shuang?" Everyone thought Chen Mo was being overly arrogant. Only a man, the Red Lion, and Shi Miao had extremely resolute expressions. Finally, the ice dragon collided with Chen Mo's finger. The crowd held their breath. However, an unexpected situation unfolded. The moment Chen Mo's finger touched the ice dragon, it instantly shattered into countless ice shards. Hiss! The sound of inhalation echoed around. "How is this possible?" At that moment, Duan Shuang's shocked voice shattered the silence. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. "Yes. How is this possible? This young man, how could he be so strong? He clearly looked very young." "Now it's my turn." As everyone was still immersed in the spectacle of Chen Mo shattering the dragon with a single finger, they suddenly saw a beam of light emerging from Chen Mo's fingertip. The light was small like a silver needle. But due to Chen Mo's earlier flawless performance, no one dared to underestimate it. Duan Shuang also felt a sense of crisis. Whoosh! The sound of the needle piercing through the void rang out. The tiny light shot toward Duan Shuang. Duan Shuang's spear spun wildly. Soon an ice shield appeared before him. However, under the impact of this tiny light, the ice shield shattered instantly, and before he could react, a blood hole appeared in the center of Duan Shuang's brow. In the end, his body fell from the heavens, turning into cold vapor, along with his soul dissipating between heaven and earth. "Uncle Duan, Marshal, Qiyang Yu Qi," and the others' heart-wrenching cries echoed in the skies. In their eyes, a hint of fear finally emerged. This time it seemed they had provoked an extraordinary existence. Only upon seeing Qi did they breathe a slight sigh of relief. Beneath the Emperor, all are but ants. If Chen Mo could kill Duan Shuang in an instant, so could Qi. His previously disdainful gaze finally disappeared, replaced by shock as he scrutinized Chen Mo. "Who exactly are you?" Qi pondered, realizing that a man called Chen Mo Uncle Shi, indicating they belonged to the same sect. If Uncle Shi Chen Mo is this powerful, what about a man's master? Qi had to take this seriously. Although the Qi Tian dynasty was strong, it was not at the level of looking down upon the entire world. "You only need to remember that I am the one who will kill you," came Chen Mo's emotionless voice. Chen Mo stepped through the void, walking toward Qi. The emperor he had never killed before. Today he would offer the blood of the empire to this medical city. "Kill me. With just you." Qi snorted coldly, his robes rising without wind. With a single step forward, the great Tao roared, and the heavens dimmed, thunder flashing and fierce winds rising. With one step, the heavens fell into night, the stars swirling, and the sun and moon retreating. This was the Emperor. Qi unleashed a punch with no technique, no martial arts, just pure strength. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed like a clap of thunder, the punch's wind generating lightning that fell from the heavens, as if to punish Chen Mo. No wonder he is the Emperor. With this strike, the world changes, truly extraordinary. The crowd gulped at the celestial phenomenon caused by Qi. Could Chen Mo withstand this blow as he did before? A man in the Red Lion were also somewhat worried. Chen Mo was strong, but they had never seen him fight against an emperor. Only Shi Miao narrowed his eyes like a fox. Today the medical city would witness the fall of an emperor. With a single punch from Qi, the stars seemed to fall, time and space twisted, as if to completely shatter Chen Mo's past and future. Under the terrifying force of the punch, Chen Mo's hair flew wildly, and his robe billowed in the wind. In the expectant gaze of the crowd, Chen Mo slowly extended a finger, a faint glimmer of light still blossoming at its tip. Another one of these moves. The spectators were already numbed. Chen Mo completely disregarded Qi. Qi's expression was extremely grim. He, the emperor, was now being looked down upon with just a finger. Unforgivable. Finally, the terrifying punch collided with the light at Chen Mo's fingertip. The originally faint light suddenly erupted with overwhelming power upon contact with the punch. The two forces stirred up a fierce wind. The fierce wind spread towards the heavens, the clouds were torn apart, stars fell, and then transformed into raging fire and rain, alternating as they fell to the ground. What? Qi's face turned extremely ugly. His strike was effortlessly blocked by Chen Mo. This was simply unbelievable. Silence fell over the scene. Everyone looked at Chen Mo, unsure of how to speak. At this moment, Chen Mo was impossible to face. Emperor, sovereign, just this much. As everything dissipated, Chen Mo's disdainful voice echoed like thunder, shattering the dead silence of the medical city. Oomph. Qi, unwilling to accept, snorted coldly. Shatter the firmament fist. With a slight movement of his lips, a trace of imperial aura manifested around Qi. As he unleashed a punch, billions of streams of light surged forth. Under the imperial might, the heavens and earth trembled. Each stream of light could obliterate stars. The imprint of the fist seemed as if it would obliterate Chen Mo's very soul. This strike far exceeds the previous one. It won't be so easy for this person to block it. The crowd breathed heavily as they looked at Chen Mo. Regardless, Chen Mo had already provided them with enough shock today. Moreover, if Chen Mo wished to leave, Qi absolutely had no ability to stop him. Chen Mo also looked up at the billions of streams of light rushing towards him, a smile slowly rising at the corner of his mouth. Qi, he say goodbye to your dynasty. Next you won't see it anymore. After he spoke, the light at Chen Mo's fingertips surged again, but this time with two fingers in a Spider-Man gesture. Here it comes again. The crowd was at a loss for how to describe Chen Mo. He was completely disregarding the emperor. Fortunately, this time, it was just two fingers. Under the billions of streams of light unleashed by Qi, he's punched, the light from Chen Mo's two fingers appeared exceedingly dim. At this moment, Chen Mo flicked his fingertip. Two terrifying beams of light tore through space and shot out. One of the beams completely blocked Qi's punch without stirring up any turbulence. The other beam of light shot towards Qi at an incredibly fast speed. A trace of fear flashed in Qi's reddish-brown pupils. As he watched the beam of light approach him, he wanted to defend himself, but a powerful aura descended instantly, binding his body. He looked up at Chen Mo, the fear in his eyes intensifying. The strength of Chen Mo's aura far surpassed his by tens of thousands of times. Finally, the finger light arrived. Like frost, a blood hole appeared in the center of Qi's brow. Subsequently, his body transformed into a mist of blood that fell from the sky. The medical city welcomed the rain of imperial blood. Father, your majesty, Qi and the others felt as though they had fallen into an abyss, completely losing their ability to soar, plummeting from the void. His legs went weak and his heart raced to his throat. In Qi pupils there was a deep sense of regret. He had caused the death of the Grand Marshal of the Qi dynasty, his father Qi. At this moment, Qi was devoid of his previous arrogance. The people of the medical city were trembling in their hearts. They reached out to touch the imperial blood falling from the sky, still warm. It turned out that even the high and mighty emperor could fall, and so abruptly at that. Yet who exactly was this youth? With such strength, Yanzhou had never heard of his name. All of this was perhaps beyond knowledge. At this moment, Chen Mo looked at Qiyang. Hey, it's your turn. Qiyang snapped out of his fear, seemingly recalling something as he pulled out a blood-red jade pendant from his pocket. You? Don't be too happy too soon. Then he let out a breath of aura into the jade pendant, which instantly flickered with light. Grandfather, someone in the medical city wants to kill me. My father has already fallen. Please save me, grandfather. Qi Yang's words carried a hint of madness. He forgot that although his father was dead, he still had his grandfather. As long as his grandfather killed Chen Mo, he could immediately become the sovereign. At that time, the Qi Tian dynasty would be his, and Qi Erhe's imperial concubines would also be his. Thinking of this, Qi Yang let out a cackling laugh. Everyone in the medical city looked at Qi Yang. This matter was not over yet, and there would be a second round. The Qi Tian imperial dynasty. Within an independent spatial realm, endless palaces stretched across the horizon, interspersed with numerous cultivation caves. From each cave emanated an overwhelming, terrifying aura. Off. At that moment, a hoarse, ancient voice erupted from one of the caves. Younger. Who slew my son and grandson? The cave exploded outward. An old man clad in blood-red robes shot into the sky, his face twisted with fury. The monstrous aura radiating from him sent the entire Qitian imperial dynasty into violent tremors. That's the former sovereign emperor. Why has he emerged? Heads turned toward the heavens above the Qitian imperial dynasty. Qi Sheng, the dynasty's venerable former sovereign emperor, was a deity who had long since attained the emperor Dao, yet today he had broken his seclusion. Qi Sheng's expression was grim, his oppressive shadow-choked aura dampening the very fabric of space. City. His clouded eyes snapped open. Hunyuan Bell, arise. Qi Sheng declared, his voice resonant and commanding. From the cave he'd just vacated, a golden ancient bell tolled forth, a profound resonance echoing the Tao itself. That is, an emperor artifact, the Hunyuan Bell. The people of the Qitian imperial dynasty recoiled, pupils contracting in awe. Qi Sheng had emerged from seclusion. The Hunyuan Bell had awakened. A monumental event had begun. Clutching the Hunyuan Bell, Qi Sheng vanished instantly from the Qitian imperial dynasty. City. Its denizens were still reeling from the shock of Qi Er's demise when Qi Yang's desperate cry for his grandfather pierced the air, sparking immediate intrigue. Though both were emperors, Qi Sheng vastly surpassed Qi Er in power. As for Chen Mo, his effortless annihilation of Qi Er revealed nothing of his true limits. Another breathtaking confrontation loomed. Chen Mo's gaze, cold, relentless as death incarnate, fell upon Qi Yang, who flinched violently. I'll spare you for now. Let us see whom you dare summon. Chen Mo himself felt a rare spark of interest. Since attaining invincibility, he had never engaged in a truly earnest battle. He genuinely hoped Qi Yang would summon even more emperors. He wished to gauge how many layers of his strength the Qitian imperial dynasty's emperors could force him to unveil. Qi Yang exhaled in quiet relief. Chen Mo's arrogance would soon cost him dearly. Every soul in City hearing Chen Mo's words shared a single thought: how audacious. Yet such audacity was wholly justified. Had they possessed Chen Mo's might, they would have been far bolder still. Hong Shi, the Crimson Lion, though gravely wounded, watched Chen Mo slay an emperor with disconcerting ease. Reverence deepened in his pupils, sharpening into unwavering devotion. This was the master worth following. To serve Chen Mo, even if ridden like a mount daily, was infinitely preferable to lingering in the Wanshou mountain range. At least here one need not fear being hunted as mere prey by other cultivators. As he pondered, a pill soared from Chen Mo's palm. Are you all right? Hong Shi shook his head, accepting the pill. My talents are modest, but my hide is thick and tough. This young lady must be the one master asked me to save. Shi Miao murmured, her gaze meeting Amon's, and Amon's meeting hers in turn. Elder sister, you're so beautiful. Amon stood utterly spellbound. Even veiled, she sensed Shi Miao's singular radiant presence. What sweet words, Shi Miao teased, gently tapping Amon's nose before bestowing a smile, so luminous it seemed to dispel shadows. For those words alone, elder sister will surely heal you. Thank you, elder sister. Amon stepped forward, eagerly slipping her arm through Shi Miao's. Master, I require a quiet place. Chen Mo's lips twitched. He'd underestimated Amon's social charm. Forcing a faint smile, he replied, rest assured. I'll arrange it. He secured an entire inn and wove intricate arrays around it to shield Amon and Shi Miao from all intrusion. Before entering the inn, Chen Mo turned to Qiyang. By the way, I'll await you in City. Bring your great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather, and even your celestial ancestors, if you dare. Qiyang clenched his fists, too terrified to retort. Yet hatred seethed beneath his silence, mingled with a flicker of feverish anticipation. With Qi dead, should his grandfather slay Chen Mo, tradition dictated Qiyang would ascend as sovereign emperor, and the entirety of the Qitian imperial dynasty would become his. Inside the inn, Shi Miao guided Amon into the innermost chamber. Chen Mo instinctively followed. What are you doing? Shi Miao asked, puzzled. Chen Mo frowned. May I not watch? Shi Miao glanced first at Amon, then back at Chen Mo, her eyes twinkling mischievously. You are her senior uncle after all. Must you truly behave so unbecomingly? Understood, Chen Mo murmured, lips pressed thin, faintly embarrassed. Then I shall stand guard for you. Remember, no one must disturb us. Shi Miao waved dismissively before leading Amon inside. Chen Mo wore an odd expression. Restoring a dantian required undressing. How peculiar. Within the chamber, Amon lay motionless upon the bed. Be good. Remove your clothes, Shi Miao whispered, her voice tender as spring mist. Ah, elder sister, truly. Amon flushed with shyness. It is necessary. Though perplexed, she chose to trust Chen Mo implicitly. Slowly she loosened her sash, revealing smooth, unblemished skin across her slender abdomen. Shi Miao retrieved a pill from her lacquered case. Be good, sleep, and all will be well. After administering the pill, Amon drifted swiftly into deep slumber. Shi Miao raised her hand, green spiritual energy coalescing over her palm like living jade. With surgical precision, she made a clean incision across Amon's abdomen, yet no blood welled forth. Then opening her case, she withdrew an array of tools. Had Chen Mo witnessed them, he would have recognized them instantly. Surgical scalpels, forceps, suturing needles, each exchanged with practiced grace. Sweat soon glistened upon Shi Miao's brow. She wiped her brow, drew a slow, steady breath. Truly no simple task, she murmured softly, before a golden orb the size of a quail's egg materialized in her palm. With infinite care, she placed the orb within Amon's abdomen, then used the scalpel to meticulously connect its surface to Amon's meridians and vessels. Moments later, the orb began to spin, drawing in ambient spiritual energy from the surrounding realm. At last, it is complete. She clapped her hands once, smiling with quiet satisfaction, then added, though this appearance lacks elegance. From her case, she withdrew gleaming white jade thread, stitching Amon's wound with delicate, flawless precision. Once sealed, she severed the thread and swept her palm across the site. The incision vanished, leaving only flawless, unmarred skin. Gazing upon Amon's serene, sleeping face, Shi Miao's expression softened into gentle warmth. Since your words were so sweet, I shall grant you one further boon. But you owe me a favor, now and forever. She produced another pill and infused it directly into Amon's dantian. Amon's cultivation surged violently, racing past tribulation transcendence to its apex, soaring beyond her former peak, stopping just shy of the great ascension, true immortal realm. Having completed her work, Shi Miao beamed with quiet elation. System, having saved 99 souls, may I now return to my original world? Shi Miao closed her eyes. Before her, a translucent interface shimmered into existence. Like Chen Mo, she was not native to this world, precisely why she understood his purpose in seeking her. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have fulfilled your mission. As a savior, you may depart for Blue Star at any time. Outside the room, Chen Mo naturally sensed a man's rapid progress in cultivation, feeling somewhat surprised. Could it be that the recovery of the dantian also restored her cultivation? Moreover, her cultivation had surpassed her previous level. No wonder she is known as the Saint of Medicine. As Chen Mo pondered this, the door opened, and Shi Miao walked out carrying his suitcase. Are you ready? Shi Miao approached the table, gulping down the tea in one go. Just let her rest for a while. After stretching lazily, Shi Miao seemed somewhat fatigued. Chen Mo looked at Shi Miao, oddly feeling like she had just undergone surgery. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? No. Chen Mo quickly shook his head. You really don't want any reward. Shi Miao casually sat down, resting her face on her hands, contemplating for a moment before slowly saying, consider it a favor you owe me. All right. Chen Mo nodded. If you need anything in the future, you can come find me at the Qingyun Sect in Qingzhou. Responding with a sound, Shi Miao suddenly looked outside. Why don't you resolve this first? Chen Mo replied in confusion, suddenly furrowing his brows as he looked out the window. This Saint of Medicine is not simple. She actually detected the enemy's arrival before him. At that moment, the Red Lion walked in. Senior, someone from the Qi Tian dynasty has arrived. Got it. Chen Mo responded lazily, then waved his hand to disperse the formation of the inn. The three of them exited the inn. Outside, they were already surrounded tightly. Suddenly, the previously clear sky turned overcast, and the air became heavy. Moments later, the entire city was trembling violently. Above the heavens, stars fell, and the forces of the laws became chaotic. A figure rushed in from afar. Qi Sheng has finally arrived. Someone recognized Qi Sheng, their expression solemn. Wait a minute, look at what Qi Sheng is holding. An imperial artifact, the Hunyuan bell. With this statement, everyone stopped breathing. The emperor, who had been in seclusion for many years, had come today, bearing an imperial weapon. Who is it? Who killed my son and grandson? Qi Sheng's oppressive aura descended, his eyes bloodshot, seemingly going mad. Grandpa! Grandpa! Below, Qi Yang excitedly waved his hand, tears streaming down his face. Yang! Yang, Qi Sheng's face broke into a smile as he quickly landed beside Qi Yang, cupping his face, asking, "You're still alive?" Qi Yang suddenly knelt on the ground, crying, "Grandpa, you must avenge my father." Qi Sheng's body trembled slightly. His most outstanding son was dead. Who did it? Qi Sheng gritted his teeth, forcing the words out. Qi Yang pointed at the inn angrily, saying, "Grandpa, the person who killed my father is inside this inn." "All right," Qi Sheng nodded. "You can rest assured, I will avenge her. From now on, follow me for cultivation, striving to ascend to the throne of the emperor as soon as possible." "Thank you, Grandpa." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Qi Yang's eyes. He had been waiting for this moment. Just then the inn's formation dissipated, and Chen Mo, the saint of medicine, and the Red Lion walked out. Chen Mo's gaze locked onto Qi Sheng. Qi Sheng similarly fixed his gaze on Chen Mo. Holding the Hunyuan bell, Qi Sheng flew into the air, scrutinizing Chen Mo like a deity. "It's you who killed my son, I've killed too many ants to remember them all." Chen Mo shrugged, showing no regard for Qi Sheng. "Arrogant fool," Qi Sheng snorted coldly. "In that case, you will pay with your life. Stop wasting time. I'm in a hurry. Use your abilities as soon as possible." Chen Mo yawned, taking a keen interest in the Hunyuan bell in Qi Sheng's hand. "This imperial artifact is quite nice. I'm taking it." The onlookers were already stunned. Chen Mo was being excessively arrogant. It should be noted that Qi Sheng had ascended to the throne thousands of years ago, and after a millennium of seclusion, he might have already touched the threshold of mid-empire. His strength was already extremely formidable, and now he wielded the imperial weapon Hunyuan bell. This bell had accompanied Qi Sheng for thousands of years, having long since fused into one with him. The relationship between the two was certainly not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Yet Chen Mo seemed to regard Qi Sheng with utter disregard. Whether it was arrogance or absolute confidence in his own strength, "Just afraid you won't live to take it." Qi Sheng snorted coldly, his hand manipulating the Hunyuan bell, activating it, and in an instant the bell's sound seemed to transcend the rivers of time. The golden ancient bell emitted endless light and slowly floated out its mouth, facing Chen Mo. The bell's sound was melodious like the rumble of the Tao, seemingly able to shatter a person's soul. Despite the bell's sound targeting only Chen Mo, those around felt an incredibly terrifying pressure. The imperial artifact is good, but unfortunately, the person is a bit weak. Facing this terrifying bell sound, Chen Mo remained unfazed. As he spoke, light began to flow from his fingertips. "Here comes that move again." Those nearby felt a bit numb inside. Compared to other emperors, Chen Mo's attack seemed far too low-key, yet it also seemed extremely impressive. Could this be the legendary simplicity of the Tao? Everyone was still lost in their imaginations. The light from Chen Mo's fingertips had already shot out rapidly. The bell sound was formless, yet it caused the space to distort. Under the cover of this bell, sound time became disordered. However, Chen Mo's strike ignored time and space. With a single strike, the sound wave carried by the bell was pierced through. The light from his finger did not stop colliding against the Hunyuan bell. Dong! The bell sound seemed somewhat muffled, as if the spirit of the bell was lamenting. How is this possible? Qi Sheng's gaze tightened. This strike from the Hunyuan bell could not be blocked by even a powerful emperor, yet it was so easily deflected by Chen Mo. Qi Sheng mobilized all his blood and qi, the torrential blood, and qi surged like a galaxy, with a drop of blood resembling a small world. The blood energy surged and merged into the Hunyuan bell. The finger pressed lightly against the Hunyuan bell, and on the surface of the bell phantoms of roaming dragons appeared, accompanied by 100 phoenixes singing. The roaring sound transformed, shattering the clouds within 10,000 miles as sound waves surged toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo's strike seemed to have also angered the spirit of the Hunyuan bell. At this moment, the sound waves transformed all things. The space where Chen Mo was located changed instantly, and he saw Yin Qingyang, he saw Luo Qingyao, and Feng Wuchang. All of them smiled warmly at him. A mirage. Chen Mo shook his head. Too fake. Even Luo Qingyao was fine. The other senior brothers had always treated him with seriousness. Seeing Chen Mo entering the mirage, Qi Sheng's lips curled into a faint smile. This strike was enough to scatter Chen Mo's soul. Soon, however, the smile on Qi Sheng's lips vanished. At the moment the sound waves from the Hunyuan bell struck, Chen Mo's spiritual energy transformed into a shield in front of him. With a single strike, Chen Mo remained unscathed. Even the shield did not break. Is this still a human? The onlooker's gazes sharpened slightly. Chen Mo not only had an extremely terrifying attack, but also such an impenetrable defense. Qi Sheng's heart trembled, and the Hunyuan bell emitted a mournful sound. Chen Mo was not to be underestimated. The shield before him dissipated, and Chen Mo opened his eyes. Do you have any other tricks? Chen Mo asked indifferently. Who exactly are you? Qi Sheng's voice trembled, his blood and energy plummeting to the depths in that moment. Chen Mo did not respond, his fingertips shimmering with light. It seems you have no other means. As the corners of his lips curled, Chen Mo's gaze turned sharp. In that case, you can die now. With that, the light from his fingertips shot towards Qi Sheng. Qi Sheng's face changed drastically. Chen Mo's strike, seemingly ordinary, invoked the laws of heaven and earth, suppressing his entire spiritual power. It felt as if it suppressed his past, present, and future. He could not resist. Finally, the light arrived in an instant. In just a moment, it pierced through the center of Qi Sheng's brow. Qi Sheng's figure began to fade into nothingness like foam dissipating in the air. Imperial blood rained down from the heavens. Today, the imperial city experienced its second fall, the blood nourishing the land of the medical city. The people of the medical city held their breath. 2 emperors had fallen today, and all of this was caused by the youth before them. Who exactly is he? At the moment Qi Sheng fell, Qi Yang felt darkness envelop him, filled with despair. His father was dead, and his grandfather was also gone. And all of this was because of him. Qi Sheng sat down heavily on the ground. From now on, the Qi heavenly dynasty would become history. The news of Qi and Qi Sheng's fall would spread like a plague throughout the continent. At that time, all opposing forces would surge into the Qi heavenly dynasty like a tide. Without Qi and Qi Sheng, the Qi heavenly dynasty would exist in name only. So what do you think? Does your Qi heavenly dynasty still have stronger people? What about your ancestors? Your great-grandfather? Your heavenly ancestor? Your distant ancestor? Quickly save time and call them all here. Chen Mo's gaze was as cold as death as it fell upon Qi Yang. Qi Yang, feeling as if facing a great enemy, collapsed in fear on the ground. Elder. He got up and knelt on the ground, fearfully saying, I have been blind, please spare my life, I beg you. The sound of his head striking the ground echoed repeatedly. However, no one showed any mercy to Qi Yang. The law of the jungle prevailed. If Chen Mo were not strong today, it would be him and his companions who would die. With cause comes effect. All of this is Qi Yang's own doing. Seeing that Chen Mo ignored him, Qi Yang turned his pleading gaze towards Shi Miao. Shi Miao, I beg you, please plead for me. As long as I can live, I am willing to serve you like an ox or horse. Qi Yang pleaded with a trembling voice. Shi Miao chuckled derisively. Don't mention oxen and horses to me, I detest them the most. Just pray for your own blessing. Shi Miao coldly laughed. Even if Chen Mo did not act, it would not be long before she would visit the Qi heavenly dynasty. Compared to her, Chen Mo was somewhat kinder. He only killed Qi Yang's father and grandfather. If it were her, the Qi heavenly dynasty would surely become a wasteland. Lost in thought, Shi Miao noticed Chen Mo stepping towards Qi Yang. Tell me, where is your home? Shi Miao's eyes lit up. Could it be? The surrounding people held their breath. Was Chen Mo preparing to annihilate the Qi heavenly dynasty? If so, the power structure of the continent would surely change. If I tell you, will you spare me? A glimmer of hope flashed in Qi Yang's eyes. You are not qualified to negotiate conditions with me. After pondering for a moment, in order to seek hope for survival, Qi Yang could only tell Chen Mo the location of the Qi heavenly dynasty. Congratulations, from now on you have no home. Chen Mo's lips curled up. Using his fingers as a sword, he slashed towards the void. In an instant, a sword light surged into the sky, traversing through space in the direction of the Qi heavenly dynasty. Everyone looked at the sword light that Chen Mo had struck. Will this really work? Can such a simple strike truly destroy the Qi heavenly dynasty? Many were skeptical, but with Chen Mo's strength, there was no need for such theatrics. Perhaps this sword strike could indeed obliterate the Qi heavenly dynasty. With a casual wave, Qi Yang's figure also vanished between heaven and earth. The Qi heavenly city. The emergence of Qi Sheng prompted many ancient monsters of the Qi heavenly dynasty to emerge from seclusion. However, as they emerged, they found no trace of Qi Sheng. Within the imperial palace, the high-ranking members of the Qi heavenly dynasty gathered to uncover the truth behind Qi Sheng's emergence. Outside the imperial city, countless people looked towards the palace. The emergence of Qi Sheng caused a stir in the Qi heavenly dynasty, with various affiliated factions and noble clans rushing towards the imperial city. At that moment, the sky above the Qi heavenly city suddenly darkened. An incredibly terrifying sword intent descended from the heavens. What is that? Countless people looked up at the sky. The sword light pierced through the heavens, instantly enveloping the Qi heavenly dynasty. Within the palace, those ancient monsters sensed the danger immediately. Quick, activate the protective array. With a command, beams of light shot up from the 4 corners of the Qi heavenly dynasty, and the protective formation instantly enveloped the entire Qi heavenly city. However, beneath this sword light, the formation appeared extremely fragile, shattering instantly. The seemingly indestructible Qi heavenly city collapsed at that moment, with no survivors under the sword intent. And they until death did not know who they had offended. The Qi heavenly dynasty, the top power of the continent, had completely become history. After dealing with the Qi heavenly dynasty, Chen Mo Miao and the Red Lion walked into the inn. After Chen Mo left, the people of the medical city all looked up towards the distance. I have friends in the Qi Heavenly Dynasty. Oh, I will send a message to inquire about their situation. My cousin is a civil servant in the Qi Heavenly Dynasty. Oh, I will ask as well. However, after waiting for a while, still no one responded. Everyone's breathing quickened. Perhaps the Qi Heavenly Dynasty has truly disappeared. In just one afternoon, news of the Qi Heavenly Dynasty's destruction spread throughout the continent. This news felt unbelievable. The Qi Heavenly Dynasty had just vanished without a trace. It was somewhat astonishing. Many people rushed to the Qi Heavenly City only to be met with a wasteland. What followed was Chen Mo's image. The image spread across the continent. Although no one knew Chen Mo's name and identity, countless factions had already spread a message to their subordinates. If you encounter Chen Mo, be sure to avoid him. If you cannot avoid him, absolutely do not offend Chen Mo and those around him. Inside the inn, the previously sleeping a man finally woke up after an afternoon. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, a man felt somewhat confused. At that moment, she suddenly sensed something and looked at her Dantian. No. My cultivation level. A man's pupils constricted. Master, my cultivation has recovered. A shrill voice like a lark echoed from her room. The voice was filled with joy, indignation, and a hint of trembling. Amon's tears fell silently. Though she wore a brave, optimistic smile, deep within her trembled a profound fear that her Dantian might never heal. Especially within the warm, loving embrace of the Qingyun Sect, she longed fervently to cultivate the Tao, to let the name Qingyun Sect echo across the entire Mingyuan realm. Yet the shattering of her Dantian had once made her believe her dream had reached its bitter end. Now that dream blazed anew. The door creaked open. Chen Mo and Shi Miao stepped inside. Little one, what's all this weeping about? Chen Mo teased with a gentle smile. Senior uncle. Amon's tears spilled forth uncontrollably. There, no more crying. Quickly thank Miss Shi Miao. Wiping her eyes, Amon approached Shi Miao and bowed deeply. Thank you, elder sister. A simple gesture. No need for such formality. Shi Miao gently stroked Amon's hair. Train diligently. Perhaps one day I'll be the one needing your aid. Amon clenched her fists, her voice steady and resolute. Elder sister, rest assured. I shall stand ready. Should you ever call upon me, I will answer without hesitation. Even unto fire and flood, I shall not falter. Shi Miao had in truth granted her a second life. With those words, I am at ease, Shi Miao replied, her smile radiant as dawn. Then turning to Chen Mo, she said, Master, now that matters are settled, I shall take my leave. Miss Shi Miao, we shall meet again. Chen Mo nodded. Should you ever require assistance, seek me at the Qingyun Sect in Qingzhou. Fear not. We shall surely cross paths once more. Shi Miao held Chen Mo's gaze a moment longer, words poised on her lips, yet left unspoken. Farewell, Amon. Then she raised a hand in gentle farewell. Farewell, elder sister Shi Miao. In an instant, Shi Miao vanished from sight. Chen Mo's brow furrowed. Shi Miao was no ordinary cultivator. Even with his illusory eye, he could not fathom her true cultivation realm. He had feared retribution from the Qitian imperial dynasty after destroying it, a fear directed in part towards Shi Miao's safety. Now he realized his concern had been unwarranted. Her strength stood unquestionably on par with his own. Shi Miao, just who are you? Chen Mo gazed upward into the vast heavens as though she had known even then of his return. At Jixing Cliff, Shi Miao's figure materialized. She glanced toward the medicinal field, shaking her head faintly. So many spirit herbs, what a pity. Ah well, let them remain as blessings for the cultivators of Yaizhou. Without further hesitation, Shi Miao gathered the spider and giant serpent from the phoenix tree, then entered the wooden hut. Gazing upon the countless spirit pills and rare elixirs, a quiet pride flickered across her face. These are pure fortune. She gathered every pill she had refined, then clapped her hands in quiet satisfaction. Goodbye, world without bars and without male models. She waved once toward the room, as if bidding farewell to the self she once was. System, send me home. Ding. Constructing spatial channel for host. Destination Blue Star. Spatial channel established. Please enter within 60 seconds. Before her a swirling vortex bloomed. Shi Miao stepped forward, casting one last glance at the humble wooden hut, then vanished entirely. Stars shimmered across the boundless void of space. From the rift, Shi Miao emerged, her silhouette adrift in infinite blackness. A chill of unease crept over her, until her gaze settled upon a single sapphire sphere suspended in the dark. I have returned. She drew a slow, deep breath. After 1,000 years across alien realms, she had finally come home, to the world she had yearned for night and day. Welcome home, chosen one of fate. A venerable voice resonated, warm, ancient, emanating from the blue star itself. Shi Miao lifted her eyes, but saw no source, no form. Who are you? Wariness sharpened her gaze. You may call me the spirit of the blue star. The spirit of the blue star. Curiosity flared. then faded into a wry, knowing smile. If you truly are the spirit of the blue star, why conceal yourself? No, no, I do not hide. What you behold, the blue star itself, is my true form. The spirit spoke. Is that so? Astonishment flashed across Shi Miao's pupils. She shook her head, dismissed the thought, and descended into the blue star's atmosphere. From the blue star's surface, a figure emerged, featureless, genderless, wreathed in crimson light. He, the chosen one of fate. A bone-chilling laugh reverberated through the endless void, then slowly dissolved into silence. How much time had passed? Within the blue star, a spider crawled forth, its form shifting into that of a slender, elegant woman. Her expression was strained with anguish, blood stained the corner of her mouth. Master. She turned back toward the blue star, her pupils filled with despair and terror. Mingyuan realm. Chen Mo. Her whisper hardened into resolve. Master, have faith. I will find him. She knew. Only by locating the man named Chen Mo could she save her master. In a flash, she vanished. Moments later, several figures emerged from the blue star, shrouded in the aura of temporal law, their presence too overwhelming to behold directly. Curses. Not only has that female chosen one disappeared, but now even this spider spirit is gone. Never imagined such a chosen one would break free from the supreme deity's grasp, carving a path in blood. It seems these so-called chosen ones grow stronger. Each cycle, each return. Let us depart. Time to return. Who knows when the next chosen one will set foot upon this lovely planet. With those words, they vanished, leaving behind only silence, deep, absolute, swallowing all light, like an abyss eternal. Yicheng City. After bidding farewell to Shi Miao, Chen Mo prepared to return to Qingzhou. His homeward journey proved swifter than the one before, unhindered now that Amon's cultivation had recovered, allowing her to withstand spatial turbulence unaided. Amon, do you recall how Shi Miao repaired your dantian? Chen Mo asked as they traversed the void. Amon shook her head. I don't remember. Only that elder sister Shi Miao told me to undress, gave me a pill, and then I fell asleep. Senior uncle, what is it? Nothing. Chen Mo likewise shook his head, but his gaze grew distant, thoughtful. Undress, the soporific pill. Listening to her description, it sounded uncannily like a surgical procedure. Do you recall what tools she used? No. Amon replied, I only know she carried a chest, inside which I heard the clink of metal. Chen Mo asked no more. Everyone guards their secrets, and thus far Shi Miao had shown neither malice nor ill intent toward him or Amon. Next time they met, he would seek answers. He felt it, deep in his bones, that their paths would cross again, and that certainty was unshakable, as though bound by fate itself. When Amon and Chen Mo hastily returned to Qingzhou from Yazhou, the northern reaches of Qingzhou housed the Qingyun Sect. Its serpentine mountains coiled like celestial dragons, and its palaces clung to the contours of the peaks, half lost in misty veils. Atop the highest palace, a blade hung suspended in midair, radiating an overwhelming razor-sharp sword intent. Outside the palace, numerous elders of the Qingyun Sect knelt in solemn prostration. Within the palace, a cataclysmic surge of sword intent erupted, flooding every chamber. Even the spirit blades housed in the Qingyun Sect's armory trembled violently in resonance. Hail the sword sovereign's emergence from seclusion. Outside the palace, the elders of the Qingyun Sect stood with grave countenances, chanting in unison. Their thunderous voices echoed across the mountain. All disciples of the Qingyun Sect turned reverently toward the highest palace, their eyes brimming with unwavering devotion. Today, Mu Yunfei, the sect master, had emerged from his cultivation retreat. As the chant faded, a sword shot forth from within the palace, then dissolved into the form of a middle-aged man. His brow and gaze exuded an incisive, unyielding sharpness. Mu Yunfei's gaze swept over the assembled elders. During my seclusion, were there any major developments? In response, Your Majesty. The Grand Elder stepped forward, his face edged with fury. Elder Sen Yuan Dabiao and two core disciples Fang Zhe and Hui Yanran have perished. Silence fell the moment the Grand Elder spoke. Every elder bowed their heads speechless. Mu Yunfei locked eyes with the Grand Elder, his expression impassive, unreadable, neither wrathful nor sorrowful. Tell me, how did they fall? Mu Yunfei closed his eyes briefly. If they had been outer disciples, it might have been tolerable, but these were two core disciples and an elder. Each was among the Qingyun Sect's most indispensable figures. Why every loss struck a grievous blow to the sect's foundation. Before his demise, Elder Sen sent us a voice transmission jade talisman. It was the Qingyun Sect that struck. The Grand Elder clasped his hands respectfully and continued, given the gravity of intersect conflict, we deemed it unwise to act rashly. The Qingyun Sect. A flash of fury ignited in Mu Yunfei's pupils. He let out a cold, contemptuous snort. So bold, so very bold. For years the Qingyun Sect had held dominion over the Qingyun Sect. After the immortal demon war, the Qingyun Sect suffered catastrophic losses. Had Luo Qingyao not ascended to the rank of great emperor, the sect would long since have been devoured by rival powers. Now Mu Yunfei too had broken through to that apex. The tripartite hierarchy of Qingzhou's three great sects was due for reordering. Sect Master, what shall we do? Pressed the Grand Elder. With Mu Yunfei's ascension, the Qingyun Sect would surely seek redress. Issue my decree, summon all core disciples and all elders. Tomorrow at dawn we march upon the Qingyun Sect. Our sword shall cleave the heavens above Qingzhou. His voice rang with absolute, unshakable certainty. We obey the Sword Sovereign's command. Every elder's eyes blazed with fervor. This day, their long-awaited reckoning, had finally arrived. The world had long presumed the Qingyun Sect inferior to Qingzhou's top three sects. Today they would prove otherwise. Once Mu Yunfei departed, the Grand Elder struck the assembly bell. Moments later, all 88 core disciples of the Qingyun Sect stood assembled in perfect formation. By order of the Sword Sovereign, tomorrow our blades rise against the Qingyun Sect. Prepare yourselves. Let the glory of the Qingyun Sect blaze across Qingzhou. The Grand Elder's voice rolled like thunder. Upon his words, the core disciples' faces lit with fierce exhilaration. This moment, the culmination of years of quiet resentment, had finally come. During external cultivation trials, they were constantly compared to Qingyun Sect disciples, almost universally judged as second-rate. That judgment had festered for years. Now at last they would demonstrate to the world that the Qingyun Sect belonged to history, and that the third seat among Qingzhou's great sects now belonged to the Qingyun Sect. On the 22nd day of the 10th month in the year 2025 of the Mingyuan calendar, Qingzhou trembled, not from earthquake or storm, but from a single rumor erupting from the Qingyun Sect. The Qingyun Sect would launch its assault on the Qingyun Sect at dawn on the 23rd. The news detonated across Qingzhou. All factions held their breath. Two titans were about to clash. One would surely fall. Though weakened, the Qingyun Sect remained formidable. A starved camel still outweighed a horse. No one dared underestimate it. And the Qingyun Sect, the fourth-ranked sect in Qingzhou, now possessed the strength to challenge for the third rank. Countless cultivators raced overnight toward Qingyun Sect territory, not merely to witness the battle, but to seize what fortune it might yield. After all, from great destruction springs new opportunity. Cultivators from second and third-tier sects also converged, each hoping for mutual devastation. The Qingyun and Qingyun sects bleeding each other dry, leaving behind spoils sufficient to propel their own sects to sudden ascendancy. Foremost among Qingzhou's three great sects stood the Zixiao Holy Land, the strongest power on the continent. Its spiritual veins pulsed with unparalleled intensity, far surpassing those of rival sects. Spiritual energy here was so dense it coalesced into dragon-shaped currents spiraling across the heavens. Three such spirit dragon veins coiled beneath a sheer cliff, towering so high it pierced the firmament. Upon that precipice sat a young man draped in violet robes, his posture commanding as if he bore the weight of heaven itself. Silver hair cascaded over shoulders of flawless jade, his visage radiating an arrogance so absolute it brooked no dissent. Holy Son. Moments later an elder approached him. The vile-robed youth opened his eyes, purple light flared and vanished. This was Gu Jiuxiao, the holy son of the Zixiao Holy Land. What is it? His voice was regal, icy, and laced with sovereign authority. Your Holiness, the Qingyun Sect has announced its assault on the Qingyun Sect tomorrow. Shall we intervene? The elder bowed low, trembling slightly. Intervene, for whom? The Qingyun Sect, or the Qingyun Sect? Gu Jiuxiao cast a sidelong glance, a faint mocking smile curling his lips. Naturally for the Qingyun Sect. Your Holiness bears a marital pact with Luo Qingyao. The Qingyun Sect will inevitably fall under your dominion. Surely you cannot allow the Qingyun Sect to swallow it first. The elder answered anxiously, his reasoning impeccable. Gu Jiuxiao shook his head and scoffed. We previously dispatched envoys to propose the alliance, yet the Qingyun Sect appeared reluctant. Since they scorn grace, let the Qingyun Sect blunt their pride. When their extinction looms imminent, they will beg for our aid. A sardonic smile flickered across Gu Jiuxiao's lips as he reached into the swirling spiritual mist, grasped it gently, and blew, watching it dissolve into nothingness. As for the Qingyun Sect, it is no more substantial than this mist. A mere gesture from me, and it shall vanish utterly. And the Qingyun Sect, likewise, were it not for Luo Qingyao's sacred spirit body, which augments my cultivation. Even having ascended to great emperor, she remains to me naught but a beautiful skull veiled in flesh. Your Holiness's wisdom is peerless. A glint of awe shone in the elder's eyes. No wonder the former Holy Lord had entrusted the Zixiao Holy Land to Gu Jiuxiao so early. Withdraw, and remember, do not involve yourselves in this spectacle. Should the Qingyun Sect plead for aid, tell them Luo Qingyao must come, personally. Gu Jiuxiao waved dismissively. The elder nodded and departed. Once alone, Gu Jiuxiao's expression twisted into a devilish, knowing smile. Qingyun Sect, I hope you retain that pride, just a little longer. At Qingyun Sect, Dong Tianqing naturally received the news. In the sect master's hall, he rubbed his temples, his expression clouded with concern. Qingyun Sect. He sighed softly, murmuring to himself. Over a month had passed since Chen Mo slew members of the Qingyun Sect. He had assumed the Qingyun Sect would let the matter rest. It seems Mu Yunfei has broken through to the Emperor realm. When events defy expectation, hidden forces are surely at work. The Qingyun Sect had remained silent, until now when its swords suddenly turned toward Qingyun Sect. The only plausible explanation Mu Yunfei could conceive was that he himself had ascended to the Emperor realm. Feng Wuchang, oh Feng Wuchang, you've truly left me a mess. Dong Tianqing gave a wry smile. Feng Wuchang, Luo Qingyao, and Chang Xian had all entered seclusion. Chen Mo, the very instigator, had departed for Yazhou, vanishing without a trace. As the sole authority currently capable of making decisions, Dong Tianqing felt a quiet bitterness settle in his heart. Enough. What else can one expect when one is an elder uncle? Shaking his head, Dong Tianqing rose and made his way toward the mountain range behind Qingyun Sect. Unless absolutely necessary, he wished not to disturb Feng Wuchang and the others in their cultivation retreat. At the rear mountains, utterly uninhabited, devoid of any human presence. Only 3 cultivation caves stood there, each sealed beneath intricate formation arrays. Dong Tianqing arrived, drew a deep breath, and called out clearly, "Elders, please emerge for urgent consultation." His voice faded, and 2 of the cave doors swung open. 2 venerable figures emerged, gazing at Dong Tianqing with faint bewilderment in their eyes. "Old fellow, why abandon your post as acting sect master to grace our remote mountain retreat?" one elder teased. "Come to flaunt your authority, perhaps," added the other, equally amused. These were the 2 remaining grand elders of Qingyun Sect, Elder Huang and Elder Lu. Hearing their jests, Dong Tianqing offered a rueful smile. "I would not disturb you unless urgency demanded it." Elder Huang and Elder Lu's pupils contracted slightly. Has Qingyun Sect reached its end? Let Lin Wei emerge first. We'll speak then, Dong Tianqing replied calmly. Yet from his grave expression, the 2 elders already sensed the gravity of the matter. "Enter then." A voice edged with impatience echoed from the final cave. The formation parted and Dong Tianqing, accompanied by the 2 elders, stepped inside. Lin Wei sat cross-legged upon a meditation cushion, eyes opening slowly, his lips curling into a faint mocking smile. "Ah, the acting sect master himself. What brings you to my humble abode?" A faint scowl darkened Lin Wei's features. He had long coveted the sect master's seat, yet lost the contest to Feng Wuchang. That alone stung, but now with Feng Wuchang secluded, even the acting title had been denied him. Dong Tianqing offered no reply. He knew well the rift between Lin Wei and Feng Wuchang, and yet he and the other elders had always maintained strict neutrality. As for Lin Wei, even if he committed grievous acts, they would not pursue reprimand. After all, only 4 elders remained from Qingyun Sect's senior generation. "Lin Wei, I did not come here to trade barbs." Dong Tianqing spoke quietly. "Word has come from Qingyun Sect. Tomorrow their swords shall rise against Qingyun Sect." At his words, Elder Huang and Elder Lu's pupils tightened. Because of the incident last time. Dong Tianqing nodded. "Feng Wuchang and Luo Qingyao remain in seclusion. The sect rests upon our shoulders. Only the 4 of us. Thus, in my capacity as acting sect master, I ask the 3 of you to prepare for battle against Qingyun Sect at dawn tomorrow." Agreed. Elder Huang nodded, battle intent surging around him. "Qingyun Sect, do they truly believe we are all dead?" "Huh." Lin Wei's voice cut and dripping with disdain. "Elder Huang, have you lost your senses? This mess was made by that brat Chen Mo, and now he's vanished. Are we to clean up after him? One who wields the sword must also bear its consequences." "I said Chen Mo does bear responsibility. He merely took a man to Yazhou for treatment." Dong Tianqing clenched his fists at Lin Wei's words, fixing him with a cold, piercing gaze. "Moreover, Chen Mo killed to protect our disciples. Must we endure Qingyun Sect's oppression without reply?" "Precisely. If you ask me, well done. Let them see that a tiger, though still, is no house cat." Elder Lu added, nodding firmly. Lin Wei's face remained contorted with contempt. Regardless, Chen Mo acted, therefore Feng Wuchang and the others must answer for it. "Lin Wei," Dong Tianqing's voice cracked like thunder. "I ask you only this, are you still a disciple of Qingyun Sect?" "What if I am?" Lin Wei scoffed. Had Feng Wuchang truly placed Qingyun Sect above all, he would have arranged Luo Qingyao's marriage alliance with the Zixiao Holy Land. Such an alliance would have prevented all this. And then, his tone shifted. "Do not forget Luo Qingyao's bond with Chen Mo. If revealed to the Zixiao Holy Land, you know full well what consequence would follow." The Zixiao Holy Land Dwarfs, Qingyun Sect. In truth, the wisest course now is to rouse Luo Qingyao from seclusion and send her to seek aid from the Zixiao Holy Land. Dong Tianqing and the two elders exchanged glances, shock flickering across each face. Linwei, do you grasp the weight of your words? They pressed him. Do you truly believe the Zixiao Holy Land seeks marriage with Qingyao for Qingyun Sect's sake? It is but a pretext to devour our sect whole. Dong Tianqing could scarcely believe such words had issued from Lin Wei's mouth. Absurd, Lin Wei retorted stubbornly. With the Zixiao Holy Land's might, would they need such underhanded means to swallow us whole? Have you not awakened from your delusions, eh? Times have changed. Without the Zixiao Holy Land's protection, Qingyun Sect's annihilation is inevitable. A flash of triumph gleamed in Lin Wei's eyes. He had waited for this moment. Qingyun Sect, pressured from without, would have no choice but to accept the alliance with the Zixiao Holy Land. A terrifying aura erupted from Dong Tianqing, yet after a pause he suppressed it, mastering his fury. Lin Wei, remember this: only within Qingyun Sect do you hold stature. Outside it, you are nothing but a dog. Elder Lu, Elder Huang, let us go. Dong Tianqing refused to prolong the confrontation. Qingyun Sect would not fall for lack of Lin Wei. Elder Lin, you've lost your way. Elder Lu and Elder Huang opened their mouths, as if to speak, then fell silent. After the three departed, a sly, triumphant smile crept across Lin Wei's face. Fight hard. Let Feng Wuchang and the others finally understand the alliance with the Zixiao Holy Land is Qingyun Sect's only path forward. Lin Wei spoke slowly. To him, Qingyun Sect's survival mattered less than its form. So long as he became sect master, its nature was irrelevant. This had become his obsession. In the year of the underworld on October 23 RD, the sky was overcast with dark clouds drifting and light rain falling. The Qingyun Sect was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. In the main hall of the sect, Master Dong Tianqing, Elder Huang, and Elder Lu stood with their hands behind their backs, gazing at the sky beyond the Qingyun Sect, their expressions extremely grave. Behind them, all the disciples of the Four Peaks had gathered. Every face, aside from the gravity, bore a tinge of anger. The Qingyun Sect truly regarded them as a sick cat. The Qingyun Sect, despite its current weakened state, would make the Qingyun Sect pay a price. Bai Lu stood at the forefront of all the disciples. As the strongest disciple of the Qingyun Sect, Bai Lu had long pinned up a belly full of anger. A man had her cultivation crippled, and she still did not know her current situation, yet the Qingyun Sect aimed to raise their sword against the Qingyun Sect. If not for their insufficient strength, Bai Lu would have charged directly into the Qingyun Sect to wipe out their entire clan. I don't want to say much more. You all should know that our Qingyun Sect has not faced such a crisis in a long time. The sect master is in seclusion, and all the elders are in seclusion. Now you are the elite fighting force of the Qingyun Sect. Dong Tianxing's gaze shifted to all the disciples. All the disciples wore solemn expressions. They naturally understood what this meant. Dong Tianqing continued, the three of us will do our utmost to resist the higher-ups of the Qingyun Sect, even if it means burning our essence. As for the core disciples of the Qingyun Sect, no one can help you. He raised two fingers and took a deep breath. First, when the Qingyun Sect arrives, I will directly activate the protective array of the sect. If the Qingyun Sect attacks the protective array, it will inevitably disturb the sect master and the others in their seclusion. Once the sect master and the others exit their seclusion, our Qingyun Sect will not fear the Qingyun Sect. However, after a pause, Dong Tianqing sighed. If their seclusion is disturbed, it may cause irreversible damage to the sect master and the others. Moreover, if that is truly the case, the Qingyun Sect will become a laughingstock in Qingzhou, and we will forever be oppressed by the Qingyun Sect. The second option. Just as Dong Tianqing was about to speak about the second option, a disciple interrupted him. Elder, we choose the second option. That's right, even if the sect master and the others are in seclusion, we must let the world know that the disciples of the Qingyun Sect also possess courage. Yes, Elder, let's fight them. All the disciples spoke in succession, each eye gleaming with intense fighting spirit. Are you sure? Dong Tianxing's eyes flashed with a hint of gratified emotion, but it quickly faded. This battle is not like your usual training. In training, the elders protect you, but this time we will not have the luxury to care for you. In other words, you might die. What's there to be afraid of? Cultivating immortality is about fighting against heaven and man. If you fear this and that, then what's the point of cultivating? A robust disciple spoke irritably. He was none other than Wu Kuei, the chief disciple of the Shaozhu Peak. Due to the influence of the Man Mountain, all disciples of Shaozhu Peak were body cultivators. Naturally, their tempers were a bit explosive. What senior brother Wu said is right. Let's fight them. What are the disciples of the Qingyun Sect worth? As Wu Kuei's words fell, many disciples from Shaozhu Peak responded in agreement. Following that, disciples from Moyu Peak, Jin Peak, and Luoxue Peak also chimed in. Seemingly sensing the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Ling Shui, the senior sister of Mayu Peak, smiled and wore a pure white long dress, her voice as clear and pleasant as a yellow aureole emerging from the valley. Brothers, don't worry. The combat power of our Mayu Peak may be slightly inferior to yours, but if it comes to a fight, our disciples can definitely provide you with plenty of pills and weapons. Is what the junior sister said true? Are you planning to ask us for rewards later? A boy in a blue robe shook a folding fan and chuckled teasingly. He was Lu Jiao, the senior brother of Liu Peak. Of course, who are we to each other? Ling Shui smiled sweetly. Junior sister, what about those spirit stones we used to pay you for refining tools and pills before? Wu Kuei scratched his head, looking at Ling Shui with a simple gaze. Today is different from the past. Ling Shui's simple reply of 4 or 6 words made all the disciples outside Moyu Peak extremely excited. Free pills and weapons, they truly had to thank the Qingyun Sect for that. If it weren't for the Qingyun Sect, how could they have such treatment? The conversation among the three lightened the previously tense atmosphere. Senior brother, by why aren't you speaking? Noticing the silent Bai Lu, Wu Kuei walked over and placed his arm on Bai Lu's shoulder. What's wrong? Worried about junior sister, a man? Don't worry, with Uncle Chen here, a man will definitely be able to restore her cultivation. Yes, Uncle Chen is so strong, he will surely return a man to you intact. Lu Jiao waved his folding fan and walked to Bai Lu's other side. Bai Lu's angry expression finally revealed a hint of a smile. He shook his head. It's not that I'm worried about a man. With the sword blade drawn, he carefully examined it and casually said, I was just thinking it's been a long time since this sword blade has tasted blood. Good, very good. The words of Bai Lu and the others greatly gratified Dong Tianqing. Bai Lu and the others were the chief disciples of their respective peaks. In some respects, their every move represented the attitude of all disciples from the 4 peaks. As disciples, if you all have this courage, then we 3 old fellows will also accompany you in this madness. Even if we are outmatched today, we will fight to the death and let the people of Qingyun know that our Qingyun Sect cannot be humiliated. Dong Tianqing spoke loudly. Fight to the death, fight to the death. All the disciples shouted in unison, their thunderous voices seeming to disperse the dark clouds above. Bai Lu, Wu Kuei, Ling Shui, and Lu Jiao stood shoulder to shoulder. In front of them were Dong Tianqing, Elder Lu, and Elder Huang. Behind them stood the disciples of each peak. Dong Tianqing, Elder Lu, and Elder Huang looked down below. Today, they might sacrifice themselves, but this scene would become eternal. Let's go, we shall face the Qingyun Sect. With a wave of Dong Tianxing's hand, over 100 disciples from the 4 peaks soared into the air, following Dong Tianqing, Elder Huang, Elder Lu, and others out of the Qingyun Sect. They stopped outside the gates of the Qingyun Sect. Strike first to prevent 100 retaliations. This battle, even in defeat, would make the younger generation of Qingzhou think twice before daring to strike at the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Dozens of kilometers outside the Qingyun Sect, the area was already filled with crowds. People from various forces in Qingzhou had arrived, and in addition, many wandering cultivators had come. The Qingyun Sect was at war with the Qingyun Sect. In this epic battle, who would emerge victorious? At this moment, a sword intent that pierced the heavens approached, and everyone turned to see a mighty group of figures coming from afar. The Qingyun Sect has arrived. Everyone's gaze sharpened. Today, the army of the Qingyun Sect was pressing in. Outside the Qingyun Sect, Mu Yunfei arrived with 5 elders and 88 core disciples of the Qingyun Sect. All members of the Qingyun Sect were sword cultivators, their overwhelming sword intent resonating with the heavens. The mountains crumbled and the earth shook. People from various major forces and scattered cultivators retreated 100 miles away, as the battle of the top powerhouses could easily affect anyone nearby. Watching from a distance was the best option. Dong Tianqing and others also sensed the arrival of the Qingyun Sect. Dong Tianqing, Huang Lao, and Lu Lao exchanged glances and took a deep breath. The atmosphere was relaxed, yet this war was anything but simple. The 3 of them were already prepared for death. Bai Lu and others also emitted overwhelming battle intent. Moments later, the people of the Qingyun Sect arrived at the Qingyun Sect. The Qingyun Sect members halted, facing Dong Tianqing and the others from a distance. Mu Yunfei saw Dong Tianqing and the other 2 momentarily taken aback. Then he smirked and taunted, Is it just the 3 of you? Where are Luo Qingyao and Feng Wuchang? Bring them out. Mu Yunfei mocked. Dong Tianqing glanced at him, revealing a hint of sarcasm. The Qingyun Sect has been suppressed by my Qingyun Sect for a lifetime. We don't need them to deal with you. The 3 of us old geezers are enough. You 3 are already on your way to the coffin, yet you still want to come out. It seems that your Qingyun Sect is in its decline. Mu Yunfei continued to mock. Moments later, he spoke again. Since they dare not come out to fight, I'll give you a chance. Hand over those who killed our elders and disciples from the Qingyun Sect, and we of the Qingyun Sect can let the past be bygone. Otherwise, today your Qingyun Sect will be thrown into chaos. After Mu Yunfei finished speaking, the aura of an emperor erupted. In an instant, the heavens trembled, and a terrifying aura pressed down toward Dong Tianqing and the others. Dong Tianqing took a deep breath. As he had said, the reason the Qingyun Sect dared to declare war on the Qingyun Sect was definitely because Mu Yunfei had broken through to the emperor realm. On the other side, the spectators from various forces also focused their gazes. Mu Yunfei has broken through to the emperor realm. No wonder they dared to declare war on the Qingyun Sect. Previously, the Qingyun Sect was stronger than the Qingyun Sect solely because they had Luo Qingyao, a powerhouse, at the emperor level. Now that Mu Yunfei has broken through to the emperor realm, the top combat powers have reached a balance. If Luo Qingyao does not come out, it may become dangerous. The spectators murmured, their gazes filled with some fervor. Although they did not know why the Qingyun Sect suddenly declared war on the Qingyun Sect at this time, Mu Yunfei's breakthrough to the emperor realm would undoubtedly bring a tremendous shock to the Qingyun Sect. On the other side, Dong Tianqing took a deep breath. Since he dared to let the disciples of the Four Peaks come out to battle, he was naturally prepared. With a cold grunt, a green flag appeared in Dong Tianxing's hand, upon which a green phoenix pattern shone brightly. This was the imperial artifact of the Qingyun Sect, the Qingyuan flag. The Qingyuan flag was the imperial artifact used by Yin Qingyang. After Yin Qingyang's fall, it was given to Feng Wuchang. To prevent any accidents during his closed-door cultivation, Feng Wuchang handed the Qingyuan flag to Dong Tianqing. This was also the confidence that allowed Dong Tianqing to come out to face the Qingyun Sect. The Qingyuan flag was raised, and an imperial might emerged, forming a shield that blocked Mu Yunfei's pressure. Mu Tianqing in the Wan Beast Mountains, your Xinjian elders bully the weak, crippling my Qingyun Sect disciples. They deserve to die. Are you saying only your Xinjian Sect can attack, while my Qingyun Sect cannot? Dong Tianxing's voice gradually grew louder, his tone representing a certain level of momentum. He wanted the major forces in Qingzhou to know that the disciples of the Qingyun Sect could not be touched. As for your demand for me to hand over people from the Qingyun Sect, don't dream about it. Upon hearing Dong Tianxing's words, the onlookers finally understood the sequence of events. However, they were not interested in judging the rights and wrongs of this matter. They only wanted to witness the purest battle. Stubborn and ignorant, Mu Yunfei snorted coldly. Do you really think having an imperial artifact can withstand me? If Yin Qingyang were still here, I might be somewhat wary, but now thinking to compete with me solely based on an imperial artifact, that is simply laughable. You can try it. Dong Tianqing stopped talking nonsense and looked toward Lu Lao Huang. Lao, and Bai Lu, I will deal with Dong Tianqing. Lao Lu, Lao Huang, the remaining elders of the Qingyun Sect, are up to you. Bai Lu, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect are yours. Remember, it's okay to lose, but you must make the Qingyun Sect pay a price. As soon as the words fell, Dong Tianqing formed a hand seal, and a series of mysterious lights flew from his palm, landing on the Qingyuan flag. The Qingyuan flag instantly flickered with incredibly terrifying brilliance. The blue shield dissipated, and the Qingyuan flag trembled violently, then transformed into a phantom of a green phoenix, its wings spanning the sky, and its cry resonating throughout the heavens. Seeking one's own death. Kill them all, not a single one left. Mu Yunfei snorted coldly, and was the first to charge toward Dong Tianqing. As the 5 elders of the Qingyun Sect attempted to attack Bai Lu and the others, Huang Lao and Lu Lao actively burned their essence blood. Under normal circumstances, they had no chance of winning, so they could only start by burning their essence blood. After all, they had lived enough. Killing one was not a loss, and killing 2 would be a profit. Have you gone mad? The faces of the elders from the Qingyun Sect changed. Their purpose for coming to this battle was not to annihilate the Qingyun Sect. They only wanted to inform the world that the Qingyun Sect had now surpassed the Qingyun Sect. Yet the 2 from the Qingyun Sect immediately started burning their essence blood. With no other choice, the 5 could only abandon their attack on Bai Lu and the others. The moment the battle began, Bai Lu had already drawn his sword and launched the first attack on the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. All the anger built up over the past month was completely released at this moment. Senior brother Bai, wait for us. Lu Xiao, Wu Kuei, and other disciples also surged with battle intent, and the great battle erupted at this moment. Ling Shui and the disciples of the Moyu Peak observed the battlefield situation, ready to provide pills to the disciples of the Qingyun Sect at any time. Although they had the imperial flag, they were still facing true emperor realm powerhouses, and Dong Tianqing appeared somewhat fatigued. The green phoenix phantom manifested by the Qingyuan flag had already been beaten to a bloody pulp. Seeing the situation was dire, Dong Tianqing formed a hand seal and sat cross-legged. His essence blood burned, transforming into red light, like a line entering the Qingyuan flag. Dong Tianqing was sacrificing his own blood. This was to buy the Qingyun Sect some time against Mu Yunfei. Once the disciples of the Qingyun Sect emerged victorious, the 3 of them would exhaust their essence blood to protect the disciples of the Qingyun Sect as they retreated and activate the sect's protective array. Even if they had to sacrifice 3 people, it would allow the world to witness the spirit of the Qingyun Sect. As long as they had done their best, the rest would be left to Feng Wuchang and the others. They would also have the face to meet those sacrificed old comrades. As the essence blood was injected, the green phoenix cried out. In an instant, the phantom of the green phoenix, which was about to dissipate, appeared as if a deity had descended. The sound of the phoenix's cry resonated. The feathers of the green phoenix phantom flew out, slicing toward Mu Yunfei like blades. The Qingyuan let out a long cry, absorbing Dong Tianxing's essence blood, surrounded by azure flames that seemed to scorch time itself. Feathers ablaze with azure flames soared forth. In an instant, a sky full of azure flames streaked across the heavens like falling stars rushing towards Mu Yunfei. Mu Yunfei snorted coldly, his entire body radiating sword intent, imperial might manifesting with sword shadows piling upon one another. With a single swing, the overwhelming sword intent clashed against the feathers burning with azure flames. The flames dissipated and feathers fell one by one. The sword intent struck the illusory form of the Qingyuan, causing it to blur even further. Below, Dong Tianxing spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the Qingyuan flag integrated with him. Every attack from Mu Yunfei would affect him directly. Although the terrifying might of the attack was somewhat diminished through the Qingyuan flag, it was still the attack of an emperor, something he could not withstand. Dong Tianxing cast his gaze towards Bai Lu. The overall strength of the Qingyun Sect disciples was already superior to that of the Qingyun Sect. Coupled with Chen Mo's guidance, the strength of the Qingyun Sect disciples had advanced by leaps and bounds. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect were completely unable to withstand the assault, and the situation had turned decidedly one-sided. Especially Bai Lu, after breaking through to the golden immortal stage, his strength was among the top in the younger generation of Qingzhou. As the Qingyue sword art was unleashed, extraordinary phenomena appeared. A bright moon arose over the sea. With each lunar cycle that fell, a disciple of the Qingyun Sect met their end. Why do I feel that the disciples of the Qingyun Sect are even more like disciples of the Qingyun Sect? The spectators in the distance inhaled, sharply shocked by Bai Lu's strength. The Qingyun Sect primarily practiced sword techniques, so theoretically their disciples should far surpass those of the Qingyun Sect in terms of swordsmanship, but it seemed that this was not the case. Bai Lu's swordsmanship crushed all the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Moreover, haven't you noticed? The disciples of the Qingyun Sect are completely unable to withstand those of the Qingyun Sect. After all, they are one of the 3 major sects. Although weakened, their foundation still remains. The other 5 elders of the Qingyun Sect looked extremely grim upon witnessing this situation. They had initially intended to give the Qingyun Sect a show of strength. Now, however, their disciples were being overwhelmed, and even if they could slay Dong Tianxing and the others, the Qingyun Sect would still be ridiculed by the world. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, some wanted to rush over to help. However, the blood-burning Lu Lao and Huang Lao were exceptionally difficult to deal with. Although they would not endanger their lives, they kept the Qingyun Sect disciples too occupied to help, allowing them to fall one by one. At this moment, Mu Yunfei's imperial might erupted completely. Without holding back in the slightest, the path of the sword descended from the heavens, stirring the chaotic flow of time and space, and rushed towards Dong Tianxing. Dong Tianxing had long prepared to burn his essence blood. While Bai Lu and the others needed time, he had to do his utmost to hold Mu Yunfei back. Dong Tianxing swallowed a pill. Lightly biting his tongue, his essence blood ignited, and the Qingyuan flag fluttered in the raging wind. Azure light flowed across the sky. The illusory form of the Qingyuan sword fanning its wings as countless feathers fell. At this moment, the azure flames transformed into blood-red flames, their power far exceeding that of before. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of the 2 forces caused the mountains within 100 kilometers to rumble intensely, while thunder and lightning crackled in the sky. The clash of the 2 powers invoked extraordinary phenomena in the world. Moments later, everything dissipated, the illusory form of the Qingyuan vanished completely, and the Qingyuan flag fell from above Dong Tianxing, returning to his hand. At this moment, Dong Tianxing's complexion turned extremely pale, devoid of any vitality. The farce should come to an end, Mu Yunfei snorted coldly. As an emperor, it was somewhat embarrassing to be delayed by Dong Tianxing for so long. Dong Tianxing looked towards the battlefield where Bai Lu and the others were. Approximately 10 disciples of the Qingyun Sect had sacrificed themselves. The Qingyun Sect also suffered losses, but no one had sacrificed themselves, primarily because Bai Lu was too strong. Today it was impossible to annihilate all the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Steadying his staggering body, Dong Tianxing spoke. Disciples of the Qingyun Sect, retreat to the sect. Bai Lu, Ling Shui, Wu Kuei, and Lu Ji Yao turned around, their eyes filled with reluctance. But they understood that the current battlefield was unfavorable for them. Even if they could slay the disciples of the Qingyun Sect once Mu Yunfei intervened, they could only make futile sacrifices. We retreat. With a single command, all the disciples of the Qingyun sect made their way back to the sect. Trying to escape, Mu Yunfei snorted coldly, swinging his sword towards Bai Lu and the others. Dong Tianxing summoned the scant spiritual energy he had left, urging the Qingyuan flag to shield Bai Lu and the others as they exited the battlefield. Once Bai Lu and the others were safe, Dong Tianxing, Lu Lao, and Huang Lao also did not linger in battle, retreating back to the Qingyun sect under the cover of the Qingyuan flag. Today, if you want to keep your lives, it's not that simple. Mu Yunfei's expression was extremely grim. The Qingyun sect had attacked the Qingyun sect, but it seemed that the one suffering losses today was the Qingyun sect. So far, not a single person from the Qingyun sect had been sacrificed. Dong Tianxing ceased to waste words. He had done all he could, and now all that was left was to activate the protective formation of the sect. He formed seals with his hands. 9 Heavens Primordial Formation activate. His voice carried a hint of solemnity as the words fell, centered around the main hall of the sect. The peaks of Piaomiao, Luoxue, Xiaozhu, Jianfeng, Luya, and Moyu served as carriers. 6 beams of light shot up into the sky. The lights intertwined, transforming into a green light shield that instantly enveloped the entire Qingyun sect. At this moment, all the inner and outer disciples of the Qingyun sect looked up at the 9 Heavens Primordial Formation, their eyes flashing with a hint of seriousness. The Qingyun sect had not faced such a crisis in a long time. It seemed that this time the Qingyun sect truly posed a significant threat to the Qingyun sect. They could only pray that the 9 Heavens Primordial Formation could protect the Qingyun sect. Soon the people of the Qingyun sect were isolated outside the 9 Heavens Primordial Formation. Dong Tianxing, Lu Lao, and Huang Lao could no longer hold on, spitting out their last mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, their vitality rapidly fading. Elders. Tears shimmered in the eyes of all the disciples. Ling Shui quickly took out pills to give to the 3, but the effect was minimal. Mu Yunfei's lips curled up. This was the price of overexertion. With their essence blood nearly exhausted, unless an emperor-level expert entered to save their lives, these 3 would undoubtedly perish today. Of course, Mu Yunfei would not be satisfied. Today, he wanted to see if the protective formation of the Qingyun sect was truly indestructible. The sword in his hand raised, and in an instant the sword body expanded thousands of times, as if the Ling Tian sword could pierce the heavens. The spectators in the distance held their breath. If the protective formation of the Qingyun sect were breached, it would surely lead to heavy casualties for the sect. However, they were curious as to why Luo Qingyao had yet to make a move. After all, only Luo Qingyao could potentially stop Mu Yunfei. Just as everyone pondered this, from the direction of the Qingyun sect, a terrifying sword intent surged forth, unlike the path of the sword that Mu Yunfei had unleashed from the heavens. Wait a moment, that's... All eyes widened, fixing on the interior of the Qingyun sect. An emperor's opportunity, and moreover it was related to the sword path. Has someone from the Qingyun sect broken through to the emperor's stage? At this moment, everyone gazed longingly towards the direction of the Jian peak of the Qingyun sect. Above the heavens, the sword path transformed into the opportunity of the great emperor, and golden light directly penetrated the 9 Heavens Hongmeng array. The opportunity of the great emperor in the realm of swords. It is widely known that Luo Qingyao is not a great emperor of the sword path. So who is this time breaking through to become a great emperor? Within the Qingyun sect, feeling this terrifying aura, everyone turned to look towards the Jian peak. It's Changxian, it's Changxian. Dong Tianxing and the others exchanged glances, a look of shock appearing in their pupils. Changxian has broken through to become a great emperor. Truly the heavens have not abandoned the Qingyun sect. Elder, the disciples of Jian Peak also looked up, their eyes filled with excitement. On the back mountain, in the cave where Lin Wei is located. Feeling this incomparably terrifying aura of the great emperor, Lin Wei's expression turned extremely grim. Damn it. In anger, he slammed his hand down, shattering the table before him into fragments. He never expected that at such a time Changxian would actually break through to become a great emperor. It seems that his position as sect master is even further out of reach. This won't do. After this, we must put pressure on the Zixiao Holy Land. Lin Wei's eyes revealed a dark intention. Now that Changxian had just broken through to become a great emperor, the situation was still within controllable limits. If he allowed Changxian and Luo Qingyao to develop like this with their terrifying talents, it wouldn't be long before the Zixiao Holy Land would have no way to deal with them. Outside the 9 Heavens Hongmeng array, Mu Yunfei sensed an aura that was no less than his own, and the blade in his hand came to a halt. His expression was exceptionally grim. At this moment, a great emperor emerged from the Qingyun sect. The Qingyun sect could only suffer a loss. Sword Master, shall we continue? The other elders inquired. We withdraw. Mu Yunfei slowly closed his eyes, ultimately unwilling to strike down. If that sword were to fall, it would destroy the protective array of the Qingyun sect, and the nature of the situation would be entirely different. By then, with the two great emperors of the Qingyun sect attacking, he would absolutely not stand a chance. What awaited the Qingyun sect would only be annihilation. Sigh. The 5 elders of the Qingyun sect sighed, their faces filled with reluctance. Is the Qingyun sect truly an insurmountable mountain for them? Why is it always just a little short? This time the attack on the Qingyun sect not only made no progress, but also cost the Qingyun sect many disciples. Moreover, at this moment, suddenly someone broke through to become a great emperor, which was simply a blessing for the Qingyun sect. In the end, Mu Yunfei still led the people of the Qingyun sect away from the Qingyun sect. Mu Yunfei did not know that if he were to strike down, what awaited him would be death. What? They're leaving just like that. The onlookers in the distance looked at the Qingyun sect, leaving revealing expressions of disappointment. The Qingyun sect was so resolute, thinking they would witness an imperial battle today, yet they did not expect the Qingyun sect to back down at a critical moment. There's no choice, someone from the Qingyun sect has broken through to the emperor realm. If the Qingyun sect does not retreat with both emperors unleashed, the Qingyun sect will surely perish. So what? In my opinion, the Qingyun sect simply lacks courage. Look at the Qingyun sect. 3 old elders alongside numerous disciples dare to confront the Qingyun sect heathen. And yet look at the Qingyun sect still pretending to be the 3rd sect of Qingshou. It's truly laughable. As the spectators discussed, the opportunity of the great emperor above Jian Peak dissipated, and after a moment a figure in white flew out from Jian Peak, dressed in white like snow, standing there like an unparalleled sword. Chongxian, I didn't expect it to be him who broke through to become a great emperor. Someone recognized Chongxian, a hint of shock flashing in their gaze. Another sword emperor had emerged. Chongxian's mastery in the sword path is definitely not inferior to Mu Yunfei's. It just depends on whether the Qingyun sect will attack the Qingyun sect. Having broken through to become a great emperor, Chongxian naturally sensed Mu Yunfei's aura and looked up at the activated protective array. His figure transformed into a blade heading towards the direction of Dong Tianxing. What is happening? Looking at Dong Tianxing and the others who were rapidly losing vitality, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. He quickly descended and 3 strands of vitality floated down from his fingertips, slowly infusing into the bodies of Dong Tianxing and the others. Dong Tianxing and the others gradually regained their vitality. Uncle Master, what happened? Chongxian inquired. It's the Qingyun sect. Dong Tianxing forced a bitter smile. Fortunately, you broke through to become a great emperor just in time, otherwise we 3 old bones would have perished here. What about senior brother and the others? Chongxian's brow furrowed, a bad premonition surging in his heart. Feng Wucheng emote song, and all of them are in seclusion. Dong Tianxing responded. Chongxian let out a sigh of relief, the figure of Chen Mo surfacing in his mind, thinking that Chen Mo must have guided the senior brothers. Why did the Qingyun sect suddenly attack our Qingyun sect? Chongxian paused for a moment before asking. He had always known about the Qingyun sect's ambitions, but he never expected them to attack the Qingyun sect. In response to Master, this time it was Bai Lu who spoke, clasping his hands, his eyes revealing a hint of hatred. Previously, a man went to the Wan Beast Mountains for training, but was bullied by disciples of the Qingyun sect and had his cultivation crippled. Uncle Master Chen Mo, in a fit of anger, led his disciples to the Wan Beast Mountains to slay the disciples and elders of the Qingyun sect. Coincidentally, the sword master of the Qingyun sect broke through to become a great emperor, which is why they launched a large-scale attack on our Qingyun sect. Wait a moment. Chongxian was initially furious, but calmed down after a moment. Are you saying that Chen Mo took you to the Wan Beast Mountains and killed the elders of the Qingyun sect? Yes. Bai Lu nodded firmly. Uncle Master Chen Mo is very strong. Chongxian, this is true. That kid Chen Mo has hidden himself deeply, and his strength is probably not below yours from before. Dong Tianxing echoed, his eyes filled with gratification. The Qingyun sect is indeed favored by the heavens. Not only did Chongxian break through to become a great emperor, but there is also a deeply unfathomable Chen Mo. Chongxian organized his chaotic thoughts. By the way, where are that little junior brother and a man? Why haven't I seen them? Chongxian's divine sense swept across the Qingyun sect, but he did not find the figures of Chen Mo and a man. In response to Master, a man's dantian was destroyed, and the creation pill cannot heal it. Uncle Master Chen Mo took a man to Yenzhou to seek a method of treatment and has yet to return. Yenzhou. Chongxian's pupils flickered. Yenzhou is far from Qingshou, and the journey is perilous. However, judging from Chen Mo's displayed strength, as long as he does not provoke a great emperor, he should be fine, so he did not worry too much. Understood. Everyone should go back and rest for now. As for the matter of the Qingyun sect, we'll discuss it when the sect master comes out of seclusion. Chongxian waved his hand. This grudge will definitely be repaid, but not now. If they are to strike, it must be a decisive blow. Clearly, it is impossible for him to achieve this alone. He can only wait for Feng Wuchang and the others to emerge from seclusion. The battle between the Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect came to a close with Chongqian's breakthrough to become a great emperor. However, it is well known that this matter is far from over. The Qingyun Sect will absolutely not endure in silence. The battle between the Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect quickly spread throughout the entire Qingzhou. In the moment of crisis for the Qingyun Sect, Chongqian broke through to the emperor realm, defending the reputation of the third major sect. With Chongqian's breakthrough to the emperor realm, the Qingyun Sect now had two emperors. Although it had not yet returned to its peak, it was very close. The gap between the Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect was also widening. All eyes in Qingzhou were focused on the Qingyun Sect. The matter regarding the Qingyun Sect was far from over. Everyone wanted to know if the Qingyun Sect would rise against the Qingyun Sect, as the Qingyun Sect had done. Zixiao Holy Land. Gu Tianxiao sat at the edge of the world, seemingly level with the heavens, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The purple hue in his eyes deepened, resembling a giant beast awakening from the depths of an abyss. Saint Sun. After a moment, an old man approached, the same one from before. The purple in Gu Tianxiao's eyes dissipated. Speak. His tone was indifferent, and he did not glance at the man. Returning to the Saint Sun, news from the Qingyun Sect spies reports that the Qingyun Sect's fourth elder Chongqian has broken through to the emperor realm and repelled the forces of the Qingyun Sect. According to Lin Wei, Chongqian had not yet touched the threshold of the emperor realm a month ago, but now he has broken through. Moreover, all the other elders of the Qingyun Sect are in closed-door cultivation. If we delay, changes may arise. Both Chongqian and Luo Qingyao possess considerable strength and talent, and Lin Wei hopes we will take action soon. The old man spoke solemnly. He was bewildered when he received the message from Lin Wei. Chongqian's breakthrough to the emperor realm, especially as a sword emperor, indicated that his strength was not simple. If allowed to develop unchecked, it could lead to unforeseen changes. Gu Tianxiao turned his head, revealing an unusual expression on his otherwise calm face. Understood, you may leave for now. Gu Tianxiao waved his hand. This situation had exceeded the controllable range, and he needed to report it. Once the old man left, Gu Tianxiao slowly rose and walked to the edge of the cliff. Looking down at the rolling clouds below, he leaped off. Moments later, a fluctuation in space appeared, and Gu Tianxiao entered another small world. Inside the small world, there were mountains and rivers with towering trees standing side by side, swaying in the wind. The ground was covered with spirit herbs, shimmering with brilliance. Approaching a purple cave, Gu Tianxiao clasped his hands and said, "Master, your disciple seeks an audience." Inside the cave, no sound came. Only a single character floated above the entrance of the cave. With Chongqian's breakthrough to the emperor realm, should we advance our plans? You decide everything. A string of golden characters appeared above the cave. Understood. Gu Tianxiao bowed and withdrew, his figure vanishing within the small world. Returning to the cliff, he moved the communication token, and moments later the elder, who had just left, returned to the cliff. Saint Sun, send my orders. Casually dispatch 2 stewards to carry a low-grade spirit vein and go to the Qingyun Sect to propose a marriage in a week. Gu Tianxiao spoke sarcastically, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Oh, the elder was taken aback. Saint Sun, are you sure it's a low-grade spirit vein and 2 stewards? Exactly, remember, just 1 low-grade spirit vein and 2 stewards. Saint Sun, wouldn't this be somewhat insulting to the Qingyun Sect? The elder spoke, somewhat puzzled. In Qingzhou, even those minor powers would not propose marriage with just 1 low-grade spirit vein among their disciples. Moreover, it was the Qingyun Sect, and the marriage target was the female emperor of the Qingyun Sect. 1 low-grade spirit vein would be a blatant insult to the Qingyun Sect. Precisely to insult the Qingyun Sect. Gu Tianxiao scoffed. If the Qingyun Sect accepted the marriage, it would be fine, but if they rejected it, they would have a legitimate reason to attack the Qingyun Sect. Understood, I take my leave. The elder shook his head. This move was entirely a test of the Qingyun Sect's compliance. Regardless of whether they accepted or not, the Qingyun Sect would be in trouble. This was Gu Tianxiao's overt scheme, placing the knife firmly at the Qingyun Sect's throat. Moments later, in the Zixiao Holy Land, Lin Fei and Jun Yi set off with a generous betrothal gift of a spirit vein. The two were full of spirits. The cultivation environment in the Zixiao Holy Land was decent, but it was too suffocating. Although they were stewards, their status was lower than the elders and not as high as those core disciples, so they could only flaunt their power over the servant disciples and outer disciples. Finally, we can go to the Qingyun Sect and act like lords. Lin Fei said cheerfully, believing that the Qingyun Sect's strength was far inferior to that of the Zixiao Holy Land, even though their status in the Zixiao Holy Land was low. Indeed, the Qingyun Sect is quite pitiful. A single emperor and the Saint Sun is proposing marriage with just a low-grade spirit vein. The Qingyun Sect dares not refuse. I've heard that the female disciples of the Qingyun Sect are quite beautiful. Perhaps we can have the Qingyun Sect send 2 female disciples to serve us. Jun Yi chimed in, a look of schadenfreude on his face. Lin Fei had already fantasized about enjoying a royal lifestyle in the Qingyun Sect. Let's leave that aside. After all, the Qingyun Sect is one of the 3 major powers of Qingzhou. We shouldn't push them too hard. If we push them too hard, we might end up losing our lives in the Qingyun Sect. Jun Yi advised, noting that while the Qingyun Sect was not as strong as the Zixiao Holy Land, it did not mean they could act recklessly. Moreover, considering their strength, had they not represented the Zixiao Holy Land, the Qingyun Sect could easily crush them. Lin Fei remained unconcerned and arrogantly stated, "Don't worry, the Qingyun Sect does not have the guts. They wouldn't dare to brazenly kill us. Besides, it's just asking for 2 disciples to accompany us. That's not an excessive request. Think about it, our Zixiao Holy Land can marry a female emperor with just 1 low-grade spirit vein. At most, well, give the Qingyun Sect a few low-grade spirit stones as tips for those 2 female disciples." Lin Fei winked at Juni. "Besides, don't you want to know what the female disciples of the Qingyun Sect are like?" Lin Fei's words swayed Jun Yi. Swallowing hard, he wore a lewd smile. "Then let's do as you say." In the Zixiao Holy Land, they often bent the rules with those female disciples, but only dared to act against the servant disciples who were ultimately inferior to the core disciples. Now, heading to the Qingyun Sect, they were eager to taste what it was like to be with the core disciples. That's the spirit. Lin Fei patted Jun Yi's shoulder. "Don't forget that old saying." "What?" "No foul language, fine of 50. Lin Fei chuckled, wearing a suppressed look. "Hurry up, I'm already itching with anticipation." Jun Yi rubbed his hands together, and the 2 quickened their pace towards the Qingyun Sect. In the skies above Qingyun Sect, the figures of Chen Mo, a man, and Red Lion appeared. Their journey to Yazhou was slow, due to concerns for a man who lacked cultivation. After a man's cultivation was restored, he could harness spiritual energy to resist the chaotic space currents. Chen Mo unleashed his full power, moving at an incredible speed. In just 2 days, they reached Qingzhou from Yazhou. Finally back, a man stretched lazily, a hint of fatigue on his face. Chen Mo's speed had been astonishing, and although he could withstand the chaotic currents, it still consumed a significant amount of his spiritual energy. His face was dirty, resembling a little beggar. Chen Mo looked at Red Lion and tossed him a breaking through pill. "This is your reward for your hard work. You can return to the Beast Mountain now." Red Lion hesitated as he received the breaking through pill. "Oh." A man was also taken aback, looking at Red Lion. "Big Lion, are you going back to the Beast Mountain?" During their time together, a man and Red Lion had developed a bond, despite Red Lion already knowing that a man had killed his grandson. "I." Red Lion scratched his head, wanting to stay by Chen Mo's side, but unsure of how to express it. Chen Mo smiled gently at Red Lion. "What's wrong? Don't you want to go back to the Beast Mountain?" After thinking for a moment, Red Lion handed the breaking through pill back to Chen Mo. "Senior, I don't want the reward. Please let me stay by your side." After saying this, Red Lion's face immediately turned red. However, he truly did not want to return to the Beast Mountain, where he would only be a grandson, even as a demon king, especially with a disciple of a major power coming to provoke him. Tomorrow, that disciple from a major power would come to provoke him. The key was that he couldn't fight back, which was hardly different from being a grandson. Staying by Chen Mo's side would be entirely different, as he had witnessed Chen Mo's strength. One must look at the owner when hitting a dog. Once he became Chen Mo's dog, even an emperor wouldn't dare to act against him. "Master Uncle, please let the Big Lion stay at Qingyun Sect." Just as Red Lion felt anxious, a man spoke up. Red Lion cast a grateful glance at him. "All right, I happen to have no one at Miao Miao Peak. You can stay at Miao Miao Peak with me." Chen Mo shook his head with a smile, tossing the breaking through pill back to Red Lion. "Whether you stay or not, this breaking through pill is yours." "Thank you, senior." Red Lion was overjoyed. He really wanted the breaking through pill, but he also wanted to stay by Chen Mo's side. Now having both was naturally the best outcome. "Let's go." Chen Mo waved his hand. "We're heading back to Qingyun Sect." The 3 made their way towards Qingyun Sect. As they soared through the skies above Qingyun Sect, Chen Mo furrowed his brow. Oh, a battle had taken place here. There were remnants of an emperor's aura. After scanning the area with his divine sense, Chen Mo's heavy expression vanished, replaced by a smile. Changxian had broken through to the emperor realm. A man could hardly wait to fly towards Sword Peak. Chen Mo meanwhile took Red Lion towards the main hall of the sect. "Senior brother, by Qian, I'm back." A man's voice as sweet as a bird's song resonated across the 4 peaks. Bai Lu, who was practicing his sword, felt a tremor in his heart and quickly looked up at the sky. He saw a man excitedly waving her hand. A man. A smile also appeared on Bai Lu's face, tears sparkling in his eyes. As soon as a man landed from the sky, he hurried forward to embrace her. A man buried her head in Bai Lu's chest. After a moment, the 2 separated. Bai Lu tightly grasped a man's shoulders. "A man, your Dantian," he said, a bit anxious. Don't worry. Not only has my dantian been restored, my cultivation is even higher than before. A man held by Lu's face and grinned mischievously. Really? That's amazing. The heavy stone in by Lu's heart finally fell. A man. At this moment Ning Qianqian also arrived at Sword Peak. The moment she saw a man, she couldn't help but shed tears. Releasing by Lu, a man ran towards Ning Qianqian. Qianqian, I missed you so much. Let me tell you, Master Uncle Chen brought me to find the medical sage. The medical sage not only repaired my dantian, but also made my cultivation stronger than before. A man was a bit excited and kept babbling. That's great. I'm so glad you're okay. Ning Qianqian wiped away her tears. If something had happened to a man, she might feel guilty for a lifetime. Junior sister, a man. After a moment, most of the disciples from the Four Peaks had gathered. Ling Shui, Wu Kuei, Lu Zhiyao, and others all arrived at Sword Peak. Seeing that a man was safe, they were all very happy. Warmth flowed through a man's heart as tears sparkled in her eyes. Thank you everyone for your concern. I'm fine. Perhaps not knowing how to express herself, a man quickly said, by the way, I brought a lot of delicious food and wine from Yazhou for everyone. Soon a man's spatial ring like a treasure bag was filled with various food and drinks. The ground was covered with them, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Of course, the gifts specially prepared for Ning Qianqian and by Lu were to be given to them quietly. All the disciples were drooling, although they could abstain from food, enjoying worldly delicacies occasionally was still a delightful matter. Before long, many disciples formed a circle around each other. They raised their cups together, celebrating a man's safe return, congratulating Changxian on his breakthrough to the Emperor realm and their victory over the Qingyun Sect. They also celebrated their presence at Qingyun Sect. Naturally, a man did not mention Chen Mo's ability to slay an emperor, as this was a promise between her and Chen Mo. Chen Mo needed to conceal his strength and suppress all those small fry. In the main hall of the sect, Chang Xiandong, Tianqing Elder Lu, and Elder Huang were discussing matters in the hall. At this moment, Chang Xian gazed outside, a smile appearing on his face. He pushed open the door and quickly saw Chen Mo and Red Lion. Congratulations, senior brother, on breaking through to the Emperor realm. Chen Mo clasped his hands and spoke loudly. Chang Xian also revealed a smile, saying, thank you, little junior brother. Chang Xian did not specify what he was thanking for. Dong Tianqing and the others assumed he was thanking a man. Chen Mo pretended not to know. It was just a small effort, senior brother need not be so polite. Chen Mo continued, by the way, fourth senior brother, three masters, has someone invaded our Qingyun Sect? I sense the aura of the protective formation. That's right, Dong Tianqing spoke with a serious expression. Let's discuss this inside. You just in time for your return, we can discuss it together. Elder Huang and Elder Lu also welcomed him with smiles, their attitude completely different from before. No matter where a strong person is always worthy of respect. Chen Mo nodded, asking Red Lion to wait outside, then the five entered the discussion hall together. The invaders should be from the Qingyun Sect. Chen Mo spoke first, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. Yes. Dong Tianqing nodded. The sword master of the Qingyun Sect has broken through to the Emperor realm. Given the previous incident, they want to use this opportunity to let the world know that the Qingyun Sect has surpassed our Qingyun Sect. The Qingyun Sect has always harbored ambitions. Even without the previous incident, they would eventually launch an attack on the Qingyun Sect. Chang Xian pondered for a moment and continued, moreover, the actions of the Qingyun Sect against our Qingyun Sect disciples are nothing but a provocation. This is merely a test of our attitude. Indeed it is so. Dong Tianqing nodded, somewhat embarrassed, as he actually intended to stop Chen Mo from intervening last time. Now that he thought about it, if Chen Mo had not acted, perhaps the Qingyun Sect would have lost all face. When I went to the Wanshou mountain range, both the elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect acted with an air of superiority, as if they believed the Qingyun Sect would not dare to go to war with them. At this moment, Chen Mo also spoke up. After the battle between the righteous and the demonic, our Qingyun Sect suffered heavy losses, while the Qingyun Sect has remained holed up in the rear. Coupled with the fact that many of our affiliated forces have separated in recent years, the Qingyun Sect thinks of us as soft persimmons. Chang Xian clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. However, starting today, this situation will not occur again. Since the Qingyun Sect enjoys fighting, we shall pay them a visit once my senior brothers emerge from their seclusion, he said coldly, the sword intent radiating from him. Amon had followed him since childhood. He was like a father figure to her, never willing to scold her, yet she was crippled by the people of the Qingyun Sect. If it weren't for Chen Mo, perhaps Amon. Chang Xian was naturally filled with rage. I think the same way. Chen Mo exchanged glances with Chang Xian, the corners of his mouth lifting. It has been too long since I last acted, and the world thinks the Qingyun Sect has no temper. This time let's use the Qingyun Sect as our target. But little junior brother, what is the matter with your cultivation level? Chang Xian suddenly realized, looking at Chen Mo with an enchanting smile. You have hidden it quite well. Do not blame me, senior brother. Chen Mo replied with a helpless smile. I did not deliberately hide it. Actually, when Master ascended, my cultivation had already reached the realm of a mortal sovereign. However, Master always asked me to conceal my strength, serving as a hidden blade for the Qingyun Sect. Chen Mo left a suspenseful hint, not revealing his current cultivation level. After all, Yin Qingyang ascended 50 years ago. 50 years ago, he was already an immortal sovereign. What level of strength does he possess now? You can guess for yourselves. Indeed, upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the four of them looked at him in unison, taking a deep breath. 50 years ago. Immortal sovereign. One must know that Luo Qingyao was merely at the immortal sovereign level 50 years ago. It seems that Chen Mo's talent should not be inferior to Luo Qingyao's. I imagine that even if he is not an emperor now, he is not far from it. Noticing the gaze of the four, Chen Mo shifted the topic, saying, if it weren't for the incident with Amon last time, I wouldn't want to expose my strength. Dong Tianxing's old face flushed. Although Chen Mo did not explicitly point it out, he still felt embarrassed. After all, this matter should have been addressed by him. Well, you kid, it seems that our Qingyun sect is indeed filled with talented individuals. Chang Xian did not pursue the authenticity of Chen Mo's words. Everyone has their own secrets. They only need to know that Chen Mo will never harm the Qingyun sect. By the way, Master Uncle, Chang Xian seemed to remember something, directing his gaze at Dong Tianxing. Why did we only see the three of you take action? Where is Lin Wei? Chen Mo also turned to look at Dong Tianxing, his pupils flashing with a hint of confusion. As the supreme elder of the Qingyun sect, Lin Wei should have participated in battle at such a time. Alas, Dong Tianxing sighed. That old fellow is too stubborn. We wanted him to take action, but he kept saying that whoever caused the trouble should bear the consequences. I don't know what he is thinking. It is somewhat strange, though. At this moment, Elder Huang seemed to recall something and spoke up. That old fellow Lin Wei was quite normal before. When the Zixiao Sacred Land came to propose a marriage alliance last time, everyone opposed it, but he supported it. After the Zixiao Sacred Land was rejected, he seemed to have completely changed into a different person. It's as if Elder Huang did not continue, but all eyes turned to him. Elder Huang scratched his head, chuckling. Of course, I'm just speculating. That reminds me of something. The words of Elder Huang made Chang Xian's expression grow extremely serious. After we rejected the Zixiao Sacred Land and learned about what happened with the little junior brother and little junior sister, Lin Wei even attempted to kill the little junior brother. What? Such a thing happened? Dong Tianxing, Elder Huang, and Lu Lao exclaimed in unison, their voices tinged with anger. Oomph. This Lin Wei is truly becoming more muddled with age. The Qingyun sect does not permit internal strife. Disputes among disciples should be resolved in the arena, but life must not be taken. This holds true for both inner and outer sect disciples. As for the disciples of the Four Peaks, their relationships are even more intimate. They are essentially of one mind. Even if there are conflicts, they are merely matters that can be settled over a drink. When they learned about the relationship between Chen Mo and Luo Qingyao, they were angry, but never considered taking action against Chen Mo. This Lin Wei. No. Chang Xian waved his hand. He is not merely muddled. I now suspect that Lin Wei has already become a person of the Zixiao Sacred Land. His words struck like thunder, resounding in the minds of Dong Tianxing, Lu Lao, and Elder Huang. Chen Mo also looked at Chang Xian in surprise, not expecting him to be so perceptive as to consider this. Aside from his collusion with the Zixiao Sacred Land, I really cannot think of any reason for him to act against the little junior brother. However, we have no evidence. We cannot directly confront him, can we? Dong Tianxing and the others spoke slowly, their expressions heavy. Among the elders back, then only the four of them remained. They did not want to see anyone else die. Evidence. Chang Xian snorted coldly. If we kill him, there will naturally be evidence. Moreover, even if he is not a person of the Zixiao Sacred Land, someone who still thinks of scheming during the sect's life and death crisis is a disaster to keep alive. Chang Xian was resolute. No matter what, Lin Wei could absolutely not be spared. Dong Tianxing and the others hesitated. However, Chang Xian's reasoning made some sense. Chen Mo also nodded, looking at Dong Tianxing and the others, smiling as he said, by the way, the three elders, I assume that your cultivation has reached a bottleneck and it is difficult to advance further. This time I went to Yanzhou and gained some insights. Here are 3 techniques that are quite suitable for the 3 master uncles. If you can cultivate these 3 techniques, well, there is hope for further advancement. 3 manuals of skill flew from Chen Mo's hand into the hands of Dong Tianxing and the others. No matter what, the 3 of them deserved these techniques for what they had done this time. The 3 of them received the manuals and glanced at them. After a moment, a glimmer of excitement flashed in their pupils. This is a divine-level technique. And moreover, it is indeed a divine-level technique. Do not doubt the words of the little junior brother. The reason I was able to break through to the emperor level is still due to the guidance of the little junior brother. Moreover, the reason all the senior brothers are in seclusion is also because of the little junior brothers' guidance. I believe that when they emerge from seclusion again, their strength will surely increase considerably. Chang Xian also spoke with a smile. The three of them nodded silently. No wonder Feng Wuchang and others would all enter seclusion. Thank you, junior nephew. The three of them bowed to Chen Mo. There is no need for the three master uncles to be polite. Everyone growing stronger will ensure that the Qingyun Sect remains prosperous, won't it? In the Qingyun Sect at the back mountain, Lin Wei was sitting cross-legged inside his cave, dwelling with a smile at the corner of his mouth. The Zixiao Sacred Land had already sent people to the Qingyun Sect. If the Qingyun Sect were to kill the people from the Zixiao Sacred Land, the Zixiao Sacred Land would have a legitimate reason to attack the Qingyun Sect. By then, he would only need to sabotage the protective formation of the sect from within, and the Qingyun Sect would fall into dire straits. When Chang Xian and Feng Wuchang and others are sacrificed, he would step forward to dissuade the Zixiao Sacred Land, making him the only rightful leader of the Qingyun Sect. Of course, even if the Qingyun Sect bore the humiliation and did not kill the people from the Zixiao Sacred Land, it wouldn't matter. Not killing them would imply consent to the marriage alliance. After the marriage, the position of sect leader would still belong to him. Lin Wei had already fantasized about the days of being the leader of the Qingyun Sect. Moreover, once he became the leader with the backing of the Zixiao Sacred Land, the Qingyun Sect would only become better than it was now. Just then the door of the cave dwelling opened. Dong Tianqing, Elder Lu, and Elder Huang walked inside. Upon seeing them enter, a hint of sarcasm flashed across Lin Wei's face. Oh, I didn't expect to see the three of you again, or I thought you had already departed for the afterlife, Lin Wei mocked. Dong Tianxing's eyes flashed with displeasure. Whether we have departed for the afterlife is irrelevant. But you watching the enemy sect attack our sect, while sitting back, are you truly a member of the Qingyun Sect? So what if I am a member of the Qingyun Sect? Lin Wei snorted coldly. Does being a member mean I should fight and die for others' mistakes? I am not as magnanimous as you are. Lin Wei sneered, not taking Dong Tianxing's words to heart. Bear the blame. Dong Tianqing found it hard to believe. Lin Wei, do you even know what you are saying? Chen Mo is one of us in the Qingyun Sect. The Qingyun Sect is a whole. The affairs of one person are the affairs of the entire sect. How can you say such things about bearing blame? A whole? Lin Wei sneered. If we were truly a whole, why did we not allow Luo Qingyao to marry into the Zixiao Sacred Land? I have already told you marrying into the Zixiao Sacred Land will only allow them to encroach upon the Qingyun Sect. How can you not see that? Lin Wei remained obstinate. At the very least, after the marriage, our Qingyun Sect will be able to stabilize the three major sects of Qingzhou. And now, without the marriage, you can just wait for the Zixiao Sacred Land's retribution. The Zixiao Sacred Land is not the Xianyuan Sword Sect. I want to see how you will resist the Zixiao Sacred Land then. Lin Wei's words caused Dong Tianqing and the others to feel deep sorrow. He still held on to a glimmer of hope that Lin Wei would casually find a reason not to act, whether it be not wanting to take action or feeling unwell. Yet he still mentioned the Zixiao Sacred Land. So are you saying you want to sever ties with the Qingyun Sect? Dong Tianqing continued to question. Lin Wei showed no awareness of the seriousness of the situation. Interpret it however you like. In any case, as long as there is no marriage alliance with the Zixiao Sacred Land, I will not take action for the Qingyun Sect. Sighed. Dong Tianqing sighed. Lin Wei, we have given you a chance. You should know that the Qingyun Sect has always tolerated no one disloyal to the sect. What do you mean? Lin Wei frowned, finally realizing something was off. However, no one responded to him. Chang Xian, you handle this. Dong Tianqing sighed as he spoke. Elder Huang and Elder Lu withdrew. At this moment, Chang Xian and Chen Mo walked in from outside the cave, accompanied by the Red Lion, coldly staring at Lin Wei. Lin Wei, since you are unwilling to act for the sect, do not blame us then. Chang Xian's sword intent surged as he coldly fixed his gaze on Lin Wei. What? Chang Xian, are you planning to strike against me? A hint of fear finally appeared on Lin Wei's face. Strike against you? Chang Xian said with a cold expression. If you had the heart for the Qingyun Sect, I would respect you as a senior uncle and naturally would not dare. But now that you harbor ulterior motives, you are no longer my senior uncle. Keeping you alive is merely a disaster. Without further ado, Chang Xian unsheathed his sword, and terrifying sword light instantly illuminated the entire cave dwelling. Lin Wei attempted to defend himself, but Chang Xian had already broken through to the Emperor realm. With a single strike, a bloody hole appeared in Lin Wei's body, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, finally revealing a look of fear. Dong Tianqing, Elder Lu, Elder Huang. Are you going to just stand by and watch as Chang Xian strikes against me? He gasped for breath, his expression panicked, no longer holding his previous arrogance. Lin Wei, I'm sorry. We have already given you a chance. Since you have no heart for the Qingyun Sect, then we are enemies. Dong Tianqing and the others turned away, unwilling to look at Lin Wei's tragic state. Prepare to die. Chang Xian struck again with his sword. Lin Wei realized he could not survive today and decided not to pretend any longer. Haha, Chang Xian, even if you kill me, what of it? You will still be unable to escape the fate of being devoured by the Zixiao sacred land. I will wait for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Xian's sword fell, and Lin Wei's body collapsed to the ground devoid of any breath. Red Lion, eat him and take his space ring. Chen Mo spoke coldly. A hint of excitement appeared on the Red Lion's face. The flesh of a peak immortal sovereign was simply a great supplement. The Red Lion eagerly stepped forward, swallowing Lin Wei in one gulp and bringing back the space ring. No one felt sorry for Lin Wei. All of this was self-inflicted. The Qingyun Sect tolerated no betrayal. Chen Mo took the space ring and forcefully erased Lin Wei's divine sense. Moments later, his expression turned cold. He took out a blue token. This old fellow has indeed already pledged allegiance to the Zixiao sacred land. Chen Mo snorted coldly and threw the blue token on the ground. Chang Xian, Dong Tianqing, and the others looked down at the blue token, their faces also showing a hint of anger. The blue token bore the two characters Zixiao. It was indeed the communication token of the Zixiao sacred land. This old fellow could actually do such a thing. He truly is foolish. The last remnants of guilt in Dong Tianqing and the others' hearts vanished instantly. Colluding with the enemy sect is an unforgivable crime. Being swallowed by the Red Lion is already the best outcome. He truly should have suffered the pain of being flayed and dismembered. Let's go. No matter how you look at it, we have eliminated a disaster for the sect. Chang Xian spoke slowly, his gaze calm. Even without colluding with the Zixiao sacred land, he could not be retained. The five left the cave dwelling. Dong Tianqing, Elder Huang, and Elder Lu could not wait to enter seclusion. The cultivation methods given by Chen Mo showed them a glimmer of hope. Breaking through to the Emperor realm was just around the corner. Meanwhile, as the three entered seclusion, 5 auras emerged from the 4 peaks. Chen Mo and Chang Xian exchanged glances, a hint of surprise appearing in their eyes. Feng Wuchang and the others had exited seclusion. Qingyun Sect. Upon Sword Peak, disciples from the 4 peaks, arranged in a circle, suddenly lifted their gazes toward the direction of the sect master's hall. Above the hall, golden light erupted and imperial aura surged wildly, descending from the heavens. That is, the omens of Emperor Ascension. All disciples raised their heads, eyes widening in stunned disbelief. The omens of Emperor Ascension. What exactly are the omens of Emperor Ascension, senior brother? Amon asked, her gaze clear and unclouded. They refer to the celestial phenomena that manifest when one breaks through to the Emperor realm. Indeed, Bailing replied, offering an explanation. Oh, I nearly forgot to tell you, Master has already ascended to the Emperor realm. Ah, truly. Amon's face lit up with exhilaration, though disbelief flickered briefly before fading into quiet composure. After all, emperors did not seem so extraordinary, not when she had personally witnessed Chen Mo annihilate one with a single finger. Elder Chang Xian has ascended to the Emperor realm. Who then might be the one ascending this time? Ling Shui spoke beside them, her expression alight with excitement. Judging by the aura, it must be the sect master. After all, aside from Elder Chang Xian, only he stands closest to the Emperor realm. Lu Jiao smiled faintly, a wistful gleam in his eyes. The Emperor realm was the ultimate aspiration of his life. Senior brother Chen Mo truly is terrifying. His casual guidance alone has granted Qingyun Sect 2 new emperors. Unbidden, their thoughts turned to Chen Mo. Without him, Chang Xian and Feng Wuchang might still have ascended, but certainly not so swiftly. Indeed, senior brother Chen Mo not only guides others, but possesses formidable personal strength, Amon added cheerfully, though she carefully withheld any revelation of his true cultivation level. At the rear mountains, Chen Mo and Chang Xian sensed the omens of Emperor Ascension. Exchanging a glance, they swiftly soared toward the sect master's hall. With a wave of his hands, Chang Xian instantly sealed the aura leaking from Feng Wuchang's ascension. This news could not be allowed to reach rival sects prematurely. Moments later, the omens dissipated. Feng Wuchang slowly emerged into the sky. Congratulations, senior brother, on attaining the imperial throne. Chen Mo and Chang Xian bowed in unison. Feng Wuchang remained dazed, staring incredulously at his own hands. He had believed his path to the Emperor realm forever barred. Yet here he stood, having ascended in barely over a month. Regaining his composure, he turned toward Chen Mo and Chang Xian. Fourth younger brother, you two have ascended. Yes, Chang Xian nodded. And we owe it entirely to our youngest brother's guidance. Younger brother, words cannot express my gratitude. Feng Wuchang gazed at Chen Mo with profound reverence. The debt owed could never be repaid in kind. Brother, such formalities distance us. Chen Mo shook his head gently. I am after all a part of Qingyun Sect, and it is my honor to aid my elder brothers. As the three exchanged easy conversation, Man Shan Mo Tsang Situ Shao and Xiaoyang gradually converged upon the sect master's hall, faces radiant with joy. Though none had reached the emperor realm, each had made remarkable progress, and all owed it to Chen Mo. Youngest brother, we owe you everything. Xiaoyang spoke first. Under Chen Mo's tutelage, his cultivation had surged from the early to the late immortal sovereign realm, a leap astonishing in its swiftness. Come, let me give you a kiss. He puckered his lips and lunged forward, eager to plant a kiss on Chen Mo. Sixth younger brother, dare you be so brazen? Do you wish to incur your younger sister's wrath? Situ Zhao's strikingly handsome face curled into a mischievous smile. Xiaoyang froze mid-step, shuddering involuntarily. Younger brother, perhaps another time. I'll take you somewhere. You understand. Chen Mo shook his head, a helpless smile tugging at his lips. Youngest brother, I'm a rough man. I don't know how to express it properly, but thank you. Mo Tsang spoke next, his stern countenance twisting into an expression more pained than joyful. Same here, youngest brother, Manshan hastily interjected, his carefully rehearsed line stolen by Mo Tsang, and bowed earnestly. Situ Xiao said nothing, yet his lively knowing gaze sent a faint flush rising to Chen Mo's cheeks. Brothers, such solemnity is unnecessary. I merely offered what little assistance I could. The breakthroughs were achieved through your own perseverance and talent. Enough. Feng Wuchang interrupted the light-hearted exchange. While I was in seclusion, I sensed a terrifying aura descend upon Qingyun Sect. What transpired? At his words, the others' expressions hardened. During their respective cultivations, each had sensed the presence of the Qingyun Sect, and that very disturbance had prompted their emergence. Let us speak within, senior brother, Chang Xian suggested softly. Together the seven entered the council chamber, where Feng Wuchang took the highest seat. To his right sat Mo Tsang, Man Shan, and Chang Xian, in order. To his left sat Situ Xiaoyang and Chen Mo. Chang Xian began to speak. He recounted in full the origins and consequences of the Qingyun Sect's assault upon Qingyun Sect. Upon learning of Chen Mo's true strength, the disciples' expressions shifted to utter astonishment. Well done, youngest brother. You concealed your power most skillfully. No wonder younger sister insisted on marrying no one but you. You've been playing the fool while devouring tigers. Xiaoyang led the teasing, though his tone brimmed with genuine delight for Chen Mo. Chen Mo simply smiled faintly, saying nothing. None pressed further. The matter was settled. Chen Mo had acted on Yin Xingyang's explicit instruction to conceal his strength. As for the Qingyun Sect, Feng Wuchang felt little inner turmoil. Qingyun Sect now housed 3 emperors under one roof. That reckoning would come in due time. By the way, senior brother, Elder Lin Wei, the old schemer, had secretly allied himself with the Zixiao Holy Land. My youngest brother and I have already dealt with him. I suspected that wretch long ago. Manshan snorted, slamming his fist onto the table. His loyalty lies wholly with the Zixiao Holy Land, as if he were one of their own. Lin Wei coveted the sect master's throne. Such treachery comes as no surprise. Indeed, I was aware of it all along, Feng Wuchang remarked calmly. Before, with only Qingyao remaining among us, I feigned ignorance, to prevent unrest. Now that our strength has ascended, justice shall be exacted without hesitation. His confidence post-ascension far surpassed his former self. Finally, he bore the weight of leadership befitting a senior brother. Slaying Lin Wei is trivial, but if fourth younger brother speaks true, the Zixiao Holy Land will inevitably move against Qingyun Sect. Mo Tsang took up the thread, his gaze grave. The Zixiao Holy Land was no mere Qingyun Sect. At least 2 emperors stood openly among its ranks, and those were merely the ones revealed. Bah, let them come. When soldiers march, generals stand ready. Oh, when floods rise, earth holds firm. Manshan scoffed. Our senior brother and fourth younger brother are emperors now, and we ourselves have broken new ground. Should the Zixiao Holy Land dare wage war, they'd best weigh the cost carefully. The words of Man Mountain made Xiaoyang and the others nod repeatedly. Indeed, if the junior sister emerges from seclusion along with the senior brother and the fourth senior brother, the Zixiao Sacred Land would not dare to be too overbearing. It's not that simple. Feng Wuchang shook his head, his expression grave. The master once told me that if I become the sect leader, I must never underestimate the Zixiao Sacred Land. On the surface, only the old Sacred Lord and the Sacred Son of the Zixiao Sacred Land are emperors, but they have hidden many old fellows. Moreover, in the battle between the righteous and the demonic 50 years ago, it was actually our Qingyun Sect that suffered the most damage. Both the Zixiao Sacred Land and the Taiying Sect have concealed substantial strength. Feng Wuchang's face was extremely solemn, his voice heavy enough to cast a pall over the entire discussion hall. However, Feng Wuchang changed his tone. While we are wary, if the Zixiao Sacred Land wishes to wage war, then let them come. Agreed. Everyone nodded in agreement. Perhaps the overall strength of the Qingyun Sect was slightly weaker than that of the Zixiao Sacred Land, but that was certainly not a reason to cower. If a fight is to be had, then let it be. Before that, let's discuss matters regarding the Qingyun Sect. Feng Wuchang waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. It's very simple. Chen Mo murmured with a smile, since the Qingyun Sect dares to raise their sword against our Qingyun Sect, we shall repay them in kind and strike with the full strength of our sect. Brother, you make a valid point. Xiaoyang nodded with a smile. The ambitions of the Qingyun Sect have been evident for quite some time. It is just the opportunity to eliminate them. This will also serve to make the Zixiao sacred land wary. What do you all think? Feng Wuchang shifted his gaze to Changxian and the others. I have no objections, Changxian murmured. So do I, the others chimed in. Very good. Feng Wuchang stood up and said solemnly, you each return to your peaks and inform the disciples of the 4 peaks to prepare. 3 days from now, we will launch an attack on the Qingyun Sect. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mo and the others stood up, each revealing a glint of sharpness in their eyes. Speed is of the essence in warfare. Having decided to attack the Qingyun Sect, there could be no delays. The group left the discussion hall in succession. After bidding farewell to Changxian and the others, Chen Mo made his way towards the Miao Miao Peak with Hong Shi. Having been away for a month, the Miao Miao Peak was not only free of any disorder, but had also become cleaner than before. The fallen leaves on the ground had been swept away thoroughly. These little fellows are quite thoughtful. Chen Mo felt a sense of satisfaction, not in vain, for his guidance. The moment Hong Shi entered the Miao Miao Peak, his pupils widened. Such rich spiritual energy in the world, Hong Shi murmured. The spiritual energy of the Qingyun Sect was already quite dense, but that of Miao Miao Peak was even more abundant. From now on, you shall stay here to cultivate. Chen Mo looked at Hong Shi and murmured, there are no extra rooms in my Miao Miao Peak, but you may choose any of these mountains to build your cave abode. Pointing at the mountains, Chen Mo murmured. Each of the other peaks had secluded cave abodes, but his Miao Miao Peak had none, as he did not cultivate neither in the past nor now. Thank you, senior. Hong Shi clasped his hands in gratitude, excitement evident in his eyes. In such an environment for cultivation, his progress would surely be rapid. Compared to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, this Miao Miao Peak was simply a paradise. By the way, Chen Mo glanced at Hong Shi once more. You should prepare as well. 3 days from now, I will take you to the Qingyun Sect to devour other cultivators, which will be beneficial for your cultivation. Also, don't call me senior anymore. Chen Mo's expression was somewhat strange. Being referred to as senior by an old man felt quite odd. Yes, senior. Young master. Hong Shi nodded repeatedly, unsure how to address him, ultimately deciding that calling Chen Mo young master felt more appropriate. Hong Shi found a mountain peak not far from Chen Mo's wooden house. With his current cultivation level, it would only take him about 15 minutes to establish a cave abode. When Mo Tsang and the others returned to their peaks, they were baffled. They had intended to inform the disciples to prepare for the attack on the Qingyun Sect, but found that the entire mountain peak was empty. Upon sensing the surroundings, they discovered that all the disciples were indulging in food and drink at the Sword Peak. They simply decided to ignore it. After all, Changxian would inform these disciples of what they should do. At the Sword Peak, Changxian was also somewhat dazed. The Sword Peak had not been this lively in a long time. Looking at the food and drink, Changxian's gaze fixed on a man. There was no need to think, it was definitely brought by a man. Uncle Master. Master. Elder Fourth. Changxian, usually very serious, made the many disciples rigid as soon as they saw him. Only a man remained undaunted. Master, would you like to try this? It's a delicacy that Uncle Master and I brought from Yazhou. Cough, cough. Changxian sighed helplessly. Cultivators should not indulge in gluttony. I shall allow it this time, but do not let me see this again next time. Got it. A man mischievously stuck out her tongue. The others exchanged glances and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Changxian's expression was peculiar. Was he really that frightening? It seems I must change my temper from now on, Changxian thought to himself. Then, as if nothing had happened, he walked towards the house. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Turning around, he sternly looked at all the disciples. All the disciples stiffened, halting their movements, and sat up straight to face Changxian. Changxian blinked. All right, I forgot to tell you, prepare yourselves. 3 days from now, we will attack the Qingyun Sect. At that time, we will only be responsible for holding off the elders of the Qingyun Sect. They do not think we will help you like in the trials. Changxian intended to sound serious, but thinking about the flag he had just set, he managed to force a smile. Elder, is this true? To Changxian's surprise, upon hearing this news, all the disciples not only showed no fear, but instead appeared somewhat excited. Great. Last time they escaped, this time it won't be so easy. The eyes of all the disciples revealed a fierce glint. A man felt the same way. Since Feng Zhe and Hui Yanran were already dead, she would take the heads of the Qingyun Sect disciples to honor the spirits of Feng Zhe and Hui Yanran. In any case, you all prepare yourselves. If nothing unexpected happens, well, set out for the Qingyun Sect in 3 days. Changxian's expression was peculiar. Such excitement was a good thing. Good. The many disciples were extremely excited. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. They too wanted to head to the Qingyun Sect. This year they would apply some pressure on the Qingyun Sect disciples, striving to give the Qingyun Sect disciples a proper burial next year. However, if nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be unexpected events. The day before the Qingyun Sect prepared for a full-scale attack on the Qingyun Sect, 2 uninvited guests arrived outside the Qingyun Sect. Lin Fei from the Zixiao Sacred Land, Jun Yi from the Zixiao Sacred Land. We have come to visit the Qingyun Sect. Lin Fei and Jun Yi stood outside the Qingyun Sect, exchanging glances, their eyes ablaze. According to the plans of the Zixiao Sacred Land, they should not have arrived at the Qingyun Sect this early. But the two were eager to enjoy a life akin to emperors in the Qingyun Sect. Thus, they hastened their journey, sparing no expense on spirit stones, and arrived at the Qingyun Sect in just 2 days. Outside the Qingyun Sect, Lin Fei and Jun Yi exchanged smiles, their lips curling upwards. As they gazed at the grand entrance of the Qingyun Sect, a sense of restlessness stirred within them. However, after waiting for a moment, there was still no response. Frowning slightly, Lin Fei and Jun Yi's eyes revealed a hint of displeasure. Is the Qingyun Sect this impolite? Clearing his throat, Lin Fei and Jun Yi raised their voices. Lin Fei, Jun Yi from the Zixiao Sacred Land is here to visit the Qingyun Sect. Within their voices there was already a trace of coldness. Moments later, an outer sect steward entered the Qingyun Sect. With a smile rubbing his hands together, Wang Long spoke. Apologies, gentlemen, I was a bit busy just now. Please follow me. Lin Fei and Jun Yi walked through the grand gate of the Qingyun Sect with their chests held high, looking down at Wang Long with an air of arrogance. What is your position in the Qingyun Sect? Upon seeing Wang Long's slick smile, Lin Fei instantly understood Wang Long's status within the sect. Wang Long's status within the Qingyun Sect was on par with their own in the Zixiao Sacred Land. I am merely an outer sect steward, Wang Long replied with a bow and a smile, unaware of what the two intended to express. Oomph. With that, Lin Fei and Jun Yi halted, letting out a cold snort. You Qingyun Sect, we traveled all the way from the Zixiao Sacred Land to discuss important matters, and yet you send only an outer sect steward to receive us. Do you Qingyun Sect look down upon us, or the Zixiao Sacred Land? The two accused angrily. Wang Long frowned as well. Gentlemen, you are merely outer sect stewards from the Zixiao Sacred Land, and do not represent it. If you are dissatisfied with our arrangements, you may leave. Wang Long could not be bothered to placate them, wondering what these two were being so arrogant about. How dare you? Jun Yi shouted angrily. Let me tell you, we are here on the orders of the Holy Sun to discuss important matters with the Qingyun Sect. Since your Qingyun Sect has such an attitude, I see no need for discussion anymore. We will return to the Zixiao Sacred Land to report to the Holy Sun, and as for the consequences, you will bear them yourselves. With that, Jun Yi and Lin Fei turned to leave, though it was not a true departure. They merely wished to lure the other party into action. Sure enough, as they had not gone far, Wang Long called out to them. Gentlemen, wait a moment. Wang Long approached, looking remorseful. I apologize, I did not know why you had come, and thus neglected you. But rest assured, I will report to the sect master, and have someone come to receive you. After a moment of thought, Wang Long decided to report to the sect. After all, if anything truly important happened due to his negligence, it would be a huge problem. If that's more like it. Lin Fei and Jun Yi snorted coldly, their expressions improving significantly. Wang Long did not dare delay. He quickly took off into the air. Moments later, Xiao Yang and Wang Long flew in. Elder Lu, these are the two of them. Wang Long pointed at Lin Fei and Jun Yi. Xiao Yang nodded and looked at Lin Fei and Jun Yi. Please follow me. Lin Fei and Jun Yi noticed how young Xiao Yang looked, and a hint of disdain flashed in their eyes. What is your status? Xiao Yang frowned, but recalling Feng Wuchang's words, he still forced a smile. I am the 6th elder of the Qingyun Sect. Lin Fei and Jun Yi were still somewhat displeased. In their minds, it should have been Feng Wuchang himself coming to greet them. However, the 6th elder was still a high-ranking figure in the Qingyun Sect, so they could begrudgingly converse with him. Lead the way. Lin Fei and Jun Yi spoke. Xiao Yang suppressed his inner anger and extended his hand. Please. As the three entered the area of the 4 peaks, many female disciples appeared before Lin Fei and Jun Yi. Lin Fei and Jun Yi swallowed hard. Indeed, the core disciples of a major power were worlds apart from outer sect disciples. The two were practically bursting with anticipation. Unconsciously, they quickened their pace and soon arrived at the discussion hall. Inside the hall, Chen Mo, Changxian, Feng Wuchang, and Situ Xiao were already waiting. The 4 wore in different expressions. At that moment, the door opened, and Xiao Yang led Lin Fei and Jun Yi inside. As Lin Fei and Jun Yi entered, their gazes first fell on Feng Wuchang, then glanced at Changxian, Situ Xiao, and Chen Mo, revealing expressions of satisfaction. Big brother, I have brought them here. Xiaoyang clasped his hands and stepped aside. Gentlemen, you must be tired from your journey. I'll please take a seat. By the way, may I ask why the two of you have come to our Qingyun sect? With a smile, Feng Wuchang began to speak. Senior Yin Qingyang from your esteemed sect once made an agreement with our old holy master to arrange a marriage between your seventh elder Luo Qingyao and our holy son Gu Tianxiao. We are here on the orders of the sect master to discuss this matter. Lin Fei and Jun Yi spoke in unison, their voices carrying a tone of arrogance. Upon hearing this, a hint of anger flickered in everyone's eyes. The Zixiao sacred land truly did not regard them. For such an important matter to be assigned to two stewards was simply disrespectful. Noticing the expressions of the crowd, Feng Wuchang shot them a calm look. Then he smiled, saying, "For such an important matter, your holy son sent you two to discuss it." Lin Fei and Jun Yi were aware of the disparity in their statuses compared to Feng Wuchang, but recalled the elder's words before their departure. "Remember, you represent the Zixiao sacred land. The Qingyun sect would not dare to mistreat you." Thus they lifted their heads and replied, "Apologies, the holy son and the elders have been quite busy lately, so they could only send us here. What does the sect master think that our lowly status cannot represent the Zixiao sacred land?" "Not at all," Feng Wuchang shook his head, still smiling. "You are welcome at our Qingyun sect. But regarding the marriage proposal, we already declined last time. So please return and inform your holy son that our Qingyun sect cannot afford such an honor. The sect master should reconsider before making a decision." Lin Fei spoke slowly. "After all, we came with sincerity this time." After saying this, he exchanged a knowing glance with Jun Yi. Jun Yi understood instantly and pulled out a low-grade spirit vein from his spatial ring. "This is a wedding gift from our holy son to the Qingyun sect. Please accept it graciously." After speaking, Jun Yi placed the low-grade spirit vein on the table. Feng Wuchang, Situ Xiao, and Xiao Yang's expressions stiffened. The Zixiao sacred land was truly overstepping. A low-grade spirit vein was a tremendous insult to the Qingyun sect. Only Chen Mo and Chang Xian remained calm. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wuchang regained his composure. "Elder Lu, what are you waiting for? Collect the spirit vein." Xiaoyang nodded and promptly put away the spirit vein. Lin Fei and Jun Yi saw that Feng Wuchang had someone take back the wedding gift, thinking their mission was complete, so they spoke. "By the way, sect master, we have traveled from the Zixiao sacred land to the Qingyun sect and are somewhat fatigued. We hope the sect master can arrange a resting place for us. And by the way," they exchanged glances, a hint of amusement appearing in their eyes, "and perhaps find a couple of female disciples to help alleviate our fatigue. Of course, we will compensate you for this service." Lin Fei and Jun Yi gazed at Feng Wuchang with eager anticipation, already burning with impatience. "What did you say?" Xiaoyang could no longer contain himself. He slammed his palm onto the table and rose abruptly, his gaze piercing and commanding as it locked onto the two. Lin Fei and Jun Yi ignored Xiaoyang entirely, their eyes fixed solely on Feng Wuchang. From the moment Feng Wuchang accepted the spirit vein, it became clear he dared not act against them. Lin Fei continued, voice laced with arrogance, "I said, send 2 female disciples from your Qingyun sect to keep us company. If the compensation is insufficient, we're willing to add more spirit stones. What do you say, sect master?" They regarded Feng Wuchang with the smug air of victors, growing ever bolder. "Of course, if the sect master refuses, we won't press the matter. Should it come to it, we'll simply seek companions in the mortal world instead." Lin Fei and Jun Yi spoke on, their expressions growing increasingly insolent. Feng Wuchang's expression gradually hardened, frost settling over his features. He rose slowly, and step by deliberate step advanced toward Lin Fei and Jun Yi. "I'm curious, do you truly know why your Saint Prince entrusted you with such a critical mission?" "Of course we do, we just said so. The Saint Prince and elders simply had no time," Lin Fei replied, lounging lazily in his chair, radiating unbridled arrogance. "Oh, is that so?" Feng Wuchang let out a cold, mirthless laugh. "How truly pitiful you are. What does the sect master mean by this?" Lin Fei and Jun Yi's expressions shifted instantly. They leaned forward, voices tense with alarm. "Humph, unaware you've been used as pawns, yet still dare strut into Qingyun sect to flaunt your power." Feng Wuchang's voice dropped to a glacial whisper. "Let me tell you the truth. Zixiao Holy Land dispatched you precisely because they knew Qingyun sect would never accept this demand. Sending you here, bearing a low-grade spirit vein, was merely meant to provoke us. Should we yield to anger and slay you both, Zixiao Holy Land gains the perfect justification to declare war. You are nothing but disposable pawns manipulated without mercy." Each word struck like celestial thunder, reverberating through their very consciousness. "Impossible, impossible." Lin Fei and Jun Yi shook their heads violently. At departure, the elders had spoken no such thing. Clearly, Feng Wuchang sought only to deny them female disciples, and fabricated this tale to frighten them. At that thought, fear vanished from their faces. So what if you've guessed it? Dare you lay a hand upon us? Should we perish within Qingyun Sect's walls, prepare yourselves for Zhixiao Holy Land's retribution. Their audacity now knew no bounds. The moment their words fell silent, Chen Mo shot upright. 2 streaks of light erupted from his fingertips, striking their foreheads in an instant. Lin Fei and Jun Yi stared at him in disbelief, then crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Even in death, they could not fathom that Qingyun Sect would dare strike them down. Too talkative. Chen Mo brushed his palms together, eyes blazing with ruthless intent. Younger brother, superbly done. These vermin, I've long yearned to end them. Xiao Yang gave Chen Mo a thumbs up, then spat contemptuously onto their corpses. Zhixiao Holy Land oversteps grievously, sending such scum to humiliate us. Situ Xiao spoke coldly, his handsome face twisting with grim ferocity. Zhixiao Holy Land had ground Qingyun Sect's dignity into the dust. Cancel the campaign against Qingyun Sect. Prepare fully for open war with Zhixiao Holy Land. Feng Wuchang returned to his seat, his gaze heavy with gravity. Though they knew Lin Fei and Jun Yi were sent deliberately to incite Qingyun Sect, killing them was inevitable, and now war with Zhixiao Holy Land was unavoidable. Understood. Will instruct all inner and outer sect elders to recall disciples stationed abroad immediately. All nodded in unison. Zhixiao Holy Land was unlike Qingyun Sect. Should war erupt, Zhixiao Holy Land would launch a total assault. They must prepare in advance. Fifth brother, go to Moyu Peak and have Emode Song prepare ample pills and weapons. Feng Wuchang turned his gaze to Situ Xiao. Understood. Situ Xiao nodded firmly. Sixth brother, proceed to the inner sect and alert all elders to stand ready. Yes. Xiao Yang clasped his hands and withdrew. Only Feng Wuchang and Chen Mo remained in the hall. Younger brother, please guide the disciples of the 4 peaks closely these days. Help them strengthen their cultivation swiftly. War is merciless. Once hostilities commence with Zhixiao Holy Land, their survival will depend entirely on themselves. Rest assured, senior brother, I shall hold Tao Discourse lectures daily for the coming days. Chen Mo smiled faintly. In truth, he could obliterate Zhixiao Holy Land this very moment. Yet, that was precisely what he wished to avoid. Such haste would erode Qingyun Sect's spirit of self-reliance and growth. Feng Wuchang rubbed his temples. The gravest peril he'd feared had finally arrived. Zhixiao Holy Land. If Qingyun Sect failed this trial, it would vanish forever from history's annals. As sect master, he would never allow such a fate. Zhixiao Holy Land. The moment Lin Fei and Jun Yi's soul tokens shattered, a senior elder sprinted to the highest cliff of Zhixiao Holy Land. Just as the Saint Prince predicted, Qingyun Sect has indeed slain Lin Fei and Jun Yi. So soon? Gu Tianxiao raised an eyebrow, surprised. 5 days remained before the 7-day deadline. Yet they were already dead. Are you certain Qingyun Sect committed the act? Certain, the elder affirmed, bowing. Lin Fei and Jun Yi transmitted a message upon arriving at Qingyun Sect. Excellent. A sly smile curled Gu Tianxiao's lips. Everything unfolded precisely as he foresaw. Qingyun Sect faced a cruel dilemma: submit to marriage alliance, or kill, thereby granting Zhixiao Holy Land a righteous cause for war. Qingyun Sect was trapped upon the board, utterly incapable of breaking free. Saint Prince, shall I assemble the elders now and march upon Qingyun Sect? No. Gu Tianxiao waved dismissively. After all, Qingyun Sect remains one of the 3 great sects, with considerable legacy. Moreover, Chongxian has ascended to the Emperor realm. We need not confront them, heathen. The elder blinked in bewilderment. Then, are we to permit Qingyun Sect's unchecked growth? Who said they'll grow unimpeded, even if we refrain from striking first? Gu Tianxiao's expression turned darkly charismatic as he rose and strode to the cliff's edge, gazing down with sovereign disdain. Sometimes killing requires no personal hand. What does the Saint Prince intend? A borrowed blade. Gu Tianxiao clenched his fist, a look of absolute mastery upon his face. Many wish Qingyun Sect's annihilation, not only Zhixiao Holy Land. The Saint Prince means Qingyun Sect. The elder's eyes lit up. Qingyun Sect, yes, but not Qingyun Sect alone. Gu Tianxiao nodded once, then shook his head, calm, unruffled, utterly in control. He ceased further explanation and turned to the elder. Issue my decree: in 3 days, Zhixiao Holy Land shall invite every major force across Qingzhou to jointly condemn Qingyun Sect. Additionally, dispatch 5 formal invitations to Taiying Sect, Xinjian Sect, Sangwang, Hall, Tingyu Pavilion, and Shirley Sword Sect. Gu Tianxiao's words left the elder momentarily stunned. As for Taiying Sect, it is one of the 3 major forces in Qingzhou whose overall strength is not inferior to that of Qingyun Sect. Xinjian Sect is the foremost power among the 3 major forces. Moreover, Tingyu Tower, Shirley Sword Sect, and Sangwang Hall are three forces that cannot be underestimated in Qingzhou. If these five forces can unite, Qingyun Sect can be easily exterminated. Yes, I will take care of it right away, the elder said as he left, his eyes filled with admiration for Gu Tianxiao. This move is indeed ruthless. One must know that after Yan Qingyan's fall there are more than one force in Qingzhou, in Qingyun Sect. The five forces mentioned by Gu Tianxiao besides Taiying Sect, which surpasses Qingyun Sect itself, the other four forces are ambitious and capable of replacing Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect will undoubtedly fully support the actions of the Zixiao Sacred Land. As for Tsang Wang Halting Yu Tower and Shirley Sword Sect, these three forces have always harbored ambitions, perhaps just waiting for an opportunity. Now the Zixiao Sacred Land is that opportunity. As long as the Zixiao Sacred Land gives the order and offers some benefits, these three forces will definitely form an alliance. Qingyun Sect must be exterminated this time. Everyone in Qingzhou is still focused on whether Qingyun Sect will strike against Qingyun Sect. Then an even more shocking news came from the Zixiao Sacred Land. The Zixiao Sacred Land cordially invites the major forces of Qingzhou to discuss the extermination of Qingyun Sect 3 days later. Furthermore, the Zixiao Sacred Land revealed the names of the three masters of Qingyun Sect. Firstly, a disciple of Qingyun Sect was defeated by a disciple of Qingyun Sect, prompting an elder from Qingyun Sect to take action and kill the disciple of Qingyun Sect. This constitutes the first crime violating the treaty among the forces of Qingzhou. As for Yuan Daibio's attack on a man, the Zixiao Sacred Land did not elaborate. At this point, the truth is no longer important and no one cares about the truth, they only care about the fate of Qingyun Sect. Secondly, the former master of Qingyun Sect had a discussion with the old master of Zixiao Sacred Land, agreeing to a marriage between Luo Qingyao and the sacred son Gu Tianxiao. After the former master's death, Qingyun Sect went back on its word, which constitutes the second crime of Qingyun Sect, a breach of trust. Thirdly, the Zixiao Sacred Land sent someone with gifts to Qingyun Sect to mention the marriage. When Qingyun Sect refused, they even killed a person from Zixiao Sacred Land. In warfare, one does not harm envoys. This constitutes the third major crime of Qingyun Sect, a wanton massacre of the innocent, no different from evil cultivators. Of course, the identity of the envoy sent by Zixiao Sacred Land and what gifts were brought were not specified. Yet similarly, no one cares about these details. Once the news broke, all of Qingzhou was thrown into chaos. The battle between Qingyun Sect and Qingyun Sect could still be considered a conflict between two forces. However, the actions of Zixiao Sacred Land put Qingyun Sect at odds with the entire Qingzhou. Moreover, this move by Zixiao Sacred Land not only targets Qingyun Sect, but also puts other forces on the hot seat. No matter how one views it, Qingyun Sect is still one of the three major forces in Qingzhou. A frail camel is still bigger than a horse. Many forces absolutely do not wish to offend Qingyun Sect. The actions of Zixiao Sacred Land force all the major and minor forces in Qingzhou to take sides. Either you join Zixiao Sacred Land in attacking Qingyun Sect, or you remain neutral. As for whether Zixiao Sacred Land will pursue this matter afterward, no one knows. Of course, what the world does not know is that the Zixiao Sacred Land has secretly sent people to Taiying Sect and other forces. Taiying Sect, as the second force in Qingzhou, has always kept itself aloof from worldly affairs and rarely participates in any conflicts between forces. There is an implicit sense of seeking seclusion. At this moment, beneath a waterfall cascading like the Milky Way, an old man holding a cane with a cloth wrapped around his eyes and disheveled hair stands alongside a middle-aged man in his 40s with a rugged face. The two men look up at the falling waterfall. The middle-aged man is none other than the current master of Taiying Sect, Li Nanshan. The old man with the cloth around his eyes is the grand elder of Taiying Sect, also a practitioner named Yunyuzi. Elder, what do you think of the actions of Zixiao Sacred Land? Li Nanshan asked, handing an envelope to Yunyuzi. Yunyuzi took the envelope, and though his eyes were covered, it seemed he could see the contents of the envelope at a glance. With a light chuckle, he tossed the envelope into the waterfall, saying, "Doesn't the master already have the answer in his heart? Then why bother asking me, old man?" Li Nanshan sighed. Taiying Sect has always refrained from involvement in any disputes, but in this chaotic world, how easy is it to remain aloof? If we make the wrong choice this time, perhaps the next Qingyun Sect will be us. Li Nanshan said, his tone tinged with helplessness. If one wishes to avoid the world, one should not possess such strong capabilities. Once a sect reaches the level of Taiying Sect, even if you wish to seclude yourself, it is inevitable to become a thorn in others' eyes. Isn't the intention of Zixiao Sacred Land also to use this opportunity to test Taiying Sect? The master need not worry too much, just keep your heart steady, Yunyuzi murmured. Keep my heart steady. Li Nanshan turned to look at Yunyuzi. Are you suggesting we ignore Zixiao Sacred Land? Yunyuzi nodded. Last night, I observed the heavenly signs. The main star above Qingzhou is dim, while the guest star is bright. The stars between the guest star and the main star remain unchanged, and are continuously approaching the guest star. Hearing this, Li Nanshan's expression suddenly changed. Are you saying that after this Qingyun sect will rise completely, Zixiao sacred land will decline, and the connection between Taiyang sect and Qingyun sect will become even closer? Perhaps it's just a celestial phenomenon. The master need not think too much about it. Yun Yuzi shook his head with a smile, then looked at Li Nanshan. By the way, master, our Taiyang sect disciples have not ventured out for a long time. Let them go out and explore. I know what to do now. Li Nanshan took a deep breath and nodded. Yun Yuzi understands the art of star observation. Of 50 years ago, during the battle between righteous and evil, he accurately foresaw the decline of Qingyun sect. And 50 years later, the guest star shines bright. He realizes that the guest star referred to by Yun Yuzi is Qingyun sect. The dim main star refers to Zixiao sacred land. And Taiyang sect is the central star continuously approaching the guest star. Allowing the disciples of Taiyang sect to go out may allow for more contact with the disciples of Qingyun sect. Although Li Nanshan trusts Yun Yuzi greatly, he remains curious. Even if Taiyang sect does not participate, this force is undoubtedly extraordinarily powerful. How will Qingyun sect survive this war? So far, Li Nanshan cannot think of any way for Qingyun sect to break the deadlock. Meanwhile, within Qingyun sect, Mu Yunfei has naturally received the message from Zixiao sacred land. He looked at the contents of the letter, a look of shock appearing in his eyes. Imperial weapon. Zixiao sacred land promises that after eliminating Qingyun sect, my Qingyun sect can become the third force in Qingzhou, and Zixiao sacred land will grant Qingyun sect an imperial weapon. Mu Yunfei's gaze was fervent. The Qingyun sect had never produced a great emperor before, and its foundation was somewhat lacking with no imperial weapon to its name. If only there were an imperial weapon, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Send a message to the Zixiao sacred ground that our Qingyun sect will definitely arrive on time, Mu Yunfei declared, regardless of the attitudes of other forces. The ship to the Zixiao sacred ground was definitely booked for their Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, the Tingyu Tower, Shirley Sword sect, and Sangwang Hall all received messages from the Zixiao sacred ground. The three major forces were all watching with keen interest. The conditions set by the Zixiao sacred ground were quite enticing. While the world awaited the response from the Qingyun sect, it seemed as though the Qingyun sect was oblivious to the whole affair. In the Qingyun sect on the Piaomiao Peak, Chen Mo was lecturing the disciples as usual. All disciples from the 4 peaks had gathered. Except for Amon, everyone wore a serious expression. Amon, the Qingyun sect is about to be besieged. How can you still be laughing? Ning Qianqian propped her chin on her right hand, anxiously drawing circles on the ground with her left. Sometimes she admired Amon's carefree attitude. Why can't I laugh? Amon looked at her oddly. What are you worried about? Aren't Master and the others here? If she were unaware of Chen Mo's strength, Amon might be concerned. But she knew exactly which sect Chen Mo belonged to. Killing a great emperor was as easy as chopping vegetables. To put it bluntly, even if all the forces in Qingzhou joined hands to her, they seemed like just a few more vegetables and fruits. Amon thought so, but the other disciples did not share her sentiment. Everyone was anxious and irritable. Damn it, the Zixiao sacred ground is truly despicable, acting like a petty villain. Some disciples voiced their indignation. The 3 charges set by the Zixiao sacred ground against the Qingyun sect were utterly unfounded. Moreover, the most crucial aspects were not even mentioned. So what if they are petty? Who told them to have such influence? I just hope the forces allying with the Zixiao sacred ground are few. The disciples spoke out, their voices harsh, but one could still sense their underlying worries. Master and the others are not gods. They can't possibly fend off so many forces. Ning Qianqian rested her head on Amon's shoulder. In front of the many disciples, Lu Jiao, Wu Kuei, Bai Lu, and Ling Shui had their eyes half closed. Just now, Chen Mo's guidance had sparked some insights in the 4 of them. Furthermore, with the spiritual energy on Piaomiao Peak being exceptionally abundant, they simply decided to cultivate there. After all, they were not worried about being disturbed. Chen Mo waved his hands, and a formation enveloped the 4. He then glanced at all the disciples with a hint of annoyance. Why aren't you all practicing properly? What are you murmuring about? Chen Mo coughed lightly and pretended to be serious, saying, or do you all understand everything about cultivation already? Upon hearing this, all the disciples quieted down. Master, do you think our Qingyun sect can overcome this crisis? At that moment, a disciple directly asked. After all, only the sect itself understood its own foundation. These disciples only knew a little bit. Of course. Chen Mo nodded deeply. Don't worry, just focus on your cultivation. If the sky falls, we will hold it up for you. But this time we might face all the forces in Qingzhou. Chen Mo rolled his eyes and shot a glare at that disciple. Do you really think the other forces are foolish? Everyone knows that the Zixiao sacred ground wants to drag these forces into their schemes. If you were the leaders of these forces, would you easily ally with the Zixiao sacred ground? No way, the disciples all shook their heads. Then isn't that enough? Chen Mo shrugged. and after a moment suddenly remembered something. In any case, focus on your cultivation, and I will give you a surprise tonight. What surprise? Chen Mo's words relieved the disciples a bit, and their bright eyes blinked eagerly at him. You'll find out tonight, Chen Mo teased. Just as the disciples were about to ask more, a figure descended from Piaomiao Peak. It was a steward. Elder Chen, the sect master, wants you to go to the conference hall for discussions. All right, I understand. Chen Mo replied and looked at the many disciples. You all focus on cultivating here, don't overthink it. No matter what, the stronger your cultivation, the more you can help protect the Qingyun Sect, right? Yes, the disciples replied in unison. Chen Mo flew off from Piaomiao Peak towards the conference hall. At this moment, inside the conference hall, all the senior brothers had already assembled waiting for Chen Mo alone. Compared to the many disciples, Feng Wuchang and the others appeared much calmer. Once Chen Mo entered, they immediately entered a meeting state. What do you all think, junior brothers? Feng Wuchang began, his gaze sweeping across the faces of everyone. In my opinion, we need not worry. War is no child's play, and the other forces are not fools. They will not willingly become pawns of the Zixiao sacred ground. The first to speak was Man Shan, whose personality was straightforward and whose thoughts were simple and blunt. Feng Wuchang nodded and turned to Chang Xian and the others. What do you think? I believe we must be cautious. This time it was Situ Xiao who spoke, his affectionate gaze and charming smile, making it hard for anyone to believe he was male, if not for his flat chest. The Zixiao sacred ground is so confident because they must have prepared some gifts for these forces. Perhaps in places we cannot see, they have quietly sent out letters. Situ Xiao sharply pinpointed the intentions of the Zixiao sacred ground. Feng Wuchang nodded in satisfaction. Situ Xiao's thoughts aligned with his own. The key is, how do we defend against it? Feng Wuchang sighed. If this alliance truly forms, we will be defenseless. Even with the great protective formation, it may not be sufficient. Senior brother, this matter is not as troublesome as it seems. Chen Mo spoke up as everyone fell silent. Junior brother, what are your thoughts? All eyes turned to Chen Mo. It's quite simple, Chen Mo said with a wicked smile. Since the Zixiao sacred ground is the instigator, we just need to break their game. How do we break it? Since the Zixiao sacred ground wants to unite the various factions, we must make these factions afraid to easily ally with the Zixiao sacred ground. Chen Mo slowly began. You mean, Feng Wuchang and the others were not foolish, they quickly guessed Chen Mo's intentions. Exactly. Chen Mo nodded. To kill the chicken, to scare the monkey, and coincidentally we have yet to deal with the Qingyun Sect. Let's take this opportunity to annihilate the Qingyun Sect, and naturally the other forces will become fearful. Even if they wish to ally with the Zixiao sacred ground, they must consider whether they can withstand our Qingyun Sect's wrath. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Xiaoyang clapped his hands. I believe junior brother's idea is feasible. I agree as well. Chang Xian stretched lazily. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey will surely break this scheme. After Chang Xian spoke, everyone expressed their opinions. Feng Wuchang made a decisive statement. Then, as the junior brother suggested, we will annihilate the Qingyun Sect tonight. He slowly stood up, crushing the teacup in his hand. Senior brother, you and second senior brother stay behind at the Qingyun Sect. We will take the disciples and proceed. Chang Xian spoke slowly, stating that during this critical period the Qingyun Sect could not be left as an empty shell. Alas, I believe this is feasible. Xiaoyang nodded in agreement, saying that with the senior brother defending the Qingyun Sect alongside the Qinghuang flag and the protective array, it would be nearly impossible for ordinary people to breach the Qingyun Sect. No. However, facing the suggestions from Chang Xian and Xiaoyang, Feng Wuchang shook his head. Since we are going to fight, we should make it quick. If we want to instill fear in other forces, we must swiftly eliminate the Qingyun Sect. Feng Wuchang murmured. Other forces, considering aligning with the Zixiao sacred land, must also think about how long they can endure under the Qingyun Sect's pressure. Moreover, Feng Wuchang smiled slightly. Let's not forget, unity and fierce attacks are the ethos of our Qingyun Sect. What the senior brother said is correct. Unity and fierce attacks are indeed our Qingyun Sect's way. Situ Xiao stroked his chin and nodded, appearing very satisfied. Prepare yourselves, at the third watch we will head to the Qingyun Sect. Feng Wuchang then looked at Chen Mo. By the way, junior brother, inform all the disciples to get ready. No problem. Chen Mo nodded, thinking that giving these disciples a surprise would indeed be an excellent idea. Everyone left the discussion hall. On the misty peak, all the disciples were still cultivating, but they found it hard to settle down. Uncle Chen was called to the discussion hall. It seems even the sect master is under great pressure. A disciple spoke gloomily. How can we not think about that? Didn't Uncle Chen say that the other forces are not fools? Besides, if the sky falls, the sect master will be there. What you need to do now is to cultivate well. Junior sister, a man, you really are the one. This mindset is something I can learn from. The disciple clasped his hands together, acknowledging a man's better attitude than all of theirs. You're being too modest, senior brother. A man quickly waved her hand, feeling secretly pleased. How could her mindset be anything but good? Having witnessed Chen Mo's 3 punches and 2 kicks beating down an emperor wielding an imperial weapon, how could her mindset not be good? No. To be precise, she hadn't used 3 punches and 2 kicks. After hearing a man's golden advice, all the disciples nodded in agreement, finding her words particularly reasonable. Aside from diligent cultivation, there was indeed nothing else they could do right now. Moments later, Chen Mo's figure descended from the heavens. Uncle, did the sect master call you to the discussion hall to discuss fleeing? Upon seeing Chen Mo, the disciples felt much better and teased him. Sort of. Chen Mo nodded. Are we really fleeing then? Where are we going? To the Nanyang domain. To the Nanyang domain. A disciple reacted. Uncle, isn't the Nanyang domain where the Qingyun Sect is located? That's right, we are going to the Qingyun Sect. Chen Mo chuckled teasingly. Get ready tonight, I will take you to the Qingyun Sect. If you cannot kill the Qingyun Sect's disciples, it will be on you. Attacking the Qingyun Sect. Numerous disciples raised their eyebrows in confusion. Wasn't this plan cancelled? Uncle, the surprise you mentioned isn't just this right. What are you afraid? Chen Mo retorted. Not at all, but Uncle, wouldn't attacking the Qingyun Sect at this time be a bit risky? If the Zixiao sacred land intervenes, the situation would be unfavorable for us. The disciples expressed their lingering concerns. You don't need to worry about that, just focus on trying to slay the Qingyun Sect's disciples while protecting yourselves. I understand now, our purpose in attacking the Qingyun Sect is to give the other forces a warning, making them hesitate to ally with the Zixiao sacred land. Uncle, I was right, wasn't I? A man spoke, glancing at Chen Mo with a playful look seeking praise. You girl are quite clever. Chen Mo laughed heartily, acknowledging that a man was indeed perceptive, talented, and smart. A good seedling. I see now. The other disciples also reacted, their worried expressions turning into excitement. Indeed, the best way to prevent other forces from allying with the Zixiao sacred land was to eliminate one force first. Knowing that this was the best way for them to protect the Qingyun Sect, the disciples also became invigorated. At this moment, Bai Lu Lingshui Wu Kuei and Lu Zhiyao had also finished their cultivation. Under Chen Mo's guidance, the 4 of them now exuded a much stronger aura. Not bad. Chen Mo observed their conditions and removed the formation. The 4 slowly opened their eyes, excitement flashing in their pupils. Thank you, Uncle. Once you finish your cultivation, prepare yourselves. At the 3rd watch, we will head to the Qingyun Sect. As representatives of our Qingyun Sect disciples, you 4 must not bring shame. You must set a good example for the junior brothers and sisters. Chen Mo looked at Bai Lu and the others, speaking slowly. Uncle, rest assured, we will ensure all the Qingyun Sect disciples are eliminated. Bai Lu nodded, as no one hated the Qingyun Sect's disciples more than he did. Senior brother Bai is right, Uncle, you can rest easy. As for the Qingyun Sect disciples, leave them to us. Wu Kuei and Lu Zhiyao echoed their improved strength, giving them a lot more confidence. Then, you all do your best, I will be your backup. Just as everyone was filled with enthusiasm, Ling Shui's hesitant voice rang out. Oh. Noticing the puzzled looks from everyone, Ling Shui explained, as you know, I specialize in both pill and weapon crafting, lacking in martial prowess. Ugh. The expressions of the disciples turned dark. At Mo peak, anyone could claim to lack martial prowess, but Ling Shui was an exception. Ling Shui was truly a monster, excelling in alchemy, weapon crafting, and martial arts. Moreover, no disciple in the Qingyun Sect dared to claim superiority over her in the realms of alchemy and weaponry. Besides that, her martial prowess was also extraordinarily formidable. In the Qingyun Sect, aside from Bai Lu, no one dared to say they could overpower her, including Wu Kuei and Lu Zhiyao. Senior sister, is this really alright? Shouldn't the ones providing backup be us? Even Ning Qianqian couldn't hold back, as a fellow disciple of Mo. Peak Ling Shui's brilliance overshadowed them all. Fortunately, Ling Shui was easy to get along with. You girl, why are you bending your arms outwards? Ling Shui shot Ning Qianqian an annoyed glance, and Ning Qianqian stuck out her tongue. Alright, Chen Mo shook his head. Remember, once the battle starts, you are one unit. No matter what means you use, you must eliminate all the Qingyun Sect disciples. Yes. Chen Mo's words caused the disciples to nod in agreement. The smiles vanished from their faces, replaced by a serious expression. Everyone also understood that, jokes aside, if a real fight broke out, Ling Shui would strike fiercely. As night fell and the sun set, its rays illuminated the faces of the many disciples. The disciples looked up at the sky. The time had come. Moments later, Feng Wuchang, Man Shan, Mo Tsang, Changxian Situ, Xiao Xiao Yang, and others gradually appeared at the misty peak. Chen Mo stood up and looked at Feng Wuchang. Senior brother, everything is ready. Feng Wuchang nodded and surveyed the surroundings. I will say one thing: eliminate the Qingyun Sect at the fastest speed possible. This battle is not just a simple conflict between us and the Qingyun Sect. We must not only win, but win beautifully, making sure that other forces know that our Qingyun sect is not a soft target. Understood. We understand. All the disciples nodded, their gazes resolute. As disciples of the Qingyun sect, they have been given the best cultivation platform, and they will do their utmost to protect it. At this moment, the best way to protect it is to eliminate the Qingyun sect. If that's the case, then let's set off. Feng Wuchang spoke slowly. Meanwhile, the red lion was already in position. Transforming into its true form, it was large enough to accommodate all the disciples and elders of the Qingyun sect. The red lion soared into the sky, heading towards the Nanyang domain at an incredible speed. Now the red lion had also become the guardian beast of the Qingyun sect. The numerous elders and disciples in the inner and outer sect looked at the massive form of the red lion, their expressions filled with prayer. They understood that the current situation was extremely unfavorable for the Qingyun sect. If mishandled, the Qingyun sect would become the target of everyone. After Chen Mo and the others left, the protective formation of the Qingyun sect was activated. I hope the protective formation will close when they return triumphantly. Nanyang domain, located in the western part of Qingzhou. As one of the 5 domains of Qingzhou, Nanyang domain is vast with many forces, and the Qingyun sect is the only dominant force in the Nanyang domain. In addition to it, there are many large and small sects, families, and dynasties. At the center of the Nanyang domain lies Qiyang City, the main city of the Qingyun sect, extremely prosperous. Though it was evening, Qiyang City was brightly lit and bustling with people. In every inn within the city, discussions about the recent major events in Qingzhou were ongoing. The Zixiao Sacred Land intended to unite various forces to attack the Qingyun sect. According to rumors, the Qingyun sect has agreed to ally with the Zixiao Sacred Land. In the inn, such voices spread continuously. Although the truth was uncertain, given the grudge between the Qingyun sect and the Qingyun sect, the Qingyun sect was the most likely to take a side. At this moment, under the full speed of the red lion, the Qingyun sect took 2 hours to finally arrive above Qiyang City. Have we arrived? All the disciples felt the red lion slowing down and revealed eager expressions. Let's go down. Ahead is Qiyang City, and we will start from here. Feng Wuchang spoke slowly. The purpose of eliminating the Qingyun sect is to prevent other forces from easily allying with the Zixiao Sacred Land. Therefore, we must make a commotion to let everyone know that the Qingyun sect is to be annihilated by the Qingyun sect. And Qiyang City, with its large population, is the fastest place for news to spread. Attacking from Qiyang City is the best choice. Red Lion descend. Chen Mo nodded and the red lion landed. Inside the city, everyone looked up at the massive form of the red lion. A great demon. This is the Qingyun Sect city. How can there be a great demon? Wherever the red lion landed, people retreated frantically, their gazes filled with fear. For such a huge body, how strong could this great demon be? No one knew. Soon the red lion landed. Wait a moment. Someone noticed the figures behind the red lion, their pupils constricting. These are the elders and disciples of the Qingyun sect. They recognized Chen Mo and the others, taking a deep breath. The Qingyun sect, now at the center of the storm, appeared in Qiyang City, causing everyone to hold their breath. What did the Qingyun sect intend to do? The world awaited how the Qingyun sect would respond to this matter, but unexpectedly the Qingyun sect chose this approach. More and more people noticed Chen Mo and his group. Everyone jumped off the red lion, which transformed back into the crowd. Feng Wuchang stepped forward and spoke loudly. Those unrelated to the Qingyun sect, please step back to avoid innocent casualties. As soon as the voice was heard, the entire Qiyang City fell silent. Countless people held their breath and hurriedly moved to the sides. The Qingyun sect was going to settle scores with the Qingyun sect. Soon the vast street could only see the people of the Qingyun sect, and the surrounding inns and houses were filled with crowds watching. Many had already taken out recording stones and communication jade tubes. A major event, the Qingyun sect is drawing swords against the Qingyun sect. To know what happens next, please contact by Bailu for the latest news. Let's go. Feng Wuchang ignored the call, spreading the news as fast as possible. The people of the Qingyun sect headed towards the innermost part of Qiyang City. The 7 elders, along with the red lion at the front, followed by Bailu and a group of disciples. Their steps were slow, yet every footfall echoed in the throats of the surrounding people. The Qingyun sect, along with its elders and all core disciples, was on the offensive, clearly intending to fight the Qingyun sect to the death. People did not expect that while facing the impending alliance attack from the Zixiao Sacred Land, the Qingyun sect would show such determination. However, at this moment, if the Zixiao Sacred Land sent someone to the Qingyun sect, it would be the end of the Qingyun sect. Without the protective formation, the Qingyun sect would absolutely not be a match for the Zixiao Sacred Land. Chen Mo, Feng Wuchang, and the others were unaware that as they headed towards the Qingyun sect, the Zixiao Sacred Land had already received the news. Soon they stopped in front of the city lord's mansion of Qiyang City. Bypassing the city lord's mansion, they could enter the Qingyun sect. Chang Xian punched out, instantly shattering the city lord's mansion, piercing through Qiyang City. Strange, there's no one in the city lord's mansion. Feng Wuchang frowned. Even though the mansion was destroyed, no one had died. This was not consistent with reason. At the Zixiao sacred land, Holy Sun, just as you predicted, the Qingyun Sect is cornered and has already gone to the Qingyun Sect. Gu Tianxiao sneered, having anticipated that the Qingyun Sect would make a desperate move to intimidate other forces, so he had already sent people to support the Qingyun Sect. Send in Qi and the others to the Qingyun Sect to break the protective formation of the Qingyun Sect. Gu Tianxiao spoke again, preparing to handle the jade stone in his hand. A moment later, he crushed the jade stone in his hand. Qingyun Sect, it's all over. Gu Tianxiao spoke coldly. He had sent 2 emperors into the Qingyun Sect. The Qingyun Sect dared to attack the Qingyun Sect. It was simply seeking its own demise. By the time the Qingyun Sect realized something was wrong and tried to retreat, their protective formation would already be broken, leaving them powerless to turn back. Outside the Lord's mansion of Qiyang City, which resembled a desolate ruin, the members of Qingyun Sect stood there, each bearing a look of confusion in their eyes. The vast Lord's mansion was devoid of any presence, as if the Qingyun Sect had already anticipated their return. Senior brother, something feels off. Chang Xian frowned. This was completely different from what was expected. No matter what, we have come this far, it is we who are at a disadvantage against the indomitable Qingyun Sect. Feng Wuchang took a deep breath. Even if the Qingyun Sect was a den of tigers, they had no choice but to proceed. Senior brother is right, we have no way to retreat. Chen Mo also smiled and spoke. In that case, even if hell lies ahead, we must dare to venture forth. Xiao Yang and the others also voiced their agreement. Let's go. With a command from Feng Wuchang, they crossed the Lord's mansion and quickly approached the Qingyun Sect. The main gate of Qingyun Sect was about 10 miles away from the Lord's mansion. Feng Wuchang led the group towards the Qingyun Sect, followed by many people holding recording stones. The actions of Qingyun Sect had spread rapidly throughout the entire Qingzhou. Countless people anticipated how this war would unfold. At this moment, there were no figures on the road leading to Qingyun Sect. The situation grew increasingly strange. Not only did Chen Mo and the others feel this way, but the many followers behind them also sensed the strangeness. The Lord's mansion was empty, and there was no one on the road to Qingyun Sect. After a moment, the group finally reached the entrance of the Qingyun Sect. Outside the gate, Mu Yunfei, along with many elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect, was already waiting. Upon seeing the members of Qingyun Sect, a smile crept onto Mu Yunfei's lips. The Qingyun Sect had indeed come. Feng Wuchang, long time no see. Mu Yunfei clasped his hands, a hint of amusement on his face. Feng Wuchang's expression grew serious, and a faint sense of foreboding arose within him. Did you know we would come? It was anticipated, but I never expected you to be so foolish as to dare to attack my Qingyun Sect with the full strength of your sect, Mu Yunfei mocked with a smirk. The Qingyun Sect seems to have been well prepared. The followers behind them gasped at Mu Yunfei's words. Today the Qingyun Sect might suffer a great loss. Mu Yunfei, you may have calculated everything, but you overlooked one thing. Do you think I brought the entire sect to attack your Qingyun Sect without any preparations? Feng Wuchang chuckled coldly, a powerful aura of an emperor erupting from him. The emperor. Feng Wuchang has also broken through to the emperor level. The pupils of the followers behind him shrank, and they took a deep breath. With such words, the Qingyun Sect now had 3 emperors. 2 emperors were enough to annihilate the Qingyun Sect. Mu Yunfei and the elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect frowned. I truly did not expect you to reach this stage. Mu Yunfei murmured. Your Qingyun Sect is indeed favored by heaven. First it was Luo Qingyao, then Chang Xian, and now you. There was a hint of jealousy in Mu Yunfei's tone. Why was it that his Qingyun Sect did not receive such divine favor? However, a hint of ruthlessness flickered in Mu Yunfei's eyes. Feng Wuchang, do you think that breaking through to the emperor level will change this situation? Our Qingyun Sect is not without preparations either. Mu Yunfei's tone shifted as he suddenly looked up at the sky. 2 seniors, I implore you. As his voice fell, 2 cold, eerie voices echoed from above the Qingyun Sect. Kik. Feng Wuchang, I never expected you to break through to the emperor level as well. However, today this Qingyun Sect will be your grave. As the voices faded, 2 incredibly old figures appeared in the sky above. One wore black robes, while the other wore white robes. What is this? The onlookers were puzzled. It seemed they had never seen these 2 before. Only Feng Wuchang fell into deep thought, a hint of heaviness in his gaze. The black and white twin fiends, I never expected it to be you. Feng Wuchang took a deep breath. I never expected that the once renowned black and white twin fiends would become the lackeys of the Zixiao sacred land today. Even someone as naive as Feng Wuchang could see through it. The Zixiao sacred land had long anticipated their attack on the Qingyun Sect, hence sending people to support them. The black and white twin fiends, they are indeed the legendary black and white twin fiends. The onlookers gasped at Feng Wuchang's words. According to legend, they were two beings sharing one heart. Decades ago, they had already broken through to the emperor level, and after that they vanished without a trace, only to become members of the Zixiao sacred land. The black and white twin fiends, Changxian and the others, also wore serious expressions. The twin fiends and Yin Qingyang were contemporaries, although they were not as famous as Yin Qingyang, they had indeed established a legend. Today they had truly landed in trouble. The black and white twin fiends smiled wickedly, speaking in unison with an echoing tone. That old guy Yin Qingyang injured us back then. We intended to focus on our cultivation to avenge ourselves, but unexpectedly, he has already stepped into hell first. But it doesn't matter, we can take our revenge on his disciples and descendants. Their voices were filled with wickedness akin to that of demons from hell. If you seek revenge, do you not fear being buried here? Feng Wuchang scoffed. It doesn't matter, your Qingyun sect will pay for your words. The black and white twin fiends continued, their voices laced with derision. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you, our holy son has already sent people to Qingyun Sect. Today not only will you perish here, but the Qingyun Sect will also completely disappear from Qingzhou. Their words struck the minds of the members of Qingyun Sect like a heavy hammer. Damn it! Feng Wuchang felt a sense of panic, for the first time experiencing a feeling of helplessness. They seemed to have fallen completely into the trap of the Zixiao sacred land. The current situation made it uncertain whether they could even leave the Qingyun Sect. Even if they managed to escape, the destruction of the Qingyun Sect would signify their utter failure. Bai Lu Ling Shui and the other disciples clenched their fists tightly. Changxian and the other elders were in a state of panic. Only Chen Mo, a man, and Hong Shi remained calm. Feng Wuchang, since you dared to come to my Qingyun Sect and throw yourself into the net today, this Qingyun Sect will be your burial ground. I will ensure that you come and do not return. Mu Yunfei spoke at this moment, revealing a silver sword blade in his hand. A terrifying sword intent erupted, swirling in the sky above. The battle intent of the elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect surged wildly. In this battle, it would be a fight to the death. Just as the members of Qingyun Sect were in confusion, Chen Mo took a step forward. Senior brother, fourth senior brother, you too, return to Qingyun Sect, leave this place to me. Chen Mo spoke calmly, and in an instant all eyes of Qingyun Sect turned towards him. Junior brother, you. Feng Wuchang was taken aback, looking at Chen Mo. For the first time he felt he could not see through Chen Mo. Changxian blinked. Could it be that Chen Mo was still hiding something? Master uncle. All the disciples were shocked. Chen Mo's words were too astonishing. Rest assured, today at the Qingyun Sect, I will surely annihilate you. Chen Mo spoke with composure, stepping forward. Chen Mo walked step by step to Feng Wuchang's side. Little junior brother, the others looked at him somewhat incredulous. Rest assured, I am confident. Chen Mo snapped his fingers. Senior brother, fourth senior brother, trust me, you can return to the Qingyun Sect. He gave a reassuring look. Feng Wuchang and Changxian exchanged glances, still somewhat doubtful. After all, Chen Mo was facing 3 emperors alone. A sect master, you should trust Uncle Chen Mo. When I was in Yinzhou, Uncle Chen Mo had already slain 2 emperors. A man finally spoke up, unable to hold back any longer. What? Upon hearing this, everyone from the Qingyun Sect had their pupils contract, followed by expressions of shock. Chen Mo slaying 2 emperors. Are emperors that easy to kill? Uncle Chen hides his strength well. The disciples blinked. Situ Xiao and the others also looked at Chen Mo, their smiles bitter. Now it truly is that the older generation is not as good as the younger one. But it doesn't matter, Chen Mo is one of their own from the Qingyun Sect, and with him around the situation seemed to have become simpler. After all, Chen Mo is someone who can slay emperors. This indicates that his strength far exceeds that of the other emperors, not to mention slaying 3 at least he can hold them off. Feng Wuchang and Changxian exchanged glances and nodded. They chose to believe in Chen Mo. Little junior brother, be careful. Feng Wuchang nodded, and then he and Changxian soared into the air, heading towards the Qingyun Sect. Trying to leave, Mu Yunfei and the black and white twin devils snorted coldly and prepared to intercept Feng Wuchang and Changxian. Stop! As the 3 flew into the air, Chen Mo spoke up, rebuking, and a terrifying aura instantly surged towards the black and white twin devils and Mu Yunfei. Mu Yunfei and the black and white twin devils' expressions changed as they looked at Chen Mo. From Chen Mo, they felt an aura of terror. Last time you attacked the Shankai sect, I was not present, allowing you to escape with your life, but today will be your last day. Chen Mo spoke, coldly stepping through the air towards Mu Yunfei. And the 2 of you were not a match for old Yin back then, and today if you seek revenge, I will give you this opportunity. Chen Mo's voice echoed in the heavens. People from all over Qingzhou looked at the image stone containing Chen Mo, their pupils flashing with a hint of confusion. Who is this person? Does the Qingyun sect have such a figure? The people around were also bewildered. They had thought that the protagonists of this battle would be Feng Wuchang Changxian and the black and white twin devils along with Mu Yunfei. Unexpectedly, Feng Wuchang and Changxian left first. And Chen Mo, aside from the Qingyun Sect, no one recognized him. However, no one dared to ignore him. One person facing 3 emperors, even if he were to be defeated, they still respected him. Chen Mo suddenly seemed to recall something. The Hanyuan bell appeared in his hand. Emperor weapon. The moment the Hanyuan bell appeared, all eyes turned to Chen Mo, their pupils flashing with a hint of fervor. Mu Yunfei and the black and white twin devils also had burning eyes. There are not many emperor weapons in Qingzhou. Aside from the 3 sects, no other force possesses an emperor weapon, and now Chen Mo had summoned one. Kill this kid and the emperor weapon will be ours. The black and white twin devils spoke in unison, their voices perfectly synchronized. As long as they killed Chen Mo, the Qingyun Sect would definitely not dare to compete with them for this Hanyuan bell. At that moment, Chen Mo made an action that was hard to comprehend. He looked towards the distance, throwing the Hanyuan bell towards Feng Wuchang and Changxian. 4th senior brother, catch it. The Hanyuan bell flew out. Changxian caught it, giving Chen Mo a deep glance. Now was not the time for words. The two quickly headed towards the direction of the Qingyun Sect. This time, the ones to break the deadlock, they chose to trust Chen Mo. What? He just threw away the emperor weapon. The crowd stared in astonishment at Chen Mo's actions. It should be noted that for an emperor, having an emperor weapon and not having one makes a significant difference. Chen Mo threw away this emperor weapon, which could very well fall into the hands of the 3 emperors. I understand this person must be afraid that after his downfall the emperor weapon would be seized by the Qingyun Sect, so to protect the emperor weapon, he can only hand it over to the others of the Qingyun Sect. A wise man deduced this after a moment of thought. This kid. The expressions of the black and white twin devils were extremely grim as they watched the emperor weapon slip away. Senior, the fact that he can throw away an emperor weapon indicates that he must have other emperor weapons. If you kill him, everything on him will be yours. Mu Yunfei spoke up at this moment. He no longer aspired for the emperor weapon. After all, the Zixiao sacred land promised to give him one. For him, as long as he could slay Chen Mo, that was enough. That makes sense. The black and white twin devils nodded, standing shoulder to shoulder, their terrifying aura causing the heavens and earth to tremble violently. Under the pressure of the aura, Chen Mo's long hair flew. Everyone stopped dawdling. It's our turn now. Man Shan clenched his fists, his gaze locked onto the many elders of the Qingyun Sect. Situ Xiao Xiao Yang and Mo Tsang also had killing intent radiating from their eyes. The Red Lion was no different. Aside from the 3 emperors, the Red Lion was currently the strongest on the battlefield. Kill. Bai Lu drew his sword first, and the tense expressions of all Qingyun Sect disciples relaxed considerably. In an instant, a great battle was about to break out. In the highest sky, Mu Yunfei slashed out with his sword. The world changed, and the path of the sword descended from the heavens, attacking Chen Mo. The spectators were drawn to this strike. They did not know how strong Chen Mo was, but they clearly understood how terrifying Mu Yunfei's attack was. If this sword could not be blocked, the Qingyun Sect would surely perish today. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Chen Mo remained unmoved. Soon Mu Yunfei's sword struck down heavily on Chen Mo. In an instant, the spatial turbulence wreaked havoc, obscuring the vision of the crowd. No way was he killed in one blow. Although they could not see the scene inside, facing an attack from an emperor, no one in Qingzhou dared to take it heed. Uncle, little junior brother. The expressions of the Qingyun Sect members changed drastically as they shouted. Although a man mentioned that Chen Mo had slain an emperor, they still felt some worry at this moment. After all, Chen Mo had taken a full hit from Mu Yunfei's sword. Moments later, as the spatial turbulence dissipated, everyone's gaze turned to where Chen Mo was, not daring to blink. Soon everyone gulped hard. They saw Chen Mo casually brushing off the dust from his clothes, completely unharmed. How is this possible? Mu Yunfei's expression also changed drastically as he looked at the sword in his hand, filled with self-doubt. His sword attack caused Chen Mo no harm. At this moment, Chen Mo looked up, a hint of mockery in his eyes. The 3rd sect of Qingzhou. How dare you attempt to replace the Qingyun Sect who gave you the courage? Behind Chen Mo, endless radiance enveloped him, echoing like a deity in the heavens. Qingyun Sect. So there exists someone of such overwhelming strength. Why have we never seen him before? Not even heard his name. Below, the onlookers' pupils dilated as they gazed upon Chen Mo, divine, untouchable, while their hearts hammered violently in their chests. In Qingzhou, no one had ever dared claim to withstand Mu Yunfei's sword strike unscathed. Yet this man had done precisely that. And who are you? The black and white twin fiends instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. With wary, uneasy glances, they fixed their eyes upon Chen Mo. After decades in Qingzhou, if such a figure truly existed, they would certainly have known. Even the terrifyingly vast intelligence network of the Zixiao Holy Land held no record of Chen Mo. NMU Yunfei himself now felt an icy chill creeping up his spine. Silence reigned over the void. Then Chen Mo spoke. The one who will slay you. Ni's voice fell like thunder in the same breath his form dissolved into a fleeting afterimage. Elders, please lend me your strength. Yu Yunfei lifted his head, imploring the black and white twin fiends with desperate eyes. Ever since Chen Mo had effortlessly blocked his attack, he had known they stood on utterly unequal ground. The twin fiends, bound as one soul across two bodies, stepped forth in unison from the heavens, descending to stand beside Mu Yunfei. Channeling the primordial forces of heaven and earth, they tore open the sky above. The gloom-shrouded firmament ripped apart with a jagged, yawning fissure. From the heavens descended interwoven beams of black and white light, coalescing into an indescribable demonic entity. Faceless, formless, its colossal wings blotting out the sun as it surged toward Chen Mo. Below, spectators looked up, and the moment their eyes met, that being blood streamed from their sockets. They slammed their eyelids shut in terror. How horrifying! No wonder the black and white twin fiends are legendary sovereign emperors. Their combined assault made my soul tremble and my very life force ebb, even with but a single glance. Yet no one knew whether such power could wound Chen Mo. This thought flickered through their minds. All gathered their focus, straining their gaze upward toward the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the nameless entity opened its maw, a cavernous, blood-drenched abyss, as if to swallow Chen Mo whole. Yet the instant it drew near him, Chen Mo struck. A thread of light shimmered at his fingertip, Sure 3, and shot forth like an arrow loosed from heaven's bow. In that same heartbeat, the unspeakable entity crumbled into ash, vanishing utterly from the sky. What a... And the twin fiends recoiled as if confronted by a specter, their pupils wide with raw primal terror. NMU Yunfei sensed catastrophe looming. Xian sword art, and he traced 2 fingers along his blade. Suddenly the edge blazed with incandescent radiance, and he unleashed a single devastating slash. 100 zang-long sword of pure force cleaved downward from the heavens, shaking Qingyun City to its foundations. It was a sword stroke transcending time itself, spanning past, present, and future as it descended from the firmament. And upon its colossal blade coiled the dread sword intent unique to a sword sovereign emperor. The titanic blade hurtled toward Chen Mo, and he raised his head, and as the sword fell, he calmly extended 2 fingers. And with a soft crack, the blade shattered between them, exploding into countless fragments that scattered like stardust across the heavens. Accursed, NMU Yunfei's face twisted in disbelief. This is impossible. And why? Why did Qingyun Sect harbor such a peerless cultivator? Why had his name never reached even a whisper in Qingzhou? His Tao heart had already fractured. He had believed that ascending to sovereign emperor would allow him to supplant Qingyun Sect entirely. Yet when he launched his assault, Changxian suddenly broke through to sovereign emperor, and Mu Yunfei was forced to retreat in disgrace. Then came the Zixiao Holy Land's transmission, dispatching the black and white twin fiends to aid him. At that moment, he had envisioned Qingyun Sect crumbling beneath his feet, a mere stepping stone for Qingyun Sect. Even Feng Wuchang, a sovereign emperor himself, had not troubled him. He stood backed by the might of the Zixiao Holy Land, and he had already glimpsed the radiant future of Qingyun Sect, until Chen Mo appeared and shattered every illusion he held. Flee. And elsewhere the twin fiends exchanged a single glance, knowing full well they could not prevail today, and the instinct to flee surged within them. Elders, just as Mu Yunfei cried out, urging them to fight to the death, the twin fiends shattered the void and vanished from sight in an instant. Yu Yunfei's face contorted in utter disbelief. They fled, below onlookers gaped mouths agape, watching the twin fiends vanish into the void. So even sovereign emperors feared death, and even sovereign emperors were not invincible. And at that very moment, Chen Mo's scornful laughter echoed across heaven and earth. Think you can run? Chen Mo sneered coldly. Not so easily. Since you came, you shall remain. He raised his hand, and instantly laws of existence coalesced into ethereal chains surging beyond space and time toward the fleeing twin fiends. Moments later, the chains returned, dragging the twin fiends screaming from the void. And what is this technique? Stunned disbelief flooded their eyes as they stared at Chen Mo. This was outright cheating, and they tried to flee again, only to find space itself sealed rigid and absolute around them. Elders, your time has come. Chen Mo spoke softly like the Grim Reaper pronouncing final judgment. And the twin fiends' pupils darted wildly, both swallowed hard, dry-throated. Honored elder, we beg your mercy. We swear we shall depart Qingzhou forever and take no part in this conflict. The twin fiends had no choice but to plead for their lives. Chen Mo scoffed. No matter. Even if you joined this war, it would change nothing. With that, he clenched his fist, and the law chains pierced their bodies in a flash. Na crimson mist erupted across the heavens, and moments later the twin fiends collapsed, their souls utterly erased. Their bodies dissolved into scarlet mist, scattering across the void. And above, the wind howled mournfully, like heaven itself lamenting. Ghoul. Naviri, onlooker below, swallowed hard. Across Qingzhou, projection stones broadcast the twin fiends' demise, every frame seared into collective memory. Qingzhou erupted in chaos. Na's sovereign emperor had fallen, the heavens wept. Mu Yunfei watched, trembling uncontrollably. Even as a sovereign emperor, he felt only bottomless dread. Senior uncle and little younger brother, Qingyun Sect disciples lifted their faces toward Chen Mo in the heavens, blood surging, hearts ablaze. And this godlike slayer of sovereign emperors was theirs. When they saw Qingyun Sect field, 3 sovereign emperors' despair had settled over Qingyun Sect like a shroud. And then Chen Mo descended, divine, timely, inevitable. Only now did their suspended hearts settle. In, let us fight. In fervor ignited, they fought without fear, without hesitation, launching furious assaults against the remaining Qingyun Sect cultivators. I do not know your name, but this battle ends in Qingyun Sect's defeat. The war against Qingyun Sect was my decree. Upon my death, I beg you spare the other disciples. They are innocent. Mu Yunfei knew his fate was sealed in Chen Mo's hands, and spoke with solemn resolve, bowing deeply before him. Chen Mo uttered no word, only flicked his finger. A thread of light shot forth, and ended Mu Yunfei's life. As for Mu Yunfei's words, they were simply laughable. In a battle between 2 armies, it is either you die or I perish. Sparing the remaining members of the Qingyun Sect is out of the question. The spectators below had already become numb. From Chen Mo's strike to the slaying of the 3 emperors from the Qingyun Sect, the entire process lasted no more than 3 minutes. Countless people watched Chen Mo, whether on the battlefield or through projection stones. At this moment, throughout Qingzhou, no one did not recognize Chen Mo, even if they were unaware of his name. Yet they understood that the Qingyun Sect had gained another formidable figure. Sharing the title of emperor, he could easily slay Mu Yunfei and the infamous twin killers, indicating that he was at least in the mid or late stage of the emperor realm. If one were to ask who could rival the Qingzhou now, there would only be the old master of the Zixiao Holy Land and the old sect leader of the Taiying sect. And even that was uncertain. After dealing with the 3 emperors, Chen Mo turned his gaze towards the battlefield below. After Feng Wucheng and Chang Xian left, the overall strength of the Qingyun Sect's elders surpassed that of the Qingyun Sect. However, with the addition of the red line, the situation remained balanced. As for the disciples, the 4 peaks of the Qingyun Sect, guided by Chen Mo, had reached a level of strength that was no longer comparable to the Qingyun Sect, practically overwhelming them. Especially witnessing Mu Yunfei's fall, the elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect lost all fighting spirit, and the situation was completely one-sided. Chen Mo's divine sense penetrated deep into the Qingyun Sect. Moments later, he soared into the air and entered the Qingyun Sect. The protective array of the Qingyun Sect seemed utterly ineffective. At this moment, the inner and outer elders, deacons, and disciples of the Qingyun Sect saw Chen Mo as if faced with a formidable enemy. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, and they could not muster a thought of resistance. Chen Mo paid them no mind, as such matters could be left for Bai Lu and the others to handle later. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect were living in a good era. They had not truly experienced bloodshed. Although they were not completely sheltered flowers, they were close enough. Even their training had been accompanied by elders. It was necessary to take this opportunity to cultivate their killing intent. With a heart full of lethal weapons, the desire to kill naturally arises. However, at any time in the cultivation world, one must not lose that intent. Chen Mo continued deeper into the Qingyun Sect. Atop the largest sword peak of the Qingyun Sect, there was a cave dwelling surrounded by thousands of swords guarding it. Inside the cave, a figure resembling decaying wood was in seclusion. The supreme elder of the Qingyun Sect, Longshan, had been at the peak of the immortal sovereign level for a long time, and with his lifespan nearing its end, he had no choice but to enter seclusion. During his seclusion, he had blocked his perception and was completely unaware of the events occurring outside the Qingyun Sect. Chen Mo arrived at the cave dwelling. Seemingly sensing the uninvited guest, Chen Mo, thousands of swords emitted a terrifying sword cry. Then the multitude of swords whirled together, transforming into a colossal and fearsome sword aimed at Chen Mo. Get lost. Chen Mo snorted coldly. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing the giant sword to halt in an instant, shaking violently before vanishing into the void. At that moment, the core of the protective array of the Qingyun Sect dissipated. He swung open the door of the cave dwelling. Chen Mo strode into the cave. His gaze finally locked onto Longshan, who was currently sealing off his divine sense and had not sensed that the array had been breached. Chen Mo approached Longshan. He could not help but feel a sense of amusement. He was on the verge of death, yet still in seclusion. A single slap from Chen Mo sent Longshan's head flying, blood spraying everywhere. At that moment, Longshan's soul flew out. He looked at his body, now severed, his gaze filled with a hint of rage. Who are you daring to ambush me during my seclusion? Ambush? Chen Mo chuckled coldly. I am attacking you openly. Where is Mu Yunfei? Could he be dead? Oi. Longshan's anger had not dissipated. That unfilial disciple had been told not to disturb him during his seclusion, yet now his body was destroyed, and Mu Yunfei was nowhere to be seen. You are correct, he is indeed dead. Chen Mo replied calmly. However, it does not matter. Since you wish to see him, I shall send you to him right now. Arrogant little brat. Longshan sneered coldly, suddenly noticing the overwhelming blood energy emanating from Chen Mo, his greed flaring up. This body of yours looks quite impressive. If I can seize it, perhaps I can gain insights into the legendary Emperor realm. Longshan's terrifying soul power surged into Chen Mo's sea of consciousness. However, upon entering Chen Mo's sea of consciousness, he beheld Chen Mo's soul. The soul radiated a golden glow, and the terrifying aura of a peak emperor was now mockingly gazing at him. How is this possible? How can you possess such a terrifying soul aura? Longshan's complexion changed drastically, his greedy gaze turning to one of fear. Chen Mo did not waste words. A strand of golden light burst forth. Longshan's soul dissipated into the void. After resolving Longshan, Chen Mo left the Qingyun Sect. The battle continued. However, the people of the Qingyun Sect had lost their will to fight, with many falling to the Qingyun Sect. As Chen Mo stepped out, all eyes were focused on him. As long as Chen Mo made a move, the battle here would come to an end, and the Qingyun Sect would achieve final victory. Chen Mo's gaze turned towards the battlefield where Manshan and others were. Manshan and the others had completely gained the upper hand, yet Chen Mo quickly intervened and concluded the battle. Next, it was time for the disciples of the Four Peaks. Chen Mo and the elders of the Qingyun Sect did not take action, choosing instead to watch quietly. This was the best training for the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. After a moment, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect gradually dwindled. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect became increasingly courageous. Whenever there was a life-threatening situation, Chen Mo would timely intervene. After a while, all the core disciples of the Qingyun Sect were killed. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect displayed expressions of excitement. Last time, they had won, but this time, they had won even more thoroughly. Listen carefully, I am giving you an hour to deal with the remaining members of the Qingyun Sect. Remember, do not leave any survivors. Still immersed in joy, Chen Mo spoke, his gaze sweeping across all the disciples. Uncle Master, we have already won. Let those outer disciples go free. A female disciple spoke up, her eyes filled with a hint of reluctance. Chen Mo and Manshan exchanged glances and sighed. Indeed, they were still too naive. Shaking his head, Chen Mo said, remember, mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. Consider it from their perspective. If today it was the Qingyun Sect that emerged victorious, would they spare the disciples of the Qingyun Sect? So, Chen Mo's words were not finished when Bai Lu turned to all the disciples. As the senior brother of the Qingyun Sect, Bai Lu displayed the responsibility of a senior brother at this moment. Listen to Uncle Master, we move out. Remember, leave no survivors. Bai Lu was the first to draw his sword and step into the Qingyun Sect. The previously wavering disciples, upon hearing Chen Mo's words, fell into contemplation. Moments later, they reached a consensus. They must eradicate the roots. Chen Mo displayed a hint of satisfaction. As the senior brother of the Qingyun Sect, he truly bore responsibility. Bai Lu, that fellow, appeared foolish when in love, but showed no hesitation when it came to fighting. Moreover, his temperament is commendable, neither arrogant nor hasty. He knows when to be benevolent and when to be ruthless. Encouraged by Bai Lu, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect rallied their spirits. Considering it from another perspective, had Chen Mo not stepped forward today, they might have already fallen to the Qingyun Sect. The Qingyun Sect would not spare the other disciples of the Qingyun Sect for their deaths. Instead, a river of blood awaited the Qingyun Sect. Thinking of this, a flicker of goodwill vanished from the hearts of those disciples. A resolute determination emerged in their eyes. The remaining disciples of the Qingyun Sect would not thank the Qingyun Sect for sparing them. Rather, they would harbor resentment. In that case, they should annihilate the entire Qingyun Sect, an end to it all. As all the disciples entered the Qingyun Sect, the eyes of all onlookers turned to Chen Mo. The Qingyun Sect is no more. His throat moved. It had been a long time since a force had been eradicated, especially one of the stature of the Qingyun Sect. From this day forth, the landscape of Qingzhou would be irrevocably altered. Could the Zixiao sacred land still maintain its position as the #1 sect in Qingzhou? Perhaps its overall strength was greater than that of the Qingyun Sect, but in terms of peak combat power, they might not be able to rival Chen Mo. Chen Mo slowly flew into the void, his gaze fixed on the onlookers. He knew that the words he spoke today would resound throughout Qingzhou. The Zixiao sacred land harbors ambitions seeking to dominate Qingzhou and inciting various forces to besiege our Qingyun sect. If any force wishes to assist the Zixiao sacred land, they should consider carefully whether they can withstand the wrath of our Qingyun sect. Chen Mo's voice rang out echoing through the entire Qiyang city. Through the sound transmission stones his words quickly spread across all of Qingzhou. The region was in shock. Except for the Zixiao sacred land and the Taiyang sect, all forces heard Chen Mo's words. In an instant, those who wished to choose sides felt a chill. To be honest, the conditions offered by the Zixiao sacred land were too generous. They could not refuse, yet now they dared not take sides. To do so easily would be to follow the example set by the Qingyun sect. In the conflict among major forces, it was better not to get involved lightly. Inside the Qingyun sect, the inner and outer disciples gathered together with the elders. They gazed at the devastated battlefield outside, littered with corpses, all belonging to the disciples and elders of the Qingyun sect. Mu Yunfei was dead, and many elders of the Qingyun sect had perished. The supreme elder Longshan was kicked aside like a roadside carcass. All the members of the Qingyun sect trembled in fear. Though the Qingyun sect had been obliterated, they still harbored hopes of survival. If the Qingyun sect had any humanity, they would not hold it against them. As long as they were alive, there was hope for revenge in the future. Having entered the Qingyun sect, their talents were not completely lacking, and there remained a chance for vengeance. Just as everyone was praying, the figures of Bai Lu and the others slowly appeared before their eyes. The moment they saw the many disciples of the Qingyun sect, they felt an overwhelming despair. We're doomed. The Qingyun sect does not intend to spare us. All the disciples trembled, filled with despair. Are they over there? Lu Xiao noticed the many disciples of the Qingyun sect, pointing his feather fan directly at them, causing many disciples of the Qingyun sect to shiver in fear. We move forward. Remember, leave no survivors. Kill without mercy. Bai Lu drew his sword, his gaze carrying a hint of ruthlessness. He felt no guilt about annihilating the Qingyun sect. The Qingyun sect deserved to be exterminated. Good. The disciples responded in unison, then flew towards the remaining disciples of the Qingyun sect. A middle-aged man slowly stepped forward, an inner sect elder and the highest-ranking member remaining in the Qingyun sect. I am Duan Yi of the Qingyun sect. The matters of the Qingyun sect were decided by the sect master and the various elders. Now that the sect master and the elders are dead, we are innocent. Please spare us. We would be immensely grateful. Duan Yi's gaze was sincere, but he thought of surviving and then leading these disciples to establish a new sect where they could nurture them well and surely take revenge. That's right, we are just disciples and have no authority. Whether to attack the Qingyun sect or ally with the Zixiao sacred land was decided by the sect master. It has nothing to do with us. We beg you to spare our lives. All disciples and elders spoke up, their eyes filled with pleading. Spare your lives? Bai Lu first rubbed his chin, then nodded after a moment. No problem. Many disciples of the Qingyun sect looked at Bai Lu, somewhat puzzled by his intentions. Under the gaze of the crowd, Bai Lu slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. However, it will be in your next life. You may be spared in your next life, but not in this one. Having said that, a surge of killing intent welled up in Bai Lu's eyes. With a single stroke of his sword, Duan Yi's head fell to the ground, blood sliding down the sword tip. The many disciples and elders of the Qingyun sect had no time to rejoice, instantly plunging into immense despair. Why? All eyes turned to Bai Lu. What does this war have to do with us? Clearly it was all decided by the sect master and the elders. Why does the Qingyun sect refuse to spare us? Such wanton slaughter of the innocent, do you not fear the backlash from the world? Many disciples of the Qingyun sect spoke out, attempting to criticize the Qingyun sect from a moral high ground. Bai Lu scoffed. What a joke. How dare you utter that it has nothing to do with you? The battle between the two sects is a matter of life and death. At a critical moment, fearing death and distancing yourselves from the sect, you are unworthy of being cultivators. Bai Lu changed his tone, a smirk playing on his lips. Of course, even if you speak eloquently, you will still die today. Does being weak mean we deserve to die? The sect master insisted on attacking the Qingyun sect and opposing the Zixiao sacred land. What does that have to do with us? Even if we wanted to stop the sect master, do we have the ability to do so? One person stepped forward, slowly speaking, tears glistening in his eyes. If it were about strength, they would never have left the Qingyun sect alive, thus they had to resort to moral coercion. What if they were strong? As long as they stood on the moral high ground, the Qingyun sect could not kill them. You are right, you indeed lack the ability to stop us, but you could have chosen to leave the Qingyun sect. The reason you did not choose to leave the Qingyun sect is that you believe it can replace the Qingyun sect, and you could become disciples of the third sect of Qingzhou. Essentially, you are no different from Mu Yunfei and the others. The one who spoke this time was Ling Shui, a hint of disdain on her lips. That disciple stepped forward, wanting to say more, but suddenly behind Bai Lu a flash of sword light appeared, and that person's head fell. As the man's head fell to the ground, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could the Qingyun Sect dare to kill him when he stood on the moral high ground? After the flash of the sword light, a man sheathed his sword, exhaled, and casually wiped the blade. "Oh, senior brother, by senior sister Ling, why waste words with them? Have you forgotten what master said?" A man spoke nonchalantly. All the disciples of the Qingyun Sect looked at each other in confusion. Bai Lu, Ling Shui Wu Kuei, and Lu Jiao exchanged glances, each seeing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. A man seemed to have changed since returning from Yinzhou. He was truly different from before. His personality remained the same, but he had become more decisive. Especially Bai Lu and Ling Shui, who felt a bit embarrassed. Despite their strong abilities, they had nearly been brainwashed, feeling ashamed of Master Chen Mo's teachings. The remaining disciples of the Qingyun Sect were also in disbelief. They shook their heads in despair. Could it be that the Qingyun Sect really is as indiscriminate in killing as the Zixiao Holy Land claims? "What does it matter to you?" A man coldly replied. "Are you not afraid of being rejected by the world for your brutality? No matter how strong the Qingyun Sect is, once rejected by the world, aren't you afraid it will bring disaster upon the sect?" The disciples of the Qingyun Sect remained unconvinced. "I can't be bothered to talk to you. You are not worthy to listen." Ignoring the Qingyun Sect members, a man turned to Bai Lu and the others. "Brothers and sisters, stop wasting time. Let them say what they want down there." After speaking, a man took the lead and struck first his sword, striking down like the Grim Reaper's scythe, causing a disciple of the Qingyun Sect to fall with each blow. "Kill." Bai Lu also ceased talking. With a shout, the sword light soared. Soon after, Ling Shui Wu Kuei and Lu Jiao led all the disciples of the Qingyun Sect into the fray. As the fourth largest sect in Qingzhou, the Qingyun Sect had far more outer and inner disciples than core disciples. The same applied to the elders of the inner and outer sects. However, at this moment, facing the onslaught of the Four Peaks disciples from the Qingyun Sect, even their numbers were insufficient to mount a defense. The disciples from the Four Peaks swept through like wolves among sheep. The people of the Qingyun Sect had no resistance whatsoever. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect completely swept through like autumn winds scattering leaves. Moments later, the entire Qingyun Sect had become a mountain of corpses. Rivers of blood flowed, and severed limbs formed mountains. As Bai Lu's final sword fell, all disciples of the Qingyun Sect perished. Not a single living soul remained. Each disciple of the Qingyun Sect was stained with blood on their robes, their faces likewise. Yet no one showed a hint of remorse. Such is the nature of the cultivation world. Had the Qingyun Sect been defeated today, it would have been their own blood flowing like rivers. "Let's scavenge the cultivation resources of the Qingyun Sect before we head back." Bai Lu wiped the blood from his face and murmured, "To kill is one thing, acquiring resources is another." "All right." The disciples nodded. The cultivation resources of the Qingyun Sect were not to be underestimated. If they could obtain these resources, it would greatly benefit the Qingyun Sect. The Qingyun Sect became the fourth sect in Qingzhou in such a short time for a reason. By integrating the strengths of many, the Qingyun Sect could progress even faster. Crack! Just as everyone was preparing to leave, a sound of wood breaking came from the ruins in the distance. "Who?" Bai Lu turned, his gaze filled with killing intent. With a swing of his sword, the palace shattered, and from behind the ruins a child about 10 years old emerged. His body trembled, but anyone could see the hint of malice in his eyes. "Who are you?" Bai Lu asked. "Mu Jingxiao." The child coldly replied, fixing his gaze on Bai Lu. It was these people who had killed his father, and his mother had died in this war as well. "Mu Jingxiao." Bai Lu's eyes shifted slightly. "Are you Mu Yunfei's son?" "So what if I am?" Mu Jingxiao replied, coldly glaring at Bai Lu and the others. He wanted to remember this group. They were the ones who destroyed his family. Upon hearing this, a murderous intent radiated from Bai Lu. Just as he was about to act, Lu Jiao grabbed him, saying, "Forget it, he's just a child with no cultivation, he won't cause any trouble." Bai Lu hesitated. At that moment, a man stepped forward smiling. "Senior brother Lu is right, he's just a child, let him be." She patted Bai Lu's shoulder and walked towards Mu Jingxiao, gently ruffling his hair. "Little friend, can you tell your sister where your mother has gone?" "My mother is dead, you all caused it." Mu Jingxiao shook off a man's hand, glaring at her with resentment. "One day I will take revenge." "Oh, so your mother is gone. How unfortunate." A man sighed, shaking her head. "But don't speak of revenge again. Since you're a child, I won't hold it against you. But don't let me see you again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Get away, it's none of your business." Mu Jingxiao angrily pushed a man away and ran to the other side of the palace. Not taking revenge was impossible. He wanted the Qingyun Sect to regret it. He wanted the Qingyun Sect to bury his parents and many senior brothers. So mischievous. A man giggled, a hint of mischief appearing in her eyes. She then walked towards Bai Lu. "Senior brother, let's go." A man naturally held Bai Lu's hand. Bai Lu looked at her, saying, "A man, is it really all right to let him go?" If Master finds out, we will be scolded. Bai Lu was somewhat confused based on her earlier behavior. A man would definitely not let Mu Jingxiao go. Yes, junior sister, your behavior is quite unusual. Ling Shui also spoke up, casting a doubtful glance at a man. You haven't been possessed, have you? Oh, senior sister, what are you talking about? A man stuck out her tongue. He's just a child, he deserves a chance. Just as everyone thought a man would let Mu Jingxiao go, she suddenly turned around, looking at the room Mu Jingxiao had just entered. It seems there are still people there. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, a man formed a hand seal and instantly overturned the house. Mu Jingxiao was looking around in confusion. Bai Lu and the others also looked at a man with strange expressions. What exactly was she trying to do? At that moment, a man's face lit up with excitement as she looked at Mu Jingxiao. Little friend, what a coincidence, oh, we've met again. Do you remember what your sister told you earlier? If we meet again, I won't let you go this time. A man smiled sweetly, her voice melodious. Bai Lu, Ling Shui, Lu Jiao. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect gaped in shock. Was there such a twist? They had naively believed a man would let Mu Jingxiao go, but it seemed they were too naive after all. Mu Jingxiao's expression also changed, becoming flustered. He pointed at a man, his finger trembling violently. You are cheating. What do you mean by playing dirty? A man innocently spread his hands. I gave you a chance, but it's not my fault you didn't run away. Mu Jingxiao trembled with anger. How can you claim to be righteous when you are so vile? Mu Jingxiao's face paled. A man snorted coldly. Remember to be born into a good family in your next life. With that, a beam of light swirled in his hand, and in an instant it severed Mu Jingxiao's head. All right, let's go search for resources. A man clapped his hands casually. Everyone looked at a man with strange expressions. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, a man touched his cheek and asked, What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Everyone quickly shook their heads and gave a man a thumbs up, saying, A man, you truly are impressive. Oh, you all saw it. It's not that I didn't want to let him go. It was his own commotion that brought this on. A man explained, but felt no guilt within. If Mu Jingxiao were a baby, perhaps she would have spared him, but unfortunately Mu Jingxiao was not. At such a young age, he already harbored malicious intent. Given time, he would surely become a menace. Therefore, he must die. The others were not conflicted. No one genuinely wanted to spare Mu Jingxiao. Soon, everyone dispersed to gather all the resources of the Qingyun Sect. Meanwhile, outside the Qingyun Sect, after Feng Wuchang and others left, 3 figures appeared. Dressed in the distinctive elder robes of the Zixiao sacred ground, the 3 exuded an air of calm and arrogance. At this moment, one of them spoke, his voice filled with admiration. It seems as if every move of the Qingyun Sect is within his grasp. Of course, another chimed in, he is the Holy Son, a genius rarely seen in our Zixiao sacred ground. Moreover, not only is he intelligent, but his strength is also extraordinarily formidable. Joining the Zixiao sacred ground back then was indeed the wisest choice. The cultivation resources here far exceed those of other forces. Of course, after all, our Zixiao sacred ground has. Hearing the 2 discuss, the leader immediately interrupted them sharply. Say what needs to be said, but do not speak of what should not be said. Be careful, there may be ears on the other side of the wall. At that time, I cannot guarantee your safety. Understood, big brother, we were just giving a compliment. The 2 immediately made a gesture to silence themselves. A flicker of relief passed through the leader's eyes. The 3 had grown up together and quickly established their own domain in Qingzhou. They were also known as the 3 heroes of Nanyang. The trio became increasingly arrogant, looking down on the heroes of the world, and even more so on the disciples of these large forces. Until one time, due to certain issues, they offended the Zixiao sacred ground, yet the 3 still did not take the Zixiao sacred ground seriously. With their strength, they repeatedly evaded the pursuit of the Zixiao sacred ground, and even killed many of its members. Just as the 3 became more and more arrogant, believing they could soon forge a legendary tale, they encountered Gu Tianxiao. At that time, Gu Tianxiao was not yet the Holy Son and had no reputation. The 3 looked down on him, considering him merely a disciple sent by the Zixiao sacred ground to die. However, in just one encounter, Gu Tianxiao utterly shattered their confidence. What they did not expect was that Gu Tianxiao did not kill them. Instead, he offered them unparalleled conditions and brought them into the Zixiao sacred ground. With the unique cultivation resources of the Zixiao sacred ground, their strength rapidly advanced, and now they had all broken through to the peak of the immortal sovereign realm. Meanwhile, Gu Tianxiao had already surpassed the great emperor. Now no one knew what realm he had reached. Chu Xiong recalled the memories and felt grateful to Gu Tianxiao over the years. If it weren't for Gu Tianxiao, they might not have survived these years. With their talents, it would have been impossible to break through to the peak of the immortal sovereign realm in this lifetime. Moreover, this time, once they destroyed the Qingyun Sect, Gu Tianxiao promised them the opportunity to break through to the great emperor. Let's go annihilate the Qingyun Sect and destroy its protective formation. We can advance further. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiong murmured. Good. The other two nodded, their eyes filled with excitement. Breaking through to the great emperor was something they had never dared to imagine in their lifetime. But this time they chose to believe in Qingyun. They also chose to believe in the Zixiao sacred ground. The world believed that there was not much difference between the three major sects of Qingzhou, but only they knew that the Zixiao sacred ground far surpassed the Qingyun Sect and the Taiyang Sect. Even if the Qingyun Sect and the Taiyang Sect joined forces, they would still be far inferior to the Zixiao sacred ground. The three no longer hesitated and flew towards the Qingyun Sect. Soon the protective formation of the Qingyun Sect appeared before the three. Excitement flickered in their eyes. This was not just the protective formation of the Qingyun Sect, it was their path to becoming great emperors. As long as they destroyed this protective formation, what awaited them would be the path to the heavens. The sect master has returned. Within the Qingyun Sect, everyone looked at the three figures that suddenly appeared, a smile forming on their faces. However, upon recognizing the faces of Chu Xiong and the others, terror replaced their smiles. No, it's not the sect master, it's people from the Zixiao sacred ground. They recognized the robes on the three, and their expressions grew more terrified. How is this possible? How could the Zixiao sacred ground know our Qingyun Sect's plans? All disciples found it hard to believe. Currently, all the elders and core disciples of the Qingyun Sect were at the Qingyun Sect. The only ones capable of stopping these three, the Supreme Elder and Luo Qingyao, were still in seclusion. Once the protective formation was breached, all that awaited them was death. Big brother, let's make a move. The other two spoke, their eyes filled with excitement. All right. Chu Xiong nodded, looking at the terrified disciples within the Qingyun Sect, feeling immensely satisfied. Then a terrifying light burst forth from the three's hands. Knowing that the protective formation of the Qingyun Sect was not so simple, the three did not dare to be careless and prepared to utterly destroy this formation from the very beginning. As three beams of light descended, the expressions of the many disciples of the Qingyun Sect grew increasingly fearful. However, just as the beams were about to land, suddenly a terrifying sword intent fell from the heavens, and the attacks of the three heroes of Nanyang vanished in an instant. The three heroes of Nanyang's expressions changed drastically. According to Gu Tianxiu's plan, there should be no one in the Qingyun Sect capable of stopping them at this moment. Moments later, Chang Xian and Feng Wuchang appeared high above, coldly gazing at the three. Sect Master. Many disciples of the Qingyun Sect revealed expressions of joy. In this critical moment, Feng Wuchang and Chang Xian had finally returned. The three heroes of Nanyang gazed at Feng Wuchang, and Chang Xian, disbelief etched upon their faces. Feng Wuchang. Chang Xian. How could you possibly return? Chu Xiong has already obtained all the information about the Qingyun Sect members and naturally recognized Feng Wuchang and Chang Xian. Could it be? Chu Xiong's expression shifted as he realized something. The rest of the Qingyun Sect members must have been left at the Qingyun Sect, while Feng Wuchang and Chang Xian, being the emperors, had naturally escaped. The three heroes of Nanyang. Chang Xian directed his gaze at Chu Xiong, recognizing the origins of the three men. I never expected that not only did you three survive, but you also joined the Zixiao sacred land. A hint of wariness flickered in Chang Xian's eyes. The three heroes of Nanyang, the black and white dual killers, were renowned rogue cultivators. The world believed they had long perished, yet they had secretly joined the Zixiao sacred land. In that case, the Zixiao sacred land is indeed terrifying. Over the years, who knows how many talents they have absorbed. How we fare is none of your concern. I didn't expect the Holy Sun to send two emperors, yet still be unable to take you down. Chu Xiong spoke coldly. However, do not rejoice too soon, as sooner or later the Qingyun Sect will perish at the hands of the Zixiao sacred land. Gritting his teeth, Chu Xiong spoke. Only by entering the Zixiao sacred land did he truly understand its terror. The current Zixiao sacred land was no longer on the same level as other forces. Rest assured, you will not see that day. With a cold snort, Chang Xian drew his sword. In a rift in space appeared the sword light, soaring, instantly reaching the three men. The three men had no strength to resist and fell in an instant under Chang Xian's blade. Senior brother, you remain at the sect while I go assist junior brother. After dealing with Chu Xiong and the others, Chang Xian spoke urgently. Although Chen Mo, as mentioned by a man, could easily slay an emperor, he still felt uneasy. After all, those were three genuine emperors. All right. Feng Wuchang nodded. He too wished to help Chen Mo, but the current situation dictated that the Qingyun Sect must have someone to guard it. Zixiao sacred land. At the summit of a cliff reaching the heavens, Gu Tianxiao faced the sea of clouds, a smile gracing his lips, playing with a chess piece in his hand, the smile growing increasingly sinister. Qingyun Sect. With a disdainful smile, Gu Tianxiao stretched lazily. Calculating the time, it should be about right. From now on, Qingzhou will be the domain of the Zixiao sacred land. Tomorrow, all the forces, big and small, such as the Qingyun Sect, and the surely sword sect will unite with the Zixiao sacred land, allowing it to completely dominate Qingzhou. With Qingzhou as the center given time, it is not impossible to rule the entire Mingyuan realm. At that time, he could peer into the legendary peak realm of the emperors. Currently, there was no emperor at the peak in the Mingyuan realm. As Gu Tianxiao thought this, his mood grew increasingly cheerful. However, the Taiying sect has been rather ungrateful. Gu Tianxiao murmured, daring to refuse the Zixiao sacred land. It seemed that the Taiying sect had been at peace for too long. But it didn't matter. Next, it would be the Taiying sect. Holy Son, there's been an incident. Just as Gu Tianxiao was contemplating his grand ambitions, an anxious and worried voice came accompanied by hurried footsteps that startled him. Turning around, he saw the Grand Elder rushing in, a look of terror on his face, holding a communication tube. Why do you appear so flustered, Elder? Gu Tianxiao felt displeased, but still inquired softly. The Grand Elder rubbed his temples, looking distraught. Holy Son, something terrible has happened. The soul tablets of the black and white dual killers and the 3 heroes of Nanyang have shattered. What? Gu Tianxiao shouted angrily, grabbing the Grand Elder by the collar. What did you say? Say it again. The Grand Elder's face was pale with fear as he stammered, the jade tablets of the black and white dual killers and the 3 heroes of Nanyang. Shattered. Damn it. Gu Tianxiao threw the chess piece in his hand to the ground, no longer wearing the previously confident expression. Tell me what exactly happened. With a fierce look on his face, Gu Tianxiao spoke coldly. The black and white dual killers were both emperors, and with Mu Yunfei, they comprised 3 emperors. Yet the Zixiao sacred land only had Changxian, who had broken through to emperor. Even if Luo Qingyao emerged from seclusion, it was impossible to slay the black and white dual killers. As for the 3 heroes of Nanyang, it was even less likely they could be dead. All the high-ranking members of the Qingyun Sect had rushed to the Qingyun Sect. There was no one left who could challenge the 3 heroes of Nanyang. The Grand Elder clasped his hands and spoke with a trembling voice. Holy Son, our information was incorrect. The Qingyun Sect not only had Changxian break through to emperor, but Feng Wuchang has also broken through to emperor. Gu Tianxiao's pupils contracted. What? Could it be that the Qingyun Sect had some kind of opportunity? After a moment, he suddenly reacted. Even if Feng Wuchang broke through to emperor with just him and Changxian, it would be impossible to slay the black and white dual killers, not to mention Mu Yunfei. Is there any other change in this matter? Gu Tianxiao's eyes reddened slightly. Although the black and white dual killers and the 3 heroes of Nanyang were not important figures in the Zixiao sacred land, they were still individuals he had invested great resources to cultivate to this point. Their deaths would be a significant loss to him. Everything indeed went as you predicted, Holy Son. The entire Qingyun Sect attacked the Qingyun Sect, leaving no backup in the Qingyun Sect. However, just as everything was going smoothly, one person emerged from the Qingyun Sect, not only holding off the black and white dual killers and Mu Yunfei, but also easily slaying all 3. Both Feng Wuchang and Changxian also returned to the Qingyun Sect and killed the 3 heroes of Nanyang, the Grand Elder murmured. Gu Tianxiao's pupils widened in shock. He coldly snorted and flicked his robe. Damn it, how could the Qingyun Sect possibly have such a presence? Gu Tianxiao spoke incredulously. To easily slay 3 emperors, one must be at least at the mid-stage of emperor. Such a person in the Qingyun Sect could not be nameless. Holy Son, please look at this person. The Grand Elder crushed a recording stone, and an image appeared before him and Gu Tianxiao. In the image, Chen Mo appeared like a deity, easily slaying the black and white dual killers and Mu Yunfei. When he heard Chen Mo speak, intimidating all the forces of the world, Gu Tianxiao could no longer control his emotions and clenched his fists tightly. His plans had been completely disrupted by Chen Mo's appearance. After a moment, he calmed down. Go investigate. We must find out this person's origins. Also, in the short term, do not take any action without my orders. Taking a deep breath, Gu Tianxiao coldly spoke, a hint of long-lost wariness surfacing in his eyes. To easily slay the black and white dual killers and Mu Yunfei, even if he was not as strong as Gu Tianxiao, he was not far off. Such a presence, if not investigated, would pose a significant threat to the Zixiao sacred land. Not only that, but now the Qingyun Sect had not only Changxian and Luo Qingyao, but also Feng Wuchang and Chen Mo, both of whom were emperors. They were becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. Especially Chen Mo in the image, who made Gu Tianxiao feel an immense sense of dread. Qiyang City. As Bai Lu and the other disciples walked out of the Qingyun Sect, the battle came to a definitive close. The Qingyun Sect achieved a resounding victory. Not a single survivor remained from the Qingyun Sect. The spectators quietly watched as Bai Lu and the others emerged. The silence was palpable. The landscape of Qingzhou had changed. If the Zixiao Holy Land does not possess top-tier combat power like Chen Mo, the Qingyun Sect will be unstoppable. Sure boy, sure shoe. After Bai Lu and the others came out, some disciples happily waved. Then they took out all the resources looted from the Qingyun Sect from their spatial rings. Piles of martial arts manuals and celestial techniques. Countless pills and weapons. Additionally, there were abundant top-grade, high-grade, mid-grade, and low-grade spirit veins. Shirshu looked this is all from the Qingyun Sect. Bai Lu stepped forward and saluted. His usually composed demeanor was now filled with excitement. Indeed, once a war is won, the rewards are undoubtedly satisfying. Very good, very good. Chen Mo nodded with a smile, pleased that these disciples knew how to take advantage of their victory. All right, gather everything up. We are heading back to the Qingyun Sect. Yes. The disciples nodded, swiftly collecting the resources, and then all boarding the Red Lion. The Red Lion soared into the sky, stirring up dust on the ground. Gradually, they departed from Qiyang City. Once the Red Lion had gone far, countless people came back to their senses, their eyes still reflecting shock. This battle, was it a new beginning or an ending? Everything depended on the Qingyun Sect. Momentarily, everyone reacted and surged into the Qingyun Sect like a swarm of locusts. Although most resources had been looted by the Qingyun Sect, there were certainly things the Qingyun Sect would overlook, allowing them to share in the spoils. However, once they rushed into the Qingyun Sect, they were taken aback. Corpses littered the ground, rivers of blood flowed. The so-called cultivation resources had all been plundered. Damn it, many rogue cultivators couldn't help but curse. This Qingyun Sect is utterly inhumane. Not only were cultivation resources gone, but even the fine materials for building palaces had been taken. They could only dig up the leftover mud after the spirit veins had been extracted. After all, the mud that had been touched by the spirit veins still had some use. On the way to the Qingyun Sect, every person's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Qingyun Sect was annihilated, and the Qingyun Sect suffered no losses. At the head of the Red Lion, Xiaoyang Situ, Xiaoman Shan, and Imo-tsang looked at Chen Mo with eyes of astonishment. Hiss! Xiaoyang took a deep breath, placing his hand on Chen Mo's shoulder. You really hid yourself well, kid. We agreed to sneak a peek at the beauties bathing together, but you went and became an emperor behind my back. Indeed, junior brother, that was quite unprincipled of you, pretending to have no cultivation with such power. Manshan also opened his mouth in frustration. Only Situ Xiao remained expressionless, as if he had already known. Chen Mo shook his head and smiled. Brothers, please don't blame me. This was all the doing of Master Yao Qingyao. Chen Mo shifted all the blame onto Yin Qingyang, who was already dead, so they couldn't possibly ask him. It seems that when we return, we should also go into seclusion, striving to break through to the emperor level as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will become the last to break through. Junior brother and junior sister have already reached the emperor level. The first senior brother and fourth senior brother have also broken through to the emperor level. They too must work hard. Forget it, senior brother. How can you compare yourself to these gifted monsters? Don't let your inner demons take root. Xiaoyang joked with a smile. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I disagree. Imo-tsang shot Xiaoyang a glare. You are all still young, unlike me, this old man. Keep working hard. You all have the opportunity to break through. Second senior brother, rest assured you will also break through to the emperor level. Imo-tsang's slightly pessimistic words made everyone's expressions tense. Chen Mo quickly spoke up to comfort him, and to be fair, it wouldn't be too difficult for Imo-tsang to break through to the emperor level with him around. Shaking his head, Imo-tsang said, I do not aspire to break through to the emperor level. Oh, I only hope to excel in alchemy and weapon crafting in the Minyuan realm. Ugh. Xiaoyang Situ, Xiaoman Shan, and Chen Mo exchanged glances. That sounds just as tough as breaking through to the emperor level. While everyone chatted idly, a figure appeared ahead riding a sword. Fourth senior brother. Fourth junior brother. The newcomer was Chang Xian, who halted his figure. Junior brother, you all. He glanced at Chen Mo and the others, noticing that the Qingyun Sect had suffered no losses. Everything is resolved. Chang Xian spoke softly, disbelief evident in his eyes. Chen Mo nodded gently. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. All three emperors are dead. Chang Xian continued to inquire. Not just the three emperors. Xiaoyang shook his hand. The Qingyun Sect has no survivors. Well done. Chang Xian suppressed the shock within him, giving everyone a thumbs up. In the battle between the two sects, no survivors were left. This is the right approach. Never leave yourself with hidden dangers. Senior brother, how is the Qingyun Sect? Chen Mo continued to ask. Chang Xian shook his head. No injuries. The attackers on the Qingyun Sect were the infamous Nanyang Three Heroes from earlier. Nanyang Three Heroes. Chen Mo, Situ Xiao, and Xiaoyang frowned. Didn't the Nanyang Three Heroes get slain by Gutian Xiao before? Situ Xiao spoke. That's the strange part. Chang Xian raised an eyebrow, his expression grave. Heibai Shuangsha and the Nanyang Three Heroes are all renowned top-tier cultivators in Qingzhou. And now they have all joined the Zixiao Holy Land. We suspect that over the years the Zixiao Holy Land has secretly nurtured a number of rogue cultivators, all of whom are top-notch powerhouses. In that case, the strength of the Zixiao Holy Land may be stronger than we anticipated. Situ Xiao put away his feather fan, his voice heavy. You must know, during the previous battle between the righteous and the demonic, the one who suffered the most damage was our Qingyun Sect. The Zixiao Holy Land suffered almost no losses at all. Now is not the time to worry about such things, Chang Xin murmured. The Qingyun Sect has been destroyed, and 2 emperors from the Zixiao Holy Land are dead. Before they have a clear understanding of Junior Brother's strength, they will not dare to act rashly. Tomorrow I will personally go to the Zixiao Holy Land to investigate the situation. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, murmuring, in essence, I do not wish to eliminate the Zixiao Holy Land too soon. If the Zixiao Holy Land is destroyed, the Qingyun Sect will be invincible in Qingzhou. Inevitably, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect would become arrogant. Such a situation would not be beneficial for their development. However, if the strength of the Zixiao Holy Land has already reached a certain level, he wouldn't mind taking action. Do not take risks. Chen Mo's words were soon dismissed by Chang Xian. The Zixiao Holy Land is fraught with peril, and they may have some tremendous methods. Since they haven't made any moves, we have no need to provoke them. While everyone was discussing, they had already arrived at the Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect. The returning Chen Mo and others sparked a round of cheers. Their safe return signified the annihilation of the Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect. A great victory. Feng Wuchang's eyes revealed a trace of excitement that was hard to conceal. The current Qingyun Sect seemed to be unstoppable. With the 3 great emperors and Chen Mo in such a lineup, even the Zixiao Sacred Land would not dare to act rashly. At least not before understanding Chen Mo's true strength. Meanwhile, at the Zixiao Sacred Land, as the most powerful force in Qingzhou, the intelligence system of the Zixiao Sacred Land was naturally not comparable to ordinary powers. In just half an hour, information about Chen Mo appeared before Gu Tianxiao. Gu Tianxiao frowned even more as he read the information about Chen Mo. Chen Mo, brought back to Qingyun Sect by Yan Qingyang 100 years ago with his parents, perished in the hands of the demonic path. 100 years. Gu Tianxiao frowned even more, his expression growing increasingly grim. In just 100 years he has reached such a level. Who exactly is this Chen Mo? Gu Tianxiao became increasingly wary, mainly because the information indicated that Chen Mo had no remarkable cultivation talent and had no records of making a move in the past century. The only recorded event was his solitary defeat of the 3 great emperors. Elder, what do you think? Gu Tianxiao inquired. I have 2 guesses. The elder clasped his hands. Speak up, Gu Tianxiao said, putting away the information on Chen Mo and looking at the elder. First, Chen Mo is a peerless genius protected by the Qingyun Sect, all these years diligently cultivating for a century to reach such a level. The reason he hasn't acted is that he wants to be the trump card of the Qingyun Sect. However, now that the Qingyun Sect is in crisis, he has no choice but to make a move. Gu Tianxiao nodded. What about the second possibility? The second possibility is that Chen Mo is the reincarnation of Yan Qingyang, which also explains why no one has seen Chen Mo act in all these years. Reincarnation. Gu Tianxiao furrowed his brows. In either case, the Qingyun Sect cannot be spared. Gu Tianxiao clenched his fists. In the first scenario, Chen Mo is only 100 years old and possesses such strength. Coupled with Luo Qingyao, if they are allowed to continue cultivating, it won't be long before they could overthrow the Zixiao Sacred Land. As for the second scenario, he cannot be left alive either. The death of Yan Qingyang had the shadow of the Zixiao Sacred Land behind it. If Chen Mo truly is Yan Qingyang's reincarnation, he is likely waiting for an opportunity to destroy the Zixiao Sacred Land. Saint Sun, we cannot let Chen Mo live. Should we? The elder did not finish his sentence. Given the current strength of the Zixiao Sacred Land, it could easily annihilate the Qingyun Sect. If they wait a bit longer, it might not be certain. No rush, Gu Tianxiao waved his hand. The master should not take long to emerge from seclusion. Once the master emerges, the Qingyun Sect will not be able to stir any storm. Really? A hint of joy appeared in the elder's eyes. The old Saint Master is about to emerge. Indeed, Gu Tianxiao nodded. At most it will be 1 month. Remember, do not provoke anyone from the Qingyun Sect within this month, to prevent them from destroying everything. Understood, the elder joyfully retreated. The goal of the Zixiao Sacred Land has always been to unify Qingzhou, and now it is finally close to realization. Feng Wuchang placed all the spiritual veins obtained from the destruction of the Qingyun Sect into the Qingyun Sect. The spiritual energy of the Qingyun Sect has thickened even further. As for weapons, elixirs, skills, fairy arts, and martial techniques, they deepen the foundation of the Qingyun Sect, gathering the cultivation resources of both the Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect. The current Qingyun Sect has an extremely profound foundation. Although the overall strength of the Qingyun Sect is stronger than that of the Qingyun Sect, the Qingyun Sect still has aspects worth learning in the sword path. The techniques and martial skills of the Qingyun Sect will greatly enhance the strength of the disciples of the Sword Peak. To celebrate this victory, Feng Wuchang opened the library for 3 days. All disciples need not undertake any tasks and can read freely for 3 days. Once the news spread, it was as if the Qingyun Sect was celebrating the new year. However, compared to the excitement of the disciples, the atmosphere in the main hall of the sect master was somewhat heavy. Feng Wuchang, Changxian, and Chen Mo were present. The strength of the Zixiao sacred land made Feng Wuchang wary. They easily dispatched 2 great emperors and 3 peak celestial beings. Moreover, these 5 were not technically from the Zixiao sacred land. The strength of the Zixiao sacred land might be even more unfathomable, especially the old Saint Master Yi Baichuan. It was unclear what level he had reached now. Tomorrow I will head to the Zixiao sacred land to probe their true intentions. Chen Mo gave Feng Wuchang and Changxian a reassuring look. No. Feng Wuchang waved his hand. Little junior brother, although your strength is formidable, the Zixiao sacred land is even more unfathomable. If you go rashly, you might fall into a crisis. If anything happens to you, the Qingyun Sect will no longer have the ability to resist the Zixiao sacred land. Rest assured, senior brother, Chen Mo smiled slightly. It's not so easy for the Zixiao sacred land to keep me. Sighed. After a moment of thought, Feng Wuchang sighed. There is no other choice. Just be careful, Feng Wuchang urged. All right, Chen Mo nodded. The one who should be careful has always been the Zixiao sacred land, not himself. The next day was also the 3-day agreement with the Zixiao sacred land. Due to the destruction of the Qingyun Sect, all major forces in Qingzhou were alarmed, and no force dared to ally with the Zixiao sacred land. Moreover, no news came from the Zixiao sacred land. This battle seemed to be a complete victory for the Qingyun Sect. However, everyone knew that this was just the beginning, and a feud had already formed between the Qingyun Sect and the Zixiao sacred land. It was impossible for things to end well. At the Misty Peak, just as Chen Mo was preparing to head to the Zixiao sacred land, Feng Wuchang's figure descended from the sky. Little junior brother, I fear you must set aside your visit to the Zixiao sacred land for now. Feng Wuchang spoke, his voice heavy. What happened? Chen Mo furrowed his brows and inquired. The Qingyun Sect's informants have reported that in the Qiliang region a secret realm has emerged, currently referred to as the Xintian secret realm. It is said that someone obtained an imperial weapon outside the secret realm, and it is estimated that this secret realm was left behind by a latest emperor. Moreover, it seems to involve other worlds. Xintian secret realm, Chen Mo murmured. To obtain an imperial weapon outside the secret realm, this place must not be simple. Exactly. Feng Wuchang slowly continued. It is said that this secret realm only allows beings below the celestial king rank to enter. I believe it won't be long before all major forces send their disciples there. You are stronger, so I hope you can take the disciples of the 4 peaks there, ensuring their safety if they encounter members of the Zixiao sacred land. Understood, Chen Mo nodded. Should all disciples of the 4 peaks go? Indeed, this is a great opportunity for them to hone their skills. Feng Wuchang nodded. The manifestation of the Xintian secret realm added fuel to the already fiery Qingzhou. The attention of various powerful factions shifted from the Qingyun Sect and the Zixiao sacred land to the Xintian secret realm. The emperor's secret realm, which might have been left behind by an emperor in his later years. Such a realm would not be overlooked even by the Qingyun Sect and the Zixiao sacred land. The moment the news spread, the major factions of Qingzhou rushed to Qiliang. At the Zixiao sacred land, the instant Gu Tianxiao received the news, he could not mourn the plans that were ruined by the Qingyun Sect. He immediately summoned the 6th elder of the Zixiao sacred land, Mingi. With his sunken temples and disheveled yellow hair, he appeared somewhat unkempt. Saint Sun, Mingi arrived, his sunken pupils gazing at Gu Tianxiao, filled with apprehension. 6th elder, you will lead the disciples of the Zixiao sacred land to the Xintian secret realm, this time, right? No problem. Mingi nodded. By the way, Gu Tianxiao suddenly remembered something and continued. Li Qingshan from the Taiyang sect will also be heading to the secret realm. Tell Yu Jiming that aside from the resources of the secret realm, try to capture Li Qingshan as well. Understood. Ming's pupils contracted slightly. Li Qingshan is known as the destined saintess of the Taiyang sect. If she were to be captured, the Taiyang sect and the Zixiao sacred land would be irrevocably bound together. The Saint Sun certainly has a good scheme, Mingi thought. Before his thoughts could return, a bottle of powdered substance flew into Ming's hands. Give this to Yu Jiming and tell him it can be used at a critical moment. Understood. Mingi cupped his hands and stepped back from the cliff's edge. A moment later, within the Zixiao sacred land, Mingi led about 100 core disciples towards Qiliang. The leading disciple wore a purple robe adorned with blood-red clouds, and a golden belt glimmered. With a proud expression, he radiated an air of dominance. The foremost disciple of the Zixiao sacred land, Yu Jiming. At the Taiyang sect, the third elder Luo Luan threw out a gourd from his waist, which instantly expanded, blocking out the sun. 100 core disciples of the Taiyang sect stepped onto the gourd. The gourd soared through the clouds towards Qiliang. Behind Luo Luan, a girl in red held a sword, arms crossed. Her jet black hair was tied back with a red ribbon, and her stunning beauty looked solemnly ahead as Li Qingshan recalled the words spoken to her by Li Nanshan. This opportunity allows her to interact more with the people of the Qingyun sect. Li Qingshan was puzzled. She had heard of the Qingyun sect. It was strong, but not to the point where the Taiyang sect would bow to it. Moreover, her prideful nature would never allow her to curry favor with other factions. To her, the Qingyun sect and the Zixiao sacred land were just that. Given time, she would surely surpass all. Qingshan, your aura is disrupted. Luo Luan noticed the fluctuations in Li Qingshan's aura and turned slightly, taking a sip of strong liquor before speaking. It's nothing, Li Qingshan replied indifferently. Luo Luan smiled and shook his head. He knew Li Qingshan's little thoughts all too well. The sect master has his reasons for doing this, and bringing you closer doesn't mean to bind you. The purpose is to establish a good relationship with the Qingyun sect. Luo Luan spoke. Perhaps Li Qingshan was unaware, but he knew that Li Nanshan had already asked Yun Yuzi to divine for Li Qingshan. The divination pointed directly at the Qingyun sect and the Zixiao sacred land. Based on the results of the first divination, Yun Yuzi continued with the second. The two outcomes obtained were completely different. If Li Qingshan formed a deep bond with the Zixiao sacred land, it would lead to irreparable consequences. If she formed a deep bond with the Qingyun sect, she would thrive like a fish in water, like a phoenix reborn from the flames. All favorable omens pointed towards the Qingyun sect. Li Qingshan's destined partner was also in the Qingyun sect. However, Li Nanshan was not good at directly telling Li Qingshan, so he could only give her hints. I understand. Li Qingshan nodded, her finger tapping rhythmically on the sword's body, her azure eyes shimmering like spring water. Luo Luan did not speak further. He did not believe in divination, but Yun Yuzi's predictions had indeed helped the Taiyang sect avoid many crises. Moreover, the timing of the Xiantian secret realm was also quite coincidental. Without the Xiantian secret realm, the disciples of the Taiyang sect would not have left the sect, nor would they have any dealings with the disciples of the Qingyun sect, except for the Taiyang sect and the Zixiao sacred land. At this moment, the 10-mile sword sect, the suspended king palace, and other factions were also heading towards Qiliang regardless of their size. At this time, disciples were heading towards Qiliang. If they seized the opportunity in this secret realm, it would be enough to elevate a small faction to greatness. At the Qingyun sect, on the mysterious peak, Chen Mo and the Red Lion were quietly waiting for the disciples from the Four Peaks. After a moment, Ling Shui and Ning Qianqian arrived with the disciples of the Mai Peak. Master Uncle. Ling Shui and Ning Qianqian looked very pleased and waved at Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled in response. Oh, has White Senior Brother not arrived yet? Let's wait a bit longer. Chen Mo said with a smile. After a while, Wu Kuei arrived with the disciples of the Shaozhu Peak. Soon after, Bai Lu and a man arrived with the disciples of the Sword Peak. A man was holding a large bag and waved at Chen Mo, shouting, Master Uncle. Chen Mo observed the items in a man's hands and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Junior sister, what is that you're holding? Ling Shui couldn't help but ask curiously. A man proudly opened the bag, revealing pots, pans, and all sorts of utensils. This is my secret weapon. A man patted her chest. During this journey to the secret realm, we might encounter danger, and these things can save us at critical moments. A man. Ning Qianqian was a bit baffled. Aren't those things for cooking? But we can completely avoid eating now, so even if we get into trouble, we won't starve. A man was momentarily at a loss for words and could only wave her hand, saying, You'll understand when the time comes. Sigh. Everyone sighed. Chen Mo also felt a bit of a headache. A man treated the secret realm like a vacation spot. But it was Fine who said cultivation had to be about avoiding the mundane. Chen Mo felt that being close to the mundane was actually beneficial for cultivation. If a man and the others encountered demon beasts in the secret realm and could hunt them, it would show their capabilities. All three peaks had arrived, but only Lu Jiao and the disciples of the Luoxue Peak were yet to arrive. After a moment, Lu Jiao, dressed in white, wielding a feather fan, arrived with the disciples of the Luoxue Peak. In high spirits, he looked like a refined gentleman. Many female disciples gazed at Lu Jiao, unable to help but swoon. I've seen Master Uncle. Lu Jiao bowed to Chen Mo with a bright smile, then looked at the disciples of each peak, saying, Greetings, senior brothers and sisters, junior brothers and sisters, I hope you are all well. Ling Shui, Bai Lu, and Wu Kuei looked at Lu Jiao as if he were a fool. Lu Jiao, are you in heat? Ling Shui couldn't help but tease. In an instant, all eyes were on Lu Jiao. The smile on Lu Ziyu's face vanished. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly said, Senior sister, what are you talking about? Does dressing up a bit mean one is in heat? Hee, what a clown. Ling Shui rolled her eyes at Lu Ziyu. Wu Kuei also looked at Lu Ziyu with a strange gaze. I feel that junior sister Ling is right, you are indeed in heat. How pathetic, how pathetic. I didn't expect you to envy my stunning beauty so much. Lu Ziyou put away the feather fan in his hand, looking up at the sky, every movement reflecting the shadow of Situ Shao. Chen Mo also glanced at Lu Ziyou. He couldn't help but cough softly. His complexion was flushed and his forehead was red, indicating the blossoming of peach blossoms. This is going to attract peach blossom luck. Lu Ziyou, come here. Chen Mo couldn't help but wave at Lu Ziyou, who flew to Chen Mo's side. Master Uncle, what is it? Chen Mo put his arm around Lu Ziyou's shoulder, turning his back to everyone, and quietly took out a small vial for Lu Ziyou. Take this, it may be useful for you in this secret realm. What is it? Lu Ziyou opened the vial in confusion. Spring elixir. Lu Ziyou's face instantly turned red, feeling somewhat frustrated. Master Uncle, you don't think I'm in heat too, do you? Not at all. Chen Mo shook his head, wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained. He looked seriously at Lu Ziyou. Do you trust me? I trust you. Lu Ziyou nodded emphatically. If you trust me, put this away. It will be useful for your journey into the secret realm, Chen Mo said gravely. Lu Ziyou's peach blossom luck would be fine if it were mutual affection. If harmed by other petty people, this spring elixir could resolve the crisis. Sigh. All right. Lu Ziyou sighed reluctantly, putting away the elixir. What could he do when Chen Mo was so powerful? What could he do when Chen Mo was his master uncle? Besides choosing to trust, he had no other option. Good child. Chen Mo patted Lu Ziyou's shoulder and then turned to look at all the disciples. On this journey into the secret realm, without the protection of the sect elders, you can only rely on yourselves. Your opponents are not only from other factions, but also the dangers within the secret realm. In any case, remember that within the secret realm, the only ones you can trust are your fellow disciples. Chen Mo spoke loudly. Everyone's expression instantly turned serious. Let's set off. Chen Mo waved his hand, and in an instant all the disciples leaped onto the back of the red lion. The red lion soared toward the direction of Qiliang. Qiliang is located to the east of Qingzhou, with no seasonal changes, always like spring. The endless mountain ranges are filled with vibrant hues of purple and red, occasionally featuring dragons soaring and fierce tigers roaring in the mountains. Various great demons gather here, far more dangerous than the myriad beasts mountain range. Even disciples from major sects do not dare to venture here carelessly. However, even with great demons running rampant the moment the Xiantian secret realm appeared, cultivators from various factions in Qingzhou rushed to Qiliang. Faced with this overwhelming force, even the great demon kings of Qiliang had to retreat. However, for the various demon clans, they naturally did not expect to monopolize the Xiantian secret realm. But at least they could share a piece of the pie. Among the demon clans, there are also talented young generations who might compete with the disciples of major sects for opportunities within the Xiantian secret realm. Outside the Xiantian secret realm, many loose cultivators had already gathered. Occasionally, some resources would fly out from the secret realm. Though they had no right to compete within, they could still grab a share outside. However, these are all low-level techniques of not high rank. As for imperial weapons, they are even more unheard of. No one knows who seized the first imperial weapon that appeared. Moments later, a loud lion's roar echoed from above the secret realm. Numerous loose cultivators looked up at the sky, their pupils shrinking. Qingyun Sect has arrived. Numerous loose cultivators' gazes sharpened. Previously, the Qingyun Sect might not have been so eye-catching, but this time it was different. Especially after eliminating the Xian Sword Sect, the reputation of Qingyun Sect was at its peak. Ultimately, all the gazes of the loose cultivators fell on Chen Mo. They all inhaled sharply. A person's name brings forth a tree's shadow. Now looking across the entire Qingzhou, who does not know Chen Mo, the one who can easily slay 3 emperors? All the loose cultivators did not expect that the Qingyun Sect would be personally escorted by Chen Mo. The red lion led everyone down to the ground, and all the loose cultivators immediately stepped back. Is this the Xiantian secret realm? All the disciples of Qingyun Sect looked up at the tiny fissure in the distance, their eyes filled with curiosity. Chen Mo also looked up to observe. Although there was only a small opening at present, he could sense the terrifying spiritual energy emanating from within the secret realm. Interesting, Chen Mo spoke lightly. The terrifying spiritual energy within this secret realm likely was not naturally generated, but more akin to the retreat of an emperor. When the emperor fell, this secret realm drifted in the boundless void, perhaps connecting with the heavens of Qiliang, thus opening the secret realm. In Chen Mo's perception, this Xiantian secret realm is truly as magnificent as its name suggests, and at least belongs to the late period of the emperor. You all stay here and do not act rashly. Red Lion, keep an eye on them. Chen Mo instructed before flying into the void. Chen Mo continuously sensed the spiritual energy within the Xiantian secret realm in the void, arriving at an extremely terrifying conclusion. The range of this Xiantian secret realm far exceeds Qiliang. Perhaps it's not just as simple as the retreat of an emperor, Chen Mo murmured. As an emperor's lifespan nears its end, even in retreat, they would not expend such vast spiritual energy to maintain such a large secret realm. It should be the remnants of an ancient power. Chen Mo thought this way. Oh, honestly, he wished to break the void and enter this secret realm now, but doing so would cause the entire secret realm to collapse instantly. Forget it, let the younger generation compete for their opportunities. Shaking his head, Chen Mo no longer thought too much. Even for ancient powers, they held no allure for him. This secret realm's only purpose for him was to provide a training ground for the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. As Chen Mo left, the Red Lion quietly waited with the Qingyun Sect disciples. Moments later, above the sky, 9 earth dragons let out dragon roars, pulling a massive flying ship behind them, which was entirely crafted from spirit stones. In front of the flying ship, a purple banner fluttered. The words Purple Cloud were inscribed on the banner. The people of the Purple Cloud Holy Land have also arrived. Numerous loose cultivators looked up, their gazes directed towards the sky, inadvertently glancing at the people from Qingyun Sect. Would there be a second battle outside the Xintian secret realm? To be honest, they were very much looking forward to it. The battles among the elders were indeed exciting, but they also wanted to see if there was a gap between the disciples of Qingyun Sect and those of the Purple Cloud Holy Land. The 9 dragons hovered in midair. The people of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land stood atop a massive flying ship, their proud gazes fixed below. Eventually, their attention rested upon the Red Lion. People from the Qingyun Sect. Yu Zhiming spoke coldly. Bai Lu seemed to sense something, raising his head to meet Yu Zhiming's gaze, the battle intent radiating from both of them. So quickly found a match. The onlookers suddenly became interested. Indeed, the current Qingyun Sect and the Purple Cloud Sacred Land were already at odds. This person must be Yu Zhiming of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Lu Zio's gaze also turned toward Yu Zhiming, murmuring, "That's right." Bai Lu withdrew his gaze and responded indifferently. As the foremost disciple of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, Yu Zhiming had long been someone he wanted to contend with. Yu Zhiming, is he very strong? The other disciples of the Qingyun Sect inquired. He is hailed as the future saint of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, so naturally, he possesses extraordinary abilities. Lu Xiao smiled and asked, knowing full well that he was not a match. Bai Lu was somewhat of a contender. No need to pay them any mind, Bai Lu replied casually. On the ship pulled by the 9 dragons, Yu Zhiming also withdrew his gaze. Zhiming, there's no rush. Once we enter the secret realm, we can deal with them then. Ming he also advised as the old master Yi Baichuan was about to emerge from seclusion. There was no need to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Qingyun Sect right now, especially since the strength of the Red Lion was not inferior to his own. Engaging in battle here would only lead to mutual destruction. In the space outside the central area of the secret realm, Chen Mo was rushing forward, feeling the heavens and earth within the secret realm. Suddenly, golden ripples shimmered in the space ahead. A barrier. Chen Mo's brows furrowed as he reached out to touch the barrier before him. Below the barrier was the central area of the Red Ridge mountain range. The secret realm was independent of the space within the Red Ridge mountain range, yet it intersected with this barrier. If one were to enter the secret realm without finding the exit, randomly breaking through the space of the secret realm would result in being trapped within the barrier before him. Who are you? At the moment of touching the barrier, an ethereal voice came forth. Chen Mo turned his head. He saw a woman with silver hair cascading down, her appearance resembling porcelain, gazing at him warily. With amber-like pupils revolving, the woman spoke, "Human." Chen Mo looked at the woman before him, revealing a look of keen interest. Demon Emperor. Seemingly sensing Chen Mo's terrifying aura, a hint of caution flickered in her eyes. "Ahead is our clan's forbidden area. Please refrain from advancing." The woman spoke gently, but there was still a trace of ferocity hidden in her gaze. Not wanting to offend, Chen Mo immediately clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I am merely passing through with no intention of causing offense. If I am not mistaken, your true form should be that of a white tiger." Chen Mo scrutinized the woman before him. The transformation of the white tiger was indeed genuine, unlike anything seen on the internet in his past life. Of course, the allure she held for men was considerable. The woman transformed from a white tiger could easily be described as a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Meng Yu's pupils reflected even greater caution upon hearing Chen Mo's words. He could see through her true form at a glance. This person's strength was definitely far beyond her own. Taking a deep breath, Meng Yu's tone became much more respectful. "Senior, your powers are vast. I am indeed transformed from a white tiger and the ancestor of the White Tiger clan Meng Yu. Miss Meng, you must have noticed that this secret realm has intersections with your White Tiger clan." Chen Mo recalled something and said with a smile, "If my sect's juniors emerge from the secret realm and accidentally enter your territory, I hope you will allow them some leniency." "Then it will trouble you, Miss Meng." "Senior is too polite," Meng Yu replied. Chen Mo lightly gestured, and the appearances of all the disciples of the Qingyun sect entered Meng Yu's mind. Then I shall trouble Miss Meng at that time. Senior is too courteous. As Meng Yu was so polite, Chen Mo naturally did not press further and had to move on to other matters. Once Chen Mo had walked far away, Meng Yu let out a sigh of relief. The human race, truly deserving of the heavens' favor, they are indeed formidable. Meng Yu murmured, unable to see through Chen Mo's strength, yet she could roughly gauge his age. He would definitely not be over 200 years old. At merely 200 years old, Chen Mo was already this strong. It was hard to imagine how powerful the older monsters of the human race could be. The White Tiger clan had long been hidden in the Red Ridge and was not too clear about the events happening in Qingzhou. Hence, Meng Yu did not recognize Chen Mo. Outside the Xiantian secret realm, besides the Qingyun Sect and the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, many small and large forces from Qingzhou had also arrived. The 10-mile sword sect, the Zhangwang Hall, and the Listening Rain Tower, all three forces had gathered. When the leaders of the three major forces arrived, they first greeted Meng He, and if it weren't for Chen Mo's sudden emergence, they would have already formed an alliance. However, this did not prevent them from being close to the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Just as the Purple Cloud Sacred Land stated, the Qingyun Sect was too brutal. Even if they defeated the Xian Sword Sect, they should not annihilate the entire clan. Of course, if they allied with the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, they would definitely seek to annihilate the Qingyun Sect entirely after attacking. In the heavens, a colossal gourd descended. The Taiyang sect has arrived. The three sects have gathered. The crowd looked up at the descending gourd where the people of the Taiyang sect stood prominently. Brother Luo, long time no see. Meng He took the lead to represent the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, and greeting followed closely by the leaders of the 10-mile sword sect, Zhangwang Hall, and Listening Rain Tower. However, facing the smiles of the four, Luo Lun merely nodded in response. Now representing the Taiyang sect, every action of his would be scrutinized by those with ulterior motives. Luo Lun's gaze swept toward the Qingyun sect, noticing that the leader was the Red Lion. He intended to greet him, but thought better of it. After all, he did not know the Red Lion, which might lead to awkwardness. Noticing Luo Lun's demeanor, Meng He's smile stiffened. Did the Taiyang sect really have to be so unyielding? So beautiful? The moment the people of the Taiyang sect appeared, Lu Ziyou's gaze turned to Li Qingshan, his pupils dilating. Seemingly sensing something, Li Qingshan and Lu Ziyao made eye contact. Lu Ziyao quickly withdrew his gaze, his heart racing and his face flushed. Senior brother, why is your face so red? The disciples of the falling snow peak noticed Lu Ziyou's unusual expression and inquired. In an instant, all the disciples focused their attention on Lu Ziyao. Lu Ziyou's face turned even redder. He hurriedly coughed and said, "It's nothing, just the weather is too hot." The others looked at him with puzzled expressions. The Red Ridge experienced spring all year round, and there was no such thing as heat. Moreover, did cultivators of this realm fear the heat? Just then 5 figures approached, all with silver hair. The leader appeared to be a white-haired man in his 30s or 40s with a hint of ferocity in his vertical pupils. The White Tiger clan. Someone recognized the origins of these 5 individuals, a strange expression appearing in their eyes. At that moment, the leader of the White Tiger clan fixed his gaze on the Red Lion. A grand demon willingly serving the human race as a slave, how pitiful. Meng He mocked, his voice carrying a hint of a tiger's roar. Meng He's words instantly captured everyone's attention. Oh, how interesting. Meng He revealed a smile. If the White Tiger clan crossed paths with the Qingyun sect, it would be even better. As far as he knew, the White Tiger clan had an emperor among them. Perhaps they could win over the White Tiger clan. The people from the Shirley Sword sect, Zhangwang Hall, and Tingyu Tower all wore expressions of schadenfreude. The Qingyun sect's misfortune was certainly what they most wished to see. As for the other scattered cultivators, they seemed indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with them. Only Luo Lun was contemplating whether to assist the Qingyun sect. After all, the sect master wished for closer ties with the Qingyun sect. However, there was no rush. The strength of the Red Lion was not inferior to his own, and the White Tiger clan was not in a position to threaten the Qingyun sect. As soon as Meng He finished speaking, all the disciples of the Qingyun sect glared at him angrily. In their hearts, the Red Lion was already considered one of their own. "You old tiger, what are you saying?" A man could no longer hold back, questioning Meng He with her small mouth. "If what I say is not for you, a little girl, to question. Let your sect elders come out to speak." Meng He showed no disdain, his gaze towards the Red Lion even more contemptuous. "You?" A man wanted to say more, but the Red Lion stopped her. "Girl, no need to get angry," the Red Lion said calmly. With Chen Mo absent, he did not wish to stir trouble. "So spineless. No wonder you only deserve to be mounts for the human race, and even for a bunch of ants. This truly tarnishes the reputation of our demon realm." The Red Lion's concession only encouraged Meng He further. He continued to taunt, spitting as he walked past the Red Lion. "You're looking for death. Unable to endure any longer, the red lion could no longer hold back. Previously, he would naturally not dare offend the great demons of Qiling. After all, the demons of Qiling were far stronger than those of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. But now it was different. He had a powerful backing. With Chen Mo behind him, he would not allow the White Tiger clan to bully him. Moreover, his own strength was not lacking. He was just one step away from the peak of Xianzuan. There was no reason to fear Meng He. The White Tiger clan was indeed strong, but that didn't mean Meng He was. The red lion transformed into human form, and Bai Lu wisely led the disciples of the Qingyun Sect to soar into the air, leaving the battlefield to the red lion and Meng He. They had no part to play. Just like the other 4 juniors of the White Tiger clan, they could not intervene. It's starting. Outside the Xiantian secret realm, everyone was incredibly excited. So the question arises, who is stronger, the lion or the tiger? Perhaps we are about to witness it. Just as he thought, the red lion took a step forward, causing the ground to shatter like a spider's web. With a punch thrown, a scorching light instantly ignited the entire area outside the secret realm. The fierce wind carrying flames charged towards the white tiger. Looking for death, Meng He snorted coldly. He leaped, dodging the red lion's attack in an instant. The white tiger, as the apex bloodline of tigers, moved with lightning speed and effortlessly evaded the red lion's strike. Storm, Star, Cloud, Fury. In an instant, the white tiger gained wings and sharp claws manifested at Meng He's fingertips. He slashed at the red lion, his attack tearing through the void. Beyond speed, the white tiger excelled in slaughter. Its attack power was naturally incredibly formidable. Facing the white tiger's assault, the red lion showed no fear. Crouching down, he twisted his hips and gathered strength. He unleashed a punch, Heavenly Wing Lion King Demon-Breaking Fist. A beam of light as bright as the sun shot out, colliding with Meng He's attack. The collision of 2 completely different forces sent terrifying shockwaves that spread out instantly, causing the area outside the Xiantian secret realm to shake violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. You have some skill, but a demon tribe that serves as slaves for the human race will never rise to prominence. Meng He was somewhat shocked to see the red lion easily block his strike, but quickly regained his composure. How this lion does things is not for you to dictate. The red lion snorted coldly, moving his form and instantly soaring into the air. He hurled a punch towards Meng He, who also struck back with a punch. The sound of their fists colliding was like a drumbeat, shaking the Qiling mountain range. No wonder they are of the White Tiger clan. Their physical strength is great, their speed is fast, and their attacks are exceptionally fierce. They are truly a clan without weaknesses. As everyone watched the battle between the red lion and Meng He, their eyes were filled with shock. But what is the origin of this lion demon to be so strong? Curiosity piqued. The crowd looked at the red lion, equally curious. It should be noted that the bloodline of the White Tiger clan is inherently superior to the Lion clan. Under equal realms, the Lion clan could never be the opponent of the White Tiger. Yet the red lion could fight Meng He evenly. No, the lion of the Qingyun Sect seems to have the upper hand. At that moment, someone noticed something was off. In the void, the previously evenly matched Meng He was struck in the chest by the red lion's punch, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But for the dignity of the White Tiger clan, he continued to resist the red lion's attacks, though he was already on the brink of collapse. Above the 9-dragon flying ship Meng He noticed this scene, his pupils flickering. If he intervened to help Meng He now, he would surely gain the favor of the White Tiger clan, making future negotiations easier. With this in mind, Meng He's hand glowed. Just as he was about to take action, he glanced at the remaining 4 members of the White Tiger clan and stopped his movements. Seeing Meng He at a disadvantage, the remaining 4 members of the White Tiger clan hurriedly took out communication jade tubes. At the moment the voice transmitted, Meng He finally could not hold on any longer and fell from the sky. What's wrong? Is this all the White Tiger clan is capable of? The red lion immediately became cocky. This was the price of arrogance. You, Meng He shouted angrily, wanting to say something, but ultimately did not speak. He had lost, and thoroughly so. Elders, we have notified the ancestors. Do not quarrel with him, yet wait for the ancestors to arrive, then we can deal with him later. The 4 young members of the White Tiger clan whispered into Meng He's ear. Meng He nodded. Though such behavior was not honorable, it was better than losing his life. Thus he took a step forward and looked at the red lion. Although I have lost, do not celebrate too early. I'll be waiting for you, the red lion replied coldly. If it weren't for Meng He constantly provoking him, he wouldn't even want to pay attention to him. In Chen Mo's words, the two were not even on the same level. Just when everyone thought it was all over, a mysterious fluctuation suddenly emanated from the space ahead. The corners of the mouths of the White Tiger clan members curled up. The ancestor of the White Tiger clan had finally arrived. Have they finally come? Meng He also smirked. Everything was developing in the direction he desired. A silver-haired woman stepped out of the void, each step causing the wind to gently sway her skirt. Her long, fair legs flickered in and out of visibility in the breeze. However, in the face of such a scene, no one dared to gaze recklessly. This was the Demon Emperor. I have come to pay my respects, ancestor. The people of the White Tiger clan all knelt on the ground. What is it that you wish to summon me for? The woman spoke coldly, her silver hair dancing in the air as she looked down on everyone present. She was Meng Yue, the ancestor of the White Tiger clan. The Red Lion's expression stiffened. The pressure from the Demon Emperor was far more overwhelming than that of the human imperial rulers. This fear stemmed from the suppression of their bloodline and instinctive terror. Ancestor, you must seek justice for us. Meng He buried his head deeply into the ground, pointing at the Red Lion. The human cultivators have greatly overstepped their bounds. This demon being of the same clan not only refused to assist us, but even harmed us. I hope the ancestor will intervene and teach this demon a lesson. Meng He's voice trembled as he dared not face Meng Yu directly. Firstly, he had lied. Secondly, it would be shameful for him to lose to the Red Lion, especially since the bloodline of the White Tiger clan far surpassed that of the Lion clan. Do you have no shame? You were the one who provoked first. Amon, hearing Meng He's words, spoke with a flushed face. Senior, I meant no offense. It was he who provoked first. The Red Lion also chimed in. Meng Yu's gaze slowly shifted, ultimately landing on all the disciples of Qingyun Sect. This senior can attest that it was indeed Qingyun Sect that initiated the provocation. At that moment, from the void, Meng He chuckled, a hint of conspiracy evident in his smile. It would be best if this demon emperor slaughtered all the disciples of Qingyun Sect. Meng He, with his head lowered, smirked. Indeed, human cultivators always enjoyed scheming against each other. He did not expect that it would be a human cultivator speaking on his behalf. Bai Lu raised his head and coldly spoke. Are the people of the purple sky, sacred land, blind? Speaking nonsense. He then cupped his hands towards Meng Yu. Senior, we of the Qingyun Sect meant no offense. It was your White Tiger clan that provoked first, and we were merely forced to retaliate. I can indeed attest that it was the White Tiger clan that was at fault. At this moment, a light-hearted chuckle rang out. The speaker was Luo Luan from the Qingyun Sect. As soon as Luo Luan finished speaking, all the cultivators present showed signs of surprise. The Qingyun Sect speaking for the Qingyun Sect. What signal was this sending? The people from the Purple Sky Sacred Land, the 10-Mile Sword Sect, and the Tsang Wang Hall exchanged glances. Especially Meng He, who clenched his fists, his face dark as night. Luo Lun's actions were akin to extending an olive branch to the Qingyun Sect. Meng Yu's gaze finally settled on the many disciples of Qingyun Sect and the Red Lion. No one noticed that her pupils shifted slightly. After a moment, her voice rang out with undeniable authority. Apologize. The members of the White Tiger clan, the Purple Sky Sacred Land, the 10-Mile Sword Sect, the Tsang Wang Hall, and the Listening Rain Tower all revealed smiles. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Reasoning holds no value. Even if the White Tiger clan was at fault first, so what? The faces of the Red Lion and the disciples of Qingyun Sect turned extremely grim. However, they were soon left bewildered. With a wave of her hand, Meng Yu effortlessly summoned Meng He's figure to stand before the Red Lion and others. Did you not hear me when I asked you to apologize? Coldly speaking, Meng Yu looked down at Meng He. Ancestor. Meng He was bewildered. The White Tiger clan was bewildered. The Purple Sky Sacred Land was bewildered. The Red Lion was bewildered as well. All factions were confused, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. I will say it one last time, apologize. Meng Yu waved her hand to stop Meng He. He had no choice but to bow to the Red Lion. I am sorry I offended you. Meng He, with a hint of defiance in his eyes, could not understand why Meng Yu's attitude was so strange. It's nothing to worry about. The Red Lion breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the Demon Emperor was a reasonable individual. At this moment, Meng Yu looked at the people of Qingyun Sect with a smile. Dear friends, it is my lack of guidance that led Meng He to offend you. I hope you do not hold it against him. Meng Yu's voice left everyone wide-eyed. It was clear to all that Meng Yu's actions were entirely aimed at appeasing the Qingyun Sect. How infuriating. Why? Meng He and the people from the 10-Mile Sword Sect, Tsang Wang Hall, and Listening Rain Tower all displayed disbelief. Why did Qingyun Sect deserve the favor of the White Tiger clan? Senior, you are too kind. The many disciples of Qingyun Sect hurriedly bowed and clasped their hands, astonished at how understanding this ancestor of the White Tiger clan was. Miss Meng, we meet again. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, finally stopping in front of the Red Lion. The instant they saw Chen Mo, all the cultivators present stiffened. It's Chen Mo. All the factions' expressions changed. They did not expect that Qingyun Sect would send Chen Mo to escort these disciples. This was a person who had slain 3 great emperors. I pay my respects, senior. The moment Meng Yu saw Chen Mo, she also slightly bowed. Fortunately, Chen Mo had previously transmitted the appearances of the disciples of Qingyun Sect into her divine sense. Otherwise, today would have been disastrous. It was only at this moment that everyone understood why the Demon Emperor of the White Tiger clan was treating the Qingyun Sect with such courtesy. With a powerhouse like Chen Mo present, who would dare to be disrespectful? If it were an ordinary emperor, perhaps the White Tiger clan would not be so obsequious. Senior my junior of the White Tiger clan was unaware and acted disrespectfully. I hope you can forgive him. Meng Yu continued. Even though she had made Meng He apologize, she felt it was better for her to say something as well. It's nothing but a small matter. Chen Mo waved his hand. After all, the Red Lion had not suffered any real loss, and Meng Yu's attitude was quite good. Meng Yu let out a slight sigh of relief. Seeing Meng Yu being so respectful to the person in front of her, the members of the White Tiger clan were bewildered. What background did this human have that made their ancestor so wary? Chen Mo's appearance made the people of the Purple Sky Sacred Land quiet down significantly, no longer daring to speak. The leaders of the 10-mile sword sect Songwang Hall and Listening Rain Tower also lost their previous composure. Fortunately, they had not said anything overly excessive earlier. Moments later, many more demon tribes from the Qiling area arrived. The Di Jiao clan, the Xian Bird clan, many from the Golden Giant Elephant clan also came. However, with Meng Yu present, these demon tribes appeared extremely well behaved, not daring to show any disrespect. Bang! At that moment, a thunderous drumbeat resonated from within the secret realm. The entire Qiling area trembled in response. Moments later, the small crack outside the secret realm burst open, unleashing a terrifying consuming force like a hurricane. The secret realm has opened. Excitement shone in the eyes of all factions. Hurry, let's go in. Many scattered cultivators rushed into the secret realm. There were also many individuals with cultivation above the immortal king realm attempting to mix in, but they were instantly eradicated by the laws within the secret realm. It appears this secret realm indeed permits entry only to cultivators below the immortal sovereign realm. The scattered cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they watched the slain sect members disintegrate. Thereafter, scattered cultivators below the immortal sovereign realm rushed headlong into the secret realm. You may enter as well. Chen Mo turned to the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Remember, life comes first. No resource is worth more than your lives. Chen Mo issued one final admonition. Yes, master. Bai Lu clasped his hands in salute, then led all Qingyun Sect disciples into the realm. As they turned away, a radiant light emanated from Chen Mo's palm and flowed gently into their consciousness. They were, after all, the future of the Qingyun Sect. You may enter as well, Meng Yu said warmly to the 4 young White Tiger clan members, 3 men and 1 woman. The purer the bloodline, the slower the rate of reproduction. These 4 were the very future of her clan. The loss of even one would constitute a catastrophic blow to the White Tiger clan. Do not offend any Qingyun Sect cultivator. If possible, cooperate with them. As the 4 turned to enter, Meng Yu's voice resonated softly within their minds. They glanced back at Meng Yu. Why? Is the Qingyun Sect truly that formidable? Though bewildered, they trusted their ancestral elder implicitly. She would never endanger them. In the direction of the Taiyang sect, Li Qingxian led her sect's disciples into the secret realm, and before crossing its threshold cast a lingering glance toward Chen Mo, a single figure whose mere presence forced elders of all major sects to lower their heads in deference. One day she vowed she too would become such a being. Jiming, you must capture Li Qingxian during this secret realm expedition, by any means necessary. Mingyi issued this command to Yu Jiming just before entering the realm. Their situation had grown dire for the Zixiao Sacred Land, especially given the Taiyang sect's apparent tilt toward the Qingyun Sect. Only if Yu Jiming succeeded in capturing Li Qingxian could the Zixiao Sacred Land forge an unbreakable alliance with the Taiyang sect. Forced unions yield no sweetness, but they do quench thirst. Understood. Yu Jiming nodded, then surged forward with the Zixiao Sacred Land's disciples into the realm, casting a fleeting, appraising glance toward Chen Mo. He couldn't help but wonder even Gu Tianxiao might not stand a chance against him. Soon after, cultivators from the Shirley Sword Sect Songwang Palace and Tingyu Pavilion entered the realm in turn. All demonic cultivators entered as well, though their numbers paled in comparison to those of the human cultivators. Yet it could not be helped, among demons only those of the most exalted bloodlines had been permitted to attend, and the higher the bloodline, the rarer the offspring. This was precisely why humanity now vastly surpassed demons across the entire Mingyuan realm, not only in Qingzhou but everywhere. Moments later, the secret realm sealed itself shut. Outside its boundaries stood only the leaders of each major sect. None departed. They would remain vigilant until the realm reopened, ready to safeguard their disciples' return. Then Chen Mo slowly raised his gaze, his eyes settling at last upon Mingyi. Mingyi stiffened. Every hair on his nape stood erect. What did he intend? Mingyi held his breath, heart pounding violently. Inform the Zixiao Sacred Land. They are to send a replacement immediately. Chen Mo's voice rang out, playful yet laced with unassailable authority. All sect leaders stared in bewilderment. What was Chen Mo planning? Summoning courage, Mingyi forced a servile smile. Esteemed senior, I confess, I do not comprehend your meaning. No matter. You need not understand. Only know this, your death draws near. Chen Mo replied with a faint chilling smile. Mingyi's face blanched, his voice trembled. You overstep yourself? Do you truly believe the Zhixiao sacred land is so easily bullied? Congratulations, you've guessed correctly. Chen Mo nodded, then shifted tone with icy finality. Alas, you still cannot escape your fate. With that, a streak of light shot forth from his fingertip, and Mingyi collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Hongshi moved swiftly, snatching up the corpse and swallowing it whole. Ruthless. Onlookers stood frozen. The Zhixiao sacred land's representative had been slain without hesitation. Truly, only one who had slain 3 celestial emperors could act with such sovereign contempt. Especially the surely sword sect Tingyu Pavilion and Songwang Palace, whose members trembled inwardly with relief. Fortunately, they had refrained from openly declaring allegiance. Had they done so, they would now lie dead instead. Their gazes flickered toward Chen Mo, mingling wariness with grim satisfaction. His audacity knew no bounds. Yet none could predict whether the Zhixiao sacred land would accept this humiliation quietly. Let them fight. Let chaos erupt. Qingzhou was now wholly dominated by the Qingyun Sect, Zhixiao sacred land, and Taiying sect, a tripartite hegemony that had widened the chasm between strong and weak sects beyond repair. When the Mingyuan realm assessed Qingzhou's overall strength, it habitually averaged the power of these 3 apex sects, utterly ignoring the existence of smaller factions like theirs. Only through total collapse and rebirth could new opportunities arise, and only then might they seize a fragment of the spoils. Watching Chen Mo's decisive strike, Meng Yu's eyes gleamed with renewed intensity. Elder, you clearly wished to slay him long ago. Why wait until now? Meng Yu asked, puzzled. Though her cultivation fell far short of his, she had sensed his faint simmering aura of killing intent moments earlier. Forgive my impropriety, Lady Meng. With so many juniors present, I feared setting a poor example. Chen Mo smiled lightly. After all, reputation mattered, especially when so many young cultivators were watching. A reputation as a bloodthirsty butcher would hinder far more than it helped. Meng Yu blinked twice, taken aback. The reply sounded flippant, yet unbeknownst to her it reflected his genuine reasoning. Lady Meng, I shall take my leave. Since the realm's reopening remained distant, Chen Mo saw no reason to linger, and prepared to depart with Hongshi for the Qingyun Sect. Meng Yu watched his retreating figure, drawing a slow, deep breath, her thoughts inscrutable. Moments later she finally spoke. Elder, please wait a moment. Chen Mo turned, his eyes flickering with quiet curiosity. What is it, Lady Meng? He asked. There is something I wish to ask of you, Elder. Meng Yu spoke, her cheeks tinged with a delicate flush. Chen Mo's expression shifted. Strange indeed for a demon emperor to blush. Speak freely, Lady Meng. After a pause, Chen Mo replied calmly. She bore a favorable impression upon him, and within the bounds of his capability he saw no harm in offering aid. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Meng Yu's blush deepened further, her gaze turning dazed as though words failed her entirely. Lady Meng. Lady Meng. Chen Mo called twice before she stirred from her reverie, meeting his gaze with flustered, downcast eyes. Elder, this matter is difficult to broach. Might I ask you to accompany me back to our clan first? She added hastily, as if recalling something vital. Of course I would not impose upon you without recompense. I offer in exchange a unique ancestral technique native to the White Tiger clan. An ancestral technique. Chen Mo and the surrounding sect leaders stiffened imperceptibly. Among powerful demonic clans, such techniques formed the very bedrock of their existence, their sacred legacy. That Meng Yu would offer such a treasure implied the request would be no trivial matter. Young master. At this moment, the Red Lion gently reminded the secret arts of the White Tiger clan are incredibly terrifying. If one were to master these arts, not only would the young master benefit, but the strength of the Qingyun Sect would also rise rapidly. Of course, the Red Lion also had personal motives. As a member of the demon race lacking any innate secret arts, he naturally yearned for the gifted secret arts of the White Tiger clan. Chen Mo nodded slightly. In that case, let us visit the White Tiger clan. He addressed Meng Yu, saying, please lead the way. A hint of excitement clearly appeared on Meng Yu's face. Thank you, senior. There's no need to be polite. I'm not sure if I can accomplish it either. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. In Meng Yu's eyes a trace of self-doubt emerged. After all, this task was indeed quite extraordinary. Senior, please follow me. Meng Yu took a deep breath and nodded. She then flew ahead towards the direction of the White Tiger clan. Chen Mo and the Red Lion followed behind Meng Yu. Outside the Xintian secret realm, those from various forces watched the departing figures of Chen Mo and the Red Lion exchanging glances with peculiar expressions. It seemed that the Empress of the White Tiger clan had different intentions regarding Chen Mo. Could it be that she wished to establish a bond with him? Moments later, Meng Yu led Chen Mo and the Red Lion into the White Tiger clan. The clan had very few members. Within the palace resembling a royal city, indeed, there were only a handful of people from the White Tiger clan. Please, senior, this way. Meng Yu descended from the skies. Chen Mo and the Red Lion followed closely behind her. Are there so few people in the White Tiger clan? Chen Mo's divine sense swept over, revealing a hint of surprise in his gaze. Even though the bloodline of the White Tiger clan is noble, it shouldn't be so sparsely populated. Most of them were ancient demons nearing their end. The younger generation was even more scarce. I don't know either. The Red Lion shook his head, finding the reality of the White Tiger clan quite different from his expectations. After a moment, Meng Yu brought Chen Mo and the Red Lion into the palace. Outside the palace, two great demons stood guard. Elder. Upon seeing Meng Yu, the two bowed in greeting. Then their gaze fell upon Chen Mo, their brows furrowing slightly. How could the elder bring a human into the territory of the White Tiger clan? However, they did not dare to ask further. Meng Yu merely nodded lightly. Soon Chen Mo followed Meng Yu to the main hall of the White Tiger clan. Inside the hall, there were only Meng Yu, Chen Mo, and the Red Lion. Senior, please take a seat. Meng Yu spoke gently, then handed Chen Mo a cup of tea. Chen Mo accepted the tea, took a gentle sip, and asked, "May I know what assistance you require from me?" Meng Yu seemed about to say something, but glanced at the Red Lion. The Red Lion is not an outsider. You may speak freely. Meng Yu nodded. Finally gathering her courage, she said, "Young master, you must have noticed upon entering that although our White Tiger clan has a powerful bloodline, we are indeed few in number, and now we are experiencing a period of decline." I also found it strange. Chen Mo nodded, stroking his chin. Logically speaking, although the bloodline is noble, giving birth to offspring should be difficult. However, the White Tiger clan has existed for over 1,000,000 years, and it shouldn't be this sparse. Is there some hidden reason behind this? Meng Yu nodded. To be honest, young master, the reason our White Tiger clan struggles to reproduce is not due to our bloodline, but rather a punishment from the Heavenly Tao. A punishment from the Heavenly Tao. Chen Mo frowned. The Heavenly Tao is the force that maintains the basic order of the world. How could it unjustly punish the White Tiger clan? Indeed. Meng Yu rose, a hint of bitterness in her expression. 10,000 years ago, our White Tiger clan had two emperors, one of whom was my brother Meng Tian. During a battle with the Tungsha clan, my brother was gravely injured. On the brink of death, he had no choice but to use the blood of mortals to recover from his injuries. This too went against the will of the Heavenly Tao, which led to our White Tiger clan being punished. My brother thus perished under the Heavenly Tao's retribution. Since then, it has become increasingly difficult for our White Tiger clan to bear offspring. Moreover, many in the clan, due to the punishment from the Heavenly Tao, could not advance further and ultimately perished before their time. As a result, the strength of our White Tiger clan has plummeted since that time. Meng Yu spoke slowly, her voice tinged with bitterness. She could never forget that day when the clan's elders fell one by one, and her parents, due to the punishment of the Heavenly Tao, could not advance further and ultimately exhausted their lifespans. I see. Chen Mo murmured. If Meng Tian was injured and used the blood of human cultivators to heal, the Heavenly Tao would not intervene. The law of the jungle is the basic rule of this world. Human cultivators can hunt demons, and demons can naturally prey on humans. However, above this basic rule, there exist the laws of the Heavenly Tao. In the Mingyuan realm, both human cultivators and great demons are forbidden from harming mortals. This is a rule set by the Heavenly Tao to protect mortals. Especially for stronger cultivators and races, they are even less permitted to act against mortals. The White Tiger clan, being a top race in the entire Mingyuan realm, is naturally under the control of the Heavenly Tao in every action. Meng Tian's actions violated the laws of the Heavenly Tao. This was also the reason for the punishment from the Heavenly Tao. So what is the purpose of inviting me here? Chen Mo inquired. If Meng Yu's intention was to have him communicate with the Heavenly Tao to lift the punishment, to be honest, it would indeed be quite difficult. The Heavenly Tao could be said to be the strongest entity in this realm. Ordinary people truly do not dare to confront the Heavenly Tao. Young master, please do not misunderstand. Meng Yu, aware of Chen Mo's thoughts, quickly waved her hand. I have once communicated with the Heavenly Tao and learned of two methods to lift the punishment. The first method is to directly battle the Heavenly Tao. If one can defeat the Heavenly Tao, one can naturally force it to lift the punishment. But how incredibly difficult that is. Not to mention our White Tiger clan, even if we mobilized the entire demon race, we would not stand a chance against the war god Heavenly Tao. A trace of despair appeared in Meng Yu's eyes. As an empress of demons, there are not many things that could make her feel despair. Coincidentally, defeating the Heavenly Tao was one of them. What about the second method? Chen Mo asked, not supporting the first method. Although he could do it, there was no need. If by accident he caused the Heavenly Tao to collapse, the Mingyuan realm would be utterly destroyed, and at that point he would have to become the Heavenly Tao himself and redefine all the rules. This was something he did not wish to see. The second method. Meng Yu's expression suddenly grew tense, her fair face flushing slightly. According to the words of the heavenly Tao, if I can bear a child, I can naturally break the punishment from the heavenly Tao. After saying this, Meng Yu's face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen Mo. Chen Mo and the Red Lion exchanged glances, their expressions incredibly strange. So Miss Meng, you wouldn't be asking me for help, would you? Chen Mo inquired cautiously. This was too outrageous. At this moment, the Red Lion also looked at Meng Yu. He wanted to laugh, but dared not to. Chen Mo's words made Meng Yu's face even redder, and she nodded her head, which was buried deep. Senior, rest assured, as long as you merge with me once, regardless of whether I can conceive, I will wholeheartedly offer the secret techniques of my White Tiger clan. Meng Yu spoke softly, her voice barely audible, completely inconsistent with her identity. Chen Mo's expression was strange. He looked deeply at Meng Yu. To be honest, she was very beautiful, truly beautiful. In this world, there is no such thing as the paths of humans and demons diverging. Many top cultivators of the human race would take demon clan members as their consorts. The same goes for the demon clan. One could say that as long as one takes on a demon form, there is no difference from humans. Meng Yu could indeed be considered breathtakingly beautiful. However, for Chen Mo, he found it hard to accept. The stereotypes from his past life were too deeply ingrained. He couldn't accept doing such things with the demon clan, even though Meng Yu was beautiful and a white tiger, he just couldn't. Chen Mo was not Su Xian, nor was he a mere lucky guy. I'm sorry, Miss Meng, I can't assist with that. Chen Mo shook his head and spoke. The Red Lion looked at Chen Mo with astonishment, wanting to say, I can help, let me assist you quickly. But it was clear that Meng Yu did not regard him. Only someone as extraordinary as Chen Mo could catch Meng Yu's eye. Chen Mo's words left Meng Yu momentarily stunned. One could visibly see the expression of disappointment on her face. Senior, you may not know this. Although I am an elder of the White Tiger clan, I have never engaged in such matters. Meng Yu thought Chen Mo looked down on her and hurriedly began to explain. Although over the years she wanted to help the White Tiger clan lift the heavenly punishment, she had never encountered a suitable person. Mainly because her cultivation was quite high. To bear offspring, at least one's cultivation must be comparable to hers. Yet she looked down on the great demons of other races. Within her own White Tiger clan, there was no one of the same level. As for the human race, it is also difficult to meet someone as young as Chen Mo, a great emperor. Miss Meng, you've misunderstood. Chen Mo sighed with a bitter smile. It's not because of that, I just feel that if I were to assist you in such a manner, it would be somewhat superficial. Senior, rest assured, regardless of the outcome, I will not disturb you afterward. Meng Yu continued, wanting to give it another try. After all, Chen Mo was someone capable and whom she did not reject, making him the best choice at present. Miss Meng, rest assured, there are multiple ways to lift the heavenly punishment, aren't there? Chen Mo stood up and spoke. What do you mean, Senior? Upon hearing this, Meng Yu's expression froze. Could it be that Chen Mo wanted to directly have the heavenly punishment lifted? But how could that be possible? The heavenly path was the strongest existence in the underworld realm. There were cultivators who could contend with the heavenly path, but they were exceedingly rare. Perhaps there were some in the imperial continent. However, as far as Meng Yu knew, there seemed to be no one capable of contending with the heavenly path in the Azure continent. That's right, let the heavenly path lift the punishment. Chen Mo nodded. But how could we possibly be a match for the heavenly path? Meng Yu spoke, her expression uneasy. Battling the heavenly path was something she dared not even think about. I have my own clever plans. Chen Mo shook his head and spoke, his eyes filled with confidence. Even the Red Lion looked at Chen Mo with a face full of astonishment at that moment. While he admitted that Chen Mo was strong, engaging in a battle with the heavenly path seemed a bit reckless. Seeing Chen Mo's confidence, Meng Yu couldn't help but believe him a little. Perhaps Chen Mo had other methods to persuade the heavenly path to lift the punishment. In that case, thank you, Senior. Senior, please rest assured, if you can help my White Tiger clan lift the heavenly punishment, I will personally present the secret techniques of the White Tiger clan. Moreover, I promise 3 conditions to the Senior. Any condition will do. Meng Yu's tone became heavier. The conditions she spoke of included herself. Even if Chen Mo considered her merely a tool for release, she was willing. What she wanted was for the White Tiger clan to flourish again. Rest assured, once this secret realm journey concludes, I will go meet the heavenly path. Chen Mo gave Meng Yu an affirming look. After bidding Meng Yu farewell, he took the Red Lion towards the entrance of the secret realm. After Chen Mo walked far away, Meng Yu touched her own cheek. Am I really that unattractive? Chen Mo would rather take the risk to battle the heavenly path than merge with her. After all, in any case, it seemed more worthwhile than battling the heavenly path. Moreover, from what she knew, that kind of thing was quite pleasurable. Thus, she found it even harder to understand Chen Mo's choice. In a battle with her, Chen Mo might expend some energy. But in a battle with the heavenly path, he might lose his life. Lost in thought, Meng Yu fell into self-doubt. Slowly shedding her robes, her snow-white skin was perfectly revealed. She examined her graceful figure in the mirror, a hint of appreciation glimmering in her eyes. But upon recalling Chen Mo's attitude, that appreciation completely vanished. Why should I care about his attitude? Meng Yu suddenly regained her senses. Her purpose in bringing Chen Mo here was merely to complete a task. Why was she feeling conflicted and disappointed after Chen Mo rejected her? Could it be? Have I developed feelings for him? Meng Yu was startled by her own thoughts. Though it seemed fantastical, she had to admit that she might have indeed started to like Chen Mo. From the moment Chen Mo rejected her, it seemed she began to like him. Outside the White Tiger clan, the Red Lion looked at Chen Mo with confusion. Young master, why did you refuse her? After all, it doesn't seem like a loss in any way. Moreover, the risks of battling the heavenly path are immense. Oh, why not simply merge with her? It's just a matter of a few moments. The Red Lion spoke, filled with perplexity. If it were him, he would have acted without further ado. Chen Mo shot a glance at the Red Lion. A man must know what to pursue and what to avoid. This is precisely what I do not wish to pursue. Only by controlling oneself can one be aided in the path of cultivation. After saying this, Chen Mo felt a bit shy. If he had always controlled himself, he would have long become a roadside object. Certainly the allure of the White Tiger was strong, but he could endure. Moreover, he already had Luo Qingyao. Adding another would be quite inappropriate. Unless Luo Qingyao agreed. But that seemed quite unlikely. Luo Qingyao only wished to enjoy him exclusively. She would never share him with anyone else. I see, it seems I was shallow. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the Red Lion's view of him instantly grew taller by several degrees. No wonder Chen Mo was able to cultivate to such a level at such a young age. It turned out that what the humans said was true. Without a woman in one's heart, all things can be accomplished. Of course, if he knew how Chen Mo's cultivation was achieved, he would probably think differently. Chen Mo did not speak further. After a moment, the man and lion arrived before the secret realm. Chen Mo looked at the secret realm. It had been open for half a day, and he wondered how those little fellows were faring. The Xiantian secret realm is vast beyond measure. Upon entering the realm, the disciples of various sects are completely scattered. The entire secret realm resembles a boundless expanse of mountains. As Lu Xiao enters the secret realm, he lands atop a cliff. What rich spiritual energy! He surveys his surroundings, noting the mist of qi rising from the mountains ahead. Spiritual herbs grow abundantly everywhere. Within the mountains, the roars of demonic beasts echo, creating a world of its own. However, this world is not governed by the heavenly Tao of the abyssal realm. I need to quickly reunite with the disciples of the Qingyun Sect, Lu Xiao murmurs. As it stands, this secret realm harbors certain dangers. As a top disciple of the Qingyun Sect, he must locate the other disciples. Let's move forward. Lu Xiao feels an unseen voice guiding him onward. Lu Xiao leaps into the air, preparing to rush forward. Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly lightning strikes from the sky. His face changes dramatically as he hurriedly channels his spiritual power, forming a shield to block the lightning. Crack! In an instant, the shield Lu Xiao conjured shatters, and he falls from the sky, spitting out a mouthful of blood. As he lands on the ground, the heavenly lightning above vanishes. I can't fly. Lu Xiao furrows his brow. He quickly consumes a healing pill and soon recovers from his injuries. With no other choice, Lu Xiao has to use the rocks beside the cliff to leap down step by step. After jumping down, he is faced with two mountain ranges ahead. Between the mountains, there is a small path. Above the path, the vegetation from the two mountain ranges intertwines like a net. The sun shines down, leaving speckles of light on the path. Lu Xiao does not know where the path leads, but an inner voice tells him to proceed. Without hesitation, he steps forward, instantly entering the small path. The path is long and seemingly endless. Occasionally, he spots high-quality spiritual herbs and plants. However, during his collection of these herbs, demonic beasts attempt to attack him. Nevertheless, these beasts are of low cultivation and pose no threat to Lu Xiao. He continues forward, unaware of how much time has passed. The sky gradually darkens. These beasts seem to have grown stronger. Lu Xiao wipes the blood from his nose. Although the quality of the spiritual herbs encountered is increasing, the demonic beasts also seem to be getting stronger, now posing a certain threat to him. Yet he does not stop his pace, continuing forward. He has a premonition that this secret realm is circular, and all who enter it are on the edge of the circle, ultimately heading toward the center. Moments later, the glow of the setting sun is replaced by countless stars. There are specks of starlight on the path. Lu Xiao suddenly halts, his brow furrowed as he gazes ahead. Someone is here, Lu Xiao murmurs. He instantly leaps onto a giant tree, stepping on the surrounding mountains and vines. He looks to the right of the mountains. Is it her? Lu Xiao's expression shifts slightly. To the right, there is a canyon. In the center of the canyon, a tree pure white, and about a meter tall, shines like the moon under the night sky. Its branches are lush, and at the top a fist-sized red fruit glows like flames. In front of the small tree, a woman holds a blade, facing off against a monkey. Lu Xiao recognizes the woman. It is Li Qingshan. At this moment she is drenched in sweat, her left shoulder's clothing already torn. The monkey before her is also in a bad state with wounds from swords bleeding across its chest. Li Qingshan, the blood-scale fruit. Lu Xiao murmurs, a strange look flashing in his eyes. If it were anyone else, he would have already rushed in to steal the blood-scale fruit. But with Li Qingshan, he seems unable to bring himself to do it. Could it be that my master was truly right? Lu Xiao suddenly recalls Chen Mo's words from when they departed the Qingyun Sect, mentioning his rosy complexion and the calamity of peach blossoms. Master truly has a keen insight. Lu Xiao cannot help but admire, yet he still does not understand the purpose of the antidote Chen Mo gave him. Shouldn't it be a love potion? As Lu Xiao contemplates, Li Qingshan points her sword at the guarding demonic monkey. He'll say it again, hand over the blood-scale fruit, and I will spare your life. Li Qingshan's cold voice carries a hint of chill. Dream on. The monkey thumps its chest, a golden rod appearing in its hand. Whoever dares touch the blood-scale fruit shall die. The monkey roars angrily, swinging the golden rod toward Li Qingshan's head. She deflects it with her sword. The clash of sword and rod shatters the ground beneath her feet. The monkey's strike seems to carry a tremendous force. Li Qingshan's arm trembles slightly. Taking a deep breath, she swings her sword, sending the monkey staggering back. The monkey, feeling frustrated, glances at Li Qingshan. It never expected that despite her seemingly frail appearance, she possesses such formidable strength. Li Qingshan does not waste words. She is determined to obtain the blood-scale fruit. Since the monkey refuses to back down, it is not her fault. Frost flow sword rain. Speaking softly, Li Qingshan slashes her sword. Above the monkey's silver-white sword rain fills the sky, emanating an aura of coldness. As Li Qingshan's sword falls, the silver-white sword rain descends, instantly freezing everything around it. The monkey's arm seems to have already been encased in ice. The golden rod in its hand is also covered in a layer of frost. Get lost. The monkey howls toward the sky, its mournful cries echoing throughout the canyon. A crimson aura envelopes its body, instantly shattering the frost covering it. It strikes upward towards the heavens. The shadows of the rod converge and fused with the monkey's chi and blood. In a mere instant, the overwhelming rod shadow collides with Li Qingshan's sword rain. The sword rain is scattered by this fierce assault, shooting out in all directions, freezing wherever it lands. After one strike, the monkey collapses to the ground exhausted. That single blow drained all its strength. Yet it still failed to defeat Li Qingshan, its face filled with unwillingness. The blood-scale fruit is the sacred fruit it has guarded all its life. Once consumed, its bloodline can evolve, becoming a spirit-bright stone monkey. At that point, it could cultivate with divine assistance. But just as the blood-scale fruit is about to ripen, Li Qingshan suddenly appears, possessing such strength. Seeing that the monkey has lost its ability to resist, Li Qingshan puts away her sword and strides toward the blood-scale fruit. The monkey watches helplessly as its beloved blood-scale fruit is picked by Li Qingshan, filled with rage. Blood-scale fruit, Miss Li truly is fortunate. Just as Li Qingshan plucks the blood-scale fruit, a mocking voice sounds from behind. She turns to see two figures approaching side by side. One of them is Yu Zhiming. The person beside him, bare-chested and muscular, is Yang Wei, the eldest disciple of the Zhongwang Palace. Li Qingxian turned her head, furrowing her brow as she put away the blood-scaled fruit. Fortunately, she had not sustained any injuries during the fight with the monkey, otherwise today would have been perilous. The monkey also glanced at Yu Zhiming and the other monkey, its pupils contracting slightly. In its perception, the strength of both individuals was on par with its own. Aside from the young man with bare arms being slightly weaker, the strengths of Yu Zhiming and Li Qingxian were nearly comparable. Lu Xiao, who was secretly preparing to leave, also held his breath. Yu Zhiming and Yang Wei seemed to come with ill intent. Li Qingxian ignored Yu Zhiming, sheathed her sword with a single motion, and was just about to leave. Yu Zhiming called out to her, "Miss Li, wait a moment." "What is it?" Li Qingxian replied indifferently. Yu Zhiming remained unconcerned, simply chuckling, "You must have noticed as well. The deeper we go, the more perilous it becomes. Moreover, flying is prohibited in this secret realm. We must face these dangers head-on. Why not travel together with us for mutual support?" Yu Zhiming presented himself like a graceful gentleman. "No need," Li Qingxian replied coldly, preparing to leave. Yu Zhiming was stunned, his expression darkening considerably. Throughout his life, no woman had ever rejected him. This was also why the Zixiao Sacred Land had tasked him with winning over Li Qingxian. The Zixiao Sacred Land believed in him, and he also thought he had the ability. However, he did not expect Li Qingxian to be so unyielding. "Miss Li, you should consider carefully. The journey ahead is fraught with danger, and as a woman carrying such a holy item as the blood-scaled fruit, it may not be very safe for you." Yu Zhiming's tone was filled with an undertone of threat. "No need for your concern." Li Qingxian detected the threat in Yu Zhiming's words, a hint of coldness appearing on her face. Yu Jiming no longer feigned politeness, coldly huffing Li Qingxian. I only offered you the chance to travel with me out of respect. Since you refuse to acknowledge my courtesy, then hand over the blood-scaled fruit. Yu Jiming stepped forward, his entire aura pressing down on Li Qingxian. Unfazed, Li Qingxian shouted, if you want the blood-scaled fruit, come and take it if you can. Her tone was frigid. Yu Jiming finally revealed his true colors. But then again, it was to be expected. The Zixiao sacred land was filled with people like Yu Jiming. It was no wonder her father forbade the Qingyun Sect from allying with the Zixiao sacred land. Compared to the Zixiao sacred land, the Qingyun Sect was far more upright. Today, not only do I want the blood-scaled fruit, but I also want your body. After speaking, he formed a hand sign, a faint sphere of light appearing before him. As he crossed his hands within the sphere, a terrifying beam of light shot straight towards Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian gently pushed with her thumb, and the sword within the sheath instantly flew out. Receiving the blade, Li Qingxian lightly tapped her toes. With a swing of her sword, blue sword light flickered like starlight. The sword light collided with Yu Jiming's attack. The two forces unleashed a terrifying explosion. The shockwave spread out, Li Qingxian's skirt fluttered, and Yu Jiming's hair whipped wildly. How is this possible? Yu Jiming furrowed his brows, surprised at Li Qingxian's strength. In just a moment, his smile grew increasingly radiant. Li Qingxian, the stronger you are, the more I like you. To conquer a powerful figure like you have. Shaking his head, Yu Jiming greedily eyed Li Qingxian, already fantasizing about her submission. If you want me, you'd better be prepared to lose your life. Unfazed, Li Qingxian flickered like a ghost, instantly appearing before Yu Jiming, her sword thrusting menacingly towards his throat. Yu Jiming's pupils contracted. He did not expect Li Qingxian to be so fast. He hurriedly sidestepped to avoid, while simultaneously throwing a punch, the wind from his fist carrying immense force. Seeing this, Li Qingxian raised her sword to block. Yu Jiming's punch struck the blade, the overwhelming force nearly causing Li Qingxian to stagger backward. Struggling against this overwhelming power, Li Qingxian, sword delivering a kick aimed at Yu Jiming's face. Yu Jiming had no choice but to retract his right hand to block. Both retreated from each other. Yu Jiming inhaled deeply, savoring the scent where Li Qingxian had kicked. Miss Li, you truly are fragrant. I am looking forward to spending a spring night with you more and more. Yu Jiming's greedy gaze became even more apparent. Yang Wei glanced at Yu Jiming, surprised that he could be so perverse. Young brother, I need you to join me in subduing Li Qingxian. Remember, do not harm her life. Yu Jiming knew it would be difficult to subdue Li Qingxian on his own. He had no choice but to request Yang Wei's assistance. Yang Wei crossed his arms, licking his lips. Brother Yue, I can help, but after subduing her, I want my share too. Ha ha ha, no problem. Yu Jiming patted Yang Wei's shoulder. I'll take her at first, and then you can handle her after. How about that? Yu Jiming's smile grew even brighter. He only wanted the first time. He wanted the proud Li Qingxian to scream under his tempestuous assaults. All right, Yang Wei nodded. He did not mind these details. Li Qingxian was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, the precious jewel of the Qingyun Sect. It was incredibly difficult to acquire her in regular circumstances. Only within this secret realm did he have a chance. Listening to the two men insult her, so a rare flicker of anger appeared on Li Qingxian's calm face. You seek death. Li Qingxian coldly huffed, her sword slicing forth like a storm of rain, attacking Yu Jiming and Yang Wei. Yu Jiming and Yang Wei showed no fear. Both formed hand signs, instantly blocking Li Qingxian's attack. Li Qingxian soared forth, rapidly approaching Yu Jiming, her sword light flashing as she aimed directly for his throat. Yu Jiming threw a punch to meet Li Qingxian's blade. At the same time, Yang Wei also attacked Li Qingxian with a punch. Li Qingxian ignored Yang Wei's attack and continued her assault on Yu Jiming. Are you out of your mind? Yu Jiming's face changed dramatically. He had thought Yang Wei's attack would make Li Qingxian wary, yet he made no effort to defend against her strike. At this moment, he realized it was too late to defend. He did not expect Li Qingxian to be so reckless. Just as her blade was about to pierce Yu Jiming's throat, Yang Wei's punch struck hard against Li Qingxian's left shoulder. This punch caused Li Qingxian's attack to veer off course, ultimately stabbing into Yu Jiming's right shoulder. Li Qingxian was also sent flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Gently wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her rose-like red lips made Li Qingxian appear even more alluring. Yu Jiming looked at the wound on his right shoulder, his expression dark, as if he could drip water. Li Qingxian, you filthy bitch, today I will first have my way with you, and then kill you, leaving your corpse in the wilderness. Yu Jiming's face was extremely gloomy. His voice was cold as a demon, and his eyes glowed red, having lost the calm demeanor he previously possessed. Li Qingxian held her shoulder, remaining silent. Just now, Yang Wei's punch had dislocated her left shoulder. Li Qingxian tugged at a strand of hair and held it in her mouth. Enduring the pain, she repositioned her shoulder. She turned her sword around, her gaze resolute. Even in a perilous situation, she showed no signs of fear. Now all she could do was tightly grip the 3-foot-long sword in her hand. Yu Jiming no longer held back. He stepped forward, and an extraordinary phenomenon appeared behind him. A punch was thrown, and the phenomenon behind him absorbed the laws of heaven and earth. It was as if an ancient punch, carrying boundless might, surged toward Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's sword trembled slightly, a blue radiance instantly flooding its blade. With a single swing, the sword light illuminated the canyon. Yu Ziming's punch collided with Li Qingshan's sword aura, and for a moment the canyon was filled with howling winds and flying sand. The powerful impact caused both of them to stagger. Li Qingshan felt an immense force hit her. Her arm went numb, nearly causing her to drop the sword. Yu Ziming was equally surprised that Li Qingshan could mount such a tenacious counterattack despite her injuries. Li Qingshan steadied herself, her sword light flickering. With both hands forming seals, in an instant Li Qingshan's sword spun wildly before her. The sword light surged to the heavens. "Sure you up, pardon?" Li Qingshan called out softly, and the sword blade shot forth. The terrifying sword light seemed capable of tearing through everything as it attacked Yu Ziming. "Yang, let's go together and make her lose her combat ability first." Yu Ziming sensed the terrifying blow from Li Qingshan, his expression grave. Alone he knew he could never make Li Qingshan lose her combat power. He needed Yang Wei's help. Yang Wei nodded. As he performed a spell, golden light flickered on his arm. He threw a punch, and a massive golden fist struck forth, resembling a Buddha's hand carrying endless might. Yu Ziming also struck in that instant. With both hands forming seals, a profound and mysterious pattern appeared on his forehead. With a flick of his fingers, a blood-colored lotus flew out, causing the entire canyon to tremble violently the moment it appeared. Three terrifying forces clashed. In just a moment, Li Qingshan's attack was consumed. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Cough, cough. Li Qingshan coughed repeatedly, her body trembling violently, the sword tip stabbing into the ground as she barely steadied herself. Had it been only Yu Ziming, she wouldn't have been so embarrassed. But Yang Wei's strength was formidable, breaking this balance. At this moment, Li Qingshan was heavily injured and had no strength left to resist. She bit her lip tightly, a hint of stubbornness appearing between her brows. Yu Ziming and Yang Wei withdrew. With a wicked smile, Yu Ziming stepped closer to Li Qingshan. "You vile woman, let me show you what I can do." He spoke coldly. "Pak." Li Qingshan spat lightly, declaring that even if she were to die in battle today, she would never endure Yu Ziming's humiliation. Yu Ziming's laughter grew increasingly brazen. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he licked his lips. "Li Qingshan, soon you will beg me to take you." A small bottle of powdered medicine appeared in his hand. He raised the bottle with a cold smile, saying, "Soon the proud daughter of heaven will beg me like a bitch." "Li Qingshan, take a good look at your upcoming fate. You'll soon discover just how lewd you are." Li Qingshan frowned as she looked at the item in Yu Ziming's hand. This seemed to be an aphrodisiac. "Shameless creature," Li Qingshan said coldly, never expecting that Yu Ziming, the chief disciple of the Purple Cloud's sacred land, would possess such a thing. "Feel free to curse me. Soon I will make you wish for death while being unable to die." At this moment, Yu Ziming's inner wicked thoughts had been completely ignited. He only wished to treat Li Qingshan like a beast and humiliate her at will. "I didn't expect you to possess such a thing." Yang Wei approached, looking extremely excited at the sight of what Yu Ziming held. "Yang, once this bitch is fully subdued, I leave her entirely to you. Do as you please," Yu Ziming said with a smile. "Really?" Yang Wei was thrilled, for Li Qingshan was an untouched flower, and he naturally wished to be the first to taste her. Yu Ziming nodded. "Hurry up, Yu Wei, I can hardly wait." Yang Wei swallowed hard. At this moment, Li Qingshan appeared to him like a lamb ready for slaughter. Yu Ziming nodded, then poured the powder completely over Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan tried to hold her breath, but she still inhaled some of the medicine. Not good. Her complexion turned extremely ugly. Just as the powder fully entered her body, a sudden gust of wind swept in from the distance. "Who?" Yu Ziming and Yang Wei's expressions changed drastically as they turned to look behind Li Qingshan. They saw a young man holding a folding fan flying towards them. The one who had come was Lu Xiao. As he waved the folding fan in his hand, an instant gust of wind swept through, blowing the powdered medicine towards Yu Ziming and Yang Wei. Before Yu Ziming and Yang Wei could react, they inhaled the medicine. "Oh no!" Yu Ziming's face changed dramatically. Lu Xiao appeared beside Li Qingshan. He dared not waste time supporting her as he flew forward like a swallow. At this moment, Li Qingshan had no mind to guard against Lu Xiao. She frantically circulated her spiritual power, attempting to expel the aphrodisiac from her body, but to no avail. Instead, her body felt increasingly uncomfortable. "Yang, stop them." Yu Ziming's face changed drastically as he looked at Yang Wei, who had also come to his senses. The two of them charged forward simultaneously, throwing a punch. Two terrifying attacks surged toward Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao turned his head, a smile curling on his lips. With the folding fan held in front of him, he leveraged the force of Yu Ziming and Yang Wei's attacks and retreated suddenly until his figure vanished before their eyes. Only then did Yu Jiming and Yang Wei stop their pursuit. Damn it! Yu Jiming clenched his fists, his face dark with anger. Yang Wei felt the same. They had worked hard for nothing, completely sewing clothes for someone else. Well, that person seems to be from the Qingyun Sect. I know, Yu Jiming replied grimly. The Qingyun Sect, I will make you pay the price. At that moment, Yu Jiming and Yang Wei simultaneously felt something odd in their bodies. Yang Wei's face flushed slightly, his gaze shifting to Yu Jiming. You don't worry about anything else, quickly take out the antidote. This medicine is too potent. Yang Wei felt parched, his entire body burning with heat. Yu Jiming felt the same, quickly sitting cross-legged and frantically circulating his spiritual power. Just resist it yourself, I don't have the antidote. What? Yang Wei shouted angrily. You can't be serious. Yu Jiming did not respond. He had not expected such an accident to occur. However, what he didn't know was that an even more unexpected event was about to unfold.